This man is the legendary White Wuchang. His daily job is guiding souls and sending dreams. But one day, he obtained an underworld livestream system. As long as he livestreams, he can earn rewards to aid his cultivation. The system's first mission was to promote underworld culture. The goal was to reach 10,000 viewers. And what is underworld culture? It means letting the world know more about the underworld. Isn't that just his everyday job? Zhang Lin was very satisfied with this side gig. So he accepted the mission. Then he opened the live stream and said to the camera, "Hello, everyone. As you can see, I am White Wuchang. To promote underworld culture. Starting today, I'll livestream my daily work for you." Just as he finished speaking, comments popped up asking if he was cosplaying White Wuchang. Zhang Lin clarified that he really was White Wuchang, not a cosplayer. Next, I'll show you the full process of guiding a soul. He then arrived at the scene of a car accident. The soul to be guided this time was a little girl named Dudu. He took Dudu's hand and explained to the viewers. The first step of guiding a soul is leading them across the bridge of helplessness. Then, they must drink Meng Po soup to forget all past memories. But before he could finish, Dudu suddenly let go of his hand and ran toward the stretcher. Since she had no physical body, she quickly reached it. Zhang Lin couldn't stop her in time. Seeing Zhang Lin approaching, Dudu hugged her mother's neck and cried, "I don't want to leave mommy." Suddenly, invisible ghostly energy began to gather. A gust of wind swept through the live stream. Zhang Lin explained that this happens when the deceased refuses to leave. It causes a disturbance. We call it ghostly hysteria. This in my hand is the grief staff. It can knock out a ghost and calm them down. It's usually quite effective for ghostly hysteria. Then he struck Dudu on the head with the staff. In an instant, Dudu calmed down. Zhang Lin said, "If you insist on staying with your mom, you'll end up hurting her. Only by reincarnating peacefully can your mom survive." With that, he took Dudu's hand and left. At some point, the surroundings began to blur. In the next second, a path appeared. A small road paved with stones. On both sides of the path bloomed red spider lilies with no leaves in sight. From afar, it looked like a river. This was the Yellow Springs Road. After sending Dudu across it, Zhang Lin turned to the audience and said, "Next, we'll escort the second soul of the night." At that moment, some viewers suspected he was doing this just for fame. Many started reporting the live stream. Some even contacted the platform's admin. But the admin said they couldn't even find the website hosting the live stream. Could this really be an underworld stream? Do you know what people do before they pass away? This old man only had 20 minutes left to live. He first looked at his sleeping grandson. Then he tucked in the blanket for him and went to the wardrobe. He took out a brand new outfit and put it on. Then he went to the bathroom and washed his face. He combed his hair in the mirror. After that, he went to the living room and made a call. "Hello, son. Come home tomorrow, okay?" But his son said he was tired and hung up saying they'd talk tomorrow. He didn't know it would be the last time hearing his father's voice. The old man sighed helplessly. He looked at the phone for a while without moving. Just then, the little boy opened his eyes. "Grandpa, do you need to pee too?" The old man smiled and nodded. He patted his grandson's head. "Little monkey, you must study hard. Grow up healthy and strong." The boy drowsily agreed. "I'll definitely bring home awards for you, Grandpa." Watching his grandson fall back asleep, the old man also lay down and closed his eyes. 2 minutes later, his soul slowly rose from his body. Zhang Lin stepped forward and said, "Let's go." The old man nodded. Before leaving, he took one last look at his sleeping grandson. Moonlight filled most of the room. Only a cold corpse remained. At that moment, the system chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. First livestream has reached 10,000 viewers. Reward, 500 points. Ding! Host promoted underworld culture, Yellow Springs Road. Reward, 100 points. Ding! Host's points have surpassed 100. Shop is now open. Seeing that the mission was complete, Zhang Lin closed the live stream. The screen immediately went black. The viewers hadn't even reacted. He just shut it down? Doesn't the streamer care about popularity? Meanwhile, the news about the suburban car accident and the old man's death went viral. Some netizens suspected the streamer orchestrated the crash. Others believed he truly was White Wuchang. But no matter the speculation, Zhang Lin wasn't watching. Meanwhile, at Shark Live's operations headquarters, the staff still couldn't locate the stream's back end. Not even the video itself could be saved. They had no choice but to report it to their superiors. Their superiors told them to continue monitoring the Underworld Healing livestream. At the central hospital, the little girl's father was caring for his injured wife. He saw a shocking news story on his phone. A middle school boy inherits millions, thanks to a dream from his grandmother. And there was a photo of the one who gave the dream. It was Zhang Lin. The man was stunned. The police had told him. This man was at the scene of the car crash and had taken Dudu's soul. The second soul he guided, the old man, also died peacefully at home. As he wondered if Zhang Lin was truly White Wuchang, his wife suddenly sat up. The woman, desperate to see her deceased daughter, thought of a possible way. She would ask the Underworld's envoy, White Wuchang, for help. So he entered the Underworld Healing livestream. By now, the viewer count had exceeded 100,000. Zhang Lin was receiving thanks from an old man, the one who asked him to deliver a dream to his grandson, the boy who inherited millions. After the old man floated away, Zhang Lin finally ended the stream. Suddenly, the system voice rang again. Ding! Host promoted dream visitation culture. Reward, 300 points. Congratulations! Livestream exceeded 100,000 viewers. Reward, 500 points. Zhang Lin was surprised. He had only gotten 100 points for promotion before. But now it was 300. Was it tied to the number of viewers? Or was it about his impact on the living world? Unsure, Zhang Lin opened the shop. He saw he had 1,400 points in total. After browsing, he directly bought 3 yin energy pills. Each yin pill cost 200 points. They functioned like experience boosters. Upon ingestion, yin energy flooded his dantian. It swirled at the entrance. Once it was fully absorbed, Zhang Lin's cultivation reached the late Yubing stage. Ghost ranks begin with Wandering Spirit, followed by Nether Spirit, Yubing, Ghost General, Great Ghost General, and Ghost King. Each rank has early, mid, and late stages. Once Zhang Lin becomes a Ghost King, he can command lesser ghosts and have them do his bidding. After cashing out his stream earnings, he suddenly saw his back-end donations jump from 0 to 5,000 yuan. He was very curious. People can tip even when he's offline? Due to the 5,000 yuan tip, fireworks filled the stream background. All other chat messages were cleared. Only one golden message stood out. I'm Dudu's mother. Please, Master Bai, help me. Let me see Dudu one last time. The same message was sent 3 times in a row. Seeing the name, Dudu, Zhang Lin didn't immediately realize who it referred to. After viewers reminded him in the chat, he realized it was the little girl from the car crash. Zhang Lin thought for a moment. The girl had only died 3 days ago. She likely hadn't drunk Meng Po's soup yet. If it's just one last meeting, it shouldn't be too difficult. So he replied to her. Prepare incense on the 7th day. Light it from the outskirts all the way to your doorstep. The woman was overjoyed to receive the reply. But her husband suddenly snatched her phone. He scolded her for being insane. It's just a live stream. If you want to pray for Dudu, I'll go to the temple with you. The woman snatched the phone back and yelled at him not to interfere. Then stormed off. Soon it was the night of Dudu's 7th day. The police were already lying in wait, ready to act as soon as a suspect appeared. Paranormal enthusiasts also set up cameras, hoping to catch something extraordinary. Dudu's mother had lit the incense. From the outskirts all the way home. It was nearly midnight. Some viewers sent a message. The streamer still isn't here. Did he run off with the money? When the time hit 0.01 seconds, the live stream started. A small figure hugging a plush bear appeared out of nowhere. Do you know how to see the soul of a deceased loved one on their 7th day? This woman wanted to see her daughter who died in a car accident. So on her daughter's 7th day, she lit incense from the outskirts to her door. And at exactly 0.01 seconds, her daughter appeared from thin air. The paranormal fans there immediately knelt down in awe. Dudu looked at her parents, then turned to Zhang Ling, who brought her. Zhang Ling nodded. Go ahead. With his approval, Dudu floated to her parents. Her mother couldn't see spirits, so she didn't notice. But her father, watching the livestream, asked, Dudu, is that you? Zhang Ling responded by pulling out eye drops from who knows where and applied them to their eyes. In the next second, they saw their daughter running toward them. The mother held Dudu tightly and thought, Master Bai really didn't lie to me. This is wonderful. She looked tearfully at her daughter. I'm sorry, Dudu. Mom didn't protect you. I failed you. But Dudu smiled and wiped away her mother's tears with her tiny hands, telling her not to cry. I'm okay now. She then shared stories of what she had seen in the underworld. Half an hour passed without anyone realizing. Seeing the time, Zhang Ling walked over and said, It's time to go. But the woman asked him to wait. Zhang Ling replied that if she didn't go now, it'd be too late. Or do you not want her to reincarnate? The woman shook her head repeatedly. She said she just wanted to know. Can Dudu be reborn into our family again? Or is there something else I can do for her? Zhang Ling led Dudu away toward the underworld, leaving only 3 words behind. We'll see. As Zhang Ling led Dudu toward the Nahi Bridge, he suddenly saw a man glowing with golden light. This glow was merit light. Spirits usually avoid those who possess it. That man was one of the undercover police. Since she couldn't see ghosts, she was reporting to her superior that no suspect was found. Zhang Ling handed Dudu to Meng Po. Meng Po gave her a bowl of Meng Po soup, telling her to drink and forget the past. Her next life would be a fresh start. Dudu took the soup and gave her teddy bear to Zhang Ling, then drank the soup in one gulp. Zhang Ling turned to the viewers and said, After drinking Meng Po soup, Meng Po will guide the soul to reincarnate. If one performed good deeds in life, their next life will be smoother. A viewer said, That's Meng Po, right? Even from the back, she looks like a stunner. Since Zhang Ling had some free time, he chatted a bit. He said Meng Po was waiting for someone. She's been stuck here for over 1,000 years. So don't joke about her. Or Meng Po might come looking for you. Next, I'll take you to visit the ghost market. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly appeared in the ghost market. There were all sorts of things there. Very convenient for the daily lives of spirits. While Zhang Ling was wandering around, he ran into a fellow reaper, Hai Wu Chang, Shu Lizzie. Zhang Ling politely greeted him. But suddenly, he sensed the presence of a living soul in the market. Living soul refers to someone whose body is still alive but spirit has left. He turned and saw a young woman in white. Her body hadn't died, but her soul had left and accidentally entered the underworld. She was being hunted by an evil ghost that eats living souls. And Zhang Ling happened to see it while roaming the market. He rushed up and grabbed the ghost's wrist. Upon realizing Zhang Ling was a reaper, the ghost twisted its wrist and ran off. Zhang Ling pulled out a mask and handed it to the girl. Ling Ruoi. This mask will temporarily hide your soul's aura. Put it on. And next time your soul leaves your body, don't come here. The underworld is full of ghosts and danger. Plenty of them love eating souls like yours. The woman was actually the heiress of the Ling Corporation. Hearing Zhang Ling call her name, Ling Ruoi was startled. You know me? Zhang Ling said he was Bai Wuchang. This made Ling Ruoyi nervous. She muttered softly, "Oh no. Is he going to take me away? I basically just walked into death's office." But Zhang Ling told Hai Wuchang, "I'm escorting this living soul out. I'll go ahead first." Then he grabbed Ling Ruoyi by the collar and flew toward the human world, pointing to a cave ahead. "Exit there and you're back. Hurry now." Ling Ruoyi thanked Zhang Ling, then stepped inside. A burst of light shone before her. When she opened her eyes, she was back on a familiar street. Crowds passed by. Traffic flowed endlessly. Neon lights flickered. When she snapped out of it, her expression changed suddenly. "Oh no. What time is it now? If I don't return to my body before dawn, I'm doomed." She wandered aimlessly, until she finally saw her familiar villa before sunrise. Meanwhile, since Zhang Ling just escorted her back, viewers asked, "How can humans enter the underworld? I want to visit the underworld too. Learn a thing or two." Zhang Ling explained, "Humans can experience out-of-body travel. But if it lasts too long or you can't return, you may fall into a coma. A soul that hasn't died. We call it a living soul. It doesn't enter reincarnation. Evil spirits love eating living souls for strength." Zhang Ling was getting into it, when suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding! Host spreads positive energy about the underworld. So lovely and kind. Reward, 300 points. Congratulations. Livestream hits 1 million viewers. Reward, 1,000 points. Host spread knowledge of the underworld. Return on the 7th day. Reward, 500. Host spread ghost market culture. Reward, 300 points. New livestream mission posted. Faith Heart can now be earned. Zhang Ling curiously clicked Faith Heart. The system explained. When people believe in the underworld and hold it in reverence, it means that now, thanks to Zhang Ling's livestream, over 500 people now believe in the underworld. At that moment, the system notified, Faith Hearts exceeded 500. Unlocked, large yin chi pill. Would you like to view the item? Zhang Ling looked at the large yin energy pill. She discovered that the yin energy inside it was purer than the small one, and more potent. One pill cost 500 points. She bought 5 of them directly, spending 2,500 points. Only 400 points remained for emergencies. After 3 more hours of cultivation, Zhang Ling broke through from the late Yubing stage to the early ghost descent stage. Just as Zhang Ling stabilized her cultivation, the system notified her that Meng Po had posted a high-reward wish-seeking mission on the board. Would you like to accept the task? It was said Meng Po waited for an artist at the Bridge of Forgetfulness for over 1,000 years, refusing to leave. From time to time, she would issue a search mission through the Underworld Task Center. If anyone could help her find her beloved, she would grant one request to the mission completer. Zhang Ling, who had just reached the ghost descent stage, was immediately prompted by the system to take the mission. The task board was located in the center of the underworld, where anyone could take a look. So when Zhang Ling arrived, there were already many ghost messengers there. As they browsed the mission board, they occasionally chatted. "Hey, look! Meng Po's reward for her missing person task just doubled again. This time, it includes countless treasures." What good is treasure? Meng Po has lived for over 1,000 years. To find the one she's waiting for, you'd need to be at least general level. Hearing this, Zhang Ling thought, since the system says I qualify for Meng Po's mission, why not give it a try? As she walked past 2 people dressed like Bai Wuchang, she overheard them say that today's resentment was worse than the stock market. If this keeps up, hell is going to be full sooner or later. I wish people could see hell for themselves. See if they'd still dare do such things. Ah, you don't know. I heard the underworld was once overcrowded. Resentment filled the skies. A certain celestial sacrificed themselves to purify the resentment and empty hell again. Zhang Ling had heard this from seniors before. But she wasn't sure if it was true. She followed the system's suggestion and took Meng Po's mission. Then she refreshed the board and found a task to guide the ghost of Fang Lily from the human world. That was part of her job anyway, so she accepted it as well. This mission took place at JM Fashion Design Company in the human world. At that moment in the company, Lu Mushui had just finished the design draft her boss requested and was stretching. Suddenly, she saw that her favorite underworld healing daily livestream was online. She muttered quietly, "The streamer's going live so early today?" As soon as she clicked in, she heard Zhang Ling's voice. "Today's mission is to escort a lingering ghost from the human realm. To guide them smoothly, I first need to understand them." As Zhang Ling entered the company, the screen showed a man and a woman. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman very beautiful. They looked like a perfect match. The livestream viewers were envious. But Lu Mushui nearly jumped up in shock. Because the man was the company's CEO, Mr. Kai. She looked back at the stream and saw that Mr. Kai was now back in the office working. Someone entered and brought her a cup of coffee, reminding her it was time to check on departments. Mr. Kai got up and rubbed her shoulders. Lately she had felt soreness all over for no reason. What she didn't know was that someone was clinging to her shoulders. As she was about to leave, the lights in the room flickered strangely, as if there was a short circuit. Her secretary immediately caught on. "I'll call someone to fix it." Mr. Kai nodded, then left the room with her secretary. Lu Mushui was watching intently, when suddenly someone smacked her. Her soul almost jumped out of her body. She turned her head. It was Mr. Kai's secretary. The secretary said to Lu Mushui, "What are you doing? Mr. Kai is here. I've called you 3 times. Secretary Zhang. You scared me to death. I was just drawing the design draft and accidentally clicked on some creepy music." But before she could finish, Secretary Zhang accidentally saw the livestream screen. A woman was sneakily watching a livestream at work and saw a figure clinging to the president's shoulder in the video. So when the president came to inspect their department, she curiously looked in her direction. She saw the woman on the president's back, grinning eerily with a terrifying expression. It nearly scared her soul out of her body. Fortunately, Secretary Zhang held her up. Did she look scary? The secretary felt threatened by a potential mole, but quickly denied the concern. "You look very authoritative, ma'am. Xiao Lu just graduated and hasn't seen much. Please don't take it to heart." The president said nothing more and turned to leave. Secretary Zhang asked a colleague to look after Lu Mushui and told them to let her rest once she woke up. Soon, Lu Mushui was back at her doorstep. As she reached for her keys, she saw a shadow appear behind her. Before she could react, someone covered her mouth and she blacked out. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a familiar and handsome face. It was the company president. She tried to speak, but her mouth was gagged, and her limbs were tied. She quickly scanned her surroundings. It was a large room, with no windows or sunlight. Several large cages were placed around, each containing huddled women. A long wooden table sat in the center, with a woman's body laid on top. She was lying sideways, facing Lu Mushui. Lu Mushui trembled in fear. President Kai gently removed the wooden gag from her mouth and said softly, "Tell me, what did you see?" Lu Moxu's terrified gaze fell on his shoulder. The woman who had been clinging to him now had her hands around her neck. Her face was hideous. "Do you want to live?" President Kai asked with a smile. Lu Mushui nodded frantically. "Then tell me, what did you see?" Lu Mushui hesitated. "Should I tell her? If I tell her, will I survive?" While she wavered, President Kai grabbed her by the hair. "Speak. What did you see exactly?" His face was terrifying. Driven by the will to survive, Lu Mushui blurted out, "I saw a woman on you. She was beautiful. She had a mole near her eye." Upon hearing this, President Kai flung her aside and shouted angrily, "Get lost. If you cling to me again, I'll feed you to the dogs. He then stormed to the center of the room, grabbed a kitchen knife, and threatened the woman on the table. If you dare come back, I'll kill you again. He left after saying that. But everything he did was streamed live by Zhang Ling, who was following the vengeful spirit. This man, on the surface, was a billionaire CEO. But behind the scenes, he was a sadistic woman killer. He was careful in his methods. Despite multiple crimes, he had never been caught. Until a ghost named Fang Lily latched onto him. Only then was his true self revealed. Yet he felt no remorse. He even threatened Fang Lily's spirit. If you cling to me again, I'll feed your corpse to the dogs. That enraged the livestream viewers. They all shouted that he should die. Some even asked hackers to find his address. We'll drown him with our spit. But the police watching the stream told them not to act rashly. Leave it to us. Late that night, a team of armed officers crept toward Kai Xing's villa. They wore earpieces, listening to the livestream audio feed. Once they confirmed the target was asleep, a signal was given to the team. Move in. At that moment, Kai Xing was having a nightmare. He suddenly woke with a start, and in the moonlight, saw a figure approaching. He got up to investigate and realized it was his bodyguard. He frowned and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" But the bodyguard said nothing. Instead, he raised the cleaver and swung it down. Fortunately, Kai Xing dodged in time, or he would have died on the spot. The bodyguard pressed forward step by step, each strike aiming straight for Kai Xing's head. "Stay back!" Kai Xing shouted loudly, trying to alert the other guards outside. The bodyguard suddenly laughed and said, "Go ahead, scream. Scream till your throat breaks, no one will come." But the voice was that of a woman. She then slashed off Kai Xing's arm in one blow. Kai Xing clutched his wound, pupils dilated. "Guessed right. But no candy for you." The bodyguard grinned maniacally, mouth unnaturally wide. The cleaver advanced again. "Stop." Kai Xing jolted awake from his sleep. His back was drenched in sweat. He looked around, panting heavily, mumbling, "It was just a dream." Then got up and walked to the door, wanting to dismiss all the bodyguards. But as he opened the door, he found nothing but cliff edges outside. His bedroom was now standing at the cliff's edge. The bodyguards outside gave eerie smiles, reaching out to invite him to bungee jump. The scene was unsettling. Kai Xing felt a chill all over. He hurriedly told them not to come closer, and rushed back into the bedroom. He pulled a cleaver from under his pillow, and swung it at the bodyguards. The room was soon drenched in blood. Moments later, he finally stopped. His hands were soaked in blood. Throughout this process, the bodyguards made no move to resist. They just lay on the ground, looking at him, smiling eerily. Just when Kai Xing thought it was finally over, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. His entire bedroom collapsed off the cliff. Kai Xing jolted awake again from the bed. Sometimes he dreamed of falling off cliffs and dying. Every time he died, he would wake up in terror. His eyes were filled with exhaustion and fear. So when a bodyguard told him that it seemed the police were outside, the man didn't take it seriously. Instead, he pulled a cleaver from under his pillow and swung it at the bodyguard at the door. While swinging, he shouted loudly, "Fang Lily, come out! I'm going to kill you and chop your belly open. I'll call monks from Jinshan Temple to capture you. I'll suppress you so you'll never reincarnate." The bodyguards were so frightened they stepped back, looking at each other. "Boss, this." But Kai Xing ignored them, still shouting, "Fang Lily, where are you hiding? Come out. I've had enough." At that moment, Fang Lily was right above Kai Xing, together with Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling calmly said while watching Kai Xing go mad, "You can't kill her. Your ghost isn't complete. To kill a person takes time." Fang Lily glared at Kai Xing. "I know. Even if I can't kill him yet, I can still make him die hundreds of times in his dreams." Zhang Ling turned to Fang Lily and said, If you kill him, your hands will be stained with death. You won't reincarnate easily. But Fang Lily's gaze was resolute. As long as I can kill that monster, I fear nothing. But Zhang Ling added, from what I know, your mother is still waiting for her missing daughter to return. Fang Lily fell silent at once. But suddenly, bang! A squad of armed police burst into the room. Kai Xing was handcuffed on the spot. And the women he had kidnapped were rescued. Seeing this, Fang Lily covered her face and wept. Why didn't you come sooner? Why? Watching Fang Lily cry, the viewers in the livestream all offered comfort. Don't cry, pretty girl. Hugs. We're the ones who came too late. We're sorry. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Zhang Lin prepared to take Fang Lily to the underworld. But Fang Lily asked Zhang Lin to wait. She pleaded with him to let her see her mother. When Zhang Lin arrived at Fang Lily's home, he saw the police apologizing to her mother. We're sorry. We came too late. But Fang Lily's mother didn't blame them. Instead, she knelt down with a thud. Thank you. Thank you for saving her from suffering. The police quickly helped the old woman up, their expressions full of sorrow. After accompanying her for a while, they prepared to leave. Before leaving, they were worried she might do something extreme. But she told them not to worry. They reminded her to call if anything happened. After seeing the police off, the old woman took out a cardboard box from under the table. Inside were paper money, paper houses, and paper clothes. As she carried the box, she said, My daughter, now you can rest in peace. Mom will burn some things for you to take with you. May your journey be peaceful. My sweet girl. Seeing this, viewers all wanted to send Fang Lily off. Some even asked if the burned offerings would really reach the deceased. The woman's soul was incomplete because she was cruelly murdered, so she couldn't reincarnate. The viewers felt deep sympathy, and many went to Fang Lily's funeral to bid farewell. Unexpectedly, from these people, strands of golden light emerged, gathering into Fang Lily's soul. Zhang Lin was surprised to see this, because that light was the power of wishes. A power born from prayers, wishes, and blessings. After the funeral, Fang Lily asked Zhang Lin if hell truly existed. Hearing this, Zhang Lin took the chance to explain to the livestream viewers. If someone does evil deeds, they're more likely to be devoured by demons while still alive. If a soul is eaten, there's no chance for reincarnation. So evildoers must beware both in life and after death. In life, beware of demons. In death, face hell. You've been warned. Soon after, Kai Xing was sentenced in the mortal world. He was given the death penalty. Seeing this, Zhang Lin finally brought Fang Lily to the river of forgetfulness, and handed her a small bottle to take to Meng Po. Fang Lily looked puzzled. Sir, what is this? Zhang Lin said, These are your tears. Originally, your soul was too damaged to reincarnate. But you're lucky. Tens of thousands prayed for you. Fang Lily was stunned. Then her gaze became determined, as if she'd made a decision. She said, Sir, I don't want to reincarnate. Let me follow you. Since I've entered the path of ghosts, then let me follow you to hunt evil spirits in hell, to watch those with wicked hearts. She then knelt on one knee. Please grant me this. Zhang Lin looked at her, understanding why she no longer wanted to be human. He said, You don't have to reincarnate. But you're not qualified for the job yet. He took her to the gates of the ghost market. You've just entered the ghost path and have no cultivation. If you want power, go train inside. Come find me again after decades or centuries of cultivation. Fang Lily clenched her fists. I will. Thank you, sir. She walked in without hesitation. Viewers said she was so cool. They said they also wanted to be spirit envoys when they die. After sending Fang Lily off, Zhang Lin led the viewers to see the hell they had long been curious about. There was the tongue-pulling hell, scissor hell, iron tree hell, and more. As for Kai Xing, he ended up in the 9th level, boiling oil hell. At that moment, Kai Shing was lifted by two little demons and thrown into the boiling oil with a splash. He struggled frantically, screaming in agony. The scene was too horrific to watch. Zhang Lin explained that in hell, one doesn't die again. They're simply tormented over and over to repay the sins of their life endlessly. After touring hell, Zhang Lin returned to his small room. Then, a voice from the system rang out. Congratulations, host. Livestream viewership has surpassed 10 million. You've earned 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. Belief points have exceeded 10,000. You've received 11,000 virtue credits. Virtue can be used for reincarnation or to resist heavenly tribulations. The system then notified her that she completed the newbie path and received another 1,000 points. It also required her to reach late greater ghost level within half a month. The woman, killed brutally by an evildoer and turned into a ghost, gave up the chance to be reborn because she believed that as long as monsters like Kai Shing existed, many others would suffer like she once did. So she willingly entered the ghost path to follow Zhang Lin and become the eyes of hell, watching those who intend to do evil. But as a newcomer with no cultivation or skills, Zhang Lin brought her to the ghost market. He told her to come back after decades or centuries of training. After all that, Zhang Lin headed to the underworld's task center. He filled out the cause and result of Fang Lily's unresolved case. After submission, he received the task rewards: 2 beginner cultivator cards, 5 soul stones, and 200 underworld coins. Cultivators and soul stones are scarce resources for spirit envoys. The energy in beginner cultivation rooms is denser than usual and can speed up cultivation. Currently, her cultivation is only at early ghost descent to reach late greater ghost in half a month. These resources are clearly far from enough. Zhang Lin shook his head at the thought. He could only earn more points and cards now. Just as he was about to leave, he overheard 2 Black Impermanence envoys chatting. They said Meng Po's task was stolen a few days ago. No one knows who did it. Either that guy's a badass, or he's tired of living. Maybe the one Meng Po was looking for is in hell. Pa! Don't you remember the King of Hell's rule? We're forbidden from interacting with people in hell, or we might get dragged into the demonic path. Are you tired of living, saying that here? Besides, if Meng Po really wanted someone in hell, she'd already know where to find them. She wouldn't be waiting on us. Zhang Lin froze at that moment, because he was the one who stole Meng Po's task. But just then, his little notebook flew up on its own. The next soul's details appeared. Chen Dehai, 56 years old. Occupation, chef. Meanwhile, in the mortal world, an old man in his 70s stood in front of Chen's restaurant, puzzled. Why isn't it open today? Even on rainy days, Xiao Chen never closes. His granddaughter came up and told him to try another place and come back next time. But the old man refused. He said, "Today's my birthday. I already booked a seat. Only Chen's has the authentic taste. It's the flavor I crave. If you don't want to wait, go ahead." He then stepped up to knock on the door. A passerby told them not to wait anymore. The Chen family is holding a funeral. They won't be open these days. The old man was confused. Whose funeral? The passerby replied, the owner, Chen Dehai. He passed away suddenly this morning. You guys had a reservation, right? They probably didn't have time to inform you. Come again next time. Hearing that, the old man suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered back a few steps to steady himself. How could he just pass like that? His granddaughter quickly rushed to support him. Grandpa, slow down. After standing still, he glanced back at the restaurant, then hunched over and started heading home, mumbling to himself. How could he go just like that? He was 10 years younger than me. Just then, his granddaughter's phone started buzzing. When she looked at her phone, it turned out the Underworld Healing livestream had just started. Her eyes lit up instantly. Right, the host is Bai Wuchang. Maybe he can help. The old man was grieving deeply over his friend's sudden death. His granddaughter decided to help. So she typed a message to the healing livestream. Host, can you help me check? But before she could finish, she froze. On screen, Zhang Ling was leading Chen Dehai along the Yellow Springs Road. The girl thought to herself. Forget it. At least that was Grandpa's favorite chef. Let Grandpa send him off one last time. Just then, Zhang Ling was stopped on the Yellow Springs Road by an old man. Zhang Ling recognized him. He was the chef of a famous ghost market restaurant, said to have been open for centuries. So he asked why Boss Chen had come to find him. Boss Chen said he knew a descendant of the Chen family would arrive today. So he waited here. Zhang Ling nodded, but also reminded him to watch the time. Chen Dehai was shocked to see the old man before him. Trembling, he uttered, "Ancestor?" His family still had the ancestor's portrait hanging on the wall. Hearing this, Boss Chen stroked his beard and asked which generation Chen Dehai belonged to. How was the Chen restaurant doing these days? Chen Dehai hesitated, thinking of his tiny restaurant. He was filled with shame. Not only did he fail to expand the business, he hadn't even passed down the culinary skills properly. The ancestor had entrusted them with such a great legacy. Yet all that remained was a restaurant under 80 square meters. Seeing this, Boss Chen had a guess. He sighed deeply. Culinary arts are difficult. He admitted that. The Chen restaurant may fall, but centuries of skill must not. So he turned and asked Zhang Ling for permission to pass down the Chen family's legacy to their descendants. Let me teach them the heritage passed down for centuries. Zhang Ling thought for a moment. A legacy that old shouldn't vanish like this. So he agreed to Boss Chen's request. The livestream viewers went wild. This was genuine ancestral-level culinary mastery, taught personally. We've got to show support. Excited, the granddaughter rushed into the bedroom. Grandpa, Grandpa, there's hope for your soup. The old man told her to stop joking around. But she explained what had just happened in the livestream. It's this stream. See for yourself, it's all real. This is the same streamer who exposed the Kai Shing case. Upon seeing the screen, the old man's face lit up. Xiao Chen, I'll be waiting for you. Soon, it was the 7th day after Chen Dehai's death. Back at his home, his son was also watching the stream. He'd followed the Kai Shing story too, but only as a curious viewer. Now, he had somehow been pulled into this. The whole world knew he was going to become a chef. He was speechless. Culinary skills aren't something passed on through dreams. You need hands-on teaching. It's not that easy. Besides, if ghosts really exist, why hasn't Dad come to find me? Didn't he always say his cooking was 100 times better than mine? But as soon as he said that, his father suddenly appeared behind him and called out, "Son." The man had died unexpectedly and become a ghost. To preserve the Chen family's century-old culinary tradition, he appeared before his son, who had just graduated, hoping he would inherit the craft. But his sudden appearance gave Chen Jiaming quite a scare. He relaxed when he realized it was his father. I heard online you were going to teach me cooking. Is that for real? Chen Dehai shook his head. My skills aren't good enough. You should learn from your ancestor. Make the Chen family soup famous again. Hearing this, Chen Jiaming was stunned. He thought, isn't our ancestor long gone? He died ages ago. Didn't he reincarnate? So he told his dad to stop fooling around and reincarnate in peace. I'll take care of Mom and help run the restaurant. But just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door. I'm Chen Sanwei. May I come in now? Chen Jiaming thought it was someone playing a prank. He mumbled something. Who is Chen Sanwei? How would I know him? But suddenly, the name felt so familiar. So I looked at Dad. Isn't that the person you always talk about? He's the founder of our Chen family restaurant. The ancestor of the Chen family. You actually met him down there? After Dad confirmed it, he straightened up and spoke toward the door. Ancestor, please come in. With permission, Chen Sanwei walked through the door. After seeing what the visitor looked like, Chen Jiaming froze. Because in a dream 2 days ago, an old man claimed to be his ancestor. and wanted to teach him a century-old cooking legacy. But back then he didn't believe it and said, "I'm your dad. Who wants to learn cooking from you?" Then he cursed him away. So he sincerely apologized to the ancestor. But Chen Sanwei said, "I think you were right. Cooking isn't something you can learn just by talking. You need hands-on guidance. So I came." At that moment, Zhang Lin explained to the livestream audience that if a ghost has no criminal record, and the soul guide has enough credibility, they can vouch for them. This allows ghosts to go out temporarily. Thus began the hellish life of Chen Jiaming, under the influence of Chen Dehai, plus what he self-learned online. Chen Jiaming already had some basic cooking skills, with the ancestor teaching him non-stop day and night. Chen Jiaming finally mastered a traditional Chen family soup in 3 days. But compared to the ancestor, his soup was only 30 to 40% as good. Chen Sanwei tasted a sip and said, "You've got some talent. Not bad." Then stroked his beard. "Now here's a little test for you. Go open the shop. Let the world judge whether my Chen family soup is good or not." Chen Jiaming said timidly, "But I haven't officially graduated yet." Chen Sanwei glared at him. Chen Jiaming immediately gave in. "I'll open it tomorrow." The next morning, a long line had already formed outside the Chen restaurant. They all came after watching the live stream. Chen Jiaming's mother helped at the front, while he was busy in the kitchen non-stop. After finishing the soup, he asked his mom to serve table 1. Table 1 was Zhang Yu's family. They lived closest, so they came early upon hearing the news. Zhang Yu carefully lifted the lid, and an aroma instantly wafted out. The old man smelled the scent, and excitedly picked up the spoon to scoop some soup. Just one sip, and a smile appeared on his face. "This is the taste. I've had this flavor for decades." Seeing the customers still flooding in, Chen Jiaming thought, "Looks like I passed the test." Do you know how much an ancestor's legacy can impact the world? This man was personally taught by a century-old ghost ancestor. At the time, Chen Jiaming truly made a bowl of authentic Chen family soup. It left everyone craving for more. The next day, Chen restaurant's duck soup trended online. Everyone started asking what their own ancestors did, trying every way to contact their family ancestors. That night in a certain neighborhood, a chubby man hugged an anime girl pillow while sleeping soundly. He mumbled, "Ancestor, you'll come, right?" Then suddenly, an old man appeared out of thin air. The old man looked disgustedly at the drooling chubby guy. "Didn't think my Chu family descendant would be so useless. Who the heck are you? It's the middle of the night. Can't I sleep?" Seeing how hopeless his descendant was, the old man scolded, "I'm your ancestor, and you've pissed me back to life. And you still have the nerve to sleep?" The chubby guy looked shocked. "Holy crap. I really summoned my ancestor." The old man grabbed his ear and yelled, "Get up and start learning a craft already. If you die later, how will you face me in the underworld?" The ancestor was a carpenter. He could sculpt any wood into exactly what he wanted, with his hands-on teaching. The chubby guy quickly carved an anime girl figure. The next morning, he posted a photo of the carved figure online. A beautiful girl was sleeping on a desk, with a medical book beside her. Even in her dreams, she was performing simulated surgeries. Just as she picked up the scalpel to begin, a voice came from the side. "Little girl, why are you cutting open someone's stomach right away? At your age, you've probably just memorized the names of medicinal herbs." The woman turned her head. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in traditional attire. So she asked him something. The elder, named Song En, responded. The woman didn't understand. He became very excited upon hearing the name. "Ancestor, I didn't expect you to come in person." The elder glared at him. "What kind of talk is that? It's a miracle that a youngster like you still recognizes me. I'll give you a few pointers to keep you from harming others in the future." Then he pointed to the patient on the bed and said, "If your father finds out, he'll tan your hide." But the woman smiled. "Ancestor, you're behind the times. This is a Western treatment method. Not only won't it kill, it actually saves lives. Diseases once deemed incurable can now be treated. Then name two for me. The woman replied, smallpox and tuberculosis. She then began introducing various medical instruments to the elder. This is an anesthetic. It can be used for full-body anesthesia. It controls the patient's breathing, heartbeat, and blood pressure. This is a surgical light tower. It eliminates shadows during surgery, making the procedure smoother and more precise. After hearing the explanation, the elder gained a new understanding of modern medicine. He wasn't stingy either. He passed on his entire acupuncture technique to the woman. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Zhang Lin was preparing to enter the beginner cultivation room. Suddenly, the system's voice came through. Congratulations, host, for completing a daily task. There are 5 days left, until the time-limited task for breaking through to Major General level ends. So Zhang Lin opened the item shop. She bought 19 large yin qi pills, and entered the cultivation room. As soon as she took them, a large amount of yin qi surged into her dantian. Her cultivation rose from early ghost descent to the peak. But she failed to break through to mid-major general. Can you imagine? Meng Po waited 1,000 years at the Bridge of Forgetfulness for her beloved. Turns out he was a scumbag. To be with the princess of Heng Kingdom, he tricked Meng Po into committing suicide to wait for him. Just moments ago, Zhang Lin, after failing her breakthrough, decided to take the risk and attempt Meng Po's mission. So she posted the matter in the Ancestor Forum created by netizens. Seeking the 1,000-year man. A reward will be given if found. She posted his photo and all available information about Meng Po's beloved. After that, she left the cultivation room. The little ghosts outside were stunned upon seeing Zhang Lin. Who is this noble? Why is she here? Because they saw the merit points on her body. More than they had ever seen in a lifetime. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Forum was buzzing. Netizens were commenting non-stop. If we find him, can we catch a glimpse of Meng Po's beauty? Some even asked what the reward was. Could it be life extension? Or ghost hunting privileges, perhaps? Inside a human world library, a young boy excitedly raised a book and shouted, "Found it! I found it! I finally found the Heng Kingdom." He posted photos and data of its top scholar warrior and literary champion to the group. A sharp-eyed netizen noticed that the mighty general of Heng Kingdom and Meng Po's beloved, Qi Hesheng, looked very similar. Zhang Lin was drawn to two of the comments. First, during the Tianqi era of Heng Kingdom, they were invaded by foreign enemies. The country recruited soldiers everywhere. One general stood out on the battlefield. He repeatedly lured enemies in and wiped them out. He was brave and resourceful. Later granted the title Mighty General and married a princess. They had a son and a daughter after marriage. The second comment included a photo of the Mighty General and Princess Pingle. After repeated verification, netizens confirmed that Qi Hesheng was the Mighty General. This surprised Zhang Lin a little. Is the result really confirmed that quickly? Netizens commented that poor Meng Po was really tricked by a heartless man. He not only deceived her but made her wait on the Bridge of Forgetfulness. She was so young. Did she really kill herself just because of a letter? Reading this, Zhang Lin thought, they kind of have a point. So she turned off the comment feed. Then went to the Underworld Task Center. She compiled the netizens' findings. But she still hesitated. What if they were wrong and Qi Hesheng wasn't the Mighty General? She might be thrown into the reincarnation pit by Meng Po. After much consideration, she finally submitted the findings. If it's wrong, they can keep searching. But why does the name Mighty General sound so familiar? Zhang Lin felt like she'd heard it somewhere before. Black Impermanence, standing nearby, explained. Isn't that one of the ghost kings of the Western Yama Palace? Zhang Lin was a bit surprised upon hearing that. Black Wuchang continued, saying that during the Yama War centuries ago, that mighty general absorbed vengeful souls on the battlefield and broke through to the Ghost King level in one go. He was quite famous back then. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Lin. You're looking for him? Just as Zhang Lin was about to explain, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Was it you who submitted the mission? It said that Meng Po waited for someone. For 1,000 years at the Bridge of Forgetfulness. But the one she searched so long for had long since married and had children, even becoming a ghost king of the Western Yama Palace. When Meng Po learned of this, she stormed off to confront Zhang Lin, asking if it was her who submitted the mission. The nearby little ghosts saw the strong ghost aura emanating from Meng Po and began whispering. They didn't expect Meng Po to be so powerful. Riding atop the Great Ghost River. The Great Ghost River? She might be on par with the judges. So someone submitted a mission. No wonder Meng Po is so angry. That person's doomed. But after Zhang Lin confirmed it, Meng Po didn't strike. She just turned and left. Before leaving, she said, "The clue you provided was useful. Take me to the Western Yama Palace. Once verified, your mission is complete. By the way, inform the Yama King that I'm heading out." Her silhouette faded from the underworld. The little ghosts murmured, now that Meng Po's gone, who will stay at the Bridge of Forgetfulness? Hearing this, Zhang Lin hurried to the bridge. There, she saw a doll resembling Meng Po. She sighed helplessly. At that moment, Meng Po had already arrived at the Western Yama Palace, her face full of anger. A once renowned general of the Heguo Kingdom, still alive after 1,000 years, with the same face, became a great general, married a princess and had children. While I held your letter, kneeling before your grave, Shi Hesheng, you've done well. You'd better pray you're truly dead. Otherwise today I'll tear you to pieces. With that, she stormed into the mighty general's manor. The ghost guards tried to stop her, but were no match and got knocked down. Inside the general's mansion, a tall man wearing a ghost mask sat atop a high seat. One voluptuous woman on each side. Their eyes seductive. The scene was quite indulgent. Just then, a little ghost rushed in and knelt. "General, someone seeks an audience." "Who is it? Don't you see the general is busy?" One of the women clinging to him spoke from his lap. "It's a woman, riding on the Great Ghost River." The little ghost stammered. Hearing this, the mighty general became intrigued. "Oh, a beauty?" He ignored the protests of the women beside him and quickly flew outside, landing gracefully in front of Meng Po. "Where is this beauty from? What business do you have with this general? Or have you come to offer yourself?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Meng Po's face. Meng Po slapped his hand away and said, "Rumor has it the general is bold and handsome. Why wear a mask, then? Mind if I take a look?" The mighty general moved closer to Meng Po. "What's this? Is the beauty interested in me? Why don't we continue this conversation inside until morning? If you don't remove your mask, general, I'll have to do it myself." Meng Po raised her eyes, and in a flash, reached for his mask. The general's figure twisted to evade, but he dodged the attack, then said, "Fiery, I like that. I like it." Meng Po called out loudly, to confirm whether the renowned mighty general was truly the one she waited 1,000 years for. She stormed into the Western Yama Palace alone, and reached out in a flash, trying to snatch off his mask. But the mighty general easily avoided it. So she had to shout loudly, "Shi Hesheng." Just as he was about to dodge again, the mighty general froze. In that brief moment, Meng Po accelerated and snatched off the mask. The mighty general felt the chill on his face and snapped back, snatching the mask from her and quickly putting it back on. "I was injured when I was young. Don't want to scare the beauty." But in that short moment, Meng Po had seen his face. So she said again, "You really are Shi Hesheng." The mighty general squinted at her. "How do you know that name?" Hearing that, Meng Po smiled like a sage. Her hair lifted in the wind on its own, ghost aura surging toward Ghost King level. Her eyes reddened, madness stirring within. She laughed loudly. "I waited 1,000 years for you. I searched 1,000 years for you. And now you ask how I know? You told me to wait at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, while you took a wife and had 7 children and lived in luxury. Looking at the nearly crazed Meng Po, the mighty general frowned. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Then let me kill you. You can explain it to the Yama King yourself. Meng Po charged at the mighty general furiously. Seeing she couldn't be reasoned with, Shi Hesheng shouted. Ghost soldiers, obey. Where are my ghost generals? Suddenly, tens of thousands of ghost soldiers and several ghost generals appeared. Meng Po only sneered coldly at them. Just a bunch of ghosts and soldiers? Did you summon them to die? With one wave, thousands of ghost soldiers dissolved into mist. Meng Po's attack was incredibly powerful. The soldiers began to panic. A leading ghost general shouted in sword-like tone. What are you hesitating for? If you won't fight for the general, what's the point of your existence? He summoned a spear and charged at Meng Po. As the ghost soldiers charged, Meng Po snorted. You're loyal, sure. But loyalty in the wrong place only leads to death. Then she swung her sword. In an instant, the group of ghosts became a cloud of mist. Seeing his men weren't a match, Shi Hesheng prepared to secretly flee. But Meng Po spotted him. Trying to run? She blinked and appeared in front of him. Then delivered a powerful kick. Shi Hesheng flew backward. Landing, he clutched his wound and asked why she insisted on killing him. But Meng Po didn't waste words. Her sword surged with ghostly energy, a destructive aura filling the air. Just as she was about to strike, a voice echoed from above. Stop. Then a powerful force descended, suppressing her destructive aura completely. Shi Hesheng was saved. Meng Po staggered back from the blow, coughing up blood. A figure walked slowly out of the void, glaring at Meng Po. How dare someone from the Eastern Palace cause trouble here? This man was the Yama King of the Western Palace. Meng Po had waited 1,000 years at the Bridge of Forgetfulness, betrayed, while he took a wife, had 7 children, and lived in splendor. Upon learning this, Meng Po slaughtered the entire general's manor and sought to tear the traitor apart. But the Western Yama King intervened and saved him, saying Meng Po was too reckless. Do you wish to reignite war between our palaces? Each of his words carried a powerful force. Meng Po was forced to kneel under the pressure. Her knees sank deep into the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. I say, old man, aren't you annoying? Even meddling in people's private affairs? A delicate, adorable little girl with twin ponytails appeared. She suddenly appeared beside Meng Po. She reached out and helped Meng Po up. That little girl was none other than the King Yanluo of the Eastern Yama Palace. Viewers in the livestream saw this scene. Some even said, this loli is mine. None of you are allowed to take her. Zhang Lin almost choked on her rice noodles after seeing the ridiculous comments from netizens. She cleared her throat and said to the viewers, the loli you're discussing is our Eastern Palace's King Yanluo. She's quite protective of her own. In the underworld, there's only one Mingwang mirror that rules over everything. It surpasses all the kings of Yama. Below it, the most powerful is the Yuhong mirror, which is the power level of the 4 kings of Yama. Hearing this, the viewers were shocked by the little girl's strength. They asked who was stronger, her or Shi Yama King. Zhang Lin thought for a moment. She remembered they fought for days and nights last time. She wasn't sure about this time. Meanwhile, at the mighty general's mansion, Shi Yama King frowned at the sudden appearance of Yanluo. You little brat, what are you here to mess up? Yanluo stood with hands on her hips and fired back. You can bully the weak, but I can't come support my side? You bullied one of my staff members. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Then she turned to look at Shi Hesheng. A wave of pressure descended upon him instantly. In a flash, Shi Hesheng's mask cracked, and he was slammed into the corner, coughing blood. Shi Yama King was furious when he saw this, and pointed at Yanluo, shouting you 3 times. Yanluo stood up straight. What about me? This is called an eye for an eye. paying back in your own coin. Shi Yama King was fuming. You little brat. Are you trying to start a war? Bring it on. Who's afraid? Yanluo shouted and threw a punch at Shi Yama King. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. You said it yourself. I'm just responding. You old man, you butted in first. Hurting my staff. Shameless old fart. At that moment, Chi Hesheng looked at the approaching Meng Po and muttered. We met in the human world. But in my memory, I don't recall such a beauty. Meng Po's eyes filled with tears, then she laughed in rage. Don't recall? I married you at 15. Cooked, cleaned, served your parents. Was I ever not devoted? All those years in your home. I became a worn-out, yellow-faced woman. My best years were all buried away. Of course you don't recognize me. Chi Hesheng was shocked at her words. You're Zhao King? Sha Zhao King was Meng Po's name when she was alive. Only a short century in the mortal world. And you still remember? Why go this far? Life is fleeting like clouds in the wind. Why not enjoy it while you can? Let go of me, and yourself. You've hated me for 1,000 years. But haven't you also tormented yourself for 1,000? I happened to save a princess back then. I became a prince consort. The letter I sent you was to protect you from her wrath. Hearing that, Meng Po approached him, gritting her teeth. A short century, huh? Enjoyment? Chi Hesheng tried to explain more. But Meng Po thrust her palm into his chest. In a flash, a still beating heart appeared in her hand. For 1,000 years, she had clung to one sentence from her lover. Now, she had personally ripped out his heart to end it all. Looking at the collapsed Chi Hesheng, Meng Po said coldly. After hundreds of years as a ghost, you've learned nothing. Even as a ghost, your heart and head are still fatal points. Don't worry. I won't let you die so easily. You'll be buried in the flames of hell for eternity. A fate worse than death. Until you're completely erased in hell. She turned and walked away. Chi Hesheng felt as though his soul was being sucked away. No wonder that Taoists said to wear a mask. Or else bloodshed would follow. So it was real after all. This scene happened to be witnessed by the Western Yama King and Yanluo in the middle of a fight. What shocked Yanluo was that there was a karmic thread on Meng Po. The Western Yama King saw that a rare ghost king was just killed by Meng Po, and asked Yanluo what she would give to compensate. Yanluo scoffed. I'll keep you company for a bit. You old fart dare to hurt my employee. Of course I'll beat you up. After saying that, she vanished along Meng Po's karmic thread. The Western Yama King was furious. He shouted loudly, Get back here, brat. We haven't settled the score yet. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Zhang Lin was in her room checking the rewards from completing Meng Po's task. Meng Po came to find her. She said, You helped me fulfill my wish. I haven't thanked you face to face yet. Besides those treasures, what else do you want? Zhang Lin remembered she had 1 day left for her real-world task. Without thinking, she said, I want to break through to late-stage Great Ghost General. Meng Po was stunned. That's all you wish for? After Zhang Lin confirmed, Meng Po agreed. Then she raised both hands. She touched Zhang Lin's forehead with 10 fingertips. A vast stream of ghost energy poured from Meng Po's fingertips into Zhang Lin's body. Zhang Lin was very surprised. Because ghost energy is the life force of ghosts. And Meng Po gave it to her directly. Meng Po told her to focus. At that moment, the system voice sounded. Congratulations. Host's cultivation reached late stage Great Ghost General. Congratulations. Host reached peak Great Ghost General. Congratulations. Host completed the real-world mission. You have received 5,000 points, merit points, and a reinforcement card. After the transfer completed, Meng Po smiled at Zhang Lin. Oops, I accidentally upgraded you to the peak stage. Hope that's okay? Zhang Lin blankly shook her head. It's totally fine. Then Meng Po handed her a storage pouch and waved goodbye. Watching Meng Po walk away, Zhang Lin thought. I've never seen Meng Po smile this brightly before. Maybe she used to be this cheerful when she was alive too. After Meng Po completely left, Zhang Lin opened the storage pouch. She gasped in shock. Did Meng Po give me her entire fortune? Just then, a voice came from behind. Pretty rich haul, huh? She looked up. Yan Luo, with twin ponytails, was hanging upside down from the eaves. Zhang Lin greeted, Your Majesty King Yan. Yan Luo jumped down and dusted herself off. Besides where he lived, half his life savings were given to me. The other half is in your hands. It's your task reward. Zhang Lin straightened up. Then realized something. Is he leaving? Yep. He said he caused trouble. Can't keep working as Meng Po anymore. So he just dumped the job on me. Yan Luo snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know. He just wanted to run away from it all. He's using this as an excuse. I told him not to obsess over that scumbag man. But he's too stubborn. Hearing this, Zhang Lin couldn't help asking. Where did he go? Where else? Reincarnated, of course. Yan Luo said with a human-like smile. I personally sent him off. That man has nothing to do with her anymore. Would you rather she remember him another 1,000 years? Zhang Lin twitched her lips at that. She couldn't help but wonder what Meng Po's expression was when Yan Luo personally sent her off. So she asked Yan Luo why she came to find her. Yan Luo stepped closer. I heard you were the one who completed Meng Po's task. Curious how you managed it. The underworld agent Bai Wuchang completed Meng Po's mission, allowing her to fulfill her wish and reincarnate. After learning this, Yan Luo personally came to ask Zhang Lin how she did it. Zhang Lin stepped back, thought for a moment, and said, I'd seen the portrait of the mighty general before, and just happened to see Meng Po's wanted poster. The bounty was high, so I gave it a try. Yan Luo didn't comment on that. Instead, she asked if Zhang Lin wanted a promotion. I see you've reached Great Ghost General rank. You're glowing with merit. You've worked in the underworld for hundreds of years, right? And now you can complete tasks on your own. You should make an excellent ghost officer. So how about a promotion? Yes, Zhang Lin replied firmly. A promotion means a raise. That way, she could afford a better home to aid her cultivation. So Zhang Lin was actually looking forward to a promotion. She asked Yan Luo, what rank can I be promoted to? Yan Luo looked up at her and blinked. How about taking Meng Po's position? She just left, and the job is vacant. Zhang Lin was stunned, looking at Yan Luo's serious face. She couldn't help but picture herself live-streaming the brewing of Meng Po soup every day. Yan Luo burst into laughter at Zhang Lin's serious expression. Don't worry. I was just joking. I won't really make you be Meng Po. Not just anyone can take that job. There's more to it than that. The reason it's called Po, Granny, Meng Po, isn't just because the first Meng Po was a woman. The main reason is because the job is most suitable for female ghosts. Meng Po soup is brewed to help souls reincarnate. These souls are usually newly formed and very weak. Female ghosts have a gentler yin energy, making them the most suitable for the job. Let me promote you anyway. Your qualifications are enough. With that, Yan Luo extended her small hand and tapped Zhang Lin's work badge. A golden light flashed and the number 3 changed to 2. Zhang Lin was now a second-class ghost officer instead of third class. Even Meng Po had only reached first class after 1,000 years of effort. Yan Luo patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder. Do your best. I'm looking forward to seeing what you'll do. Thank you, Your Majesty. I won't let you down. Yan Luo looked at the countless karmic threads around Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, what will you do next? But you've definitely caught my attention. After Yan Luo left, Zhang Lin began to sort through the items Meng Po left her before leaving. She thought about what she could give back to her livestream audience. So she started her Underworld Healing livestream. Viewers were excited when they saw it. Some even commented they made outfits for Sister Meng Po and the lowly Yan Luo, asking if they could burn them over. Zhang Lin fell silent reading that clothing burning comment. Someone asked how Sister Meng Po was doing now. Zhang Lin replied, "She's no longer in the underworld. She reincarnated just today." Hearing that, viewers started rallying to search for baby girls born today. Zhang Lin added that Meng Po's task had ended, and the rewards had been distributed. "Get ready, I'm handing out red envelopes. Anyone who contributed to Meng Po's task can grab one." When the countdown ended, viewers rushed to claim rewards. Some got ghost money. Some got soul retrieval grass. Soul retrieval grass is used for people who have lost half a soul or whose soul has been missing for under a week. Meanwhile, in a neighborhood in the human world, a middle-aged man excitedly looked at the soul retrieval grass he got on his phone. "Mom, I might be able to save my cousin." While watching the Underworld livestream, he had accidentally grabbed a soul retrieval grass. The herb can awaken people who lost half their soul or were unconscious for less than a week. So he asked his mom how Auntie's son, who drowned 2 days ago, was doing. His mother said he still hadn't woken up. Why didn't that kid just shower at home? Why go to the river? The man told his mom about the soul retrieval grass he had won. But his mother smacked his forehead. "Don't talk nonsense. The doctor already said. The child still hasn't woken up. If this goes on, it might be too late." Before she could finish, his phone alerted him to immediately claim the red envelope reward. So he tapped the claim button on the screen. In the next second, the soul retrieval grass appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing this miracle, his mother said to him, "Should we give it a try?" "I think we should." So they went to the hospital. Looking at his cousin lying there, he still felt nervous. His mother stayed behind to talk to Auntie and didn't enter the room. He followed the instructions and placed the herb near his cousin's nose. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the boy's body. Moments later, the cousin opened his eyes. The man was thrilled. "Doctor, he's awake." Auntie rushed in from the doorway. Seeing her son awake, she was overwhelmed. "My son. You're really okay." The man's mother quickly urged him to go call the doctor to check on the boy. Meanwhile, in the healing livestream, viewers began discussing the red envelope rain, including the man himself. He wrote, "Thanks to the streamer for saving my cousin. The doctor said he could be discharged after a day of observation. Even my fourth aunt said she was concerned about you." Netizen 2 said he came back from a business trip last night and took a cab. While smoking, he accidentally burned a hole in the car and it almost caught fire. "I was completely stunned. Turns out the car was made of paper. When I looked back, I saw a ghost following behind. Luckily, I had a spirit coin from the livestream. I gave it to the ghost and narrowly escaped." A car turning into a ghost. Are ghosts nowadays really that powerful? Netizen 3. "I'm crying, streamer. Streamer, you're a god. For the first time in 3 years since my rebirth, I can feel my legs again." Netizen 4. "I got a fluffy little fox keychain. I thought it was just cute. But after spending the whole day out with friends yesterday, I came back to find half of the fox burned. But I'm certain it never touched fire." Zhang Lin wasn't surprised by the livestream chat. "If there's anyone to thank yourselves. This is all your own doing." Then Zhang Lin opened his backpack. He used a reinforcement card to strengthen the morning staff. The original staff only had stun, clarity, and served as a spiritual medium. After reinforcement, it enhanced those traits and gained both attack and defense capabilities. Moreover, these two traits can continue to grow as it levels up. After the enhancement, he said to the livestream viewers, "Now we're going to the hospital to pick up an elderly man. What would you feel if a dead person suddenly sat up from the hospital bed?" The old man had just taken his final breath. His 3 children stood nearby, crying their hearts out by his lifeless body. One of the middle-aged men said to his son beside him, "Nanan, call Grandpa. This is your grandpa." The little boy named Nanan knelt and called out, "Grandpa." Then he looked at his weeping father and asked, "Dad, if Grandpa's gone, do we lose our big house too?" At that, a middle-aged woman beside the bed turned her head sharply. "Second brother, What do you mean by that? Are you planning to take Dad's house for yourself? Nanan's dad looked displeased. Third sister, what are you saying? Who's taking what? Aren't we all family? The eldest brother, after being pinched several times by his wife, also chimed in. Yeah, we're family after all. Trying to mediate, the eldest brother's wife turned to the second brother. Second brother, you've received the most help from Dad all these years. Don't think we don't know. Dad's been secretly giving you money. Our two kids suffered so much outside back then. That made Nanan's dad's face turn cold. Sister-in-law, what's that supposed to mean? And third sister, I've been taking care of Dad these years. So what if he gave me something? It shows I did a good job caring for him. Watching his 3 children bicker over a house. The old man's soul was furious. He really wanted to grab a funeral stick and beat them all. You can't even give me a proper funeral. I'm not even dead yet and you're dividing the estate? I might as well be resurrected just from anger. Zhang Lin, watching the red-faced old man, asked. Do you want to go back and try again? The old man was stunned. Go back where? Zhang Lin pointed at his body on the hospital bed. Back into your own body, of course. The soul had only just left, the body hadn't shut down yet. It could still hold out. Then I thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang. Let me teach these brats a lesson before I go in peace. With that, Zhang Lin cast a spell and returned him to his body. Not long after, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Nanan suddenly cried out, Dad! Grandpa's awake! The 3 siblings turned toward the bed. The old man was already sitting up, face stern and imposing. He swept his gaze across the room. Do you know what you're doing? The eldest son was the first to speak. Shouldn't we break their legs? The old man didn't expose them. He just pulled a straight face. What the hell are you playing at? Playing? My ass! Kneel, all of you. At his words, the 3 siblings immediately dropped to their knees. Their bodies were tense, not daring to even look up. The old man got out of bed and smacked each of them on the head. Afterward, he said to them, When I die, 90% of my inheritance will be donated to charity. The remaining 10% will be left to Nanan and the others. When they grow up, it'll be their startup fund. None of you are allowed to touch it. Did you hear me? Just as the old man finished speaking, all 3 children looked up at once. Dad! We're your own flesh and blood. How could you leave the money to outsiders? The kids are still in school. Dad! Are you senile? We're talking tens of millions here. The old man snorted coldly. He didn't waver at all. Now you're suddenly united, huh? I use my money for charity, for good. That's not giving it to outsiders. As for Nanan and the others, no one's allowed to touch what's left for them. As for everything else, if I have to pay for everything, then what do they need you parents for? I've already recorded this and sent it to Lawyer Chen. Until these kids come of age, nobody's allowed to touch a cent. He then patted Nanan on the head. When Grandpa's asleep, you all better not slack off in school. After saying that, he lay down again. His soul slowly left the body. Above the hospital bed, the old man thanked Zhang Lin. Thank you, Lord Wuchang. Zhang Lin nodded slightly. It's time to go. What would you do if you knew you were about to die? This woman was walking alone on a bridge after a fight with her boyfriend. Suddenly, she found out that she and her boyfriend had appeared in the underworld healing livestream. She became terrified, because those shown in the livestream are either souls of the dead or people about to die. Just moments ago, Zhang Lin had just sent an old man to the bridge of no return. Then he stopped over a bridge and looked down. The livestream camera followed his gaze downward. It was a large bridge spanning both sides of a river. There, a man and woman were slowly walking along the pedestrian path. A viewer recognized it as Dongjiang Bridge and asked why the host had stopped there. My home's nearby. My mom just went for a walk there last night. Viewer 2. I've got a scary thought. Is the bridge going to collapse? Viewer 3. Probably not. That bridge is regularly inspected and maintained. Maybe a car accident? Viewer 4. Holy crap. That girl arguing is my classmate. Viewer 5. Should we call 120 or 110 just in case? Traffic police here. Stay calm. We're monitoring the situation. At that moment, the man and woman on the bridge suddenly got into an argument over something. Viewers noticed the camera zoomed in abruptly. The woman flung off the man's hand. I just said so much to you. Did you even listen to a word? The guy looked a little confused. He blurted out, I heard you. You said you wanted a yellow dress. Then buy it. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. I said my grandpa's birthday is coming. I asked which cake we should buy. You clearly don't care. You don't care about our future. She turned around and was about to leave. The boy instinctively grabbed her arm. How did this turn into a fight about our future? It's just a cake. We can pick it out together. The girl pulled away and shouted. It's not about the cake. It's my grandpa's birthday. My closest family. You don't care at all. Have you even thought about our future? And stop following me. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was a text from a viewer who knew her. It said, make up after the argument. Don't go any further. Something bad might happen. You still have some time. Say everything you want to say now. I'm not lying to you. You've entered the underworld healing livestream. You and her are both there. Seeing this, the girl opened the underworld healing livestream. Sure enough, both of them appeared on the screen. She couldn't believe it. Meng Po teased. Is it our turn now? So she turned to look at the boy. Chang Yang. The boy quickly responded. I'm here. The girl suddenly started crying. Before the boy could react, she threw herself into his arms. He clumsily held her tight. Don't cry. Just talk to me. We'll find a way together. The girl then asked. Chang Yang, do you love me? Of course I love you. He answered immediately. I love you too. The girl said through tears. I'm so glad I met you. The boy sensed something was wrong. He quickly apologized. I was wrong, babe. I did zone out just now. But I really love you. Actually, I've noticed you since freshman year. Hearing that, the girl cried even harder. But now we're on Bai Wuchang's livestream. We're going to die. And I haven't even married you yet. How could we die now? Zhang Lin, who had paused out of curiosity above the bridge, sighed. Is this the kind of love Meng Po waited 1,000 years for? But seeing how complicated human relationships are, forget it. I'll study this later, he said as he left the scene. A ghost emissary like Bai Wuchang, curious about human love, watched a couple on a stroll longer than usual during a mission. But the couple mistook him for a soul-reaping spirit. So they clung to each other and cried bitterly. Yet Zhang Lin didn't approach them but headed in another direction. This left livestream viewers utterly confused. What's going on? Streamer, what are you doing? Why just walk away? Seeing the comment feed full of question marks, Zhang Lin remembered he hadn't finished explaining. According to the mission details, that ghost has been in the human world for a while. Those two are still alive. After Zhang Lin left with the viewers, the couple on the bridge were still crying in each other's arms. The boy said, if we make it through today, let's get married. Even if we only have one day, we'll still be husband and wife for a day. The medics called by viewers arrived and told them. You, Chang Yang, was it? Didn't you check your phones? You're not going to die. Hearing this, the two of them quickly opened their phones. Turns out the streamer had already left the area. They both jumped up in joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin's livestream camera moved to an abandoned building. It was already 5 p.m. in the human world. The sun had begun to tilt toward the horizon. In front of the abandoned building, Zhang Lin saw a familiar figure. The other person quickly saw her too. That beautiful face lit up with joy. Hello, streamer. We meet again. Thank you so much last time. Indeed, it was none other than the national girlfriend, Lin Ruoi, whose soul once left her body. And this time, it happened again. Lin Ruoyi's eyes sparkled at Zhang Lin. Are you live streaming now? I'm your fan too. Zhang Lin looked at Lin Ruoyi and suddenly said, if this keeps up, you'll die. Lin Ruoyi's smile froze. Then she awkwardly scratched her head. You figured it out, huh? Everyone dies eventually. But she recalled that her soul used to leave her body only at night. Recently, it even started happening during the day. The expert her grandpa hired would stare at her face for a long time. Before saying she wouldn't live past 30. She didn't expect the streamer to notice right away. Hearing Lin Ruoyi's answer, Zhang Lin didn't say more. He simply walked into the abandoned building. Lin Ruoyi followed closely behind. Streamer. Can I go in there with you? Think of it as a fan benefit, okay? A fan benefit? Zhang Lin paused for a moment. Lin Ruoyi explained, like in our games. Every now and then we have appreciation events. To thank fans for their support. After hearing her explanation, Zhang Lin understood. It's kind of like at year-end. When King Yama rewards outstanding ghost envoys. So he agreed to let Lin Ruoyi follow him. As they entered the abandoned building, the lighting dimmed. Streamer. Did you hear footsteps? Lin Ruoyi couldn't help but ask. She seemed to hear lots of footsteps. Walking non-stop. Viewers in the chat started commenting. He's scared. He's starting to get scared. Someone found out this building was once a development site. But then there was a mysterious death here. It was quite a big news back then. To entertain the livestream viewers, Ghost Envoy Bai Wuchang brought the recently out-of-body national girlfriend, Lin Ruoyi, into this abandoned building. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they saw 4 young people in their 20s. They were carrying bags and holding compass-like tools. One was even live-streaming with a phone. They say this place is haunted. But we haven't seen a single ghost. The girl with the phone spoke to her audience in confusion. Suddenly, one girl seemed to notice something. She pointed at a wall marking and said, "We've looped back again. That's the mark we left earlier." The girl holding the phone sighed. "Are we caught in a ghost maze? We're stuck and can't get out. Where are the ghosts then?" Lin Ruoyi, watching from above, grew curious. So this is the legendary ghost maze? Her eyes lit up, clearly excited. She grinned mischievously. "I'll go scare them." Zhang Lin tried to stop her. But it was too late. A mysterious force suddenly pulled Lin Ruoyi in. Zhang Lin quickly pointed his morning staff at her, causing the force to vanish. Then he drew a talisman on Lin Ruoyi's forehead. With a wave of his hand, she disappeared. Meanwhile, in the human world, Lin Ruoyi suddenly woke up at her desk, gasping for air. Did the streamer send me back? Her face still looked confused and nervous. She quickly grabbed her phone and entered the stream. Just as she tuned in, Zhang Lin said, "Sending you back is the best fan benefit. Staying too long in ghost-heavy places can leave ghost energy on you, which increases your chance of being haunted. So don't go exploring for no reason." Hearing Zhang Lin say that, Lin Ruoyi held her chest, her face quickly heating up. Did the streamer know she'd tune in right away? Was he saying that just for her? He looked so serious explaining things. It was way too charming. No. What are you thinking, Lin Ruoyi? She quickly slapped her cheeks to calm down. First things first, tip the streamer. She opened her digital wallet and started tipping happily. Meanwhile, back on the 4th floor hallway, the 4 people sat down to rest from exhaustion. They pulled out bread from their bags and started eating. One of them said, "So it was a ghost maze. That confirms this place is haunted." "Exactly. Once we're full, let's keep going. Worst case, we stay here overnight. We brought enough supplies anyway." Zhang Lin glanced at them but didn't intervene. She floated straight upstairs. This ghost maze had no effect on her at all. As a ghost envoy, Bai Wuchang came alone to this abandoned building to capture a wandering soul stuck in the human world. But unexpectedly, she found the place taken over by ghosts. They even created a maze-like ghost trap. to scare humans away for good. So no one would dare return. But that didn't work on a ghost envoy like her. As she floated up to the 6th floor, she saw some ghosts. That meant she was getting closer to the wandering soul. Just as she reached the 9th floor, a cat spirit lunged at her. But upon seeing Zhang Lin clearly, the cat twisted mid-air and made a sharp turn. She landed and turned around. Her fur bristled as she looked at Zhang Ling. She let out a low whimper. Zhang Ling glanced at her. In that instant, the cat spirit felt as if something terrifying had locked onto her. Her animal instincts screamed that if she didn't run, she might die. She let out a sharp cry and dashed downstairs. Zhang Ling turned her gaze to the room at the end of the hallway. That was where the ghostly aura was strongest. Inside the room, a group of shadowy figures was playing heatedly. 3 of them were sitting in the middle, surrounded by the crowd. Each held a deck of playing cards. 4 threes. Bomb. Want to play? A 15-year-old girl frowned, staring seriously at the cards in her hand. Her cautious eyes scanned the 2 players across from her. The girl spoke. Pass. 3 with 1. Want to play? The opponent played another hand. This time, the girl accepted. Joker's bomb. She flicked her hand. A pair of ghost kings slammed down. She smiled. That's all. Just then, the cat spirit suddenly appeared in the room, leaping swiftly and accurately onto the girl's lap. It snuggled into her arms, looking pitiful. Just as the girl was about to ask what was wrong, the cat spirit suddenly jumped up again. It stared at her warily, its fur standing on end. It bared its teeth. A growl rumbled in its throat. The girl sensed something too and turned her head. She saw Zhang Ling in white clothing had somehow appeared behind her. But unlike other ghosts, she wasn't panicked at all. She instead walked up to Zhang Ling. Are you that white Wuchang streamer? Zhang Ling looked at the girl and realized she was the target of this mission. So she asked the girl, You know me? Seeing that Zhang Ling was indeed the streamer she knew, a smile appeared on the girl's face. She wiped clean the spot where she had just been sitting. Please have a seat, streamer. But seeing Zhang Ling not sit down, the girl didn't mind. She even took the initiative to explain. A lot of people come here to challenge the levels. So I've watched your live streams on human phones. I remember thinking, so this is what ghost messengers' lives are like. Right, streamer. Did you come here this time because of me? What do I need to do? Zhang Ling didn't expect the task to go this smoothly. So she asked directly, Why have you been staying here? And why are you driving humans away? The girl blinked at the question. My dad helped build this building. But later, he died. The girl died accidentally by falling into a sewer while seeking compensation for her father. After death, she entered this building and refused to leave. Zhang Ling found her after learning about this, and asked why she was staying here. Staying here would affect human lives. Hearing that, the girl suddenly understood. She realized why Zhang Ling had come. I can leave anytime. But then she looked at Zhang Ling again. Lady White Wuchang. Are you still live streaming? After Zhang Ling nodded affirmatively, the girl asked Zhang Ling to wait a few minutes. Then she began looking around for the camera. Qi Yaoyao didn't know where the camera was. But usually live streams are shot from above. So she looked up at the ceiling. Hello everyone in the live stream. Let me guess how many people are watching now. 100,000? A million? I figure it's got to be at least over a million. Is anyone from the authorities in the live stream? I want to file a complaint online. Just as she said that, a viewer messaged saying the police were here. Sis, just say what you need to say. Zhang Ling confirmed that the authorities were watching. Hearing that, Qi Yaoyao cleared her throat. The reason I stayed here is because there's something wrong with this building. My dad used to be a construction worker here. After working here for a while, my dad and some of his coworkers noticed issues with the building materials. My dad reported it to the person in charge. But he never got a response. There were no follow-up actions either. My dad had no choice but to quit. But just because he quit didn't mean others couldn't do the work. Later, my dad switched jobs and died in an accident. On my way to the site to ask for compensation, I fell into a sewer during a rainy day. There was no one left in the rice field. I originally wanted to keep asking for compensation. But then I realized midway. Even if I got it, I wouldn't use it. Then I remembered this house that my dad kept talking about before he died. I felt like maybe I could still be useful, so I came. I hope the relevant departments will thoroughly investigate this developer. Don't let innocent people die because of them. That's all I have to say. Chi Yao Yao remained calm throughout, as if she were talking about someone else. But the viewers in the livestream fell silent. At that moment, one comment caught everyone's attention. Streamer, I'll keep following you too. I'm Lin Ruoi. Zhang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't expect it to be this fast. So he waved his hand. A portal to the underworld appeared behind him. Then he looked at the room full of spirits. You all go in. Chi Yao Yao saw her friends looking miserable. She patted one ghost on the shoulder. It's fine. Don't be so nervous. We're all together. We can still play cards again when we have time. Zhang Lin was the last to enter the underworld. Before going in, he looked at the livestream. If you've watched my stream, don't go seeking ghosts. It'll get you killed. With that, he led the ghosts away. As the portal slowly closed, the people stuck on the 4th floor began to come to. Was the streamer warning us just now? Let's go back. Zhang Lin was submitting a task in the underworld. Because Chi Yao Yao had started cultivating, the reward was higher than last time. He received 6 basic cultivation cards, 10 soul stones, and 500 underworld coins. Just as he got his reward and was about to leave, a voice came from behind. Streamer. The girl had died accidentally falling into a sewer. She could have had a good reincarnation but refused. She felt being human wasn't worth it. Ghost life was freer. But she didn't know what to do in the underworld. Her dad had already reincarnated. She was only 15 when she died and uneducated. None of her friends had died. She had no one to ask. So she sought help from the powerful ghost messenger, Zhang Lin. Hoping for some advice, Zhang Lin looked at the golden light on her body and said calmly, You have merit. Go reincarnate into a good family. The girl shook her head. I don't think being human is that great. Ghosts are freer. Then she floated into the air. See? Ghosts can fly, walk through walls, even cast spells and set traps. So carefree. But Zhang Lin asked, Have you seen the ghost market? I have. Then she looked back at Zhang Lin. Streamer, can I try your job? Zhang Lin thought for a moment. You're a mid-level ghost and know a few spells. Plus you have merit. You can give it a try. Chi Yao Yao was thrilled to hear this. Thanks, streamer. I'll go give it a shot. Then she turned and left. Zhang Lin watched her leave, deep in thought. She saved so many people. Even changed laws in the living world. And earned only this little merit. Hope she gets her wish. Several days passed in a blink. Zhang Lin was streaming and guiding spirits as usual. Chi Yao Yao found him again. This time to report her work. She had been accepted into the job. But she wasn't a full ghost messenger yet. Just an intern. Her daily tasks were errands, patrolling different areas, and reporting any findings. But this was good for her. After all, she's still weak. If she were given anything major to do now, she'd definitely mess it up. Right now, she's just running errands. But at least she can enjoy the scenery. It's a great excuse to wander around. A rare chance to slack off while still getting paid. By the way, streamer. How long does the internship usually last? Zhang Lin glanced at her. Typically, 100 years or so. Chi Yao Yao froze on the spot. 100 years? My legs will fall off. Seeing her helpless expression, Zhang Lin continued. If your performance is outstanding, you might be promoted a few years early. But if you're just average, And there are already enough full-timers. Your internship could be extended. Zhang Lin explained to the livestream viewers. Ghost interns need that time to build up their strength. And also to assess their abilities. They need to get familiar with their duties. To prevent accidents when guiding other spirits. Hearing this, Qi Yaoyao fell silent. After a while, she sighed. 100 years then. I'll do my best, streamer. Just then, a cat's meow rang out. Qi Yaoyao suddenly remembered something. Oh no! It's said that during ghost tribulations, yin energy surges. Some ghosts can't resist the urge to sneak out early and wander around. All Zhang Lin could do was warn the audience. Don't go out too much lately. Especially at night, avoid unclean encounters. So when Zhang Lin arrived at the ghost market, all the ghosts there got excited. The market was brightly decorated and festive. Many shops had closed to prepare for the upcoming big day. Those still open were buzzing with activity. One stall sold pork, fresh and ready for snacking on the go. Another sold bloody robes from 1982. Any ghost interested? You can smell it from 100 meters away. There were even stalls selling heads. Hey there! Want to buy a head? Try this one out. Fang Lily, who had come to the ghost market to train, looked around nervously. She felt overwhelmed by it all. Just then, a cosmetics vendor called out to her. Young lady, want some makeup? I studied under Yang Jian himself. Or how about some crystal eyeballs? Our latest model will make you the shiniest ghost on the block. Fang Lily was so startled by the eyeballs. She screamed, ghost, and bolted away. The vendor was dumbfounded. Aren't you a ghost too? Meanwhile, the living world was lively too for Ghost Festival. Shops were selling offerings everywhere. And people were prepping sky lanterns. It's tradition to release lanterns on Ghost Festival, lighting the way for ancestors to visit and return safely. There were also people preparing food. One man cooking said to someone beside him, You said Dad loved pork knuckles? How's my cooking? Will the old man eat well when he returns? Not bad. He'll definitely like it. At that moment, Zhang Lin sat sipping tea in his chair, reading all sorts of viewer comments. One asked if all ghosts came out during Ghost Festival. And if ghost messengers did too. Will the Lolita ghost girls come shopping? Zhang Lin explained. There are many customs in both worlds for Ghost Festival. You'll get to know them in time. For ghosts, it's a once-a-year holiday. For ghost messengers, it's the busiest time of the year. So you might see them, and even the 4 stores enforcers, out and about. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations on completing a daily quest. You've gained a heart of faith. A surge of ghost energy rushed into Zhang Lin's body. But ever since he reached the peak of Great Ghost Descent, leveling up slowed. This energy wasn't enough for a breakthrough. And Ghost Festival was just days away. He had to train hard to be ready. To protect himself in case of danger. A man once taught by his ancestor in divination arts would go to a quiet street every few days to tell fortunes. Today, like always, he set up his stall. But this time, he met a little boy carrying a yellow backpack. The little boy looked at the man. Can you really tell fortunes? Then can you tell if I'll become light in the future? That question stumped the man. Can someone really become light? He had asked himself that before too. Seeing the man stay silent, the boy sighed. I knew it, you don't know. Forget it, mister. Then can you tell what will be on my 3rd grade math final? Hearing this, the man returned the boy's money. Why not go ask someone else, or maybe another question? The boy shook his head. Snatched his 5 yuan back from the man. Forget it, I'm not asking. My mom was right. Fortune-telling really is a scam. He said that and walked off with his Ultraman backpack. Zhang Xian sighed. Rough start today. But that's normal in this business. He was used to it. Ghost Festival was almost here. His ancestor must be quite busy now. What should I prepare for him? After all, I'm a direct disciple of the ancestor. Just as he was thinking, a voice called out. Master Zhang. Finally found you. It was a woman in her 30s. She was thrilled to see Zhang Xian. With her was a young pregnant woman. The woman said, "You predicted I'd twist my ankle falling downstairs, but not injure my bones. It all came true. I looked everywhere for you at the old spot. It took asking around a lot to find you here." Zhang Xian smiled. "That's our sect's rule. Never stay in one place." The woman nodded respectfully. "Yes, yes. Every trade has its own rules. And rules must be followed." Then she pulled the young woman forward. "Master Zhang, can you tell if my daughter-in-law is having a boy or a girl? I like both. Just want to prepare early. Like toys for boys. And cute dresses for girls." The young woman touched her belly. "I'm not too bothered either way. Just curious after hearing what Mom said about you." Zhang Xian looked at the woman's face. He noticed her forehead looked dull and shadowed, with blackened features like a sign of blood calamity. His expression turned serious. He said gravely, "You shouldn't go out recently." The young woman was confused. She quickly asked why. Zhang Xian told her she shouldn't move around much. Better stay home and rest. Otherwise, both could be lost. At those words, her face turned pale. How could this be? The woman quickly held her daughter-in-law. "Don't panic. If you panic, what about the baby?" Once she calmed her down, she turned back to Zhang Xian. "Master, so staying home will be enough?" Zhang Xian nodded. "If she must go out, bring someone with her." "Thank you, Master." The woman quickly expressed her gratitude. She pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Zhang Xian. He took it and added one last warning. "Keep your doors closed during Ghost Festival. Try not to go out. Don't get hurt." After sending them off, Zhang Xian stopped fortune-telling for the day. He started preparing gifts for his ancestor. He heard Wan Bao Jai's pastries were good. The ancestor would surely like them. Maybe he'd even teach him a new skill. Night came in a flash. Zhang Xian had set up a table full of food, just waiting for his ancestor. He wondered if the offerings would make him happy. If so, maybe he'd pass on some techniques. He took out his phone and tuned into the underworld healing livestream. As soon as he entered, he heard Zhang Ling say, "There's half an hour until Ghost Festival begins. Now is when ghost messengers start gathering. It's said that the gates of hell open wide on the 15th of July. Spirits in the underworld become restless, even manic. This is also the busiest day of the year for the ghost messengers." With just half an hour left before Ghost Festival, the ghost messengers had all lined up in unison. Standing at the front was the twin-tailed little lowly king of hell. Hovering mid-air, she swept her gaze over the crowd of ghost messengers. Her voice echoed in the hall, commanding awe without anger. "Today is a special day. I want all of you to perform well. Anyone who acts recklessly or with wishful thinking, knock them out on the spot. And stuff them in a sack. Today is different from usual. You can be a bit harsher. We need to instill fear. Only then can we get them to behave quickly." At this point, Zhang Lin spoke to the livestream. The yin energy always surges during Ghost Festival. The spirits become restless, sometimes even frenzied. So the ghost messengers must patrol the streets en masse. First, to stop evil spirits from misbehaving. Second, to show the power of the underworld. At the stroke of midnight, the Ghost Festival officially began. The intricately engraved gate to the netherworld slowly opened. A surge of ghostly energy poured out. Neon lights from the human world shone in. Seeing this, the ghosts went wild. They rushed out in a frenzy. "Charge! I'm going out first. I'm off to have fun. Don't push me. Get out of the way. Damn it, someone squeezed my head off. Forget it. Hee hee hee. My bloody clothes from 1982 are ready to make a splash." The livestream was filled with ghostly howls. Zhang Lin issued a stern warning. "Ghost messengers are here. The underworld watches your every move. Do not act out in the human world ahead." They were stunned. Why are there so many ghost messengers? Even first-class ghost messengers showed up. And so many second-class ones too. Meanwhile, in front of a building in the human world, A young man was looking at his phone. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, almost scaring his soul out of his body. But in the next second, a ghost messenger appeared beside the ghost and knocked it out with a blow to the head. Knocked out and bagged for scaring humans without permission. Then dragged off the sack to find the next misbehaving ghost. On another street, a headless ghost was screaming, searching for its head. Inside an apartment in a residential area, a young woman was sound asleep. Suddenly, a ghost barged in. She saw it and smacked it right on the head. While hitting it, she said, "So this is what it feels like to punch a ghost." At that moment, Zhang Lin was patrolling with a sack on his back. A frog-like ghost immediately hid inside a trash bin when it saw him. Only after Zhang Lin passed did it sigh in relief, mumbling to itself, "Is Ghost Festival a day of freedom? Or just a day for ghost messengers to vent? We've been holding back for this day forever. And yet, sigh. What kind of ghost life awaits us after this?" Inside a villa, Zhang Xian was seriously watching the livestream, wondering when his ancestor would show up. Just as he looked down, an old man carrying a sack suddenly appeared behind him. To thank his ancestor for passing on his knowledge, he specially prepared a full table of dishes for Ghost Festival, hoping the old man would be pleased and teach him more skills. At the stroke of midnight, an old man with a sack suddenly appeared behind him. But the old man didn't show himself. He just packed all the food Zhang Xian had prepared into the sack on his back. While packing, he muttered, "Not bad, not bad. This junior's got some awareness." After finishing all the food, he finally glanced at Zhang Xian, who was still on his phone. He let out a chuckle. "With just these offerings, you expect me to teach you more? No way. Be smarter next time." With that, he slung the sack and left. But Zhang Xian remained unaware. He put down his phone and looked at the now empty table. He swallowed hard. "Ancestor, the food's gone cold. It probably doesn't taste good anymore. Let me try it for you. Don't stay out playing too long either." So he picked up a roast chicken from the table to eat. But inside the dish holding the chicken, he found a note. Written on the tissue paper was, "Not bad. If you want to learn, be smarter next time." Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Damn. Ancestors these days really know how to have fun. Meanwhile, in another room, covered in anime wallpaper, Chu Haoming stood at a desk, carefully carving a wooden sculpture. Above him, his ancestor had just returned from the underworld. Pointing at the carving, he scolded, "This useless thing. Can you eat this junk? This is your offering?" After finishing the sculpture, Chu Haoming carefully placed it in the center of the table, thinking to himself, "Ancestor will surely be happy to see this." But the ancestor slapped the carving aside with one palm and snorted coldly, "Useless trash," then floated out through the window. Chu Haoming looked at the toppled sculpture, confused. Am I hallucinating? I swear someone just yelled at me. In another room, a young boy was doing his homework at a desk. When he finished most of it, he picked up his phone to watch a healing livestream from the underworld. But just then, he suddenly heard someone reciting poetry. A gentle rain falls on the heavenly street. The grass sways, unseen yet felt. The boy turned his head and saw someone wearing a hat, dressed like a scholar from the Qingshan Academy. Hovering in midair, he was holding the boy's Chinese textbook, reading it with great interest. The scene scared the boy into unconsciousness. The scholar quickly pinched his philtrum, very worried. "Young master, are you all right?" The boy trembled and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing in my room? Is the live streamer here too? Am I going to die?" The scholar apologized and said, "I was just passing by your study, young master. The beautiful poetry in your book caught my eye, so I had to take a look. I didn't mean to startle you." With that, he turned into green smoke and vanished. The boy immediately ran into his bedroom and hid under the covers. A ghost. At the same time, in a classroom, A student said to the teacher. It's Ghost Festival today. You think I can meet Emperor Qin Shi Huang? Maybe he'll lend me his terracotta army? Another student added. Teacher. Could Zhuge Liang really divine fate? Tell fortunes? Cast spells? If I burn offerings to Shang Yu today, will he and consort Yu perform farewell my concubine for me? Teacher. What does it feel like to touch a ghost? But as they joked, something seemed off. Their teacher sat frozen, foaming at the mouth. He wasn't moving at all. They rushed to carry him to the school infirmary. In another room, a young man lay in bed trying to rest, but couldn't fall asleep. So he picked up his phone to watch an underworld healing livestream. Tired from lying in one position, he rolled over, and suddenly saw something terrifying. A bloody red handprint had appeared on his window. It was the middle of the night, and he was playing on his phone, only to discover a bright red handprint on his own window. He got closer to look, and saw a blood-stained ghostly figure by the window. It pounded on the glass and said, I'm so cold. Will you come keep me company? The man was so frightened he stumbled backward, nearly in tears. He shouted, Streamer, help. Lord Bai Wuchang, save me. The ghost from your house escaped and came here. Hearing the man's panicked words, the blood-robed ghost sneered inwardly. As if someone like you could summon Lord Bai Wuchang. He then continued in a sinister voice. Come down and join me. But the next second, a voice whispered in his ear. How about I join you instead? Sure. The blood-robed ghost instinctively replied, then realized something was wrong. He turned around to look, and screamed in shock. That tall hatted figure holding the withered mulberry staff, who else could it be but Bai Wuchang? The third-rank ghost messengers behind Zhang Ling quickly pulled out a sack and rope and rushed to the blood-robed ghost. With practiced hands, they stuffed him inside, then opened the gate to the underworld and walked right in with the ghost. Zhang Ling glanced once more at the man but said nothing. He simply turned and left. At that moment, the man's door was opened. A middle-aged woman entered. She looked at the man. You're a grown man and still wet your pants? The man looked down. His pants were clearly soaked. He hurriedly explained. Mom, it's not what you think. I saw a ghost just now. That's why But the woman cut him off. Just take off your sheets and clothes. I'll wash them for you. This story teaches us to go to bed early and rise early. Or the next one to be haunted could be you. At this moment, Zhang Ling hovered midair, observing the city's movements. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. Everyone saw Zhang Ling's rescue. Some even asked if the streamer had a GPS on him. How did he find the spot so quickly? Zhang Ling explained. Whenever Ghost Street arrives, the ghost messengers patrol every corner of the mortal realm. To ensure timely intervention, there are no special bonds between messengers and ghosts. I just happened to be passing by. If not me, another ghost would have stepped in. Then he addressed the viewers. Want to see us patrol Ghost Street? Instantly the comment section blew up. Everyone spammed the word, yes. So Zhang Ling took the viewers along to explore, only to stumble upon a shadowy figure sneaking up to someone's window. Inside, a young woman was sleeping soundly. The shadow moved to her bedside and stared at her. Qin Xiaorong, Qin Xiaorong. Time to wake up. Hearing a familiar voice in her sleep, the woman instinctively replied, Honey? The thin man lifted her spirit. It's time to pick up our child. He's getting out of school soon. He'll cry if he doesn't see us. Okay. The woman opened her eyes, only to see her long-deceased husband. In her dreamlike state, she heard her husband call her name and say they should pick up their child, that the child would cry without them. Instinctively, she followed the ghost's voice. Her soul left her body. But when she opened her eyes, she realized the figure wasn't her husband, but a strange ghostly shadow. She screamed in horror. At that moment, a mulberry staff struck her forehead. The next second, her soul returned to her body. Only then did Zhang Ling look at the ghostly shadow. He quickly covered it with a sack. opened the underworld gate and tossed it inside. Afterward, he explained to the viewers. This is what you mortals call ghost calling souls. If the soul is separated too long, the body becomes a vegetable, and the ghost becomes a lowly oil soul. Zhang Ling then went on to catch several more prankster ghosts. One of them was hiding in a cabinet. Zhang Ling asked, "You gonna jump in, or should I help?" The ghost trembled in fear. "I'll jump myself." After Zhang Ling tossed that ghost into the underworld, he was about to leave. But then, on the dark street, he heard whispers. "Hey girl, got something good here to share." "No thanks, not interested. I really can't hold on anymore. This thing is different. It's perfect for a ghost like you. You'll know how good it is once you try it. This is a specialty only available during the Ghost Festival. Everyone who's used it says it's great." A woman confidently took out a small item from her body and said proudly. Hearing that, the overstuffed woman got interested. "Is that true?" "Of course it's true." The woman was very confident. "Then let me try it." The overstuffed woman immediately swallowed it in one bite. It really worked wonders. Her body felt better instantly. But at that moment, they seemed to notice something. They turned around and looked. They saw Zhang Ling staring at them. The woman suddenly opened her eyes wide in shock. "Ghost officer, sir." Zhang Ling glanced over calmly. There was a pool of pale red blood on the ground, with something like a ball in it. "What are you eating?" The overstuffed female ghost quickly pointed to the other one. "Ghost officer, sir." She's the one who brought them out. The accused female ghost immediately trembled, offering the rest with both hands. "Ghost officer, sir. These are just homemade digestion pills. We didn't do anything wrong." Looking at the digestion pills in her hand, Zhang Ling picked one up and sniffed it, then put it back and said, "It's only once a year. Make the most of it." With that, he left under the gaze of the two female ghosts. He departed the place. Although food is sold in the ghost market, many ghosts often live in a state of constant hunger. Zhang Ling more or less knew about the private customs among the ghosts. He just didn't interfere too much. What they had just now was a homemade snack by the ghosts. It didn't violate any netherworld laws. Ghosts working in the underworld can earn money and use it to buy food from other ghosts, just like humans. At this point, only 1 hour remained before the Ghost Festival ended. Seeing that, Zhang Ling said to his livestream audience, "Let me show you what the ghosts do before they leave." Do you know what ghosts do in the final hour of the Ghost Festival? With 1 hour left until the end, all the ghost officers dropped their sacks and armed themselves in formation, because the start and end of the festival are when the ghosts get most reactive. As the return to the netherworld nears, many ghosts who've held back all day will launch one final rebellion. Sure enough, just as Zhang Ling finished speaking, a ghost dashed out of the crowd shouting, "I don't care anymore. No one stop me. In this last hour, I must scare someone. Get out of my way. I want to make a grand entrance." As he spoke, he removed his head from his body. "Let me show you my head trick." But before he finished, a ghost officer appeared behind him and knocked the head flying with one swing. The officer stretched his wrist and said, "Oops, slipped my hand." Before the head could even cry, the officer shouted again. Once more, the head soared through the air again. Back and forth, it flew several times, before finally returning to the ghost's neck. It looked so aggrieved. With less than half an hour until the underworld gates close, the ghost aura in the city grew denser. Countless ghosts began to stir. Some ghosts, seeing the officers weren't easy to handle, teamed up with nearby companions and rushed out. Even if they were blocked, at least a few might slip through. "Ha ha ha! Let's see what you do now." The group of ghosts laughed in the air. But in the next second, a giant hand made of ghost aura appeared above and smacked down on them. A loud crash echoed. 7 or 8 ghosts were slammed into the wall, then slid down and collapsed. That first-class ghost officer still floated above the entire city, not moving a step, with one hand behind his back. He looked down at the scene from above. The commotion was completely silenced. Viewers in the livestream were all terrified. Holy crap! It feels like the end of the world or something. That ghost hand just now scared the pee out of me. Zhang Ling explained. That Black Wu Chang was a first-class ghost officer. Also the leader of a ghost officer team. He holds immense energy inside him. There are also some ghosts who, at the last moment, say goodbye to the living. Let me show you. Zhang Ling arrived above a household. There, an old woman was crying while holding a photo. Son, it's Ghost Festival today. Did you come back to visit your mom? At that moment, the son she was chanting for was standing right behind her. The son hugged his mother from behind. Mom, I'll come back again next year. Elsewhere, in a cemetery, a ghost sat cross-legged before a gravestone. It was his 3-year-old son's grave. When the clock struck midnight, whether in the air or on the ground, even the ghost officers who nearly slipped, all stopped and retracted their weapons. They returned to the gate of the netherworld. As the gate closed, everything returned to normal. Only then did Zhang Ling speak to his viewers. That's everything about the Ghost Festival in the underworld. Next time, he said as he headed back to the netherworld. Just then, the system voice rang out. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Reward, 200 points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Heart of Faith. Congratulations, host, on completing the 2-hour livestream mission. Reward, 600 points. At that moment, Zhang Ling noticed his fellow ghost officer Xu Lizzie was seriously injured. Ghost officer Black Wu Chang worked tirelessly to support his wife and son. Besides his regular duties, he often teamed up with others to take mission board assignments. Every time he came back, he was covered in wounds. He said that back when he was alive, he had starved during a famine. So now he feels uneasy without a stash of food at home. The two then went to the mission center. Xu Lizzie submitted the mission he had completed with his team. Then he said to Zhang Ling, "The mission center tasks are good, but a bit troublesome. Every time you submit one, you have to fill out the cause, process, and result. Can you imagine that? Like, during a battle, someone suddenly interviews you. When did you become a ghost? Isn't that ridiculous? What answers do you expect from a ghost?" The old mission center was way better. If only hell hadn't been cleared out that time. He looked around as he spoke. Seeing no one was nearby, he leaned in and whispered to Zhang Ling. "I heard the King of Hell wants to investigate the source of resentments and the origin of ghost transformations. If you have time, go check out the underworld's unofficial histories. You'll find some interesting things. I'm off to do more missions. Already made arrangements." He turned to leave after speaking. Zhang Ling also said, "All right, take care of yourself. You've got a family, remember." After saying goodbye to Xu Lizzie, Zhang Ling resumed work. Name, Liang Zheng. Age, 32. Occupation, police officer. Then he started a live stream and said to the viewers, "Today is another regular soul guiding duty." With that, he opened the netherworld gate and arrived in the human world. What appeared on the stream wasn't tall buildings, but buildings of uneven height. On the pedestrian street, people rushed about. A few elderly men were sitting under a table playing chess. A young man in a police uniform rode by on a motorcycle. "Grandpa, playing chess again?" The old man looked up and said, "Oh, it's little Liang. Out on patrol again? Stay safe, okay?" Liang Zheng smiled and replied, "Looks like you're winning today, Grandpa." "Of course," the old man said proudly. Then he waved his hand. All right. Get back to work now." Liang Zheng, being strong and healthy, didn't disturb them further. He rode his little motorcycle and continued patrolling the town. Just then, the walkie-talkie on his chest suddenly crackled. Liang Zheng, do you copy?" Upon hearing it, Liang Zheng braked suddenly. picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, "This is Liang Zheng. Go ahead." His captain's voice came through the other end. "We saw you on the live stream. Don't move around. We'll be right there, to the live stream location." Liang Zheng didn't get it at first. The captain clarified, "I mean the Underworld Healing Daily Livestream." Liang Zheng paused. Then looked around but didn't see anyone suspicious. Just a young couple out shopping. So he said, "Don't be so nervous, Captain. Maybe it's a streamer sending us a new case. Maybe it's not even about me. What trouble could happen in a small town like this? Unless those guys are hiding here." The captain still told him to hang around the area and wait for them to arrive. But suddenly, Liang Zheng heard a scream from ahead. As the saying goes, if the king of hell wants you dead at 3 a.m., no one can keep you alive until 5. This young officer was just patrolling when he suddenly appeared in the Underworld Healing livestream. The captain saw it and feared for his safety. So he radioed him to warn him, telling him not to move from his position. But Liang Zheng didn't take it seriously. He even joked that the streamer was sending them a case. But then, a voice suddenly cried out ahead. The sound wasn't clear, but it came with a splash. Liang Zheng sprinted forward. He saw 2 children, around 7 or 8, floating in the river, shouting for help. Everyone watching the stream saw what Liang Zheng was about to do. The captain yelled through the radio, "Liang Zheng, don't act recklessly." But Liang Zheng didn't hesitate at all. He jumped into the river and swam to the nearest little girl, holding her and swimming to shore. He set the girl down and reassured her. "Don't run off. Wait here for Big Brother." The girl teared up when she heard Big Brother. Liang Zheng caught his breath, then jumped back into the river. The little boy had been carried far downstream and was barely making a sound. Liang Zheng swam hard in his direction. But it was clear his strength was fading. Just as the boy was about to go under, Liang Zheng grabbed him. He swam forward with the boy in tow. But his movements grew sluggish. Still, he encouraged the child to hold on. "Don't give up." He kept trying to lift the boy's face out of the water. As time passed, their silhouettes bobbed up and down with the current. Through the blurry water, Liang Zheng seemed to hear the captain's voice. Looking from afar, he saw a group of people rushing over. They jumped into the river and took the boy from Liang Zheng's arms. But Liang Zheng's body drifted several meters downstream. A teammate quickly grabbed his hand. Together, they finally pulled both Liang Zheng and the boy ashore. But no one smiled. They were desperately performing CPR. Pressing on his chest, the boy coughed up water and passed out again. But Liang Zheng remained still. The captain kept doing CPR. "Little Liang, hang in there." But Liang Zheng's soul slowly rose from his body. He floated into the air and saw Zhang Ling above him. So he asked in confusion, "Streamer?" Then he turned and looked at his body lying on the ground and his teammates trying to revive him. "Am I dead?" Zhang Ling replied, "Yes." "Do you have any last words?" This young officer died saving a drowning child. When facing Zhang Ling, the white Wuchang sent to guide his soul. He didn't show any fear. Instead, he introduced himself. "Hello, streamer. I'm Liang Zheng from Heping Town's police department. Thank you for all you've done." That left Zhang Ling stunned. Most ghosts cry, panic, or freak out. But this one was different. Liang Zheng continued. "Because of your live stream, those who died alone could be buried in time. Victims could also quickly receive help. Especially the seventh night return ceremony. It gave us new hope and new meaning. The Ghost Festival has also opened a new world for humans. The live stream shows people what the dead experience. I just didn't expect today it would be my turn." Hearing Liang Zheng's words, Zhang Ling looked at him puzzled. "I was just doing my job." Unexpectedly, Liang Zheng also smiled. "I was just doing my job too." Hearing their conversation, viewers in the livestream felt chills down their spine. Just doing their job, huh? They are guardians of human order. Yes, indeed. Each of us is part of this world. Brother Liang Zheng. Do you have anything else to say? Or someone you'd like to leave a message for? Zhang Ling looked at the scrolling messages and asked Liang Zheng, do you have anything to say to the viewers? Liang Zheng paused for a moment and almost instinctively said, summer vacation is here. Parents, please keep a close eye on your kids. Prevent accidents from happening. Strictly forbid children from going alone to rivers, ponds, and reservoirs. If going out to play, make sure the water is clean and safe. I hope parents and children will take this seriously. Otherwise, the cost might be heavy. As soon as he finished, Liang Zheng laughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Occupational habit, sorry. At this moment, by the riverside, a group of police officers stood upright. Attention! Salute! Even the two kids he rescued followed suit and saluted. But just then, a voice came from the live stream. Liang Zheng. The familiar voice made Liang Zheng turn suddenly. He saw a woman and a child rushing toward his body. The young woman trembled as she touched Liang Zheng's cold face. Liang Zheng, why are you lying here? Didn't you say wherever I go after you retire, you'd follow? Why are you going back on your word now? The little boy with her suddenly yelled. That's not my dad. My dad said he'd be home early today. I'm going back to wait for him. And he ran off. Liang Zheng instinctively tried to chase after him. But Zhang Ling quickly stopped him. If you still want to see them again, don't go more than 10 meters from your body. They can see you in the live stream. He pointed at the camera nearby. Liang Zheng had no choice but to watch his son run away. Just then, the team captain seemed to remember something. He held his phone up to the crying woman and said, I almost forgot. We should be able to see Officer Liang in the live stream. Here, sister-in-law, take a look. The young woman took the phone and paused. Then saw Liang Zheng on the screen. Her calm face instantly crumbled. As if she'd finally found someone she could cry to. Liang Zheng, you bastard. In the live stream, Liang Zheng knelt on one knee and gently hugged her with both arms. I'm sorry. It's my fault. The young officer died saving a life. But he had no regrets. Instead, he reminded parents to always watch their kids, so that no more tragedies would happen. But facing his grieving wife and son, all he felt was helplessness and guilt. Liang Zheng knelt and gently embraced his wife. He kept saying sorry again and again. Shui Ling closed her eyes, her mind replaying the image of her husband holding her. She sobbed and said, I know this was your choice. From the day I married you, I expected this could happen. I don't blame you. Liang Zheng looked at his crying wife. Thank you for understanding, Xiao Ling. Just then, footsteps approached. Liang Lei and the captain had returned. Liang Lei slowly walked up beside the woman. Liang Lei slowly walked up beside the woman. Mom, they said they saw Dad. Where is Dad? Shui Ling nodded and handed the phone to her son. Lei, Daddy is right here. Liang Lei looked at his dad on the screen, a bit confused. Daddy, why are you in the phone? Hearing his son's voice, Liang Zheng jolted. It was as if something was about to well up in his eyes. But he still spoke to his son. Lei, listen to Daddy. There are 3 kinds of death. The first is when the heart stops beating. That's biological death. The second is during your funeral. That's social death. And the third and final death is when no one in the world remembers you anymore. So as long as you remember Daddy, Daddy is not truly gone. Liang Lei bit his lip and blurted out, I'll never forget you. I won't let you die. Liang Zheng smiled. Then take care of Mom for me, okay? Liang Lei nodded hard. Lei is a man now. I can protect Mommy. After saying his final goodbye, Liang Zheng didn't have much time left. He looked at Zhang Ling again and said sincerely, Thank you so much, streamer. I hope one day we can help you in return. Hearing Liang Zheng's words, Zhang Ling paused, as if something came to mind. If you really want to help, and truly thank me. Then cherish life a little more. Keep a bit more conscience. Otherwise, too much resentment. Too many fierce spirits. And hell will eventually overflow. As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch. And absorbed Liang Zheng's soul into it. Then he turned to the viewers in the stream. This is a soul storage pouch. It can temporarily store souls. Now we're heading to retrieve the next soul. This time, the live stream showed tall buildings. As the camera moved, viewers saw a messy room. There was only a desk and a big bed. Socks and clothes were scattered everywhere. Several empty takeout boxes lay on the floor. While viewers were chatting casually, a slightly chubby young man walked into the room, mumbling to himself. I've got time, just don't want to update. I'm just having fun. Then he plopped into his chair, crossed his legs, and casually started browsing his phone. But his author group chat kept popping up notifications. It made him really annoyed. What the heck? These big shot authors are bragging again. Daily updates of 10,000 words? Who's not capable of that? If I could earn that much, I'd update 20,000 a day, no problem. Then he put down his phone and opened his computer. What's a flag trope? Piece of cake. Who can't do that? Next moment, his hands moved like tentacles, frantically typing away. You know why some novels haven't been updated for a long time? It might be because the author suddenly passed away. And this author, to create exciting content, was typing like he was having a seizure. When the scene got intense, even his feet tensed up. Charge! We won't die. Power blast. The demons rushed forward too. Activate your armor. At this point, the typing in the stream stopped. The author stretched at his desk and returned to his lazy self. I'm not some top-tier author. My book is lukewarm at best. 3 chapters is enough. No need for 10,000 words a day. So he only uploaded one of them. Then opened the God and Demon Reader group and tagged everyone. Daddies, new chapters up. New chapters up. Go read it now. Today's plot is super exciting. Group members quickly responded. Reader 1. Xiuji. Who are you trying to fool? Hurry up and post the rest. Reader 2. You guys are so aggressive. The author worked really hard. Let's just go to his door and force him to update 8 or 10 chapters. Reading the messages in the group, the author smiled indifferently. You guys go ahead and nag. I'm just not posting the other 2 chapters. What are you gonna do? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Hello? Your food delivery is here. This confused the author. He had just placed the order. How could it arrive so fast? Still, he got up and accepted the food. Viewers in the live stream tagged him to go to the hospital. But the author ignored it. Instead, he kept scrolling short videos. This blogger is amazing. Ha ha ha. He was laughing when he suddenly got dizzy. His breathing turned rapid. His chest started cramping. He tried to grab his phone to dial 120. But he collapsed in a panic. His face in the live stream turned paler and paler. Sweat dripped in large drops, soaking his hair and back quickly. He curled up on the floor, clutching his chest tightly with one hand. His face twisted in pain. 3 minutes passed. A soul slowly rose on the live stream. The author first looked blankly at his hands and his now translucent body, then looked at his body on the bed. He stared for 3 seconds, then suddenly realized. Crap, I'm dead. He stared at his own body in disbelief. I'm so young, and I'm dead? I haven't even spent all my money yet. Suddenly he froze. Caught a glimpse of a white figure. The livestream host, Zhang Ling. He immediately knelt before Zhang Ling. I can't go yet. My novel isn't finished. Zhang Ling looked at him with a complex expression. Are you sure you want to keep updating? The author nodded furiously. Zhang Ling replied calmly. You have 7 days. Only 7 days. Thank you, great ghost officer. Thank you so much. The author kept nodding. Tears and snot flying everywhere. I've got 7 more days to live. Luckily I watch live streams and know the rules. I can get so much done in 1 week. Just as he was wiping his face, Zhang Ling said calmly, "All right, then let's get going." The writer suddenly looked up, his expression shocked and dazed. The man died suddenly after working overnight on his novel. After death, he begged Bai Wuchang, who came to collect his soul, for some time. He wanted to finish the novel he had yet to complete. Seeing his determination, Zhang Ling granted him 7 days. Just as the man thought he could return to his body, Zhang Ling calmly said again, "All right, then let's get going." This left the man completely confused and stunned. "Lord Bai Wuchang, didn't I get 7 more days to live?" But Zhang Ling just waved his hand. A grand gate to the underworld slowly opened. Then he grabbed the man's soul and calmly said, "Your body in the human world is already dead, so naturally you must go to the underworld." He then turned to the livestream viewers and said, "There are residential areas in the underworld too. Today, I'll show you around." After speaking, he carried the still bewildered man into the underworld passage. Viewers in the livestream began commenting one after another. I'm not usually one to laugh, unless I can't help it. For example, right now. Viewer 2, respect the dead. I'm usually not this impolite either. Viewer 3, writer, keep going. Even in the underworld, keep writing. We're waiting for you. Viewer 4. The writer had only written half the book when he died. Can it really be finished in 7 days? If not, maybe I'll offer something to my ancestor. Let the ancestor help rush the writing. At this time, the livestream image followed Zhang Ling into the underworld. This time, Zhang Ling didn't go toward the Yellow Springs Road. He carried the man in another direction instead. The man was curious seeing the grand buildings. But he realized he was floating high in the air. He gasped in fear, nearly losing his soul again. Zhang Ling landed in front of a large residence with him in tow. The plaque above read, Shumo Residence Number 3. Couplets were pasted on both sides. Zhang Ling then turned to the livestream viewers and said, "We've arrived. This is the residential area behind the ghost market. These houses are just regular homes. They can't gather yin energy. And there's no special anti-ghost demolition barrier." At that moment, the now calm writer asked nervously, "Lord Wuchang, where is this?" Zhang Ling glanced at him. "This is where you'll write your novel." Then he walked forward and opened the door. This is the underworld's professional plot rushing team, formed spontaneously by underworld hobbyists. As soon as the doors opened, all the ghosts inside looked over. Their faces were all expressionless. The writer staggered back in fright. He nearly fainted on the spot. A burly ghost stepped forward and said to Zhang Ling, "Sir, is there anything we can help you with? Just give the word." Zhang Ling nodded. He pulled the writer out from behind him. "Starting today, he will write novels here. I'll come collect him in 7 days." The big man looked at the trembling writer. "Don't worry, sir. Leave it to us." Seeing this, Zhang Ling turned to the writer again. "Remember, you only have 7 days." The writer was trembling all over. He tried to follow Zhang Ling to leave. But the big man came over, threw an arm over his shoulder, and dragged him inside. "Come, let me show you around. This is your writing desk." Bai Wuchang, who came to take his soul, said he could write novels, and granted him 7 days. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ling honored the promise, bringing his soul to a professional plot-pushing team in the underworld. Looking at the expressionless ghosts, the man shakily sat down. But as soon as he did, a big guy shoved over a stack of paper. "Here, see which pen you prefer." Yang Siming looked at the row of pens. He chose a ballpoint pen. The big guy quickly put the rest away, patted his shoulder and smiled. "Good luck. If you run out of ink, just tell us. If you're cold or hungry, let us know too. We're all friends here. We're ghosts. So resting isn't that important. Don't you agree?" Yang Siming swallowed hard. Yes, I'll write right away." Seeing this, the big guy said, "That's more like it. Friends should get along harmoniously. I also want to see what kind of story you'll write." Yang Siming nervously picked up his pen. Looking at the blank paper, he slowly managed to write a few words. As quick as a flash, Xiao Tianjin charged out from behind the demon clan, catching the demon clan completely off guard. As Yang Siming kept writing, his confidence grew. Before long, he finished the first section. He stretched his wrists a bit, then handed the written content to the burly man next to him, Kui Deng. I've finished the 3 chapters. Take a look. Kui Deng flipped through the draft. The handwriting is a bit messy, but the page count matches. So he said, Impressive, impressive. Good work. There will be an extra chicken leg next meal. You can stretch your legs for a bit now. Hearing that, Yang Siming breathed a sigh of relief. Seems like as long as I finish writing, I'm fine. Then he glanced at the other spirits still buried in their writing, and thought, if I stay here writing novels, I might really die again. The best plan is to escape. So he prepared to sneak away. But just a few steps out, he bumped into a skinny, skeletal spirit. He was lost in thought and was knocked flying. Looking at the fallen Yang Siming, the skinny ghost said blankly, You okay? Then helped him up. I'm Shu Asan. And you? I'm Yang Siming. Bro, how long have you been here? Shu Asan said he'd been here for decades. If nothing changes, we'll be together for the next few hundred years. Hearing that, Yang Siming wanted to ask, then why don't you escape? But before he could say it, Shu Asan said, thinking of escaping? Don't bother. I used to try when I first arrived. But every time, the guards would carry me back. Give it up. It'll spare you some pain. Actually, writing in the underworld does pay. You can earn food, tools, or ghost money. Most resist at first. But once updates stabilize, and the income rolls in, they slowly accept it. That confused Yang Siming even more. Then why do you all look so dead and gloomy? Shu Asan sighed. We've written too many stories. There's nothing fresh to write anymore. And they don't accept formulaic plots. Then he looked at Yang Siming. Your stories are pretty original. They like it a lot. Have you considered staying? If we give you a steady income, would you be willing to write in the underworld? But this novel author refused the tempting offer. Before he finished speaking, a few burly update enforcers lifted him and pinned him to the seat, putting paper and pen in his hands. The author was terrified. Trembling, he looked at the burly ghost beside him. Bro, if this keeps up my hand will break. The burly man thought for a moment, then went inside, opened a package, and out tumbled dozens of blood-soaked arms of various sizes. He said, I've got plenty of spares here. Pick whichever you like, I'll replace it. If you don't like any, I'll go find more. Yang Siming immediately started trembling in fear. No need. I'll write now. He finally realized, they're all ghosts. Hands? That's not even a problem to them. If he had one more chance, he would have gone with the ghost officer without hesitation. Shu Asan stood up beside him. You're lucky to still have a choice. Meanwhile in the livestream, viewers followed Zhang Ling to the Yellow Springs Road. Zhang Ling opened the soul pouch. A moment later, a figure floated out of the pouch, with a determined face, dressed in blue uniform. So this is Yellow Springs Road? Liang Zheng looked around. Finally, his gaze was drawn to the field of red spider lilies. Seeing this, Zhang Ling said, Just follow the line of souls ahead and keep walking. Liang Zheng nodded, then looked at the livestream camera somewhere in the sky. He smiled. Thank you, host. See you in the next life. Meanwhile, in the human world, news broke about a man who died suddenly at home. And it reminded people to live healthy lives and cherish life. Many began searching the term sudden death. Countless news articles popped up. A college student died at 2 a.m. after binge-watching dramas. A man collapsed and died on the subway after working overtime for an hour, and so on. So they looked around nervously, afraid a ghost emissary might be following them too. After completing the task in his notebook, Zhang Ling closed the stream and returned to his cultivation room. Now, The ghostly energy inside him had grown terrifyingly strong compared to his previous Yubing realm. Only after absorbing all the yin energy pills rewarded by the system did he finally stop cultivating. Then he opened the system task interface again. Currently, the system had 3 tasks for him. 2 of them were related to points, and 1 involved merit points. Since there were no new souls in his task notebook, he decided to take on other assignments. So he went to the mission center in the underworld. As soon as he entered, he overheard 2 ghost emissaries dressed as Bai Wuchang say, "Did you hear? Someone is causing trouble over at the West Hall. Sigh. Let's hope no lives are lost, or it'll just add more to our workload." Hearing this, Zhang Ling was startled. Due to strange reasons, ghost emissaries like Bai Wuchang hadn't done any ranking tasks for a long time. So he planned to take advantage of this downtime. But unexpectedly, he heard the 2 emissaries mention trouble in the West Hall. As soon as the Yama King heard about it, he dashed out in a hurry. This shocked Zhang Ling. But one of the Bai Wuchangs sighed again. Sigh. Let's hope no lives are lost, or it'll just add more to our workload. He Wuchang replied that a new batch of trainee ghost emissaries was about to be promoted. What are you worried about? But Bai Wuchang on the opposite side looked troubled. How many problems have those trainees caused during promotions? Forgetting to guide souls is one thing. The worst is letting souls get contaminated by human aura and causing incidents. After listening for a while, Zhang Ling entered the mission center. But he didn't rush to pick a task. Instead, he browsed the task board, while continuing to listen to the idle chatter of the emissaries. I won't bring trainees this year, even if I get obliterated. Me neither. The last apprentice I brought lost the soul, and got lost himself. Sigh. It's hard being a mentor. When Zhang Ling heard the word mentor, he paused. He remembered that after he first got promoted, a senior Bai Wuchang had mentored him too. But after a few jobs together, that mentor left him on his own, saying he had already adapted to the ghost emissary identity, wouldn't act recklessly anymore, and wouldn't become arrogant from his new power. He was fully capable of working independently. That surprised Zhang Ling. That quick? But the mentor said it probably had something to do with his experiences before death. But Zhang Ling couldn't recall anything from his past life. The mentor said that was common. It might be selective amnesia, or something you sealed off yourself. It could also be due to something that happened before or after death that affected your memory. Or maybe your soul just can't handle that many memories. Maybe one day, when fate allows, you'll remember. There are many possible reasons. Zhang Ling didn't dwell on it. After all, that was a long time ago. His current life was going well. His job was stable too. After the 2 ghost emissaries left with their missions, Zhang Ling looked at the mission board again. He picked a task that interested him, female rule purification. But because Zhang Ling had been completing missions well, the system gave him an urgent one. It said a human named Yi Ying had her fate altered repeatedly. Zhang Ling was to investigate the cause. After leaving the mission center, Zhang Ling started his livestream and said, I'm done with the soul guiding tasks for now. Now it's time for a different mission. Meanwhile, in the human world, fire trucks returned to the depot. After finishing their mission, everyone was exhausted and went to their rooms to rest. A girl named Yi Ying returned to her dorm while gnawing on a bun, then lay down on her bed. She fell asleep after just a couple bites. As she turned over, a photo slipped out from under her pillow. It was a group photo. A chubby girl and a tall boy, arms around each other, seemingly very close. The chubby girl looked a lot like the sleeping Yi Ying, a Bai Wuchang emissary. Fire trucks returned to the depot because they had just completed their mission. Everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. Among them was a girl named Yi Ying. But something caught her attention. She lay on the bed eating a steamed bun, but dozed off after just a few bites. In her sleep, Yi Ying furrowed her brow, her eyes twitching uneasily beneath her lids. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed. A massive blaze erupted from a building. Yi Ying woke up in bed, her eyes filled with blazing flames and thick smoke. She was disoriented and helpless. Almost all exits were blocked by fire. Gradually, her breathing became labored. And her vision started to blur. Her heart raced. The next second, a tall figure burst through the flaming door and appeared before her. A wet cloth was pressed over her mouth and nose, helping her catch her breath. Muxing had a wet towel on her face, and a damp blanket wrapped around her body. After Yi Ying took the cloth, she placed the blanket over both of them, and carried Yi Ying out. But at that very moment, Yi Ying's eyes began to close again. After Yi Ying took the cloth, she placed the blanket over both of them, and carried Yi Ying out. But in just a few minutes, the fire spread rapidly. Flames engulfed the entire building. The two were instantly swallowed by the fire. In the dorm room, Yi Ying suddenly jolted awake. She instinctively shouted, "Muxing!" clutching her head and gasping for breath. Just then, a teammate in firefighter gear ran to her door and said, "Yi Ying, you woke up right on time. Hurry, we've got a call." Hearing that, Yi Ying sprang up and rushed out. The breeze outside was cool. She wiped her face instinctively. It was covered in tears. How long had it been since she last had that dream? Viewers in the livestream saw Yi Ying rush out in urgency, and commented, "Wow, this time it's a badass young lady. I saw her arm earlier. Full of solid muscle. So strong." In the sky, Zhang Ling folded his arms, quietly following along. According to the mission info, the girl whose fate had been altered repeatedly was this very one. Observing up close, Zhang Ling could faintly sense that after so many changes, her fate had grown more complex and worse. But strangely, so far, he hadn't found anything on her that could alter fate. Could the info on the mission board be wrong? Zhang Ling was puzzled. So he decided to follow her and find out. The fire trucks soon reached their destination. A distant glow of flames appeared in everyone's view. Fire trucks pulled up in front of the factory. Then crews jumped out quickly. Some prepared to put out the fire, others to rescue people, and some to investigate the fire. Everyone had a clear role: to investigate why this human woman's fate had been repeatedly altered. Bai Wuchang opened a nether portal to enter the mortal realm. She found that the woman whose fate had changed several times was actually a frontline firefighter, currently on an urgent mission. As Yi Ying entered the flames to rescue others, the livestream camera followed her in. All around her was blazing fire, and her vision was obscured by smoke. So Yi Ying searched room by room, shouting loudly, "Is anyone here? Anyone still inside?" Suddenly, Yi Ying heard a faint cry for help from the room next door. She rushed in without hesitation, coughing as the thick smoke stung her lungs. Just inside the doorway, a woman's voice cried out, "I'm here. Help me." Yi Ying saw a girl trapped under a machine, struggling to call for help. Her voice grew weaker with each word. Hearing this, Yi Ying rushed over and knelt beside her, calling out loudly, while fitting the spare breathing apparatus onto the girl's face. She said, "Hang in there. We're here to save you." The girl opened her eyes weakly and glanced at Yi Ying, feeling like her voice came from far away. Yi Ying tried lifting the machine, but gave up immediately. It was far too heavy. Even lifting a part of it slightly wouldn't help. The trapped girl couldn't crawl out. So she quickly scanned the area for anything she could use. There were many tools here. There had to be a way. Under the scorching flames, things kept falling, crackling and crashing around her. At the edge of a fiery zone, Yi Ying picked up an iron rod and tested its hardness. This will do. Then she placed a sturdy piece of equipment next to the trapped girl. She slid one end of the iron rod under the machine, took a deep breath, and began to pry using leverage. The muscles in her arms bulged, channeling all her strength into one point. Get off her! Yi Ying exerted all her strength. The machine began to lift slightly. But it still wasn't enough to rescue her. When the machine was lifted high enough, Yi Ying kicked a square tool under it. Then she released the pressure. The machine fell, landing on the square device. No time to rest. She squatted down and began to pull the girl out. While pulling, she shouted, "Hold on. You'll be out soon." But no matter how she called, the girl remained limp, unable to respond. Once she pulled the girl out completely, she tied her securely with a rope, slung her onto her back, and hurried toward the door. But just a few steps out, an explosion erupted behind her. A fiery dragon burst through the wooden door. Seeing this, Yi Ying quickly laid the girl down and shielded her with her body. She endured the searing pain of the flames alone. However, after closing her eyes for a few seconds, she felt no burning pain. Only a flicker of firelight. At the moment the fire burst through the door, a mass of black mist rushed in and spread out before her. Vaguely shaped like a person, but faceless and colorless. Only black. The female firefighter was trapped in flames while rescuing others, just as she was about to be consumed by the fiery explosion. A black mist appeared to shield her from the flames, creating a small pocket of safety. The black mist was burned by intense flames, letting out a painful, shrieking cry. Yi Ying looked at the mist and said, "Thank you." Then, seeing the fire start to die down, she didn't waste time thinking, and ran downstairs with the woman. Only one thought was in her heart: to get this person out alive. She must not die here. The fire continued to rage. Outside, firefighters battled the flames with hoses. As Yi Ying rushed out carrying the woman, doctors and nurses quickly came over to take the woman from her. When she learned everyone had been rescued, Yi Ying finally let out a sigh of relief. She plopped down in the nearby greenery, took off her helmet, and gasped for breath. She looked up at the sky, replaying everything in her mind. Was that you? After Yi Ying left, the black mist also drifted away. It had shrunk to a small gray cloud. A gust of wind could scatter it. The livestream camera followed. The black mist floated through the air, as if headed somewhere. Eventually, it reached a cemetery on the outskirts. There, it finally stopped. Then, strange black orbs emerged and floated in the air. The black mist opened a gaping mouth and swallowed them whole. As more orbs were consumed, the mist darkened and grew in size. Its form began to swell. Just as the viewers thought it would keep devouring, the mist suddenly started shaking violently. It shifted into all kinds of shapes. At times like the claws of a demon. At times like a horned ghost child, emitting demonic roars. Kill it. What good is it to sacrifice myself for humans? Destroy this place. I want rivers of blood here. No. I have to protect her. I can't let her get hurt. It's been 8 years. Enough. Don't let those things consume you. Let yourself go. Voices echoed from within the black mist. An old man's. A child's. A man's. A young girl's. They argued among themselves. And the black mist kept changing form. I want to grow stronger. To always protect her. The black mist lunged toward the black spheres, devouring them one by one. Its body rapidly expanded. You'll die. Give up on yourself. Only then can you grow stronger. Stronger. In the midst of endless debate, the black mist screamed and opened its mouth wide. At that moment, a withered mulberry staff struck down on it. The instant it hit, countless little black spheres were forced out of the mist, triggering a howling wail of ghostly wind. The mist returned to its original size, floating in the air in confusion. Why? She still needs me. Zhang Ling looked at the mist and said calmly. At this rate, forget protecting her. Once you lose control, she'll be the first you kill. Every time you interfere with her fate, you'll suffer even harsher backlash. Even if I don't stop you, you won't survive next time. With that, Zhang Ling opened the underworld portal. Seeing this, the black mist grew anxious. What will happen to him in the future? This man, long dead, had endured burning flames to protect the woman he loved in life. So he came to this graveyard, devouring countless wailing souls, just so he could appear again when she needed help. He nearly turned into a demon, a mindless killer. Yet the man grew anxious again. What will become of him now? Zhang Ling frowned and said, "Didn't you think about that when you changed his fate?" The black mist fell silent. He really hadn't thought it through back then. Zhang Ling grabbed him and continued toward the underworld portal. Ghosts are variables by nature. A fate forcibly altered by one only becomes more unpredictable. Maybe he'll die even worse. Maybe he'll live a long life. Each time, his name disappears from the soul collection ledgers. His fate changed from that moment. And I only handle ghosts. He's still under the jurisdiction of the living. Hearing this, the black mist repeatedly said, "I'm sorry." But Zhang Ling said nothing more. He handed the mist over to Chief Haiwu, also a ghost envoy. After that, he glanced back at the livestream. All 3 sessions today had been completed. 600 points earned. He submitted the task of ghost interference in human fate. Then let out a sigh and prepared to head to the training room. Meanwhile, in the human world, Yi Ying, who was resting in the dorm, was summoned to the office. The captain handed her a drawing. Seeing the contents, Yi Ying froze. A black mist stood before her in a hallway full of flames and smoke. Yi Ying's breathing grew rapid. This image felt too familiar. She urgently asked her superior, "Where did this come from?" The superior replied, "It was from yesterday's livestream in the Underworld Healing Daily channel." Someone had recreated the scene. After recounting the full incident, the captain asked, somewhat concerned, "Do you want to transfer to logistics or another position? You've been on that livestream now." But Yi Ying immediately refused without hesitation. "No, I can keep going. If I must die, then I'd rather die in the flames saving someone." Seeing Yi Ying's resolve, the captain told her not to rush, and to think it over again. Yi Ying replied, "I'll listen to you about anything else, Captain. But I won't back down from this one thing." The captain sighed helplessly. Yi Ying continued, "Captain, can I keep this picture?" "Sure, take it." Yi Ying thanked the captain and left the office. Back in her dorm, she lay on her bed, staring at the photo in her hand. Tears silently fell, one by one. So it really was you. 5 years of school memories. 3 years of soul guarding. It's enough now. You can go and do what you need to do. Don't hold on to me anymore. Go. I'll live this life properly. The scene shifts back to the summer of 9th grade. A teenage boy was playing basketball in the gym. Suddenly, a slightly chubby girl ran up. "Mu Xing, I heard you want to be a firefighter. Is that true?" The boy held the ball in his arms, turned back with a youthful and gentle face. Of course it's true. Every time she had faced danger, she miraculously got out safely. She used to think it was fate protecting her. But now the captain told her the truth. That her boyfriend, who had passed away 3 years ago, was the one silently watching over her. She held their old photo and fell asleep. It was back during that same summer. She had run to find him after hearing the news. "Mu Xing, I heard you're becoming a firefighter. Is it true?" He smiled confidently. "Of course it is." Yi Ying grew worried. "But I heard it's really dangerous." Mu Xing replied, "Running through fire to save lives, isn't that cool?" Hearing that, Yi Ying seemed to make up her mind. "Then I want to do that too someday. Starting today, I'll begin losing weight." Mu Xing patted her head. "What are you chiming in for? This is my dream. You just do you." Yi Ying still wanted to say more. But Mu Xing interrupted. "Come on, losing weight sucks. Don't you still want to eat fried chicken, fries, and bubble tea?" She covered her ears to stop him. But Mu Xing just laughed freely. After a moment, Yi Ying confessed. "But I don't want to be apart from you." Suddenly, the scene shifted. Mu Xing, once shy, now appeared in uniform like a working firefighter. He was standing amidst a blazing fire. Yi Ying, too, was in uniform, within the flames. She instinctively reached out to touch him, but her hand passed right through his body. She panicked, shouting, "Mu Xing! What's wrong with you?" He drifted backward, floating in midair. Yi Ying reached out to grab him again. But in that moment, the fire surged violently. The flaming ceiling collapsed above her. She was about to be crushed, when a hand pushed her away. That hand belonged to Mu Xing. He was swallowed by the raging fire. Just then, she heard someone calling her name. She jolted awake, gasping for air. A teammate came over and asked, "Yi Ying, are you all right? Captain said you should rest. We're heading out on a mission. Don't forget to grab lunch for us later." Yi Ying immediately jumped out of bed. Got dressed. "Let's go. I'm coming with you." Silently, she thought. "Mu Xing, wherever you are, cheer me on." Meanwhile, Zhang Ling was sitting atop a public bus. One leg bent, swaying casually as she looked ahead. As the bus rumbled along, the scenery outside kept changing. Viewers in the livestream began commenting. Is the streamer going on a spontaneous trip? This looks like the coastal region. That's what the map says. Why is the streamer on a bus? Is everyone on this bus? Wait, what the hell? I'm just gonna believe the streamer's here to chill. Like, sightseeing. Zhang Ling stared at the scenery a bit longer. Then remembered she hadn't explained the mission yet. She spoke calmly. I'm just here to collect a soul. No need to overthink it. Just then, the bus horn honked. Next stop, Shuixia Road. Passengers getting off, please exit through the rear door. Next stop, Guanay Road. Passengers preparing to get off, please get ready. The bus swayed to a halt. After passengers got off, it slowly started moving again. With each stop and sway, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. A middle schooler began gagging uncontrollably, carrying a canvas bag from a tutoring center. Next to her, an elderly woman gently tugged at the girl's hem. Sweetie, you're carsick, aren't you? Come sit here. It was the middle schooler's first time on a bus. She kept gagging from the motion sickness. The elderly woman beside her gently tugged at her sleeve again. You're carsick, right? Come sit over here. The girl tried to decline, but started gagging again mid-sentence. Seeing this, the old lady stood up and said, Go ahead and sit. Motion sickness is awful. Watching the elderly lady leave her seat, the middle schooler quickly thanked her and plopped down immediately. She really did feel sick. Fortunately, at the next stop, the elderly lady really got off. From the rooftop of the bus, Zhang Ling also floated up and off. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, now off the bus, stood at the stop gazing at the sea. The wrinkles on her face were squeezed into a smile. With gray hair blowing in the wind, she walked step by step toward the sea. On the livestream, she reached a scenic platform by the sea and pulled out a sun umbrella and a small photo frame from her bag. The frame held a photo of a man smiling at the camera by the roadside. She opened the umbrella and sat beside the photo frame. She softly muttered, Old man, let's watch the sea together. It's still as beautiful as ever. Don't you think so, dear? Smiling gently, she closed her eyes. In the next moment, her soul slowly floated from her body. No one expected this. She passed so peacefully. No accidents, no dramatic stories. Then Zhang Ling appeared behind her. The old lady wasn't surprised. She smiled and said, You must be Bai Wuchang, right? Let's go. Zhang Ling nodded, opened his soul pouch, and temporarily placed her inside. Then he floated toward the other side of the beach. At a corner of the beach, a tall skinny man in a black robe, with a yin-yang symbol on it, was sweating and shouting. Ghost protection and exorcism, all available. Miss this chance, and it's gone. A nearby float seller asked. Aren't you hot wearing that? The skinny man wiped his sweat. Of course it's hot. But I've got to maintain a professional look. The float seller chuckled. You sure these charms work? People still believe in this? The tall guy leaned in and whispered. Of course they do. I have the third eye. I've seen ghosts. The float seller scoffed. Ever heard of the underworld healing livestream? The tall man crossed his arms proudly. Of course I have. This charm came from the streamer himself. Totally legit. Hearing that, the float seller pulled out his phone, opened the livestream and said, That amazing? Then tell me how to contact the streamer. But the moment he finished, his expression changed. He threw down his phone and fled in a panic. The tall man reached out and shouted, Don't be afraid. I've got protection charms. But the float seller ran off without even turning his head, leaving the tall man confused. He bent down to pick up the phone and found the underworld healing livestream showed a familiar scene. What's it like to be personally exposed by Bai Wuchang? This tall man had claimed his fake charms came from the streamer only to be publicly debunked. When the float seller opened the stream, he asked how to contact the streamer. But as soon as he asked, he fled in terror, leaving the tall man completely puzzled. Picked up the phone from the ground. He saw that the livestream showed a vendor just like him, selling the same stuff. So he said in confusion, Why does this guy look so much like me? Viewers in the stream teased him. Isn't it possible that it is you? Silly kid. You've entered the streamer's livestream. The tall guy was instantly shocked. Looked back at the stream again, and saw Zhang Ling in white, standing tall and looking down at him. The tall guy's eyes widened as he threw away the phone in panic. His expression mirrored that of the swimwear vendor earlier, all full of fear. The vendor didn't know, but he did, that this Lord Wuchang was the real deal. Yet he had dared to speak nonsense in front of him. The tall guy trembled, his face pale. The smell of urine wafted up from under him. On the beach, Zhang Ling said calmly, Do these charms really work? With a wave of his hand, one of the charms floated up from the stand. The tall guy stammered, trying to speak. But his brain had completely short-circuited. Only one thought remained in his head. I'm finished, I'm so dead. I messed with someone I shouldn't have. So he dropped to his knees, begging Lord Wuchang for mercy. That sense of deathly dread kept him from looking at Zhang Ling. He just kept kowtowing to the ground. Zhang Ling didn't even glance at him. He simply held up a charm and showed it to the livestream camera. It's good to want protection. But don't buy these fake charms anymore. After saying that, he waved his hand and all the charms, including the one in his hand, caught fire. Then he warned the tall guy. Don't use my name to sell fake goods again. The tall guy quickly replied. Yes, yes, yes. I won't dare to do it again. He kept banging his head against the sand. Zhang Ling ignored him and turned to open the gate to the underworld. After escorting the old lady's soul to the Yellow Springs Road, he didn't close the stream. Instead he turned toward the ghost market. The ghost festival had just passed, so the ghosts were resting. That's why the ghost market was quieter than usual. After browsing a while, he stopped at one booth, looking at the little trinkets on display. Zhang Ling thought, these might be perfect for someone. Send them as red packet gifts to fans. It might save them from getting scammed. So he told the vendor, I'll take everything on your stall. Then he returned to his cabin and began preparing on stream. Fan giveaway in 10 minutes. Same red packet as last time. Get ready, everyone. As soon as Zhang Ling announced it, the livestream exploded with activity. Another red packet. Damn, let me go swap for a better phone. I'll call all my aunts and uncles to get ready. Viewership numbers soared instantly. Seeing the tens of thousands of new viewers, Zhang Ling glanced at the trinkets he bought. He thought he had bought enough. Whatever. Whoever gets it, gets it. Let's leave it to luck. In the final 3 seconds of countdown, the chat went completely silent. By the time it resumed, several minutes had passed. Then a cry for help came from behind Zhang Ling. Lord Wuchang, help. To prevent fans from being scammed, Zhang Ling had bought up an entire ghost market stall and handed out the goods as red packets for fans. But just after the giveaway, a cry for help came from behind. Zhang Ling paused for a moment and quickly realized it was Yang Siming. So he took out his little notebook and saw that there was still time before Yang Siming's due date. So he didn't bother with it for now. Instead, since he was free, he decided to train. Meanwhile, in a dorm at Heishi University in the human realm, a guy in a blue shirt suddenly jumped up and shouted, "I finally snagged a red packet. Come on, call me daddy. And I'll let you touch my hand." The other two roommates were stunned. Out of 6 people in the room, only this guy got a red packet. So the two rushed over to touch Shen Jia's hand in worship. Divine hand. Let me win the lottery. Just once, please. Exactly. Let me share the good luck. Come on, open your hand. Let me soak in that lucky aura. Make way, make way. Don't get close. I'm about to show off. He opened his phone and saw an item quietly sitting in his personal inventory. He tapped it with his finger. The next moment, a lion-headed wooden carving appeared in his hand out of thin air. The carving was so delicate and tiny. A group of guys gathered around in awe. How did it appear? Was it some kind of space trick or chemical reaction? And what's this thing used for? Shen Jia smiled and picked up the carving. The streamer said it could ward off ghosts. No need to be too jealous. Then a roommate asked, "Is that thing worth money?" Shen Jia carefully put away the carving and said, "I'm not selling it. It's my lifesaver. That's enough talking. Tonight's my treat." Just then, Shen Jia received a message on his phone. He immediately jumped up from his seat. His roommates looked at him puzzled. Shen Jia grinned proudly and said, "Goddess Chu Yu just asked me out. Brothers, I have to abandon you now. All expenses tonight are on me, Master Shen. Don't forget to invite the girls from the study room. I'm off now. Can't keep Chu Yu waiting." He then messaged the goddess. "I'm on my way. Where should I meet you?" His roommates were dumbfounded. Chu Yu? Who's that? Could it be that campus belle Zhao Choeui? Wait a second. I heard she already has a boyfriend. Could Shen Jia be the backup guy? Forget it. We'll ask him properly when he gets back. Soon, Shen Jia arrived at a shopping mall. He immediately spotted a familiar figure ahead. She stood by the entrance as if waiting for someone. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, with a white clip at the ear. She wore a pink dress. Clearly dressed for a date. Shen Jia's heart skipped and he jogged over. "Chu Yu, have you waited long?" The girl named Chu Yu looked up with a sweet smile. "When the girl you've chased for so long asks you to a movie, what do you do?" This guy chose to say yes. When he arrived at the agreed place, he found the goddess already waiting. So he jogged over and said, "Chu Yu, have you been waiting long?" Chu Yu smiled sweetly and shook her head. "Not at all. Let's go in. The current showings are action, horror, and romance. Which one do you want to see?" Shen Jia scratched his head and thought. People say horror movies are best for dates. They help couples grow closer. Might as well try. So he asked, "Horror okay?" "Of course." Then the two entered the theater. They picked Theater 4. The movie started at 8:30 sharp. Their seats were dead center in the second last row. As the movie began, the lights dimmed. Shen Jia barely watched the film. His eyes kept darting to the shared armrest. A slender white hand rested there. The girl was watching the movie, unaware. He pretended casually to place his hand there. But just before contact, she reached for her drink and took a sip. Shen Jia sighed and looked up at the screen. Is this movie not scary at all? Why isn't Chu Yu even reacting? Before he could finish, a grotesque, bloody face filled the screen. With a mouth torn open to the ears. The monster crouched on the wall like a spider. Its long tongue stretched out. It gave Shen Jia a huge fright. He screamed out loud. His heart nearly stopped. Chu Yu turned toward him. What's wrong? It's just a movie. If you're scared, we can leave. Shen Jia quickly waved her off. No, no. I was just thinking about something. The screen caught me off guard. Let's keep watching. Shen Jia nodded in agreement. Still, he thought to himself, how embarrassing. She didn't scream, but I did. After the movie, the two of them wandered around the mall. Shen Jia suggested they check out the arcade nearby. But Chu Yu suddenly let out a gasp. Looking at the time on her phone, she said anxiously. Oh no, the dorm's about to lock up. This made Shen Jia panic as well. Let's hurry back then. Chu Yu looked at Shen Jia shyly and said. We might not make it in time. Shen Jia grabbed Chu Yu's hand and ran. It's okay, I'll knock on the door. Let the dorm lady scold me instead. You just sneak in quietly later. Chu Yu was speechless. Did he really not get it or was he pretending? But Shen Jia didn't catch on. He continued. Chu Yu, call your roommate. Ask her to leave the door open for you. Soon, the two returned to the girls' dorm. Shen Jia scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry if I embarrassed you today. Are you free this weekend? I'm free. Hearing that, Shen Jia started dancing with joy. I'll come find you then. Chu Yu smiled and agreed. Shen Jia was over the moon, humming a tune as he ran toward the boys' dorm. But before he got far, his phone buzzed with a message. He casually unlocked the screen. It was from an unknown number. The message read, I'll be watching you always. My love. The man had just gone on a movie date with his crush. But suddenly realized. She looked like the bloody monster with a gaping smile. At first he thought it was just the horror movie, creating an afterimage, so he ignored it. But after walking her back to the dorm, he received that creepy message. I'll be watching you always. My love. It sent a chill down Shen Jia's spine. He looked down the green-lit avenue. But only the light under the street lamp flickered quietly. No one else was around. He exhaled, finally feeling at ease. Which prankster did this? I'm not falling for that. But just then, he felt heat from his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw that the little lion he got from the livestream was glowing. Shen Jia froze in shock. The livestream host's items never lied. Could he really be haunted? He swallowed hard and looked around again. Then, without delay, he ran straight for the dorm. Soon, he arrived at the boys' dorm building. Only after opening the door did he breathe a sigh of relief. His roommate looked puzzled at his panicked face. Walking up, he asked, What's wrong? Was a ghost chasing you? Shen Jia didn't reply. He just showed him the glowing lion. His roommate fell silent upon seeing it. Then they exchanged a knowing look. Shen Jia, do you know that Zhao Choei just confirmed her relationship with her childhood friend yesterday? Shen Jia was stunned. What? His roommate didn't elaborate. He pulled out his phone and showed Shen Jia the official post Zhao Choei made yesterday. Seeing it hit Shen Jia like a thunderclap on a sunny day. That's impossible. I don't believe it. He then looked dejectedly at the heating little lion in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend. Shen Jia paid special attention. He noticed the little lion in his pocket would heat up every time he saw Chu Yu. And Chu Yu's gaze toward him was becoming increasingly strange. Just as Shen Jia was about to lose it, he suddenly saw a news story. A rich second-gen partied all night at a graveyard rave. He shouted it was awesome. Shen Jia instinctively stood up. Damn, what a legend. After his surprise, Shen Jia thought of himself. Maybe he could learn something from them about Chu Yu. If they dared to party in a graveyard and survived, they must have some skills. So he started searching for the location of the graveyard rave. The rich kid was in the underworld healing livestream. He grabbed a little gadget that repels ghosts. So he decided to do something thrilling with his friends. The next day, news broke of a group of rich kids raving at a graveyard. Everyone who saw it was shocked. And as the main decision-maker, Tang Tianza was just waking up and yawning. As he was about to use the toilet, a shadow flashed across the mirror. Tang Tianza froze instantly. Touch the wooden carving in your pocket. Tang Tianzi looked confused when he heard this. He took out a small item and found it was hot. He turned around and looked fearfully at the person behind him. Did we bring a ghost home yesterday? Yi Yushi said calmly. You're not that dumb after all. Then he removed his glasses and touched his right eye. A red gleam flashed in his pupil for a split second. It looked like flames were burning in his eyes. Tang Tianzi was stunned by what he saw. He thought his buddy had mutated. Yi Yushi explained it was something he got from a livestream. The streamer called it the third eye. It can see through everything. It can also repel ghosts and prevent possession. Tang Tianzi was amazed. What can you see then? Yi Yushi scanned around the villa as he spoke. He could see all ghosts from the underworld. When you look into the wooden carving's eyes, it stuns the ghost for 5 seconds. And they can't attack you for 30 seconds. But this thing only works on ghosts. It's useless on humans. Tang Tianzi shouted, awesome. But before he could finish, Yi Yushi added, you're also really good at attracting ghosts. Tang Tianzi's face instantly changed. There are about 10 ghosts in your house. If not for that item from the streamer, you would have been eaten by now. Just as Yi Yushi finished, a bat-like ghost charged at Tang Tianzi with its bloody mouth wide open. Yi Yushi slapped it away. But Tang Tianzi couldn't see any of it. He only saw Yi Yushi slapping the air. So he quickly curled up on the couch with a blanket, wrapped himself up and asked, where are they? Yi Yushi looked at Tang Tianzi. Most of them are around you. 2 are drooling at you with their mouths open. Tang Tianzi's hair stood on end. He shrank into the blanket and said in fear, no way, no way. Why are they sticking around me? I didn't dig up their graves. Yi Yushi teased him. Maybe they want to rave with you. Maybe they really like you. Tang Tianzi rubbed his goosebumps. I don't want that kind of affection. Yi Yushi asked, what if it's a pretty ghost girl? No thanks. Humans are fine. Yi Yushi gave him a look. There's still hope for you. Will you rave at a graveyard again? Tang Tianzi shook his head furiously. No way, no way. I'd rather die. Too scary. He then looked up at Yi Yushi. Yi Z. Do you have a way to get them away from me? There's a way. Just take them back for another rave. A man raved at a graveyard at night and attracted a house full of ghosts. To get rid of them, he asked his friend for help. But his friend told him to go back and rave again. Tang Tianzi looked utterly disbelieving. Is he serious? But Yi Yushi said they're just following you for fun. Just take them out to play again. And send them back while you're at it, tonight would be best. Following Yi Yushi's suggestion, Tang Tianzi gave up his flashy red sports car. Instead, he picked up the speaker and chose a van. Night fell quickly. Tang Tianzi sat in the driver's seat of the van. Despite the summer heat, he was wearing a down jacket. Yi Yushi sat beside him. He watched as the ghosts in the house followed Tang Tianzi out. One by one, they boarded the van. Awesome! We get to go out again. It's not the same van as last time. I saw the big speaker. With that speaker, we can dance. And so, once all the ghosts big and small had boarded the van, Yi Yushi told Tang Tianzi to drive. Tang Tianzi kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror while driving. He anxiously asked Yi Yushi what they were doing, because he kept hearing creaking sounds from the seats. Even the windows were being opened constantly for sightseeing. Yi Yushi just told him to focus on driving. Don't act like you're hoping for something. That shut Tang Tianzi up. He didn't dare look back again. He focused on driving and tried to recall the way. Who knows how long he drove? Tang Tianzi saw lights up ahead. As he got closer, he realized it was another van. When the 2 vans passed each other, the other driver even smiled and nodded at him. Drive safe. Tang Tianzi instinctively replied, thanks, you too. But as that van drove off, he found it strange. Who goes on a group trip this late at night? Just as he finished the thought, Yi Yushi spoke up. There are a lot of ghosts on this road. That van just now? It was driven by a ghost. Tang Tianzi instantly turned pale and slammed the brakes. Several ghosts bouncing around were flung toward the front of the van. They got an up-close encounter with the front windshield and Tang Tianzi. Once the van steadied, Yi Yushi warned him. Drive properly. It's getting cold. Do you want to come back again tomorrow? After that, Tang Tianzi stared straight ahead and didn't say another word. Soon, the clock struck midnight. The van stopped at the same rural area as before. In the glow of the headlights, small mounds of earth could be seen. Tang Tianzi shivered as he turned on the speaker. He then asked Yi Yushi, "Are they ready to party?" Yi Yushi handed him a bottle of liquor. "They want to party with you." Tang Tianzi pointed at himself, stunned. "Me? Party with ghosts?" Yi Yushi asked, "Do you want them following you home again?" Tang Tianzi gritted his teeth. He grabbed the bottle and chugged it down. "It's just a rave. Let's do this. All right, you little ghosts, here I come." Then Tang Tianzi stood under the lights, flung off his coat, and started partying with the ghosts. Yi Yushi stood calmly by the van and took out his phone. Tang Tianzi raved at a graveyard and attracted a house full of ghosts. To get rid of them, he asked his friend for help. His friend told him to go back and party again. Tang Tianzi couldn't believe it. Was he serious? But Yi Yushi said the ghosts just thought it was fun. So take them out to play again. And send them off, tonight would be perfect. Then, following Yi Yushi's lead, Tang Tianzi gave up his flashy red sports car, and picked up a speaker and got a van. Night soon fell. Tang Tianzi sat in the driver's seat of the van. Despite the summer heat, he wore a down jacket. Yi Yushi sat beside him. They watched as ghosts from the house followed Tang Tianzi onto the van. "Awesome! We get to go out again. Not the same van as last time. I saw the big speaker. With it, we can dance." Once all the ghosts had boarded, Yi Yushi told Tang Tianzi to drive. Tang Tianzi kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. He anxiously asked Yi Yushi what the ghosts were doing. He kept hearing creaks and sounds from the seats. Even the windows were being opened for sightseeing. Yi Yushi told him to focus on driving. "Don't act too hopeful." Tang Tianzi went silent, not daring to look back. He drove seriously, recalling the route. He drove for who knows how long. Then he saw lights ahead. It turned out to be another van. When they passed each other, the other driver smiled and nodded at him. "Drive safe." Tang Tianzi instinctively replied, "Thanks, you too." After the other bus drove off, he found it strange. Is this some kind of group trip in the middle of the night? Just then, Yi Yushi's voice came from beside him. "There are a lot of ghosts on this road. That bus just now was driven by a ghost." Tang Tianzi turned pale and reflexively hit the brakes. The sudden stop sent the bouncing ghosts flying to the front of the van. They slammed into the windshield right in front of Tang Tianzi. Once everything settled, Yi Yushi warned him. "Drive properly. It's getting cold. You planning to come back again tomorrow?" After that, Tang Tianzi stared straight ahead and didn't say another word. Midnight arrived quickly. The van stopped in the same rural area. In the headlights, some small mounds of earth could be vaguely seen. Tang Tianzi shivered as he turned on the speaker. Then he asked Yi Yushi, "Are they starting to party?" Yi Yushi handed him a bottle of liquor. "They want to party with you." Tang Tianzi pointed to himself, dumbfounded. "You mean me? Party with ghosts?" Yi Yushi replied. "Unless you want them following you back again." Tang Tianzi gritted his teeth, grabbed the bottle and chugged it down. "It's just a rave. I'm not afraid. All right, you little ghosts, here I come. Let's party." Tang Tianzi then stepped into the spotlight, threw off his jacket, and started raving with the ghosts. Yi Yushi stood calmly by the van and took out his phone. This man liked raving at graveyards every night. But he ended up attracting a house full of ghosts. To get rid of them, he returned to the graveyard late at night again, and turned on his rave speaker. As the music started playing, Tang Tianzi and the ghosts began to rave. Yi Yushi calmly recorded the whole scene on his phone. Thinking, with this footage, let's see if you ever misbehave again. No one knew how long they danced, but gradually the scene quieted. At some point, Tang Tianzi had fallen asleep hugging the speaker. And the ghosts had begun to disperse. Seeing this, Yi Yushi helped Tang Tianzi up, ready to leave. Just then, a young man came running from afar and called out to them. He panted and said, "Excuse me, is that Tang Tianzi next to you?" Yi Yushi looked at him and asked what was going on. Shen Jia scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I saw you guys raving in a graveyard and nothing happened. So I thought I'd come ask for advice. But it looks like he's asleep." Before he finished his sentence, a sudden gust blew and a female ghost appeared behind him. Yi Yushi was surprised. "You've been haunted by a female ghost." Both Shen Jia and the ghost were startled. How could this guy see ghosts? Yi Yushi explained. "I grabbed a red envelope from the livestream host. And got a tool that lets me see ghosts under certain conditions. By the way, that ghost behind you is pretty. She's wearing a pink dress and a daisy hair clip. Think hard. Have you wronged anyone?" Shen Jia shook his head. "I've been single since birth. The only females around me are my mom and relatives. The only female I've held hands with was my 12-year-old dog." Yi Yushi asked, "Anyone acting weird around you lately?" Shen Jia thought for a moment. "Only Choeui. Only when she's near does my lion carving heat up." Yi Yushi patted him on the shoulder. "Next time the host gives out red envelopes, grab one. It might help you." The female ghost beside him looked visibly upset. And suddenly pulled out a dagger to stab Yi Yushi. "Who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" Yi Yushi quickly slapped a talisman on her forehead. The ghost disappeared instantly, leaving only the talisman fluttering to the ground. Shen Jia stood silently. Then he thought, better stick with a master like this. So he asked, "Can I go back with you guys? I can pay the fare." Yi Yushi agreed. But said, "No need to pay. We were heading back to the city anyway." So the three of them boarded the van to return to the city. Suddenly, Shen Jia got a message on his phone. It was from a dorm mate. He opened it and saw a photo of Choeui with another classmate, along with a line of text. "Shen Jia, don't hang out with Choeui anymore. She's the type to play both sides." He opened it and saw it was from his dorm mate. It was a photo of Choeui with another classmate. There was also a caption attached. "Shen Jia, you better stop hanging out with that Choeui. That girl's clearly too timing." The man got a ghost-repelling item in the Underworld Healing livestream. It was a small item that could ward off spirits. But every time he saw the goddess he secretly liked, the wooden lion carving would heat up. To figure out what was going on, she went to a grave on the outskirts. She had read in the news that a rich second gen was partying atop a grave late at night. She thought he must know something and wanted to learn from him. But when she got there, the rich guy had already fallen asleep. Her companion, Yi Yushi, told her that she was being haunted by a ghost. To get rid of it, she should grab the host's red envelope next time. On her way back, her roommate sent her a photo of the goddess being intimate with a strange man. Her heart trembled at the sight. A bad feeling surged within her. Could it really be something wrong with Choeui? She messaged her roommate asking if there were any other strange things about Choeui. Her roommate didn't reply. So she sent another message asking if Choeui was free that weekend. She wanted to confirm if Choeui was really the problem. Before she knew it, the weekend arrived. She greeted Choeui first, then pulled out the wooden lion and held it in her hand. She noticed the lion was heating up again. That confirmed it. Choeui was the one. So she posted online, offering a high price for ghost-suppressing items. She also asked the goddess to meet her at the back hill that day. At the back hill, Shen Jia looked at the item she had spent 2 months of living expenses on, muttering, "Please bless me, streamer. This has to work." Right then, Choeui arrived. So she turned and shoved the item up Chuyu's nose. Instantly, behind Chuyu's back, a ghost shadow screamed and appeared. Then it gradually vanished. Choei fainted on the spot. Seeing this, Shenjia collapsed to the ground. Does this count as a success? Later, with Shenjia's permission, the story was posted on a site called Ancestor Forum. After some investigation, they uncovered the ghost's identity. She was an upperclassman from Shenjia's school. 10 years ago, her boyfriend was seduced by a younger student. She committed suicide because of it. Over the next 10 years, she possessed many beautiful girls at the school to do extreme things, seeking revenge and destroying them. After the incident, Choei met with Shenjia to thank her in person. Shenjia told her not to mention it. It's what I should do. Then shyly scratched her head. You look pretty good. You must be recovering well. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. The goddess finally asked me out. Why am I saying this? Can't I bring up a better topic? Choei nodded. But clearing my name took a while. Then she pulled out a gift and handed it to Shenjia. This is my thanks. Shenjia, can we be good friends from now on? Shenjia felt thunderstruck hearing that. Just friends? In the end, she was just a friend. And the goddess flew away with her childhood sweetheart. Shenjia posted this whole story in the livestream room. Viewers flooded in with teasing comments. So what? You just got friend zoned. Nothing to be afraid of. Get friend zoned a few more times and you'll get used to it. There are plenty of flowers in the world. No need to cling to one. Your fortune's still ahead. Zhang Lin watched all of this silently, thinking, looks like red envelopes do help the audience. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. A boy had quarreled with his dad over a disagreement. His dad was hit by a car and died after leaving in anger. From then on, the boy felt life had no meaning. To avoid causing more pain to his family, he began self-harming regularly. His father, now a soul, learned of this. He asked around and arrived at Zhang Lin's wooden hut. He reached out to knock on the door, but hesitated and pulled his hand back. What if Lord Wuchang is busy? I shouldn't interrupt. He scratched his head, pacing back and forth and glancing at the hut. Eventually, Zhang Lin sensed something and opened the door. Are you here to see me? The middle-aged man jumped at the sudden door opening, then awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Yes, yes. I heard Lord Zhang Wuchang can deliver dreams. So I wanted to ask for your help. Hearing this, Zhang Lin checked today's daily tasks. He saw that only 60% of the livestream time was completed. So he asked the man what he needed help with. The man hesitated, then said he wanted his son to live. Meanwhile, in a residential district, a 17-year-old boy lay on his bed. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the ceiling. There were knife marks on his wrists. The whole room was filled with a feeling of hopelessness, just like him. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Time to eat. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something. No reply came for a long while. Then a sigh was heard. Zhang Lin, standing nearby, saw the boy had no intention of sleeping. So he stepped forward and hovered above him. Then he raised his withered mulberry rod. Instantly, yin energy gathered around it, emitting a buzzing hum. When it was done, Zhang Lin pointed the rod at the boy on the bed. Streams of yin energy flowed into the boy's body. The boy slowly closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. Zhang Lin turned to the livestream audience to explain. Injecting a small amount of yin energy helps ghosts deliver dreams and doesn't harm the living. Then he took out a cloud of black mist and infused it into the boy. In the dream, the surroundings were void. The boy sat on the ground, unaware of his environment. He muttered, "Where's this place?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "Fang Jiacheng. You brat, what are you doing?" The boy jolted when he heard the voice. His father had died in a car crash after they argued. The boy blamed himself for his father's death. He felt life was meaningless afterward. He locked himself in, refused food, and even self-harmed. His soul-bound father wanted to encourage him to live on. So he asked Bai Wuchang to send a dream. When Fang Jiacheng saw the familiar figure, tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Dad, is it really you?" His voice trembled. His dried-up tears began flowing again. He had once wondered if he was such a disappointment, that his dad no longer wanted to see him. Why else had he never dreamed of his father since his passing? Now, seeing him again, he dropped to his knees and cried, "I'm sorry," over and over. "I shouldn't have argued with you that day. It was my fault. I shouldn't have dated that girl. I should have listened to you. I was wrong. Dad, please come back." Hearing this, the father teared up too. He lifted his son up. "Silly boy. Look at me. I'm your dad. A dad protects his son. It's only right. My son isn't worthless. They just don't deserve you." That morning, he had gotten a call. It was from the girl's mother. She asked him to tell his son to stop bothering her daughter, because they were moving abroad. Her arrogant tone almost said outright his son didn't deserve her daughter. Though he never approved of young love, how good his son was not for outsiders to judge. "I told her straight," he said. "My son is top 10 in his grade, good looking too. Why should he be the one chasing your daughter?" The man clenched his fists. He let out everything he had bottled up. Fang Jiacheng slowly raised his head, staring in disbelief at his father. "So in Dad's heart, I've always been this great?" He opened his mouth but couldn't speak. His strong father thumped his chest. "What are you doing? You better work hard. Live up to your name. Our Fang family doesn't raise losers." Fang Jiacheng wiped his tears. "Yes, I won't be a loser. There are no losers in the Fang family." The man patted the back of his head. "Don't let me hear your mom crying at my grave again. Don't let me hear your mom crying at my grave again, or I'll spank your butt wide open. You hear me?" "Yes, I do." The middle-aged man said, "Good," 3 times. A satisfied smile appeared on his honest face. He reached out to hug his son, just like in the old days when their relationship hadn't turned cold. "Son, hang in there. Take care of your mom. Go back now." With that, he shoved his son out of the void. In the dark room, the boy woke from his dream. He immediately looked around after opening his eyes. Then he felt a bit empty. Was it just a dream? He wiped his face. His hand was wet with tears. Suddenly he remembered something. He climbed out of bed and opened his bedroom door. Light from the hallway hit his face. He instinctively shielded his eyes. Looking down against the light, he saw a stool at the door. On the stool was a plate of food covered in cling film. The steam suggested it was still warm. He stepped into the living room. He followed the voice he'd heard earlier. His mom's voice was hoarse from not speaking much. The woman in the living room paused, then turned around in disbelief. This boy had once spiraled into despair and self-harm after his father's death. His father's spirit had sacrificed rebirth just to support him in his dreams. Waking up, the boy rushed out of the room, seeking the familiar voice. The woman turned in disbelief the moment she saw her son. Fang Jiacheng was also stunned when he saw his mother's weary face. She had worked hard her whole life, her skin rough. The stress from recent events had aged her more. She now had even more gray hair. But her face lit up with joy seeing her son. "Chencheng, you're up. Are you hungry? I'll heat up your food." She started walking to the kitchen. But Fang Jiacheng grabbed her hand. His voice choked. "Mom, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll support this family. I won't let you down." He wiped his mother's tears. "Mom, the food's still warm. I'll eat it myself," she said, "then I'll sit with you." Fang Jiacheng agreed. While eating, she watched him nervously yet with relief. In her heart, there was comfort too. Then Fang Jiacheng asked how he got his name. His mom was puzzled. "Why ask this now?" Fang Jiacheng said, "I want to know what Dad was thinking when he named me." She nervously wiped her apron. "You already know. Your dad and I aren't educated. He spent a whole month flipping dictionaries. Then he chose Jachung. He said our son deserves the word Ja, home. And he should bring new beginnings like the morning light. So, Jachung. Hearing her words, Fang Jachung muttered. To bring a new day. Ja means beauty and praise. So my existence was their hope and joy. Seeing his son understand this, his father's soul gently patted his head with comfort. After the dream ended, the man let go of his attachment. But now a ghost, reincarnation was out of reach. Still, he was calm. There's a reason for everything, he said. I understand that. I plan to find a job in the ghost market. I'm strong, can work anywhere. No matter what it is. Hearing this, Zhang Lin told him that Chen Sanwei, owner of a ghost market restaurant, was hiring. You could try applying. Thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang. I'll go check it out now. With that, the man floated off toward the ghost market. After resolving this case, Zhang Lin explained reincarnation rules. Once you become a ghost, you need to do great deeds and accumulate merit to reincarnate. It could take decades or centuries. Then someone in the chat asked whether the underworld really needed so many ghost officers. And if the ghost market ever got as crowded as ours. What about your household registration? Won't it be total chaos? Can you just slack off once you become a ghost? After all, you can't reincarnate anyway. Faced with all these bizarre questions from netizens, Zhang Lin explained that the underworld has many jobs needing labor. For example, building roads and houses, standing guard, or patrolling. Many ghost officers do these things to earn reincarnation. There are things in the mortal world they long for or miss. Reincarnation may seem easy to obtain. But once missed, it's hard to get again. Especially for those who voluntarily gave it up. It becomes even harder to try again. After saying that, the system prompted. Her daily task of promoting underworld culture was completed. Reward, 200 points. Just as Zhang Lin was about to check her current point balance, she suddenly sensed something. She took out her little notebook. The ghost officer Bai Wuchang, after completing today's tasks, was about to check her current points balance. When the notebook she carried reacted, a message on it flashed twice before disappearing. Zhang Lin frowned when she saw it. This kind of thing didn't happen often. She decided to go to the mortal world based on what she had seen. With a wave, she opened the underworld portal and stepped in. At that moment, in a graveyard on the outskirts of town, a faint blue light appeared near a grave. A ghost officer dressed as Bai Wuchang appeared out of thin air. A black cat with scales sat on her shoulder, and a small blue lantern floated above her head. She was none other than the trainee ghost officer Qi Yaoyao. She patrolled while softly humming. The king asked me to patrol the mountain. So I stroll around the graves. I lift my lamp, and bring along my cat. She wasn't an official ghost officer yet. So her task was to patrol around, and then submit a patrol report. Just then, a small dirt mound appeared before her. She punched it directly. The mound let out a yelp and disappeared. Qi Yaoyao didn't care. She continued her patrol. These kinds of troublemaking spirits often popped up. Luckily, most of them were weak. She could handle them easily. Just as she was finishing her patrol, her cat's ears suddenly twitched. It looked toward another patch of woods. Qi Yaoyao immediately stopped. She doused her lantern and hid behind a grave mound. Two figures emerged from the forest. Why did you bring me here? That lottery ticket was mine. The person behind him looked puzzled. Is that all you came to say? Didn't you insist on trading with me? But I paid for the ticket. You really insisted on trading. Now that it's won, you want it back? Fine, fine. Let's just say you bought it for me. I'll give you a share, alright? Let's go now. This place is creepy. The one in front stayed silent. Just as the person behind turned around, the front one suddenly turned back. A flash of cold light flickered in his hand. The sound of metal-piercing flesh rang out. He lifted his face, revealing a crazed expression in the moonlight. I want it all. Blood splattered on his face. He grinned and stabbed again and again. It's all mine. All mine. The victim soon lost all signs of life. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from the killer's body. It devoured the dead man's soul instantly. The shadow licked its lips with satisfaction. Still tastes best like this. The killer looked at his hands. Then at the bleeding body on the ground. His expression shifted from confusion to shock. Then finally to terror. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. He grabbed his hair and ran away in panic. After the man fled, the shadow in the sky pointed its long fingers toward the city. What delicious soul shall I eat next? Can you believe it? A ghost dares to go this far. It wants to devour a ghost officer like Bai Wuchang. Just now, this man murdered his companion over a lottery ticket. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from his body. The shadow opened its gaping mouth and devoured the soul of his companion who had just died. But it ignored the one still standing. Instead, it looked toward the city. What delicious treat should I eat next? Just then, it seemed to sense something. Its face changed, and it quickly backed away behind a grave mound. But as soon as it got there, it felt something was wrong. Turning its head, it saw a young girl crouched behind the mound. Chi Yao Yao's cat spirit lashed out at the ghost's eyes. It struck with a claw. The shadow was furious and ready to retaliate. But from the corner of its eye, it spotted an underworld portal open in the air. A white figure stepped out. The shadow immediately fled in the opposite direction. But as it ran, it suddenly saw a white figure beside it. The next second, a giant dried mulberry stick struck its body. The black shadow was smashed to the ground, unable to escape. Resigned, it stood up to face Zhang Ling head-on. It let out a roar as waves of ghost energy surged in. Its body instantly swelled, eventually turning into a giant ghost 10 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Its aura grew several times stronger than before. It clenched its fists, feeling ghost energy more powerful than ever. Hovering midair, Zhang Ling raised an eyebrow. This ghost was just low-grade moments ago. But now its aura was near Ghost General level. If he had been weaker or stayed at his previous level, he could have been overwhelmed. The giant ghost roared. You forced me. With that, a giant hand grabbed at Zhang Ling to stuff him in its mouth. But Zhang Ling simply looked at it calmly. Ghost energy radiated from his body. At the Ghost General level, ghost energy can form armor on your body. And at a higher level, ghost energy can leave your body, shaping into different weapons at your will. As Zhang Ling's gaze turned sharp, his ghost energy instantly formed a sword that slashed the giant hand into pieces. The ghost screamed in pain, shouting, "Impossible!" and looked at Zhang Ling in terror. How is this ghost officer so strong? I powered up to near Ghost General. I can't go on like this. I can't win. I have to flee. Without checking his injuries, he kicked up sand and dust to escape. He used the dust as cover and fled in another direction. Zhang Ling simply watched him. Then slowly raised his mulberry staff. It had been enhanced using a system upgrade card. Infused with immense ghost energy, it grew enormous. Zhang Ling remained still, raised the staff and smashed it down on the fleeing giant ghost. Ghost Officer Bai Wuchang had opened the portal to investigate a soul that went missing from his record. He arrived at a graveyard on the outskirts of the human world. Unexpectedly, he encountered a ghost committing evil acts. And that ghost even tried to devour him. Zhang Ling calmly pulled out his mulberry staff. With tenfold strength, he slammed it on the ghost's head. With a boom, the ground caved and dust flew everywhere. Even the surrounding trees trembled violently. After being struck, the ghost's energy dispersed, returning it to normal form. Seeing this, Zhang Ling grabbed the ghost. He found the ghost's level had fallen from near Ghost General to low rank, and was still dropping further. Soon it might become just a wandering spirit. Really? Zhang Ling pondered. This ghost's power had surged earlier, but now it was rapidly falling. Clearly it had used some power-boosting drug. But such drugs have side effects. Severe cases could lead to death. And such things disrupt the balance of the underworld. Zhang Ling inspected the ghost but found nothing unusual. Then shook the ghost upside down. A small object fell from its mouth. Zhang Ling caught it with ghost energy. It was a small glass-like bead. But there was now a crack on its surface. He couldn't tell what it was. So he decided to take the bead and the ghost back for the captain to examine. Let him investigate thoroughly. Viewers in the livestream all suspected a huge conspiracy. That little bead must have a mysterious origin. Our streamer is awesome. Bet tomorrow the crater at the graveyard will be in the news again. In novels, these power-boosting pills always have drawbacks. He popped one and went berserk. Can't wait for what's next. With ghost officers this strong, our world is definitely safer. Just then, the system voice sounded. Congratulations, host. Daily task, unify belief, complete. Plus 1,000 points. Zhang Ling pocketed the bead. Then looked down at the monkey and cat hiding behind the grave mound. Shi Yao Yao stood up cheerfully and waved to him. Good evening, senior. After interning for a while, she stopped calling Zhang Ling streamer and started calling him senior. Zhang Ling didn't really care about titles. He nodded and casually asked, "Are you patrolling here lately?" "Yes. I'm almost done with my patrol." Zhang Ling reminded her that patrols can be serious matters. Stay alert. It's been unstable lately. If anything happens, call for help. He then glanced at the dead body lying nearby. He could still sense the residual aura of the ghost he had just captured. So the culprit was indeed that ghost. With that, he opened a portal to the underworld and dragged the ghost inside. Back in the underworld, Zhang Ling closed his stream and went to the captain's office. The captain was buried in paperwork when he arrived. Zhang Ling placed the bead and ghost on the desk. Hearing the noise, the captain looked up at Zhang Ling. Did the soul you were guiding also vanish from your ledger? Bai Wuchang had captured an evil ghost during soul guiding. He found a cracked bead inside the ghost's body. To investigate the bead's origin and the ghost's sudden power-up, he came to the captain's place. The captain asked again if Zhang Ling's soul also disappeared from the logbook. Zhang Ling was surprised. How did you know? The captain replied, I heard about it too. There have been several similar cases recently. You all need to be cautious. He looked at Zhang Ling again. Opened his mouth but said nothing. Then lowered his head and continued working. Zhang Ling didn't ask further. After leaving the captain's office, he took a stroll through the ghost market and task center, trying to hear if any similar incidents had occurred elsewhere. While heading to the ghost market, he resumed his stream. Viewers quickly asked where he'd gone earlier. So what's with that bead? Damn my curiosity. I'm betting some villain is manufacturing and selling them. Or maybe some ghost stumbled on a treasure? Like a lucky drop after slaying a beast? What's next? A ring with an old grandpa inside? Zhang Ling didn't reply to the barrage of comments. He just glanced at them. After all, nothing was confirmed yet. As for why he turned off the stream earlier, it's because the captain's office had too many documents. And ghost officers often came in saying, some things can be shared, some can't be aired. Zhang Ling knew where to draw the line. After browsing the market, he finally addressed the viewers. Today I'll show you some underworld dance. He arrived at the entrance of a new shop. A group of ghosts had lined up neatly. They started dancing in unison. The formation looked similar to those in the human world. The leader shouted, ready. In the next moment, the ghosts began practicing their dance, shouting slogans and moving in sync. Viewers in the stream stared in disbelief at the rehearsal. Can you imagine ghosts dancing while waving a detached arm at the audience? Some even lost their heads while dancing, which rolled across the floor. Another ghost stepped right on it. Some viewers laughed like crazy, others were just weirded out. The underworld's daily life is surprisingly colorful, ha ha ha. Appreciate biodiversity, y'all. Where are the pros? Time to schedule a ghost dance show. WTF. Short video platforms are about to go crazy again. Just then, Zhang Ling felt his ghost energy surging. He felt he was just one step away from the Ghost King level. So he told his viewers. That's it for today's stream. With that, he ended the broadcast. He used points to buy 20 ghost energy pills. And swallowed them all at once. Then entered a basic cultivation room. For Zhang Ling now, cultivation depended on how many pills he had. With enough pills, his level would rise naturally. He was the strongest underworld envoy, by Wuchang. What took other ghosts thousands of years to achieve, he could reach with ease. But now, at the brink of breaking through to Ghost King level, he kept failing. Zhang Ling found this puzzling. He clearly felt he was only one step away just now. Could it be? I still lack ghost energy? Confused, he stopped cultivating. Just then, his little task shield flew out. A note on it read today's task. Escort Yang Siming to reincarnation. Zhang Ling was surprised when he saw it. He hadn't realized 7 days had already passed. Meanwhile, in a residential area behind the ghost market, Yang Siming lay slumped over a desk. His cheeks sunken. Eyes full of deep fatigue. His hand weakly held a pen. As if barely clinging to life. Despite this state, he hadn't stopped writing. Yang Siming kept an ear out for any noise at the door. Today is the 7th day. When will Lord Wuchang arrive? Did he forget to come take him? As he waited hopefully. How's the writing? The update enforcer made a swipe with his pen. Not much. Only 200 to 300,000 characters in 7 days. Hearing this, Yang Siming panicked. Who called me? But when he looked up and saw Zhang Ling, he froze. Then scrambled to run toward him. But he stopped mid-step. 2 enforcers were dragging in another author, who had tried to escape from the pressure. They shoved him back in place. Tied him to the desk with rope. Yang Siming trembled all over. Though not violent, the scene made him fearful. He didn't wait for them to scold him. He obediently sat down. Seeing this, Zhang Ling said calmly. Yang Siming. I'm here to take you for reincarnation. Yang Siming immediately dropped to his knees. Lord Wuchang. You finally came. I don't want to stay here anymore. I've figured it out. Reincarnation is what a soul like me should pursue. Tears streamed down his face as he cried hard. He could finally leave this place. Seeing him like this, Zhang Ling picked him up and headed to the door. But when passing by the enforcer, he suddenly stopped. The enforcer asked if he had any instructions. Zhang Ling replied, I want Yang Siming's manuscript. Yang Siming trembled again upon hearing this. Could you keep writing non-stop for 7 days, excluding eating and sleeping? This man actually did it. He wrote over 200,000 characters in 7 days, leaving his soul in an overdrive state. Now that 7 days had passed, it was time for rebirth. Zhang Ling took the manuscript from the enforcer and left with Yang Siming. Only after reaching the bridge of forgetfulness did Yang Siming react. Streamer, I don't have to keep writing, right? I'm done turning in drafts? Zhang Ling confirmed, yes, you can reincarnate now. Yang Siming cried with joy, running off like a kid toward the Yellow Springs Road, shouting, I'm finally free. No more novel writing. After seeing him off on the path of rebirth, Zhang Ling looked at the thick stack of manuscripts. He suddenly had an idea. This counts as underworld material too, right? So he returned to his cabin, spread out part of the pages, and pointed his livestream camera at them. Then said, this is the sequel you've been waiting for. News that a deceased author had updated his novel went viral. Meanwhile, back in the underworld's book study hall, after Yang Siming left, the enforcers held copies of the manuscript with great reluctance. If only he stayed longer, we might have gotten more amazing stories. But he was brought by Lord Wuchang, so we didn't dare keep him. They sighed in regret. A rare good story for once. But it's incomplete. Nearby, Shu A-san also set down his pen after finishing his novel. Hearing their conversation, he walked over. Can I read his? Since Shu A-san was on break, the enforcers handed him a copy without hesitation. Shu A-san didn't go far. Just squatted by the door to read. He had heard the enforcers rave about it for days. It was his first time reading Yang Siming's work. And he quickly became immersed. The story wasn't just full of passionate moments. It was also packed with clever humor. Things like promoting spell-based road construction, farming, and cooking in the cultivation world. Or building magical signal towers in a world of magic and knights. Modifying magic stones. So they can send and receive messages. That way, people in that world can chat anytime, anywhere. Just as Shu Asan was reading, not long after, the burly men came to remind him it was time to write. Shu Asan raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Then turned his head and said, "Let me read a bit more. Then I'll leave this place." He spoke firmly, as if he had made up his mind. The burly men were stunned upon hearing this. "What about the novel?" Shu Asan replied that he plans to wrap it up in the next couple of days. The burly men fell silent. The purpose of the update pushing team is partly to help readers push for updates, and partly to help the author stay consistent. If the author decides to end the story, they can only respect that decision. Of course, even if it's ending, they'll still do quality control to prevent the story from falling apart at the end. What do you plan to write next? Shu Asan shook his head. Not writing for now. He looked up from the pile of manuscripts and gazed at the sky. I've decided to go see the human world. This man lingered in the underworld for over 100 years because of his passion for writing. Now, however, a fantasy cultivation novel has shaken that resolve. In order to write an even more exciting story, he decided to take a look at the human world. The sky in the underworld is forever gloomy. Sometimes, he misses the warm feeling of sunlight on his body in the human world. But basking in sunlight is no longer possible for him. Yang Siming's work reminded him of a ghost who had arrived just a few years ago. That author's work became wildly popular in the underworld in less than a year. It was a face-slapping urban fantasy story. You could see the clichés coming a mile away. But it undeniably had that binge-worthy appeal. Back then, he didn't care. He thought it was just a fad. But now, it seems the human world is changing much faster than he imagined. Stories in the human world have entered a whole new trend. The scholarly man said no more. He turned and entered the Shumo study. At present, there are two ways to go to the human world. One is reincarnation. The other is to find a job in the underworld that allows access to the human world. You decide. Watching the man leave, Shu Asan said, "Thank you." But the man told him not to be polite. "I hope you return with even better stories." 2 days later, Shu Asan handed over the complete story to the man. He packed up and left the Shumo study. Not long after Shu Asan left, a ghost approached him, saying there was a way to get to the human world. The ghost left him an address. Curious, he followed the address to a corner of a residential area. Following the ghost's instructions, he knocked twice on the door, paused, knocked again, paused. He repeated this process 3 times, then stopped, and waited for someone to open the door. Soon, an old man in a gray robe opened the door. He seemed to be the housekeeper. Before Shu Asan could speak, the old man invited him in. Shu Asan calmly observed his surroundings. Beyond the main gate was a row of cobblestone stoves. The courtyard was neatly arranged. By the wall stood a seemingly withered tree. All its leaves had fallen. Soon, the old man brought Shu Asan to a room and stopped. Shu Asan glanced at the old man beside him, and was about to knock on the door, when a voice came from inside. "Come in." As soon as Shu Asan entered, the door closed on its own. Looking at the room, he felt like he had entered another world. The room was filled with antique charm. Calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. Incense rose from the burner on the table. In front of the incense burner sat a person wearing a red ghost mask and a black robe. Their hands were clasped together in front of them. "Welcome to my home. Just call me the ghost shopkeeper." The voice sounded male. Hearing this, Shu Asan asked, "I heard you can go to the human world from here?" The ghost shopkeeper confirmed, of course. When do you want to go? And for how long? Shu Asan frowned. Aren't you going to ask why I want to go? The ghost shopkeeper chuckled softly. Why ask? There are only a few reasons to return to the human world. Revenge, gratitude, money, or women. Who doesn't have an obsession? Shu Asan couldn't argue with that. After a moment of silence, he asked. If I want to stay in the human world for a while. What's the price? The ghost shopkeeper waved his hand. A sheet of white paper floated up from the desk and landed in front of Shu Asan. All you need to do is sign this contract. A ghost who had lingered in the underworld for a century, seeking to sneak into the human world. Turned to the ghost shopkeeper, an evil ghost who could grant any wish. He wished to stay in the human world for half a year. Hearing the wish, the ghost shopkeeper agreed immediately. And tossed him a contract. Shu Asan glanced at it. The terms weren't many. Basically, if he wanted to stay in the human world for half a year, he had to work for the ghost shopkeeper for 3 years. If he wanted to stay for 1 year, then work for 10 years. During that period, betrayal or doubt was forbidden. Signing the contract signified agreement to those terms. After reading the contract, Shu Asan frowned. It didn't seem like a bad deal. In fact, it seemed too good to be true. He had neither virtue nor power. Instead, it seemed too good to be true. He had neither virtue nor formidable strength. Only some income from writing. It seemed too good to be true, making him wonder what kind of work it involved. The ghost shopkeeper, as if reading his mind, took the initiative to say, Don't worry. The job will definitely be within your capabilities. So, are you going or not? Shu Asan didn't agree right away. It all seemed so easy, it felt a bit unreal. After all, this wasn't a legitimate way to enter the human world. What if something went wrong during the process? Or he got discovered while working? Shu Asan wasn't sure if he should take the risk. So he put down the contract and said, Let me think about it. The ghost shopkeeper didn't press him. He simply raised a hand in a gesture of farewell. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open automatically. Shu Asan glanced at the room one last time. Then walked out, lost in thought. But after just a few steps, he suddenly felt dizzy. In an instant, his vision went black. In his groggy state, he felt his hand being pressed against something by force. Then the cold voice of the ghost shopkeeper rang out. Did you really think you could leave my place that easily? Take him away. Shu Asan then felt himself being dragged somewhere. His consciousness gradually slipped into darkness. These ghosts actually dared to conduct shady deals right under Yan Wang's nose. Meanwhile, in Zhang Ling's little wooden cabin, Zhang Ling had started his live stream. But lately, something felt off about the tone of the stream. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. After watching for a while, he realized. It seemed like the start of the school season again. Many students had spent the whole break following the streamer around, completely forgetting the homework their teachers assigned. Now that school was starting, they were panicking. Some even joked online, asking Zhang Ling to abduct their teachers' souls for 2 days. Let us finish our homework first, then return them. Zhang Ling looked at the chat comments and chuckled, shaking his head. Then he addressed the live stream. Alright, let's go pick up the next soul. As the camera moved, the live stream showed a building. In the spacious hall, clear voices could be heard. Old man, keep this money for yourself. Live a better life. I'm doing just fine, young lady. No need to worry about me. As he spoke, the elderly man unwrapped the cloth in his hand, revealing neatly folded cash inside. The kids are the ones who really need the money. I'm already halfway into the grave. The young woman looked at the elderly man's clothes. He didn't look like someone well off. She wanted to say something more, but her colleague stopped her. The colleague helped the elderly man with paperwork and smiled. Sir. The child we talked about last time. They can go back to school now. The old man's cloudy eyes lit up. He smiled, revealing crooked teeth. That's good. Learning more is always good. That child even wrote a thank you letter. Shall I read it to you? The old man nodded. Yes, please. The colleague cleared her throat, pulled out a handwritten letter from an envelope, and began to read. Dear uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, brothers, and sisters, hello. My family lives up in the mountains where transportation is poor. The crops we grow are limited. The nearest market is very far away. It takes over an hour just to buy supplies. Our school is in the town. It often takes 2 to 3 hours to walk there. There are 3 siblings in my family. Life is really hard. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to return to school. This elderly man, with a head full of white hair, felt that his end was near. He went alone to the charity organization and donated all his savings. A new staff member nearby was puzzled after seeing the old man's attire. Only after the old man left did he ask his colleague, Sis, the old man doesn't seem well off at all. He lives frugally. Why would he still donate money? The colleague explained that he had been doing this for years. His son and his family died in a car accident years ago. His daughter-in-law was pregnant at the time. Now he's the only one left. We think maybe he just wants something to hold on to. She sighed and looked at the cash in her hand. The least we can do is make sure his goodwill doesn't go to waste. As the old man left, the Livestream camera followed him. He walked to the edge of a flower bed nearby. He took out a burlap sack he had prepared earlier. Along the way, the old man and his tongs headed toward the busy street. There were people rushing to work. Children laughing and playing. And teenagers chatting and drinking since school hadn't started yet. Empty bottles were constantly being tossed into the trash bins. Seeing this, the old man picked them up one by one with his tongs and placed them into his sack. Though poorly dressed, he kept himself very tidy. He wasn't worried about dirtying others. Still, sorting through garbage left a bit of odor. So he consciously kept a respectful distance from passers-by. As he passed a residential gate, a child ran up and placed a stack of books beside him. Grandpa, take these to sell. I don't need them anymore. Before the old man could reply, the child ran back inside. The old man smiled as he watched the child leave. Then squatted down to put the papers into his bag. But his hand suddenly paused. He picked up a brand new 4th grade homework book. It startled him. These kids nowadays. If you lose your homework, you'll be in trouble later. So he brought the workbook to the security post at the community entrance. Seeing him, the guard instinctively handed him an empty bottle. But the old man didn't take it. He told the guard not to rush. I'm not here to collect recyclables. A kid accidentally mixed his homework with the trash. He might come back looking for it. Can you keep it for now? The guard nodded instinctively. But then his expression became a bit odd. Still, he took the book inside without saying anything. The old man then continued walking with his sack. If he saw trash on the ground, he would pick it up and toss it into a bin. When tired, he'd find a spot to rest. After resting, he'd continue forward. Suddenly, a shout came from ahead. Robbery! Stop the thief! A figure burst around the corner, sprinting like the wind. The old man looked up but had no time to react. All he felt was a gust of wind rushing at him, followed by the world spinning. He stumbled backward, lost his balance, and fell beside a trash bin. Half of the bottles in his sack spilled onto the ground. Lying there, his mind went blank for a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he seemed to see his son holding his grandson, welcoming him. The old scavenger had been knocked over by a fleeing thief in an alley. In a daze, he saw his long-deceased son waving with his grandson. Only when they slowly disappeared did he hear the noise around him. Hey, look! Someone collapsed. Don't look. Keep walking. Let's go, can't help anyway. Damn, I just came out to eat and ran into this. Don't know if the old guy is okay. I don't hear anything. Call an ambulance, someone. Let the professionals handle it. Yeah, true. Helping the wrong way might cause more harm. Someone else pulled out their phone. Should I check on him? Help me record a video as proof, okay? People passed by non-stop. But a circle had cleared around the old man, no one approached. At that moment, a little boy came over and squatted beside him. "Grandpa, are you okay? Do you need help? Should I help you up?" His mother saw him and rushed over. "This is grown-up business. You're just a kid, don't interfere." The boy looked at her in confusion and said, "But Mom, you told me to help others and respect the elderly." That left her momentarily speechless. Then she said to him, "Let me call for help first, okay?" The boy obediently nodded. Then squatted beside the old man again. "Grandpa, are you really okay?" Hearing the boy, the old man smiled. "Grandpa's just tired. Just lying here for a bit, don't worry. You should listen to your mom. Grandpa will get up after resting." At that moment, the mother returned after calling for help. "Sir, do you need help getting up?" She reached out to support him. But he waved her off, declining her kindness. Then he propped himself up slowly. "See? I'm fine. You can go now. I know my old bones better than anyone. If I were 20 years younger, I'd be striding like the wind. Go on now. Don't let an old man like me delay you." Seeing that he really seemed fine, the little boy's mother picked up the old man's sack and handed it to him. The old man took the bag. Then he sat down and laid his head on the table, falling asleep. Just then, a local police officer walked in from the door. Normally, when he came by, the old man would have closed the door. But today it was open. That made him a bit confused. Still, he set the things in his hand aside. As he did, he said, "Hey, Hatsi. When you come over later, bring a bag of flour and a bottle of oil. Put it on my tab." But there was silence on the other end of the phone. "Chinzi. The old man just passed away." Chinzi froze and stammered. The old man said, 320. Repeated lines removed. Placeholder for the old man said. Chinzi paused, staring at the old man slumped over the table. Old man Axon had died after being knocked down by a thief while scavenging. As a soul, he did not blame the thief. Instead, he was more like a poet. The police officer who came to visit him was deeply saddened by the news of his death. The old man touched the officer's hair and said, "Good kid, don't be sad. Everyone dies someday. You have to live well." He took one last look at the corner of the room. There were still unsold bottles and cardboard there. He let out a soft sigh. "I'll leave the rest to the living." On the side, Zhang Ling saw the old man's soul. He opened the underworld portal and said, "Let's go." The old man nodded without hesitation. And so the two figures walked into the passage, one after another. Viewers of the livestream were already in tears at this point. Someone recalled the peaceful expression on the old man's face and was puzzled. Didn't it feel like the old man knew about his own condition? Is that why he refused to go to the hospital? Do you remember what the old man said? He said he already had one foot in the grave. That it was the children who needed the money more. He said he knew his own body well. He said every family has its own hardships. If people had the choice, who wouldn't want to be admired by all? I think he just didn't want people to blame the guy in the hoodie. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the livestream chat. "I've robbed people. I've killed. I'm still doing bad things for them. They've hurt many people. I've hurt many too. Come arrest me. I'm here waiting for you. If you still have any goodness left, then don't return to hell." After that message was sent, the user with the nickname Abyss went silent. But the viewers were stunned. Holy crap. What just happened? A criminal confession? Or just attention seeking? Even police officers watching the stream posted messages. Hell is not your end. But if you turn back, we'll be right here. We will find you. Meanwhile, in an ordinary neighborhood, a man squatted on the steps, smoking a cigarette. He squinted as he stared at his phone. He was the criminal with the username Abyss. After sending his location to the police, he stood up and walked in another direction. As he passed by a closed storefront, he casually placed his phone there and kept walking. There were few people in the area. Everyone was busy with their own lives. No one noticed what he was doing. He had only come out to buy something. The messages he sent in the livestream were just on a whim. He had heard of the livestream that healed souls. If hell truly exists, then he'd quietly await its arrival. Just like the old man said, if we could, who wouldn't want to be a good person? But clearly, in this world, evil is everywhere. When he needed kindness, when he wanted to be a good person, no one gave him the chance. No one ever treated him kindly. He couldn't fight the darkness. So he chose to walk into the abyss. If he had met someone like the old man in his youth, would everything have been different? At the same time, many viewers watching the livestream also began to take action. At this moment, Bo Ming's girlfriend Ling Ruoi sat up in bed, wearing a facial mask while watching the stream. Suddenly, she was shocked by the criminal's confession. So she messaged her assistant. I want that guy named Abyss brought to justice within 3 days. And give me a charity foundation proposal by the end of today. Elsewhere, in a European-style villa, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged on the floor, with a phone and several coins in front of him. Propping his chin with one hand, he muttered, no wonder. My eyelids been twitching non-stop lately. Turns out it was waiting for me here. The old man had passed away. But his death moved livestream viewers to tears instantly. Even the criminals watching the livestream confessed their crimes. And because of this, many roommates watching the stream also sprang into action. First, the national sweetheart messaged her assistant, telling him to find the man named Abyss and bring him to justice in 3 days. Then, the diviner Zhang Xian, inheritor of ancestral teachings, called his father and asked his secretary to prepare clothes, books, and supplies for children in remote mountain areas. In exchange, he told his father the whereabouts and address of his partner, Mr. Wang. Meanwhile, in a massive library, Yi Yushi, who was sorting through materials, received a call. It was Tang Tianzi's excited voice on the other end. Yeji, did you see the live stream? A criminal actually confessed live on stream. I watched it and realized how heartless I've been. Do you think we should do some charity work? Hearing this, Yi Yushi paused his actions briefly. Having already guessed Tang Tianzi's emotional arc, he said, if you want to help, try one-on-one sponsorship. It might feel more meaningful to you. Tang Tianzi was instantly intrigued. One-on-one support? I'm in. Come with me tomorrow and check it out. And help me catch that Abyss guy too. A few days later, 3 things went viral. First, the news about a criminal confessing in a livestream. Second, reports of tycoons donating to charity en masse. Third, a video edited from the livestream's fun zone. Someone had edited the old man's footage, from his donation to picking up trash to collapsing later. The video lasted barely 5 minutes, and was titled, May We All Meet Such Warm-Hearted People. It went viral upon release. Meanwhile, in Yangzhou town, Xianshui City, a chubby man with an oval-shaped haircut had just returned home. Inside, a few strong-looking men were chatting. The chubby man burst into laughter as he entered. Boss, you guys won't believe it. There are actually people that dumb out there. He confessed his crimes in a live stream. Did he really think the cops wouldn't catch him? This isn't some movie, he's just being a dumbass. Before he finished, everyone's expression changed. Their bodies instantly tensed up. The one called Boss looked shocked. What do you mean, Fatty? Speak clearly. Fatty casually waved his hand. Relax, boss. It's not about us. That idiot's already been caught. The boss hurriedly asked where the info came from. People on the street are all talking about it. Only then did Wen Yanwu and the others breathe easier. No matter what others do, we need to stay alert. With that, the boss glared at the still giggling Fatty. Be serious. Fatty reassured him. We're fine. We always stay on guard. I'm gonna go see if Auntie's finished butchering the chicken. I'm a little hungry. As he spoke, he headed toward the door. But as soon as he opened it, a gun was pressed against his forehead. Just like that, the whole criminal gang was arrested in one sweep. Among those caught, a man in black lowered his head. Not with fear, but with peace and relief. Congrats on finding me. I'm finally free. At that moment, in the underworld, Zhang Ling had just returned from a stroll in the ghost market. He overheard ghost officers discussing one thing. That King Yama had returned a few days ago. Maybe it was time to start assigning interns. Zhang Ling didn't think too much about it. He shut off the live stream and headed for the training room. Because he could feel he was close to a breakthrough. This man was the underworld's strongest soul reaper, Bai Wuchang. After helping the police capture the criminal gang in the mortal world, he returned to the underworld. Suddenly, he sensed something inside him touch the spirit realm. As if a barrier was about to break. So he immediately entered the beginner training room. He exchanged all the points he had saved for yin chi pills. Then he swallowed them all in one go and focused entirely on his breakthrough. All the ghost energy he had accumulated was unleashed at once. He originally thought it would take a long time to break through the Ghost King barrier. But everything progressed as smoothly as water flowing into a channel. As soon as the yin chi pills turned into ghost energy and surged through his body, that barrier broke naturally on its own. Zhang Ling's ghost energy burst out and surged uncontrollably. The ghost energy was so forceful it cracked the ceiling of the beginner training chamber. The crack spread like a spider web. Luckily, the outburst of ghost energy only lasted a moment. Then returned to Zhang Ling's body. At a glance, he looked no different from an ordinary ghost who had never cultivated. Zhang Ling felt the power within him. Reaching out his hand and slowly clenching it in the air. So this is the Ghost King realm. It feels like I could summon wind and rain with a flip of my hand. Truly amazing. At the same time, fragmented images suddenly flashed through his mind. As if long-sealed memories were unlocked. He saw scenes of disasters. People starving and dying without help. Nations waged war for resources. At age 10, his village suffered a drought and yielded no harvest. People starved or died from illness. His mother also passed away due to sickness. Before her death, she spoke many words. The one she repeated most was, "Live on." After her death, he cried his heart out. Then buried her all by himself. Later, the villagers decided to head to the capital together. Zhang Ling joined them. On the way, the villagers stayed united for the most part. But people still died along the journey. With luck, they found food or shelter from the rain. With bad luck, they were robbed by other refugees. Zhang Ling stayed quietly in the middle of the group. Luckily, they made it into the capital. But soon after, the screening of refugees became more strict. Zhang Ling had no strength, no education, no family. Even if some villagers tried to help him, it couldn't last. Just when he was about to starve to death, he met an old beggar. The man wasn't a refugee but had begged in the capital for half his life. He taught Zhang Ling how to beg, how to read people's expressions, and where to find food. In the capital, some went hungry, while others feasted. Some were kind-hearted. Others beat the weak just for looking wrong. But as for the war outside, those things meant little to the people in power. A few years later, Zhang Ling had grown taller. But malnutrition made him look smaller than other kids his age. That year, something major happened. A turning point in his life. The old beggar offended a prince while begging, and was beaten underfoot. Zhang Ling wanted to help, but the beggar signaled him to stay away. So Zhang Ling quickly hid himself. The White Wuchang, who guides souls and delivers dreams, finally awakened his past life memories. In his previous life, he was an orphan who survived by begging. But he had no knowledge or strength, and couldn't get food. So he grew more and more frail. That's when he met the old beggar, who taught him how to survive, how to read people and find food. But one day, while begging near a prince, the prince ordered his guards to beat the beggar viciously. He thought people like the beggar were just wasting food. Better off dead. The past life Zhang Ling tried to help, but the beggar shook his head to stop him. So Zhang Ling hid again. The beggar had once said, Don't act rashly against unreasonable people. Being cursed and kicked won't kill you. But being impulsive could cost you your life. Soon the shouting and beating on the street faded. Maybe the prince got tired, or just lost interest. He glanced at the beggar in disgust and left in his carriage. Once the carriage left, Zhang Ling ran to the beggar's side. "Old man, are you okay? Should I get some medicine for you?" The old beggar stumbled a few steps and then collapsed. Zhang Ling quickly helped him up and carried him to find a nearby clinic. But before they could even enter, they were kicked out. He tried again at the next one. The old man once said, "If you want to survive, don't let yourself be carried. That only makes you look weak and useless." Finally, a doctor in a rundown clinic pitied him and gave him some medicine. So the general carried the old man and brought the medicine to an abandoned temple. He boiled the medicine he had begged for into soup and fed it to the old man. But the old man's injuries were too severe, and he couldn't drink it. 7 days passed like that, and the old man died. Before dying, he asked the general to move him to the temple entrance. He said that way he could bask in the sunlight. This was the general's second time burying someone. He dug a pit, laid the old man in it, and covered him with soil. He showed no expression the entire time. The general had once asked the old man why he took him in and taught him so much. The old man said it was to atone for his sins. "Now that you've atoned, you just run off and leave me behind? I loathe this world. Everyone tells me to live on. But does it even matter anymore?" Later, the enemy army reached the capital. The once high and mighty royals either died or fled. No one cared whether commoners lived or died. Amid the chaos, one man stood up. Prince Jinan appeared in the capital with his guards. He called upon everyone to resist the invaders together. When the people saw it was the prince who once gave them relief boats, they all joined his cause. And so, the general also joined this force. Though the civilian-formed force was uneven in skill, they were united and selfless. No one slacked off or cut corners. No one complained either. Half a month later, the enemy launched an assault. After 3 months of fighting, they still lost. In that battle, Ghost Messenger Zhang Ling witnessed the death of his younger self. Zhang Ling snapped back from the memory fragments. "So that's how I died. I wonder what became of Prince Jinan afterward. Is he the same person as the captain?" Judging by these memories, their leadership styles are quite similar. I'll ask when I get the chance. But why am I suddenly remembering all this? Could it be that my soul used to be too weak to handle these memories? So they were blocked? Now that my soul is stronger and tougher, they're finally being released? If I keep advancing my cultivation, will I unlock even more strange memories? As Zhang Ling pondered, he suddenly heard the system notification sound. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through and reaching the Ghost King realm. You've earned 10,000 points. 3,000 merit points. 1 discount voucher. A new mission is now issued. Become an outstanding first-class ghost messenger. Host, please keep working hard and move forward." While accepting the rewards, Zhang Ling thought, "So this is what was waiting for me. No wonder there hadn't been any new missions since reaching late Ghost General stage. This man is the strongest ghost officer in the underworld, Bai Wuchang. A Ghost King realm that takes others thousands of years to reach." He broke through with ease. But just after his breakthrough, the system issued a new task. To become an excellent first-class ghost messenger. To qualify as first class, one needs not just strength and results, but also work duration in the underworld, and contributions and loyalty to the underworld. Zhang Ling's current strength should be enough. Now he must work on performance. Do more, contribute more. Just as Zhang Ling was about to check the rewards given after reaching the Ghost King stage, a loud whoosh sounded, the ceiling burst open. Something fell down from above. From the smoke emerged a newly promoted ghost general. A black-robed ghost officer crawled up from the floor. He looked at the hole above with a dumbfounded face. Damn! Is the Ghost King realm really that powerful? Just a breakthrough tour through the training chamber? At that moment, Zhang Ling looked at the broken ceiling. Then at the black-robed officer who crash-landed into his training room. His face full of confusion. Upon hearing the officer's words, he was stunned. So it was his promotion to Ghost General that caused the commotion. He retracted his ghost aura and said, "Impressive, brother. Just breaking through to Ghost General. Caused such a ruckus, not like me. Every breakthrough I've made was in complete silence." Hearing that, the black-robed ghost finally noticed Zhang Ling's presence. Turns out not only had he fallen, he landed in someone else's training chamber. Seeing Zhang Ling's astonished face, he felt a bit embarrassed. No, not at all. Maybe I just overdid it a little during the breakthrough. Did I disturb your cultivation? I'll give you 2 cultivation cards later as compensation. Zhang Ling nodded. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. But as he looked up at the hole, he asked, "This has to be repaired, right?" The black-robed ghost officer also looked troubled. A breakthrough should have been something joyful. I've never heard of someone breaking their training room during a breakthrough. This is like returning to square one. Zhang Ling looked at him meaningfully. Brother, you're already that powerful at the Ghost General level? Your future has no limits. The black-robed ghost froze for a second. Then suddenly responded. You're right. I've never heard of anyone blowing up their training room during cultivation. Am I the first person to do that? I didn't realize I had such potential. No need to worry about money once I reach a higher realm. At that thought, his eyes lit up. All his frustration vanished. Brother Wu Chang, you're right. Today is a lucky day. Let's go grab a meal together later. My treat. Hearing there was free food, Zhang Ling immediately agreed. It was only then that the black-robed ghost sized Zhang Ling up. He realized Zhang Ling had no visible cultivation at all. Until now, he had been distracted by his own promotion and the ruined room. Only now did he notice Zhang Ling had no ghost aura. He must have suffered a lot to become a ghost officer. Brother, I didn't expect you to work this hard just to be a ghost officer. I truly admire you. That left Zhang Ling stunned, as the black-robed ghost continued. If you ever need help, just call me. I'll give it my all, no matter the risk. If it's not too much trouble, please bring me along for future missions. I'd love to go with you. But as the 2 ghost officers stepped out of the training room, they were met head-on by staff who had already been waiting. All the staff were dressed in white. They had a black cabinet symbol on their left chest, indicating a basic training room. They looked at the 2 ghost officers stepping out. So you're the ones who damaged the room? Let me take a look first. He entered the training room, checked both the upper and lower floors, then inspected the whole thoroughly. His expression turned odd. Seeing this, the black-robed ghost said, It must have been me using too much force during my breakthrough. The inspector gave him a sharp look. Your Ghost General level isn't enough to damage this room. He then looked at Zhang Ling, who hadn't said a word. May I ask, sir, what is your current cultivation level? Zhang Ling looked puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Still, he answered, I just broke through to Ghost King realm. Only just recently. The black-robed ghost, about to explain, suddenly froze. Ghost King realm? Upon hearing this, the inspector quickly handed over 5 intermediate training cards. Sir, next time please use an intermediate or advanced training room. Take these cards as a gift to celebrate your breakthrough. Zhang Ling took the cards, still a bit confused. As the inspector smiled and said, Now, let's discuss compensation. After hundreds of years of cultivation, Ghost Messenger Bai Wuchang finally reached the Ghost King realm. But during the breakthrough, he accidentally blew a hole in the ceiling. After a thorough inspection by the staff member Wei, the rest of the room was fine. Only the ceiling needed repair. The cost would be 100,000 nether stones and 500 grams of soul crystals. The black-robed ghost beside him gasped. That expensive? Even selling myself wouldn't be enough to cover that. Heavens above, earth below. Please save this poor soul. Zhang Ling, standing beside him, also let out a sigh. Good thing I have enough. Otherwise, I'd be doing hard labor now. He had heard before that someone once broke a training room during cultivation. Now it seemed that rumor was true. Thankfully, Granny Meng left behind a storage pouch. And his recent live streams brought in plenty of underworld currency. It was enough. But even so, when it came time to pay, Zhang Ling still winced inside. Just then, the system voice chimed in. Ding! Discount opportunity detected. Would you like to use your discount voucher? Zhang Ling paused. Use it. The moment the discount was successfully applied, Inspector Wei seemed to remember something and suddenly said, Hold on, sir. I just re-evaluated the situation. This training room has already been in use for quite some time. Sir, you only need to pay 80,000 nether coins and 400 soul crystals. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling quietly put away the extra coins and crystals. He thought to himself, I really need to take a closer look at this discount card later. It's a real money saver. The black-robed ghost stared blankly at the huge pile of cash and crystals. After finishing the room handover, he silently followed behind Zhang Ling as they left. Just as Zhang Ling stepped outside the room, a ghost child suddenly rammed into him from afar. Zhang Wuchang. Lord Yan wants to see you in the Hall of Yama. Hurry up. Don't keep Lord Yan waiting too long. Zhang Ling agreed. As the ghost child trotted away, Zhang Ling followed. The Hall of Yama was built in a classical style. The buildings were scattered, not sprawling. The staircase at the entrance stretched over 100 steps. Above the gate hung a large plaque. 6 meters long, 2 meters wide. From a distance, the golden characters read Hall of Yama. Grand and imposing. It seemed to radiate a mysterious power. Entering the hall, Zhang Ling cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Lord Yama. The next moment, he felt a twilight light fall upon him. As if scanning him. Congratulations. Ghost King. Yan Luo leaned on his desk, resting his chin in his hand, watching him. I'm quite curious how you managed it. This made Zhang Ling nervous. But then Yan Luo continued. But I suppose that's your own secret. As long as you don't cause trouble, I won't interfere. At least for now, you are trustworthy. So you can rest assured. By the rules, a ghost king may claim their own territory. Would you prefer to live inside the underworld? Or outside of it? After a brief thought, Zhang Ling made his decision. I wish to stay in the underworld. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's answer, Yan Luo said, The western area was just completed recently. You may go there. I'll appoint you as the captain of the 18th squad of Bai Wuchang. Do you accept? Do you know what it takes to be a squad captain in the underworld? It's not just about strength, performance, and years of service. You must also complete major tasks like Granny Meng. Zhang Ling's strength might be sufficient, but his experience and qualifications were lacking. So he didn't immediately accept. From his seat, Yan Luo curled his lips into a faint smile. You've probably heard. A new batch of trainee ghost officers is about to graduate. The underworld is in need of manpower. So your former captain of Squad 9 recommended a candidate to me. Hearing that, Zhang Ling raised his head in surprise and pointed at himself. He recommended me? But Yan Luo went on. I've reviewed your past work. You've done quite well. According to the records from the reincarnation office, almost all of the souls you've guided have successfully entered reincarnation in recent years. Your overall performance is commendable. As for experience, that can be built over time. I'll assign you 20 ghost officers first. Get used to the role. This is also a great opportunity for you. After thinking it over, Zhang Ling accepted. Although he'd have to deal with rookie ghost officers, it was indeed a valuable chance. He could build experience while learning to lead a squad. Seeing that Zhang Ling agreed, Yan Luo waved his hand. The identity plaque flew into Zhang Ling's hands. It recorded his ghost officer rank and team assignment. As Yan Luo gently moved his hand downward, the plaque changed from Team 9 inches to Team 18. At the same time, Zhang Ling's work notebook flew out of his chest. It transformed from palm size to a book about 2 centimeters thick. The cover now read, Seoul Guidance Division, Team 18. Thus, Zhang Ling officially became the captain of Bai Wuchang's 18th squad. After all that, Yan Luo told Zhang Ling to follow the ghost child to check out the team base. He could report there officially tomorrow. His squad members would also be there by then. As he spoke, Yan Luo gave Zhang Ling a meaningful look. You better work hard, don't let me down. After thanking Yan Luo, Zhang Ling put away the documents and left the hall. Thinking to himself, now that he was captain, his benefits and missions would multiply. It would help him complete the system's tasks faster. Just as Zhang Ling stepped outside, a figure shot toward him like a missile. Moving too fast, it crashed into a nearby wall. Climbing out of the wall, the person awkwardly said, Are you Captain Zhang Wuchang? Come with me. So Zhang Ling followed the ghost doll and left. Yan Luo, sitting nearby, watched Zhang Ling's departing back while rhythmically tapping his desk with one hand and resting his chin on the other. Unexpected incidents often occur in the mission center's assignments. Many details can't even be filled in. Yet Zhang Ling's reports are very detailed. It looks like he actually did thorough investigations. And any ghost that interacts with Zhang Ling generally ends up with a good outcome. When they leave, they carry neither resentment nor lingering obsessions. It seems Zhang Ling is quite good at resolving ghostly grievances, or maybe just lucky. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. But during this time, he also quickly advanced to the Ghost King realm. Was it strength or coincidence that he rose to Ghost King realm while handling ghost matters? Zhang Ling, don't make me regret giving you the captaincy of Team 18. But let me see what exactly you're aiming to do. And how far you can go. Bai Wuchang cultivated bitterly for hundreds of years before reaching the Ghost King realm. After the King of Hell found out, he promoted him to captain of Bai Wuchang's Team 18. At first, Zhang Ling refused the position. But then he realized he could accumulate experience while learning how to manage ghost officers. So he accepted the role. When Zhang Ling followed the ghost doll to his new office, a little ghost was hanging a sign at the door. The plaque read, Team 18. On the right side were 2 seals. One was Bai Wuchang's emblem. The other was the Underworld certification mark. Since he was already here, Zhang Ling decided to take a look inside. He also wanted to familiarize himself with the office. But once he entered, he was surprised. Besides work areas, there were also rest spaces. Deeper in, there were artificial hills and ponds. More importantly, the yin energy was quite dense. Perfect for cultivation. This was exactly the big house he had dreamed of. Though different from what he imagined, it was more than sufficient. After leading Zhang Ling to Team 18, the ghost doll left. But before leaving, he gave Zhang Ling a small red stone. Captain Zhang Wuchang. If you ever need to deliver something to other ghosts or run errands, you can find me. Just crush this little stone, and I'll come right away. The ghost doll with pigtails looked a little shy as he spoke. But there will be a fee, of course. Zhang Ling didn't refuse and accepted the stone. Just like how he moonlights by entering dreams. This ghost doll is also expanding his side hustle. But these ghost dolls all seem to share one trait. They're very proud. Their sensing stones follow the rule of 3 no's. They won't give them to low-level ghosts. Nor to ghosts with poor positions. And especially not to ghosts they dislike. Also, their service fees aren't cheap. This was Zhang Ling's first time receiving such a sensing stone from a ghost doll. He didn't know if he'd ever use it. But he kept it just in case. After checking out Team 18, he planned to visit the wine squad's office. He wanted to consult the former captain and resolve some doubts. At the wine squad's office, the guards at the door looked expressionless as ghost officers came and went. It seemed their minds were already blank. As Zhang Ling arrived, a few ghost officers happened to be leaving. One of them looked surprised when he saw Zhang Ling. Captain of Team 18? When did that happen? Zhang Ling said just in the past couple of days. Congratulations, then. Zhang Ling smiled. Is Captain Tongxi in? The ghost officer named Tongshi quickly replied that he was. Just go in, no one else is there right now. Zhang Ling thanked him and walked inside. The moment he entered, he saw the captain buried in a tall pile of paperwork. Before Zhang Ling could speak, the captain looked up with a smile and said, "Congratulations on becoming the captain of Team 18. Zhang Ling cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Prince Jinan, for your support. And thank you, Captain, for your guidance. The captain was surprised. When did you recover your memories? Zhang Ling said just recently. I even brought your favorite thing. He placed a box of Ganlu tea on the table. Prince Jinan frowned when he saw it. Zhang Ling, what brings you here? After Bai Wuchang broke through to the Ghost King realm, he was promoted to captain of Bai Wuchang's Team 18. To understand the responsibilities and management of a captain, he came to visit his former captain, Prince Jinan. In Zhang Ling's memory, Prince Jinan loved brewing this Ganlu tea. But supplies were scarce at the time. So he saved just a little at the bottom of the jar. Someone once suggested he look for more in the imperial palace, but he refused. He said it would be better to use that time to find more food and weapons instead. After hearing Zhang Ling's explanation, Prince Jinan smiled. That's all in the past now. Come, have a seat, he said, waving his hand. A stool instantly appeared beneath Zhang Ling's feet. Let's have a drink. Zhang Ling agreed. Once seated, Prince Jinan produced a teapot in his hand. As he brewed tea, he asked, So, tell me, what brings you here today? Zhang Ling explained his reason. He simply wanted to ask for advice on being a squad captain. Prince Jinan said that every captain has their own style. My experience may only serve as a reference for you. Captains can generally be divided into two types. One type is action-oriented. They often go to the front lines to handle things themselves. The other type works behind the scenes, dealing with affairs mostly from the background. I belong to the latter type. I don't overly micromanage my team members. Most of my energy is spent on analyzing and handling data. First, I observe and understand my team members, their strength, and their ability to respond to emergencies. Second, I collect information from various cities and monitor the frequency of ghost-related incidents. This allows me to roughly determine the danger level of each city. Whenever a report comes in from the Department of Departed Souls, I check their cause of death and location, then assign the appropriate team members based on the danger level of each city. In short, a good captain must thoroughly understand their team. After hearing Prince Jinan's explanation, Zhang Ling gained a lot. He cupped his hands in thanks and prepared to leave. Prince Jinan escorted him out and closed the office door. Looking at the closed door, Zhang Ling muttered, The captain really hasn't changed a bit. After leaving the 9th Division's office, Zhang Ling figured he had no missions before officially taking post. Might as well start a livestream to earn some points. So he opened his Underworld Healing livestream. Meanwhile, viewers in the stream were grumbling at the black screen. Where's the promised Underworld stream? Streamer, show us your Underworld daily life. Summoning ritual for the streamer. Whoa. It actually worked. Zhang Ling looked at the comments in surprise. He didn't expect them to be so excited. He said, I'm heading to Meng Po's place now. You all can check out the scenery and daily life over there. He planned to ask Meng Po about the old beggar who had helped him when he was alive. In the livestream, Zhang Ling arrived at the Bridge of Forgetfulness and saw the current Meng Po. She was stirring a bowl of soup. A long line of souls waited in front of her to drink the soup. Then, a young soul approached Meng Po and suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I just bought a house and now I'm dead. I wanted to enjoy living in a big home. I didn't even get to date young hunks. My life goals aren't fulfilled. I don't want to go. Her sobs and cries caused the souls behind her to grow sad and tearful too, recalling their own regrets. I don't want to die either. My daughter's still so little. I still want to earn big money. I want to go back. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ling grew alarmed. This could stir obsessions and create resentment. To check on the old beggar who once helped him, underworld envoy Bai Wuchang came to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. He intended to ask Meng Po about the old man's status. But he witnessed the queuing souls stir up resentment as they recalled their tragic pasts. Just as he was about to step in, Meng Po acted first. "What are you crying for? If you don't want soup, go wait below." Meng Po glared. Her ladle clanged loudly into the pot. The young soul felt a sudden cold gust. When he opened his eyes again, he was dangling over the Wangchuan River. Below, he saw blood-yellow water, filled with ghostly wails and screams, harsh and terrifying. Worms and snakes filled the gaps between ghosts, sometimes crawling over them. The young soul trembled in fear. Meng Po asked, "Want to go down? Still want the soup?" The young soul quickly replied, "I want the soup." In a flash, Meng Po brought him back to the soup pot. After he obediently drank the soup and left, Meng Po gathered ghost energy in her hand. And a massive hammer appeared out of nowhere. She smashed it into the ground, then glared coldly at the terrified souls. "Anyone who wants to test this hammer's power, step up." Instantly, silence fell upon the bridge. Everyone rushed to drink Meng Po's soup. In midair, Zhang Ling withdrew his hand silently. Seems this Meng Po may not be the strongest, but she's ruthless enough. He stepped beside Meng Po. "Greetings, Meng Po. I'm looking for someone from 100 years ago. Any way to find them?" "There is." Meng Po crossed her arms and looked at him. A red-covered book appeared before her. Every soul who drinks her soup is recorded in it. "What's the name?" "Chu Ying." The old man always said he was a sinner and didn't deserve a name. He never mentioned his real identity. Zhang Ling never knew his full name. He only saw it once when the old man scribbled it on the ground. Meng Po placed her hand above the book. Ghost energy surged in her hand. Countless messages flew past her eyes. Soon, she stopped. "There are 23 people from that period named Chu Ying. Which one is yours?" Zhang Ling summoned a mirror with ghost energy. An image of the old beggar slowly appeared. "Please, Meng Po, help me check if any of them had contact with this person when alive." Meng Po glanced at Zhang Ling. "You want to check them all?" "That's extra charge. 100 per person." Zhang Ling agreed. In the next moment, ghost energy swirled around Meng Po, her hair lifting with no wind. The sound of pages flipping echoed. Countless images flashed quickly before her eyes. Suddenly, the flipping stopped. "Found it. Found it." She found the name the old beggar used to mention repeatedly. Meng Po checked and found 23 people who had that name. To view the detailed lives of all 23 people, Zhang Ling had to pay 100 underworld coins per person. Zhang Ling agreed. In the next moment, ghostly energy surged from Meng Po, and countless scenes flashed again. Suddenly, the flipping stopped again. Meng Po also retracted her ghostly aura. "Found it. Chu Ying. Husband, Qin Yan. Married at 15. Gave birth to a son at 17. At 32, she was addicted to gambling and prostitution. Every time her husband tried to discipline her, she stopped him. That year, she stole money to gamble. Someone died during the robbery. She hid the crime. When her husband found out, he tried to report their son. She stopped him and slammed into a wall, dying instantly. She only had one child in life. Spoiled him endlessly. In the end, she died in misery." Seeing this, Zhang Ling reached out. But Meng Po smacked his hand down. "Another 100. I'll check Qin Yan for you." Zhang Ling nodded. Meng Po found Qin Yan's life in the book. Qin Yan was upright, loyal and filial. He married a wife chosen by his parents. Chu Ying lacked a sense of right and wrong. Later, when their son committed a crime, she defied the law. So he died by slamming into the wall outside their home. His wife and son died. His family collapsed. He blamed himself. So he gave all his belongings to the victim's family and left. He begged for a living ever since. Later, he adopted a little beggar. That child buried him properly. He reincarnated over 10 times. The most recent was 5 years ago. Meng Po looked at Zhang Ling. Based on her previous life, she should enjoy good fortune this time. If you want to find her, check the human realm. After getting the info, Zhang Ling thanked Meng Po. Then he took out his underworld coins. Just then, the system chimed. Detected eligible discount transaction. Use discount card? After Zhang Ling confirmed, Meng Po's eyes glazed over briefly. I'll give you a discount. Come to me next time if you have a big order. In the end, Zhang Ling paid only 1920 coins. He saved nearly 500. Zhang Ling had read about the discount card earlier. For any paid transaction, he could use the discount card. 20% off. Just like human membership cards. After leaving the bridge, Zhang Ling went to the human realm's rebirth office. There, he saw the old man's new life. A fenced yard. Inside, a gentle-eyed woman sat at a stone table with a 5-year-old boy, doing crafts together. Every now and then, a tall man came out to join them in making kites. Their gentle chatter, the child's laughter, it all seemed peaceful and joyful. The old man's current life looks great. A happy family, filial children. Meanwhile, Livestream viewers chatted on. I feel like the streamer is up to something. Wasn't he looking for someone earlier? Did he find them? Come to think of it, we haven't seen his face for a while. Just as they said that, the camera turned to Zhang Ling. I've found who I was looking for. Let me tell you all something. I'm getting promoted. Starting tomorrow, I'll be the captain of Bai Wuchang squad. I'll start my live stream at 7 a.m. Come watch if you're free. With that, he closed the stream. Then returned to his cabin. Packed his things and started moving. From now on, he was a ghost with a big house. Meanwhile, in the human world, many parents urging kids to sleep early were stunned. Because the kids didn't wait for a reminder. They had already climbed into bed on their own. The next morning, the alarm didn't even go off. And the sun hadn't even touched their butts yet. But the kids had already woken up by themselves. At 7 a.m., the live stream began. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Underworld Healing Livestream. I'm your host, Bai Wuchang Zhang Ling. Today, 20 ghost messengers will be reporting in. In a bit, I'll show you around Team 18's courtyard. Bai Wuchang Zhang Ling has finally become a squad captain. Early in the morning, he arrived at the 18th branch waiting for the team members to report in. Just as he opened the livestream and began introducing the courtyard to the viewers, a tall figure stepped through the gate. Subordinate Li Xiao reporting in. Dressed as Bai Wuchang, he had a cold expression. Zhang Ling nodded. You're the first to arrive, go ahead and rest. Wait for the others to arrive. Li Xiao just finished his internship. He performed well during the internship and was proactive. He is currently a spirit cleanser. Li Xiao acknowledged and stood to the side. At that moment, another withered figure walked toward the 18th branch. His hair was graying, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He carried a cane in hand. Fu Jia reporting in. Fu Jia had long since become an official ghost messenger. He was originally part of Team 16. After that team's captain had an accident, he was reassigned. Now he's been transferred here again. Though Fu Jia looked aged, his performance and strength were solid. He was already in the mid-stage of Ghost General. In the next few minutes, the remaining ghost messengers arrived one after another. Only one was still missing. Zhang Ling checked the time, considering whether to have someone by the gate check. Just then, a tall figure burst in hurriedly. Mie Ju reporting in. Seeing everyone already there, he laughed and said, Sorry. It's my first time here. Not familiar with the route. Zhang Ling glanced at the 20 ghost messengers before him. Since everyone's here, let's begin. My name is Zhang Ling. I'm the captain of Team 18. You can call me Captain Zhang or just Captain. As Zhang Ling spoke, all the ghost messengers turned to him. In Team 18, I have only 2 requirements for you. First, be responsible for your work. Be responsible for the souls you guide. Second, be responsible for your own safety. The team members who were initially serious paused upon hearing the two demands. They thought the new captain would issue strict rules or make a strong impression as a new leader. But this was unexpected. Does a captain who cares about the ghost messenger's safety really exist? Is it naive to think you can have both safety and good performance? While Li Xiao was deep in thought, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the group. Yes, Captain. But right after Mie Ju said that, he realized his voice was too abrupt. He glanced at the others with the corner of his eye. Isn't handling work and life equally important? Why are they giving me that look? Seeing no one else respond, Zhang Ling said, Very good. I hope you all have Mie Ju's confidence and spirit. If you lack even that, how can others trust your abilities? How can they trust you to do your job well? Let me first take you to get familiar with our office area. Meanwhile, in a sealed dark space, a ghost messenger with slightly pointed ears sat cross-legged midair. A glowing work ledger lay on his lap. Floating around him were glowing orbs. Each orb contained information of a dying person. His job was to classify the information based on virtue or evil, and assign it to each Bai or Hei Wuchang captain. The captains then distribute the tasks to their members. Looking at the information on the ledger, he muttered. Just a while ago a Hei Wuchang captain was added. And now there's a new Bai Wuchang captain? Were that many interns becoming official today? The ghost rubbed his chin. A sudden thought flashing through his mind. Could it be the captains are too busy? So maybe the King of Hell assigned new captains to relieve the pressure. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Just then, a ripple appeared in the corner of the dark space. A new glowing orb floated in. Shortly after, two more orbs drifted in. Looking at all the unassigned orbs in the air, the ghost messenger felt a headache coming on. Are that many people dying recently? Can't they assign another ghost messenger to my sector? I need someone to help pass on tasks to the captains too. Do you know how ghost messengers always manage to arrive? Just in time to guide the dying? To take their souls across the bridge of forgetfulness? It's because the underworld operates in layers. They assign special hellhounds with abilities to search the mortal world for people close to death. Then they convert that information into glowing orbs and send them to ghost messengers in charge of that region. Those ghost messengers then allocate the tasks to the departments of Hei and Bai Wuchang. At that moment, in the 18th branch of the underworld, Zhang Ling was seated at his desk writing. Suddenly, his soul reception register lit up. One by one, names of the deceased appeared on it. Seeing this, Zhang Ling looked up at the 20 ghost messengers before him. Work has arrived. Among the 20 of you, only 5 have just officially become ghost messengers. I'll pair you with experienced ones for a while or have you tag along for a few tasks. Inside this envelope is your team assignment. Take a look. If no objections, then move out. As he spoke, Zhang Ling handed the envelope to the team. After distributing the assignments from the soul register, the 20 ghost messengers of Team 18 headed out. Zhang Ling followed them. Today, his main job was to observe how the new team members performed, to understand their personalities and attitudes toward mortals and the dead, and how they respond to emergencies. His first stop in the mortal world was Granny Fu Jia's case. Assigned to Fu Jia was a ghost messenger named Ji Yi, who had been interning for 103 years, with average performance and low initiative. Currently, he's at mid-stage spirit level. Fu Jia had rich life experience before death. Zhang Ling hoped Ji Yi could learn a lot by shadowing him. Their target was inside a hospital. After watching Fu Jia and Ji Yi enter the hospital, Zhang Ling followed quietly. He didn't show himself but concealed his aura, observing in secret. Just as Zhang Ling was about to enter the hospital, viewers in the livestream were stunned. A creature that looked like a dog was walking through the crowd at the hospital entrance. Its pupils were blood red, teeth bared. Its body was almost entirely skeletal. It stared at pedestrians with drool dripping from its mouth. It looked utterly terrifying. Inside the hospital, Zhang Ling casually glanced at the chat comments. Then glanced back at the creature and explained. That's a type of hellhound. Not very dangerous. I'll show you more hellhounds in the future. This kind is mainly responsible for detecting the dying among crowds. Then it relays the information to ghost messengers. The souls I guide usually come from those found by hellhounds like this. Zhang Ling frowned at this hellhound. This one's a bit too clever. The livestream viewers didn't quite get what he meant. At that moment, they heard the wail of a siren. An ambulance pulled up to the hospital. Medical staff rushed out with a patient toward the building. As they passed the entrance, the hellhound that had been crouching suddenly stood and snarled at the patient. This hellhound was assigned by the underworld to detect dying souls, but had started getting clever about it. It would wait at the hospital entrance, watching passers-by and drooling. When medics pushed in a patient, it would sniff them. After confirming death aura, it would lie back down. Hospitals are full of wounded and sick, so deaths are common. By staying there, it always gets new dying souls delivered. But that limits its range of detection. If all hellhounds did this, many dying souls elsewhere would be missed. That's why Zhang Ling called it a clever hellhound. As viewers discussed the creature, Zhang Ling was inside the hospital, observing Fu Jia and Ji Yi. In the doctors surrounded a patient trying to save him. It was the patient brought in by the ambulance. The doctors were urgently applying a defibrillator to the man's chest. As they repeated the shocks over and over, sweat dripped from their hands. But their movements were firm and unwavering. When the ECG line became a flat line, the patient was confirmed dead. The doctor covered the body with a white sheet. At that moment, a soul slowly rose from the motionless middle-aged man. He stood there not looking down at his body, but his face was dazed. Until Fu Jia and Ji Yi approached him. At Fu Jia's gesture, Ji Yi spoke. Time to move on. The man looked at them. Move on? To where? Oh right. I remember now. I need to buy a cake for my son. He turned around blankly, staring at this unfamiliar place. As if trying to find something. Cake. There's no cake here. He instinctively floated outward. I need to find a cake. I promised my son. He would see the cake when he came home from school. Oh right. I also need an armored warrior cake. That's my son's favorite. Memory instinctively followed him. At that moment, Granny Fu Jia suddenly made a move. She grabbed the middle-aged man's ankle and stuffed him into the soul pouch at her side. After doing all that, she turned to look at Memory. What are you still waiting for? If a soul strays too far from its body and absorbs certain auras, it won't be good for either him or you. Memory lowered his head. I know. He looked toward the cake shop in the distance and opened his mouth. Sorry, Granny. I just remembered something from when I was alive. Fu Jia sighed but didn't blame him. When facing souls or the human world, your mindset is still immature. It's easy to be led by the nose by a wandering soul. After saying that, she tapped her cane and moved toward the next soul pickup point. Memory silently followed behind, gazing up at the human world sky. Granny. A human life is too short. We barely have time to reminisce. Hearing this, Fu Jia turned to look at Memory. Yes, life is indeed brief. But it's filled with beautiful memories. Lingering memories and untraceable sorrow. It was the intern Reaper's first mission with his senior. He didn't expect to encounter a soul that, even in death, still wanted to buy a cake for his child. That soul instinctively floated away when he realized there was no cake here. If not for Fu Jia's quick reflexes, he would have drifted away and Memory along with him. After securing the soul, Fu Jia told Memory. Once a soul strays too far from the body, absorbing stray auras is dangerous. It would harm both him and you. Memory looked at the distant cake shop and opened his mouth. Sorry, Granny. He died before turning 18. Though he had interned in the underworld for a century. Not every intern Reaper gets to visit the human world. Seeing the world again, he recalled many things. Fu Jia sighed softly. Yes, life is short. but joy and sorrow experienced. Become memories we revisit throughout the long ages. Everyone comes and goes alone in this world. Rather than lament life's brevity, it's better to reflect on its depth. Memory looked puzzled hearing this. But Fu Jia stopped him from overthinking. If we don't go now, someone else will reincarnate ahead of us. Hearing her words, Memory slowly smiled. He thought, in front of Granny's wisdom, I still have much to learn. Fu Jia looked at him and sighed. Kids nowadays are too easily sentimental. They need to broaden their horizons. Experience more of life. Zhang Ling, who followed behind, said as he watched them leave. Given the current situation, those two are a good pairing. Let's check on the other teams. Zhang Ling then arrived near an apartment building. From there, he could see into a wide-open living room window across the street. Inside was a girl in her early 20s. With loose hair and wearing pajamas. She was watching TV while opening her food delivery. The soul assigned to her would be reaped by a female reaper. Named Hong Ya. She had already become a full ghost reaper. Average performance, average strength. Currently at mid-spectral rank. Hong Ya entered, confirmed the soul target. Glanced at the big screen, and plopped onto the sofa. To watch TV alongside the girl. The two girls moved in sync on the livestream screen. Laughing aloud, or covering their faces. Unable to bear the TV scene. This piqued Zhang Ling's curiosity. She found a better angle to see the TV. It was a drama scene where the male and female leads were soaked in water in the bathroom. Just as the male lead embraced the female lead. The sound of a key unlocking the door rang out. Son, I've come to see you. Come see what I bought. The two girls in the apartment suddenly screamed. Zhang Ling commented calmly. Why are you two so excited about people fighting? Seeing the lively barrage in the livestream chat, Zhang Ling crossed his arms and said, Isn't this just a fight? Could this be what you all call love? At that moment, the girl in pajamas began to feel unwell. She accidentally knocked over her takeout. Her body collapsed onto the sofa. Soon after, her soul slowly sat up from her body. Seeing Hong Ya beside her watching TV, she asked, When did you come to my place? The girl had died suddenly while binge-watching late at night. After becoming a soul, she thought she'd become the goddess of night owls from cultivation. The female reaper beside her reminded her. You're dead. You're a ghost now. Come with me. Hearing that, the girl gave an awkward chuckle. Reaper ma'am, how about watching the rest with me? You haven't finished this episode either, right? She recalled the white figure sitting on the couch before she died. Although it felt unbelievable, it seemed this reaper had been here the whole time. Even binge-watching beside her. Hong Ya waved her hand and declined. No need, I'll catch up later when I have time. Right now, your matter is more important. She reached out, intending to guide the girl into the soul pouch. The girl panicked instantly. She knelt down, eyes full of tears, looking at Hong Ya. Reaper ma'am, if I go now, I won't have time to finish the series. I still want to know how the two end up. I want to know how my husband, the male lead, turns out. We're both fans. I believe you understand me, Reaper ma'am. Hong Ya nodded. You do have a point. The girl was so excited, she leapt into Hong Ya's arms. I knew you'd understand me. But Hong Ya's next words stunned her. In that case, let me give you the spoilers now. The girl looked totally confused. But it hasn't aired yet. I heard there's not even a novel version online. Hong Ya nodded. Yeah. I only saw the script because I was following the writer. Though the script and final version differ a bit. The ending should be the same. The girl froze. Then what's the point of chasing it? Oh, that? I was there during the shoot. So I know some things. And that web novel currently serializing, Kiss of Something. I haven't finished reading that. Because the author hasn't finished writing it. But I did read their outline. The girl fell silent, then suddenly remembered. An anime that had updated for 10 years and was still unfinished. So what about the daily cultivation life of the immortal king? That one. You can probably watch it in your next life after reincarnation. Netizens in the livestream started flooding the chat calling Hongya a heartless woman. How could she treat a sweet girl like that? Meanwhile, reclusive authors alone in their rooms trembled uncontrollably. White Reaper, sir. I'll write diligently and keep to schedule, I swear. Please don't take me away. Even some actors on set started panicking. There was a Reaper watching us during filming. No way. Did they see us changing outfits too? Meanwhile, on a school sports field, Ni-ju scratched his head anxiously. I followed the address exactly. So why can't I find it? Did I mess up again? As he spoke, he turned around to retrace his steps, but almost cried out in shock. He stumbled back a few steps to steady himself. Seeing Zhang Ling appear behind him without a sound, he said nervously, "Captain." "What a coincidence." Zhang Ling nodded. "Just passing by." "What are you doing here? Something troubling you?" Ni-ju gave an awkward laugh. "No trouble at all. I'm just about to guide the next soul. So, if you're good, Captain, I'll get back to work now." He floated south as he spoke. But in his heart he worried, does the captain think I'm slacking off? This is my first day with Team 18. Hope he doesn't hold it against me later. Just then, Zhang Ling called out behind him, "Wait a moment." It was the White Reaper's first mission guiding souls in the human world. But he got lost and ended up on a school field, where he happened to run into Zhang Ling, who was secretly observing Hong Ya. This made him extremely nervous. But he still braced himself, greeted Zhang Ling, and floated off in another direction. Zhang Ling glanced at the soul guide register in his hand, and suddenly called out to him. Ni-ju turned around and asked, "What is it, Captain?" Zhang Ling asked, "Are you going now or later?" Ni-ju scratched his head. "Does the captain have a bad impression of me now? How do I fix this? Should I bribe the captain? But I don't have any money." Just as Ni-ju was thinking this, Zhang Ling patted him on the shoulder. "Ni-ju, you." But before he could finish, Ni-ju cried out. He dropped to his knees, sobbing, and said, "Captain, please don't fire me. I'll work really hard. I wasn't slacking off. It's just that." Zhang Ling calmly pointed to the side. "You should go east. You went west just now. Go 200 meters east and that's your soul pickup location." Ni-ju froze. Oh, the captain was just giving directions. Captain's so nice. He awkwardly turned around and wiped away his tears, then dashed off in the direction Zhang Ling pointed. Watching Ni-ju leave, Zhang Ling quietly closed his soul register. I think I now understand why his performance is lacking. If there were no nether passages, he'd probably get lost and vanish. Zhang Ling sighed. Next time I assign tasks, I better give Ni-ju locations that are easy to find. Just as Zhang Ling turned to check on Hong Ya again, they ran into each other. Hong Ya's pupils shrank, her mind went blank. Zhang Ling stepped back and said, "Just do your job. Don't be nervous. I'm just passing by." Then he continued walking forward. Hong Ya let out a long sigh of relief. Top brass really shouldn't stand so close. After leaving Hong Ya, Zhang Ling checked the rest of the team's progress. The newly promoted ghost officers, under their mentors, had no problems. So Zhang Ling returned to the 18 Squad HQ. The guard at the gate bowed and greeted him. "My lord." Zhang Ling nodded and entered. As he entered, several black shadows nearby quickly hid. Zhang Ling glanced up but didn't pay attention. Instead, he sat at his desk to review the day's observations. After 100 years of cultivation, White Reaper was promoted to captain. He now had 20 ghost officers of varying ranks under him. To understand their personalities and emergency handling skills, he followed them secretly on their first missions. After a full day, he found that while everyone had their quirks, it went smoothly overall. So he returned to HQ to reflect on the day and consider improvements to soul task assignments, like scheduling or location accuracy. For example, with Ni-ju, it's best to assign souls with clear landmarks. As for Hanya, who loves earthly stuff, she stays by the soul until it emerges. That prevents accidents. She should be assigned souls related to binge watching or similar interests. You can roughly guess that from their professions or death locations. But Zhang Ling knew one day wasn't enough to understand his team. He planned to keep observing. Many issues hadn't even shown up yet. At that moment, a bump rose from the ceiling above him. And even from the floor beneath his feet. Soon, ghost-like blobs oozed out from the floor, ceiling, and walls. They had no fixed shape, floating gently. Like water, or jelly. 2 blobs landed on Zhang Ling's desk, tilting their heads curiously at him. Wondering if they could snuggle. At that moment, Zhang Ling opened his eyes. The blobs were startled. And instantly collapsed, pretending to be dead. Zhang Ling picked one up and tossed it to the bookshelf. Go clean over there. After that, he seemed to recall something. And explained to the livestream camera. These are house-cleaning ghosts. They live by eating dust and trash. They lack intelligence and act on instinct. They can understand simple commands. As long as there's garbage and yin energy, they can survive. Some ghosts in the underworld keep them as pets. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! Daily task completed. Promote underworld culture, cleaning ghosts. Plus 500 points. As Zhang Ling explained, the little blobs floated around the room, deeming him non-threatening. Netizens watching the stream commented, "These little guys are so cute. Save money and clean the house. I want one as a pet." And those who hate chores. Even they were tempted and a bit envious. With these cleaning ghosts, you'd never have to worry about a messy house. They're basically household experts. Seeing how much the viewers loved the cleaning ghosts, Zhang Ling pointed the camera at them. Then opened up the system store. He planned to exchange the 10,000 points earned from defeating the Ghost King for Yin Qi pills. Before buying, he applied a discount coupon. Each large Yin Qi pill, originally 500 points, now only cost 400. He ended up buying 25 of them. Zhang Ling held the pills, ready to begin cultivation. He glanced up at the ceiling. This place was newly built. He wasn't sure about its structural integrity. Why not test it? So he swallowed all 25 large Yin Qi pills in one go. A surge of yin energy shot out from him, blasting toward the ceiling. White Reaper had swallowed 25 large Yin Qi pills. Just to test the durability of his newly purchased house. The yin energy burst upward, but unexpectedly rebounded off the ceiling. Seeing the intact ceiling, Zhang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Looks like the build quality is decent. I'll be careful with temporary training here. But I should break through in a proper training room. If I blow up the 18 office, the team will have to hold meetings in the rubble. So he sat in the center and began cautious cultivation. Days later, following viewers' requests, Zhang Ling went with Fu Jia and Ji Yin to a private hospital, where a 10-year-old girl lay quietly in a ward. She had a pure, lovely face and a small frame, but no longer breathed. Beside her, a woman grasped her hand and wept. "Sleep now, sleep. It won't hurt anymore." She knelt, covering her mouth, unable to suppress her sobs. From another perspective, the girl had already left her body, staring at her translucent hands. "It doesn't hurt. Mom, I'm okay now." "Why are you crying?" She reached out to touch her mom, but couldn't make contact. She stared at her hand in confusion. "Am I dead? Will I never see Mom again?" Her answer came from Fu Jia and Ji Yin, there to guide her to the underworld. Yes. Seeing the two before her, she had a feeling who they were. So she asked, "Are you here to pick me up?" Fu Jia nodded. "Yes, little one." She turned back to her sobbing mother. "Mom, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. You told me there are many beautiful things ahead. We must keep moving forward. Thank you, Mom, for loving me all this time. For taking care of me." She leaned in and kissed her mother on the cheek. Then reluctantly floated toward Fu Jia and Ji Yin. Suddenly, the girl paused. She looked at the young man without a cane and froze. Ji Yin's tall hat had sprouted two twitching furry cat ears. Noticing her stare, Ji Yin asked, "Something wrong?" She snapped out of it and shook her head. "No. Nothing." Still, she kept peeking at the cat ears on his head. Ji Yin asked, "You like cat ears?" She waved her hands. "No, no. Mom says I shouldn't touch other people's things." Ji Yin chuckled. Then snapped his fingers. The girl, gone from the human world due to illness, wasn't afraid of the Reapers, just fascinated by Ji Yin's cat ears. After a snap, he reached over and gently patted her head. Suddenly, cat ears appeared on her own head. She gasped in surprise. "Cat ears?" A moment later, she hesitated. "But those are your ears." Touched by her thoughtfulness, Ji Yin knelt down and said, "It's fine. They're just made from ghost energy. Consider them a welcome gift from me." Granny Fu Jia simply watched with a faint smile. Soothing souls like this was a good tactic. She's really grown a lot in these past few days. When it comes to soul guidance, as long as no principles are broken, it's all good. Everything else is acceptable. Zhang Ling, watching them secretly, was quite surprised by Ji Yin's gesture. Meanwhile, the live chat exploded. He actually gave them to the little girl? So touching. I can't believe I think that Ghost Reaper is cute. Some viewers even silently covered their mouths and began to cry. The emotions hit suddenly and intensely. Like long-suppressed sadness finally found a release. Everything spilled out from that warm moment. Maybe they were just doing chores at home, or lying alone in bed. But Zhang Ling would never know. She looked at the fast-scrolling comments and said, "Actually, death and reincarnation aren't as scary as you think. Life is short. Pursue the things you truly want. Let's check in on the other team members." With that, she went over to Hong Ya. At the time, Hong Ya was happily chatting with a newcomer Ghost Reaper. The rookie was visiting the human world for the first time and was curious about everything. Hong Ya secretly felt delighted. Now I have someone to watch soap operas with. It won't be lonely guiding souls anymore. She eagerly began explaining everything to the new Reaper. The underworld's not bad, honestly. Just that food and drinks are expensive. Have you ever been to the ghost market? Their ghost dance rehearsals are so fun. I'll take you there next time. But be careful in the ghost market. It can get messy. There's this ghost who studied medicine. Lately he's obsessed with dissecting other ghosts. Don't get tricked into going with him." The new Reaper stood there stunned by Hong Ya's rambling. Zhang Ling, watching from the shadows, saw everything was fine and quietly left. She then approached the most capable Reaper of Team 18. Chu Wang, a fully inducted Ghost Reaper. At mid-level Ghost Descent stage. The two of them were locked in position, watching the soul beneath their feet. On the street, the man couldn't help but glance up at the glaring sun. But he shivered inexplicably. He asked his companion, "Are you cold?" The friend looked at him oddly. "It's 32 degrees Celsius and sunny." "You're cold?" The man replied. "Yeah. I feel chilly on my back." He hugged himself. "It's freezing back there." His friend touched his forehead. "Did you sleep in a net cafe last night without a blanket and catch a cold? Or, been overindulging lately? Speak for yourself." "You go order. I'm starving." But just as he said that, the man suddenly stopped and looked up, as if seeing something terrifying. This man was about to die. But he had no idea. He just kept feeling cold lately for no reason, even though it was 38 degrees Celsius outside. He sharply turned his head, thinking maybe a ghost was following him. But he saw nothing. Still, his reaction scared the two white reapers who came to fetch his soul. They feared he might have yin-yang eyes. After confirming nothing was amiss, the man walked into the restaurant. But as he entered, the cold air from the AC hit him hard, and he shivered uncontrollably. At that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, he turned around and quickly shook off the hand, yelling, "Who?" They stared at each other in awkward silence. Realizing who it was, he patted the other man. "You nearly scared me to death." The other guy looked puzzled. "What are you talking about, Da Feng? You've been acting weird lately." They chatted as they walked in. Just as they sat down, the waiter brought over a shared hot pot. "You may order now." But the man didn't look at the menu, he kept glancing around. As if something had followed him inside. But without yin-yang eyes, how could he see the 3 ghost reapers behind him? Viewers in the livestream commented, "I'm cold just watching. So underworld-like. And there are so many customers around. 3 reapers at once? Oh God. Is a mass death about to happen?" The police watching the stream immediately contacted the local station. As the viewers scrambled, Li Xiao, who had been waiting for a soul, suddenly looked away. He sensed something dark. There was a ghostly aura nearby. And it was getting closer. Li Xiao stepped forward and told Chu Wang, "Senior, I'm stepping out for a bit." The moment he confirmed it, his aura changed. Like a burst of ghostly power, he shot forward. Sensing something was wrong, Zhang Lin instantly revealed himself. Chu Wang was startled by the sudden change. "Captain? When did you get here?" Zhang Lin didn't answer, he simply willed it. A small livestream orb followed after them. Soon, the stream showed Li Xiao entering a narrow alley. At the end of the alley was a house. Just as Li Xiao arrived, a young man in a white t-shirt walked out. He was walking forward, hand on a pendant over his chest, as if hesitating about something. On his back, however, were 3 ghosts clinging tightly. They wore eerie smiles on their faces, and seemed to be chewing on something. Looking closely, it was hair. Seeing this, ghostly energy exploded from Li Xiao. Mere little spirits dare to stir trouble? He raised his hand, the withering staff appeared. And in the blink of an eye, he was behind the young man. The staff, filled with dark energy, smashed forward. The White Reaper came to guide souls, but encountered a group of malevolent ghosts on the way. These ghosts were sucking fear off a man's back. Li Xiao's gaze turned cold. Ghost energy erupted from him. All 3 ghosts were knocked flying before they could react. One hit the ground. One flew into the air. One got stuck halfway in a wall. Damn it. Who the hell hit me? A sneak attack, huh? Trying to steal my prey? No way! The 3 ghosts were furious. They stood up, rolled up their sleeves, and prepared to retaliate. Only to see a stern-faced White Reaper staring them down. Their faces turned pale instantly. Crap, a Ghost Reaper. We're doomed. Why is a Reaper here? Shivering, they felt the oppressive aura from Li Xiao. Without thinking, they turned and ran. But they didn't get far. Li Xiao blinked and appeared behind one ghost. Expressionless, he pierced the ghost's chest and crushed its heart. The ghost, weak and injured, instantly turned to smoke. It didn't even have time to scream. The whole sequence lasted only seconds. From strike to kill. Li Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment. After finishing the second ghost, he sensed the remaining aura and chased after the 3rd ghost. Zhang Ling, watching from afar, smiled in satisfaction. He's even more ruthless than I expected. The 3rd ghost fled through several walls into a hot pot restaurant. It sensed a man with very low yang energy. If it could possess him, it might survive. But as it was about to lunge, a voice called out. "Trying to steal my target?" The ghost was startled. Turning around, it saw Chu Wang smiling at it. Chu Wang said, "Wanna compete fair and square?" The ghost broke down immediately. Why are there reapers everywhere? But in those few seconds, Li Xiao caught up. In a few swift strikes, he took the last one out. Chu Wang said nothing as he watched. Meanwhile, at Feng Yangli's table, the hot pot hadn't even arrived. At that moment, a man in a black shirt and a cap walked in with his head lowered. No one inside had noticed anything strange. They were chatting, dipping food. Just a normal, peaceful scene. Then the man in black got close to a table and suddenly pulled out a knife and slashed. "Liar! Liar!" he shouted. The knife drew blood and hit the table. The target dodged the fatal blow but got cut on the arm. Everyone at the table jumped up, with screams and clattering chairs. The hot pot restaurant descended into chaos. A waiter quickly called the police. This is Wonghalo number 238. Someone's attacking people. But the man didn't stop. He turned his gaze to a little boy trying to run. This man was eating hot pot with friends, when a man in black suddenly entered and started slashing with a knife. Everyone screamed and fled the table in panic, just as he was about to die and descend to the underworld. Feng Yangli, sitting at a nearby table, suddenly pulled the boy from in front of the man in black to his side. Then he hugged the crying boy and comforted him. It's okay, Big Brother is here to save you. But right after he said that, he was stabbed to death by the man in black with a dagger. After doing all that, the man in black stared at his blood-covered hands and was stunned by the boy's cries. He regained clarity for a brief moment. At that moment, people inside the hot pot restaurant seized the chance to subdue the man in black. Feng Yangli's soul slowly floated up into the air. He looked at his former self holding the boy below, and instinctively touched the place where he was stabbed. Luckily, it didn't hurt. Then he looked at the subdued man in black and smiled. There is still justice in the world. In the next moment, his gaze shifted to the side, and he saw Li Xiao and Chu Wang dressed in white, surprised. Could it be that you are? Before he could finish, Li Xiao grabbed him and stuffed him into the soul pouch, then tied the opening of the bag with a rope. After doing all that, they left the hot pot restaurant. But just as they reached the door, Chu Wang spoke up. Li Xiao, when you received Feng Yangli in the hot pot restaurant, you cleared the area of nearby ghosts, eliminating some unexpected factors. That was good. But those were only potential unexpected factors. And yet you rushed out without hesitation. Do you know what that means when you're guiding a soul on your own? Li Xiao paused and lowered his gaze, replying sadly. Senior, it was my oversight. If I hadn't returned in time when the soul appeared, the soul's safety would have been at risk. Chu Wang patted him on the shoulder. At any time, Bai Wuchang's first duty is to protect the safety of the souls around him. I hope you understand. If you encounter a similar situation while guiding souls alone again, and you're gone, and something happens to the soul, the consequences would be unimaginable. After saying that, he turned and started walking away. As he walked, he said, Let's go. You haven't finished today's work yet. Meanwhile, in the alley inside the hot pot restaurant, after Li Xiao dealt with the three ghosts, the young man suddenly felt a chill lift from his back. Zhang Ling was still floating in midair. Her gaze fell on the pendant hanging from the young man's chest. The pendant was round with a square hole in the middle, like an old copper coin. That was the item attracting the ghosts. Since she saw it, there was no reason to leave it there. It might attract more ghosts again. Zhang Ling reached out toward the young man and clenched her fist in the air. This man had bought the coin pendant from a street stall to get a good deal. But it drew 3 evil ghosts that drained his lifespan. When Bai Wuchang came to guide souls and saw this, she destroyed the evil ghosts completely. And to prevent the pendant from attracting more, she reached out and grabbed the pendant on the man's neck. A cracking sound echoed. Cracks spread across the surface. The yin energy within the coin dissipated with the cracks. The coin fell to the ground and shattered completely. The man in the alley looked down at the sound and saw fragments of bronze-colored pieces on the ground. He panicked greatly, quickly touched his chest, and found the pendant was gone. Zhang Ling, having finished dealing with the pendant, explained to the livestream audience. Those 3 ghosts weren't eating his hair. They were draining his lifespan through it. We call these evil ghosts. If caught by spirit enforcers, they'll be utterly destroyed. That's the end of today's livestream. See you next time. After saying that, Zhang Ling ended the livestream and returned to store 18 to review today's observations. Although the observation period was short, he had gained a general understanding of the 20 team members. Some liked sleeping. Some loved watching dramas. Some often got lost. And some, like Chu Wang, were high-performing and serious. Some, like Grandma Fu, used weapons as walking sticks. And some, like Li Xiao, worked like He Wuchang. There's nothing wrong with taking out rogue spirits. But Li Xiao's reaction upon noticing the ghosts and his subsequent actions seemed unusual. Did something happen to him? Just as Zhang Ling was pondering this, the system suddenly chimed in. Dear host, the mission at Lin Suo Ridge, Ghost Bride, is about to expire. Please arrange your time accordingly to complete it. Zhang Ling gasped after hearing it. How could I forget that? She quickly opened the mission Ghost Bride. It showed that while a spirit enforcer was on duty in Weicheng, they found a little ghost delivering a betrothal letter. According to the ghost, that female ghost has already married over 10 husbands. And she's planning to marry again soon. This time, still to a human. Seeing this, Zhang Ling recalled a princess she met hundreds of years ago, whose behavior was strikingly similar to this. But that princess had even more husbands than this ghost. She shook her head and waved her hand to open a portal to the underworld. Since she had time now, she might as well take care of this troublemaker ghost. Speaking of which, ghost marriage and betrothal gifts are also related to human desires. A ghost's betrothal gift isn't something that can be used carelessly. Meanwhile, in a residential complex, Su Cheng had recently felt like she was living in a dream. First, she won the lottery. Then a beautiful woman confessed and proposed to her. And the woman insisted on no dowry. She even brought a traditional mansion as a wedding gift. Wait, does this mean I have to marry into her family? She asked the woman in her arms uncertainly. Whose surname will the kids take? The woman opened her eyes from her arms and replied. Of course they'll be named Su. Dear, we've been married for several days now. And you haven't even looked closely at our bridal chamber. You're free today. How about we go check out our courtyard? Su Cheng nodded and followed the woman to open the bedroom door. Two graceful women at the door bowed slightly. Greetings, Lady Su. Su Cheng still wasn't used to being addressed that way. But according to Xiao Mo, it was to fit the traditional style of the house. She had to admit, this simulation of ancient life was quite novel. She strolled through the corridor, admiring the architecture. The mansion was really big. Just like those grand houses from ancient times. Even without considering the location. Just building something this refined would already cost a fortune. She thought she'd really struck gold this time. Just as she was thinking that, the woman told her, I'm heading to the kitchen to tell them to bring some snacks. You walk around on your own for a bit. And so Su Cheng wandered into the garden and sat down on a nearby stone bench. But as soon as she sat, she heard a splashing sound. She followed the noise and saw, not far across the lake, a pale white face emerging from the water. This man had unknowingly accepted a ghost's dowry and caught the eye of a ghost bride. That's how he reached the peak of his life. First winning millions in the lottery, then being proposed to by a beautiful woman who didn't ask for a dowry and even brought a traditional mansion. This made the man secretly confident, thinking he had found a real treasure. But while alone, admiring the traditional architecture, across the lake, that pale face emerged once again. It was covered in dense bluish-purple blood veins. Su Cheng's pupils shrank. A chill ran up her spine. She flung herself backward and landed on the ground, scrambling away with both hands and feet, stammering. What are you? But from the water, a man's voice responded. What am I? Then a hand, also covered in dark blood veins, reached the edge of the pond. Wet hair covered most of the face. That face slowly lifted and twisted 180 degrees towards Su Cheng, revealing a disturbing smile. You tell me, what am I? It smiled eerily and crawled towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng trembled from the horrifying scene. And once she snapped out of it, she ran. She bolted in panic, shouting as she ran. Shit! What kind of damn haunted place is this? I'm getting out of here. But just as she said that, that figure suddenly flashed and appeared right in front of her. Seeing that, Su Cheng used all her strength and punched that figure square in the face. The figure was slammed to the ground and stopped moving. Afterward, Su Cheng looked at her own movements and slowly let out a breath. Good thing I've still got some strength. I haven't stopped working out all these years. But now I need to get out of here. So she took the chance and ran out through the garden gate. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure that got up from the ground touched its face and let out a PFFT sound. The new one is so violent. Glancing once more in Su Cheng's fleeing direction, it turned and returned to the pond. Soon the ripples on the water faded. The pond reflected the light like jade. Calm and still, no sign of anything strange. Meanwhile, in the underworld path of Weicheng, Zhang Ling walked while opening the underworld livestream. Tonight, we're streaming the ghost bride's betrothal. Word is, this ghost bride just took her 13th husband. As soon as the viewers heard that she'd taken so many husbands, the comment section exploded. Damn! What kind of underworld rich woman is this? That's why you shouldn't randomly use money you find on the street. Donate it to the merit box. No, give it to the police. Over 10 husbands? This must be imperial level living. I'm actually a bit jealous. As the discussion continued in the stream, Zhang Ling had already arrived in Weicheng and started her search. That ghost bride had married so many times before being discovered, and never once exposed her hiding place. She must have used some kind of trick, and her level was likely above that of a ghost artisan. She might have already formed her own ghost domain. Zhang Ling hovered above Weicheng, looking down at the glowing city lights. Having recently advanced to Ghost King level, her abilities had greatly improved. Her perception and spatial control had both sharpened. She stretched and rotated her wrist. Each time she clenched her fist, the surrounding space rumbled with explosive sounds. To complete the Ghost Bride mission, Bai Wuchang followed the aura to a luxury residential area. There she saw a young man hugging a lottery ticket, lost in his dreams. She took out her morning staff and pointed it at his head. A scene from his dream appeared above him. In the dream, Su Cheng had no idea how long she had run. When she finally stopped, she was under a roof. Panting heavily, she looked around. Only after confirming that the ghost hadn't followed did she let out a sigh. Damn. It's broad daylight and there are still ghosts around? I need to tell Xiao Nuo about this later. If this happens during the day, how much worse is it at night? Su Cheng figured her wife must have been scammed when buying or building the house. Otherwise, who buys a haunted house? If I keep living here, I'll die of heart disease if nothing else. And once I get sick, I'll have to go to the hospital. That's where all the bills start adding up. Even if you're rich, you can't survive hospital burn rates. Just then, a small white ball rolled to Su Cheng's feet. Still startled, she reflexively jumped back. Once she saw what it was, she calmed down. A little white ball, geez. Scared me to death. She bent over to pick it up and muttered. Wonder which kid dropped this. But just as she said that, a voice rang out. That's mine. Suddenly, a little girl with an upside-down head appeared from the eaves. Her long hair dragged on the ground, and her eyes were just two bloody holes staring straight at her. Bright red blood dripped in long strands from her eye sockets. Thank you, Daddy Su. Su Cheng's mind went completely blank. Her survival instincts kicked in. She immediately clung to the wall behind her, crouched down with her head in her arms, and asked in terror. What do you want from me? Why are you following me? The little girl looked quite aggrieved. Daddy Su, you're the one who took my eye and didn't return it. My eye. If I find it, will you stop haunting me? Su Cheng looked both terrified and confused. The little girl pointed at the white ball in her hand. That thing in Daddy Su's hand. Hearing that, Su Cheng quickly opened her palm. She watched as the white ball spun, revealing a gleaming eyeball. Su Cheng screamed and hurled it away. The little girl trembled slightly seeing her eye thrown away. Daddy Su, why'd you throw my eye? Su Cheng reflexively snapped. Well, you scared me first. But as soon as she said it, something felt off. Wait, what did you call me? The little girl answered matter-of-factly. Daddy Su. You're the Daddy Su that Mommy brought home. There's also Daddy Joe besides you. Daddy Hua. Daddy Kiki. Hearing that long list of daddies, Su Cheng felt her head spinning. What's your mother's name? Funa, of course. I'm Hu Xiaoxiao. Su Cheng shook her head repeatedly. No, that's wrong. My wife is human. There's no way she's your mother. At most, it's just the same name. There are tons of people with the same name. Yeah, that must be it. It has to be. While the two of them were talking, a man in a dark blue robe walked out from behind a house. Hu Xiaoxiao happily ran up to him. Daddy Yan, why are you here? The man picked her up and said, Your mom asked me to come see if something snuck in here. And then? Then I saw you, Xiaoxiao. That made Hu Xiaoxiao really happy. Daddy Yan, help me put my eye back. Meanwhile, inside the house, Zhang Ling put away her morning staff and explained. Based on what we know so far, this ghost bride's cultivation is at least around Great Ghost General level. Or she might have used ghost energy to form a barrier in the human realm. This human has only been taken for 2 or 3 days. And he's still completely clueless. Today, I'll show you all what a ghost's barrier in the human world looks like. Because he was deceived by the ghost bride. This man became her 13th husband. But he thought he just got incredibly lucky. That is, until he overheard a little girl talking. And completely broke down. You're the Daddy Su that Mommy brought home. Besides you, there's also Daddy Joe, Daddy Hua, and Daddy Kiki. That made Su Cheng's head spin. What's your mom's name? The little girl replied, Funa. And I'm called Fu Xiaoxiao. While they were talking, a man in navy clothes walked up and picked up the little girl. Then he looked at the stunned Su Cheng. You're not seriously still thinking you're human, are you? Su Cheng was completely confused. What did you say? The man continued. Well, yeah. You still are for now. But in a few days, your body won't hold out. Then you won't be anymore. I was just like you. Tricked here by Xiao Nuo. I even tried to escape. But I failed. He said this while carrying the girl away. But Su Cheng called after him. Why are you telling me all this? Yan Shu turned around and looked at her. Something small wandered in by accident. I was worried for Xiao Xiao's safety, so I came to check. And as a kind gesture, let me give you one piece of advice. Xiao Nuo is powerful. Don't even think about leaving. As the man and child walked away, Su Cheng raised her head, body trembling. But her eyes burned with determination and madness. From what he said, my body hasn't completely died yet. I still have a few days left. No. I have to go back. I must escape. Su Cheng had no idea how she got back to the bedroom. When she came to, she was already at the door. The two maids at the door curtsied upon seeing her, apparently having waited there the whole time. But Su Cheng said nothing. After one last glance at them, she pushed open the door and walked inside without a word. After the maids closed the door, they exchanged a look. Something's wrong with Master Su. Quickly notify the young lady. Inside the bedroom, Su Cheng looked at the pastries on the table. Thinking that she had been eating ghost food for days made her nauseous. When Funa came in after being notified, she took Su Cheng's hand and asked, Husband, did you eat something bad today? Su Cheng violently shook her hand off. Don't touch me. The air instantly froze. Funa looked at her quietly, her gaze deep. Husband, what's wrong? Su Cheng turned around stiffly and said, Didn't I tell you not to call me, husband? I'm not used to hearing it. Hearing this, Funa tried another term. Then, hubby. Su Cheng nervously scratched the back of her head. I've been here for 2 days already. I want to go back to get something. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time. She actually forgot to bring her phone. Otherwise, she could have called the police. Upon hearing this, Funa wrapped her arm around Su Cheng's neck and flirtatiously said, "If you need something, I'll have the maids fetch it for you." As she spoke, she sat cross-legged on Su Cheng's lap. "I really don't want to be away from hubby even for a minute." Su Cheng suddenly stood up and flung Funa off, shouting angrily, "Let me go back. I don't want to stay in this damned place anymore. I don't want to become one of those half-dead ghost-like things." Funa paused for 2 seconds, then dusted off her dress. "So, you figured it out. How foolish of you. What's so great about going back? Without the money I gave you, you'd still be eating instant noodles in a rented apartment." Su Cheng looked utterly confused. "What money? When did I ever get any money from her? Aside from winning the lottery, I never got any money at all." "You don't mean that lottery ticket, do you? What else? And that rich beauty proposing to you. Didn't you enjoy that too?" Su Cheng collapsed to the ground. It was fake. So it was all fake. Funa walked over to Su Cheng and lifted his chin with her hand. But it could be real too. A man exchanged his life for fortune and a touching love story. But in the end, he realized it was all fabricated by a ghost. It crushed him completely. So he begged the ghost to let him leave. But the ghost lifted his chin and said, "If you're willing to stay with me, then everything you just said will become real." Su Cheng shoved her away. "Don't touch me. I want to live. I want to live a real life. Not spend it with ghostly things like you." At the word, ghostly things, Funa instantly appeared before Su Cheng. With a wave of her hand, she stomped him to the ground. Then looked down at him from above. A faint skull visage appeared on her face. Utterly terrifying. Even her voice became hoarse. "The only reason you're still alive now is because I allow it. So what if I'm a ghost? Would going back really make your life better? Living in that dump every day. Slaving away like a dog for a bit of money. Didn't you want a big house? A rich and beautiful wife? You've got all that now. What's the problem? But if you go back, you'll be nothing. Noisy neighbors. Condescending bosses. People looking down on you. But here, you can have a house. A wife. Everything you want. Isn't that great?" Su Cheng, pinned under her foot, quietly stared at the floor. In this moment, he had calmed down. "You're right. Those were the things I wanted. But more than that, I want to live for real asterisk." He clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fire. "How I live and what I become. That's my choice. Not yours, not a ghost's. And most importantly, my life belongs only to the underworld. No one else can take it." He pushed against the ghost bride's foot and forced himself up. His face flushed red. Hearing this, Funa became furious. Her crimson dress fluttered without wind. And the skull visage reappeared on her face. She grabbed Su Cheng by the throat and roared, "This isn't a place you can just come and go as you please." Just then, a loud crash came from the rooftop of the bedroom. The noise caused Funa to pause her actions. Then a white figure leapt down from the shattered roof. He came to Su Cheng and fed him a kneeling pill. Then slapped him back into his body in the living world. Before leaving, Zhang Ling reminded him, "Stay somewhere with strong yang energy for a few days." Zhang Ling completed all of these actions within just a few seconds. By the time the female ghost recovered from being thrown off the roof in shock, she realized her big husband had vanished. She looked warily at Zhang Ling. "Where did you take Su Cheng?" Zhang Ling glanced at her and calmly said, "Naturally, back to where he belongs. But he accepted my betrothal gift. We're already married. This is where he should stay. Giving a betrothal gift to a living person is a violation. So the transaction is invalid. And the marriage doesn't count either. As the violating party, you'll have to come with me." At those words, Funa not only didn't panic, she burst into laughter. "Ghost Enforcer. Have you forgotten this is my territory? I've been rooted in Weicheng for years. Of course I'm not unprepared. As long as I want, I can absorb massive amounts of ghost energy to use against my enemies. Taking me away won't be that easy. As she spoke, she smiled confidently, spreading her arms to unleash a big move. But the surrounding ghost energy wouldn't come. While she stood there stunned and confused, Zhang Ling raised his hand toward her. In an instant, countless ghostly ropes appeared around her, draining her energy. This female ghost had just married her 13th husband. But before consummating the marriage, Bai Wuchang ruined it. She tried unleashing her full power to kill him, only to find herself no match. She was easily restrained like a bundle. This infuriated Funa. Even without drawing in the ghost energy from the air, she still had the strength of a high-ranking ghost general. But he subdued her so easily. What realm was he in? As Funa wondered, she asked aloud. Although Zhang Ling rarely spoke, he always answered questions. It's just one realm above yours. Hearing that, Funa's mind went blank. One realm above. That means Ghost King level? *T. Usually ghost enforcers are only at the Ice Nether Ghost General stage, right? How unlucky am I? She began to twist and struggle. I don't want to go with you. I'm doing just fine here. I'm not leaving. Zhang Ling, binding her tightly in ghostly ropes, said. You may be doing fine here, but you've disrupted the order of the living world. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The barrier surrounding the bedroom vanished instantly. As the barrier disappeared, the room around them suddenly collapsed. Zhang Ling was a bit stunned. I didn't even use much force, he said while carrying the bound-up Funa out of the room. But the moment he stepped outside, he heard an anxious voice. What did you do to her? Zhang Ling turned his head. In the courtyard, Hu Xiaoxiao and Yan Shu were kneeling nervously. Big brother, are you going to take mommy away? Hu Xiaoxiao cried out anxiously. It was me who said I wanted a daddy. It's Xiaoxiao's fault. It's not mommy's fault. It's mine. Hearing that, Zhang Ling looked at Hu Xiaoxiao. So it was because of you. But from behind him, Funa objected. I was the one who wanted to marry. It's not Xiaoxiao's fault. Don't blame her. Zhang Ling gave her a glance. I thought so too. At that moment, all the ghosts in the courtyard knelt and began to plead. Please spare our mistress, my lord. Funa is the strongest ghost among us. Even together, we can't defeat her. But even she fell to you, Ghost Enforcer. How could we stand a chance? More importantly, if Funa dies, none of us will survive either. Zhang Ling waved dismissively at the group of pleading ghosts below. Don't panic. I'll be taking all of you with me. The ghosts in the open space were stunned. They want to take them away too. Weren't they just here to catch Funa, the heart-stealing female ghost? At this moment, Zhang Ling also began to act. Just to be safe, he wrapped up the ghosts like bundles and packed them up. He also sealed the cloud of ghost energy above. Only after doing all this did he turn to the livestream. Things here are pretty much settled. The livestream will be closed soon. It's not just about ghost marriages. Many ghosts use these objects to stir up trouble. So if you pick up anything. Zhang Ling thought for a moment. You can take it to the police station. If it's a ghost item, the police station can suppress it a bit too. In your human world, police stations are filled with strong yang and righteous energy. After saying this, Zhang Ling closed the livestream. Then he led the group of ghosts back to the underworld. But as soon as he returned, he saw Li Xiao on the steps of the 18 shops. Li Xiao quickly stepped forward when he saw Zhang Ling. Captain, he called. Zhang Ling nodded. If you need something, come inside. No, Captain, I still have work to do soon. Then just say it here. Captain, I want to know why I was assigned to White Wuchang instead of Black Wuchang? The man followed his senior on his first mission and ended up obliterating a group of evil ghosts. Afterward, the senior told him that the first duty of White Wuchang was to protect souls, not just kill blindly. This left the man confused. Why was he assigned to White Wuchang? Because during his internship, he was impulsive, lacked rationality, and was too ruthless against ghosts. Clearly, Black Wuchang seemed more fitting. So why did he become White Wuchang in the end? He didn't understand. So he came to ask the captain what was on his mind. Zhang Ling glanced at him and shook his head. There are people in Black Wuchang even more ruthless than you. And also impulsive. I don't know what you've been through. But can you stand in the abyss? And not become the abyss? As he spoke, he took a clip from his soul pouch and tossed it to the ground. Li Xiao immediately sensed the evil spirit within it. And his expression suddenly changed. His ghost aura flared before he could think. His body reacted faster than his mind. After a moment, he regained control. He withdrew his aura and fell silent, reflecting on Zhang Ling's words. Zhang Ling took back the clip. He had already thought about this before Li Xiao came to him. The internship office's assignment surely had something to do with Li Xiao's reactions. Black Wuchang's job often involves facing the darkest parts of the world. So the assignment office must have considered that carefully. From how Li Xiao responded just now, placing him in Black Wuchang now would be unstable. So Zhang Ling looked at the silent Li Xiao and said, "You're still young. After some time, if you meet the requirements of Black Wuchang, I can help you apply. Until then, maybe you can start by adapting to the work of Black Wuchang." Li Xiao raised his head in confusion upon hearing this. Zhang Ling asked, "Do you know why the underworld catches evil ghosts?" "Because they disturb order and take innocent lives," he replied. Zhang Ling nodded. Ghost officers hunt evil spirits with an aggressive stance, but their mission is protection. So if you want to be Black Wuchang, start by protecting souls from evil spirits. Can you do that? Looking into his captain's calm and open gaze, Li Xiao unconsciously recalled another pair of eyes, clear and warm. He clenched his fists and stood tall. "I will do it." Hearing this, Zhang Ling smiled in relief. "Go back to work. Handle what's in front of you first. Then think about the rest." Watching Li Xiao's departing figure, Zhang Ling fell into thought. Looks like the team leader doesn't just assign jobs. He also has to do psychological counseling. Then he opened the soul guidance device of the 18 shops. Handle the tasks at hand first. Then think about other things later. Watching Li Xiao's departing figure, Zhang Ling fell into thought. Looks like the captain's job isn't just about assigning tasks. He also has to provide psychological guidance for the team. Then he opened the soul guiding device of the 18 shops. Thinking about assigning Li Xiao tasks in the future. Maybe more jobs involving evil spirits. But only if someone's with him. If Li Xiao can learn to protect, instead of just attacking blindly. With his ability and sense of responsibility, it probably won't take long for him to meet Black Wuchang standards. After Zhang Ling finished dealing with that, he took out the 5 items he found in the ghost domain. A calligraphy brush, a wooden box, a vase, a wooden stick, and a hairpin. He then locked them up inside the 18 shops prison. He needed to spend a few days somewhere with strong yang energy. So he came here. The officers on duty at the police station were stunned to see Su Cheng all wrapped up. They asked, "Do you have business at the station?" Su Cheng glanced at them and said, "I want to go to jail. How much is it per night?" This guy was a bit strange. Most people go to the police station to report a crime or because they committed one. But he came for a 7-day stay in jail. Turns out, he was targeted for ghost marriage by a female ghost. But he didn't remember anything. However, he ended up in a live stream. The host told him to find a place with strong yang energy. So here he was. He nervously handed his phone to the officer. After hearing the explanation, the officer was stunned. "Oh, it's you, kid. You're actually kinda good looking. Alright, stay. I'll approve 3 days for you. If that's not enough, make it 7. That should suppress your ghost aura." Su Cheng quickly nodded and thanked him. He vowed never to pick up random things again. And to stop dreaming of things that don't belong to him. He glanced at the bright sunlight and smiled. Being alive is great. Meanwhile, in the 18 Shops prison in the underworld, Zhang Ling was handling the ghost marriage case. He opened his soul pouch and pulled out the female ghost from the ghost domain. Then he placed the 5 items found in the ghost domain on the table. But even Funa didn't know much about them. Just that they could temporarily boost power and enhance ghost energy when used in formations. She got them by trading with another ghost. She helped that ghost find both ghosts and humans. In return, the ghost gave her ghost energy. What did the ghost you traded with look like? He wore a mask and called himself the ghost shopkeeper. He was stronger than me. He could appear in my ghost domain at will. That's all I know. After getting the answers he needed, Zhang Ling stood up. I understand. A ghost officer will be here to escort you. With that, he left the 18 Shops prison, thinking about whether to report this to the captain. Then he headed to the mission center to submit the ghost marriage task. Since Funa was a high-ranking ghost general, and there were over 100 ghosts, Zhang Ling received 3 high-level cultivation cards, 5 mid-level cultivation cards, 30 soul stones, and 20,000 underworld coins. Just as he was about to leave, someone at the mission center called out, Sir, there have been recent reports of ghosts suddenly gaining great power. Please be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Ling immediately thought of recent events. First was the orb that temporarily boosted ghost power. Now this ghost marriage case. Could there be a connection? He thanked the ghost officer for the warning and left in a hurry. He planned to visit the 9th Squad's branch to find the former captain, to see if there was any intel about the orb. Meanwhile, in a traditional-looking room, a man in a red ghost mask and black robes stood by a wooden shelf, playing with a red wooden carving and said, What a pity. It's rare to find a ghost general to trade with. When you own a pen that can write any answer, what would you do? A young man, scolded by his teacher for poor grades, didn't go home that night. He accidentally obtained a magical pen. Just now, the ghost shopkeeper was feeling regretful after his trading partner got caught. His muscular servant beside him asked whether this would affect them. The ghost shopkeeper sneered with disdain. Just a mere ghost officer. Tell those ghosts below to be careful. Don't die. This made the old servant take a slight step back, as he felt an invisible pressure sweep over him. Yes. Suddenly, the ghost shopkeeper waved and opened the door, his demeanor returning to one of casual nonchalance. Oh. We have a guest. This guest's aura smells absolutely delicious. It was late at night in the human world. Shops along the street had begun closing one by one. But a boy, around 15 or 16 years old, squatted by the roadside, holding a twig, poking aimlessly at an ant nest on the ground. Beside him lay his school bag and shredded homework he had tossed aside. Zhuang Yifan stared blankly at the ground, muttering to himself non-stop. I studied. I really studied. But I just can't absorb anything. Nothing goes in. I can't help it. Maybe I should open my brain and see what's inside. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hey kid, want to buy something? Zhuang Yifan turned around and saw a still-lit convenience store behind him. But he clearly remembered. All the stores on this street were closed. Confused, he got up and walked in. What do you sell here? He asked. The old man smiled. Everything. What do you need? Zhuang Yifan's gaze drifted aimlessly across the shelves. What do I need? What do I really need? Just as he was lost in thought, the old man handed him a pen. I think you might need this. This pen can write any answer you desire. Zhuang Yifan took the pen with a confused expression. Any answer? How much is it? The old man shook his head. It's free. If you can write the answer you seek, that'll be the best reward for me. At that moment, his phone, tossed on the ground, rang. Upon hearing it, Zhuang Yifan snapped back. What did I even do tonight? He quickly gathered his bag and shredded papers and ran home. As he ran, he shouted, Mom, Dad, I was wrong. Listen to me. I promise I'll do well next time. The old man watched Zhuang Yifan leave, deep in thought. After he disappeared from view, the old man turned and re-entered the shop. Then both he and the store vanished, as if they never existed. Meanwhile, in the underworld's ninth squad, Zhang Ling was asking King Jinan about the orb. King Jinan looked at him and said, "I examined the orb you brought and other similar ones the team recovered. I suspect there's something alive inside them." Bai Wuchang was investigating ghost aura boosts and sought Jinan's help. He was shocked to hear there might be living beings inside. Zhang Ling was stunned. Did they seal living things to make ghost aura? King Jinan replied it wasn't certain yet. I've sent them to the ghost aura division for analysis. We should have results soon. The ghost aura division specializes in processing aura. It's directly overseen by the underworld. Items like the Kusong rod were made there. If anyone wants ghost aura, they must go through strict approval processes. Who wanted the aura? Who received it? It's all recorded. But ghost aura materials and labor costs are expensive. Very expensive. King Jinan then asked why Zhang Ling had come. Zhang Ling took out the 5 items he recovered. I came because of these items I seized during the ghost marriage task. A female ghost traded them from someone called the ghost shopkeeper. I need you to help send them to the ghost aura division. See where they came from. King Jinan agreed. After a brief exchange, Zhang Ling left the office. Thinking about Jinan's words, he realized things weren't peaceful lately. He decided that the 5 new official ghost officers from Team 18 should work with senior officers for now. Meanwhile, at Huan High School, congratulations to student Zhuang Yifan for his rapid progress. This time he ranked top of the class. Hearing this, the whole class looked toward Zhuang Yifan. But Zhuang Yifan seemed not to hear anything and kept her head down doing test papers. But if you looked closely, you'd notice that in just a few days, Zhuang Yifan's face had sunken in. The bloodshot in her eyes had become very noticeable. And her dark circles were deep. Her whole condition looked absolutely terrible. A female classmate beside her asked, "You're impressive." Zhuang Yifan went from bottom of the class to top in just 1 month. Tell me how you did it. Without lifting her head, Zhuang Yifan answered with one sentence. That's just how I did it. I had an epiphany, is that not enough? Seeing how proud Zhuang Yifan was, the girl didn't ask further, and instead packed her bag and left the classroom, leaving Zhuang Yifan alone solving questions. In no time, she finished all the homework on her desk. Then she laid on the desk and muttered, "Not enough, not enough. There's too little homework. I want to do more. My hands still want to write." A few days later, Zhuang Yifan went missing. She was nowhere to be found at school or home. Meanwhile, outside an abandoned house in the suburbs, a group of police quickly surrounded the area. They stormed the house with weapons drawn, and found Zhuang Yifan, who had been missing for days. She lay quietly on the ground. Her wide-open eyes were full of bloodshot. Scattered around her were piles of test papers and notebooks. A police officer checked under her nose with his finger, then spoke into the walkie-talkie. Zhuang Yifan confirmed dead. Notify the family to come identify the body. At that moment, an old man sat behind the police officers. He picked up Zhuang Yifan's magical pen and smiled like a sage. What a delicious taste. If you could trade your life for a pen that can write any answer, would you do it? This girl did, just because of poor grades. She suffered insults from teachers, was bullied by classmates and misunderstood by her parents, filled with resentment. She was targeted by an evil spirit roaming the human world. Who gave her this pen? In 1 month, she rose from the bottom to the top of her grade. And the price she paid was her life. When her mother heard the terrible news, she collapsed to her knees and hugged Zhuang Yifan's upper body, sobbing uncontrollably. Yifan, wake up. Let's go home. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? God, haven't we suffered enough as a family? Do you have to take away my only hope too? Why? The woman cried out, her tears streaming down and falling onto Zhuang Yifan's stiff face. The old man who had been watching secretly, GNC, left quietly. He arrived at a small general store and transformed into a different old man. He took out a cloth and carefully wiped the pen. Just then, a masked ghostly figure appeared behind him. It was the ghost shopkeeper. Seeing him, the old man hurriedly bowed and handed over the pen. The ghost shopkeeper took the pen and felt its aura, and couldn't help but sigh in pleasure. What a delicious flavor. This feeling is just wonderful. At the same time, a voice echoed in the ghost shopkeeper's ears. What are you trying to do? The voice wasn't from Zhuang Yifan, nor from the old man, but from the black pen. Our deal was that I'd work for you using my knowledge, not help you harm others. The ghost shopkeeper played with the pen casually. That's right. The deal was you rent your mind to me, and I fulfill your wish. That's the deal between us. But now, your mind belongs to me. How I use it has nothing to do with you. The pen trembled slightly. But we agreed. No evil acts. Evil acts? The ghost shopkeeper chuckled lightly, as if he heard a funny joke. What evil acts? I didn't see any. To a ghost like me, nothing is truly evil. After saying that, he tapped the pen lightly, and the pen instantly fell silent. Then he placed it on the old man's store shelf and said, Nice item. We should collect more like that. The old man nodded in agreement, then told the ghost shopkeeper that a new customer had just arrived. Carry on with your business. I won't hold you up. The ghost shopkeeper said this and opened a portal to the underworld. The old man changed form again, turning back into the general store owner. He opened the store door, waiting for the next customer to arrive. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Zhang Lin was summoned to a meeting in the palace of Yama. Inside the palace, King Yama sat at the front. With a stern expression, he looked at the gathered ghost officers and said, Recently, a lot of pests have appeared in our territory. While Bai Wuchang was retrieving souls from the human world, he unintentionally discovered ghost tools that could temporarily increase ghost power. Tests revealed these tools actually sealed living beings inside. Upon learning this, King Yama immediately called an emergency meeting. With a wave of his hand, the tested ghost tools appeared in front of all the ghost officers. These are ghost tools with sealed living beings. So far, we know they can temporarily enhance a ghost's strength. The looks in many ghost officers' eyes changed immediately, all staring at the tools intensely. Sealing living beings into ghost tools has always been forbidden. Where did these living beings come from? And what's the purpose behind using them? For a moment, all sorts of thoughts ran through the ghost officers' minds. These cursed spirits aren't hard to handle. But if they're appearing now, there won't be just one. If many appear, it'll cause chaos in both the underworld and human world. Moreover, these things are good at provoking extreme negative emotions and feeding on them to grow stronger. You could say these ghost tools are alive. Whether it's human or ghost, both have desires. And that's the hardest thing to guard against. King Yama observed all their reactions, then waved his hand and the 5 items vanished. Such items are being sold widely now, and even circulating in the human world. I've received word that the one trading them is called the ghost shopkeeper. I'm assigning each team to safeguard an area and immediately eliminate the pests in your zones. Understood. All team leaders saluted in unison, their voices firm. Seeing this, King Yama waved again and assigned the patrol areas to each of them. Naturally, Zhang Lin also received an area, but his team had fewer members, so searching would definitely be slower. After leaving the palace of Yama, Zhang Lin suggested bringing in interns from the training division. Otherwise, it would be overwhelming. Although the interns weren't very strong, they were more than enough for patrolling, and members of Team 18 could contact him directly via their work notebooks. Returning to Office 18, Zhang Lin also opened his livestream. People eating or shopping in the human world suddenly heard a notification sound on their phones. Ding! The Daily Healing Underworld livestream is now live. Come check it out. Seeing this message, many quickly entered the livestream room. In an instant, the screen filled with gifts and comments. Lately, Zhang Lin had a feeling something big was coming. And the team's work had gotten back on track. So the schedule focused more on cultivation, with less time for live streaming. So he said to the camera, "If you encounter anything strange lately, like a failing student suddenly getting a pen that scores perfect marks, remember to leave a comment or report it to the police. Today, I'll show you how I usually contact my teammates." Saying this, he took out the Seoul reception register. He wrote, "Ni Ju. Ghost shopkeeper has appeared. Be careful during your mission. If you find any clues, report immediately." As soon as he finished, the text on the page faded. But shortly after, a message from Ni Ju appeared in the notebook. After showing viewers how he contacts his team, he then prepared to show them the patrol zone assigned to Team 18 and the missions and spirits involved. This is a ghost aura that seals a living being. It can trigger negative emotions in both humans and ghosts and grow stronger from it. But if left unchecked long-term, it could cause chaos in both the human and underworld realms. Upon learning this, King Yama ordered all Bai Wuchang captains to confiscate them and eliminate any unruly ghosts in their respective areas. As the newly appointed captain, Zhang Ling was also assigned a region. But he didn't immediately head to the human world. Instead, he went to the underworld mission center. He figured that instead of spending a lot of time searching, it would be better to take care of the already known ghosts in District 18 first. So he went straight to the mission center staff, circled the area of District 18 on the map, and said, "Please pull up all the missions in this area for me." The staff didn't question him, and respectfully replied, "Right away, sir." Moments later, the staff returned with a stack of mission forms. These were all currently identified missions in District 18. Zhang Ling gave them a quick look. The missions listed on them. There were all sorts of strange things. Every kind imaginable. So he thanked the staff and prepared to leave. After exiting the task center, Zhang Ling opened the underworld portal while speaking to the live stream. The upcoming streams will all be about clearing ghosts from District 18. Our first stop is the Nanan Scenic Area in An Province. Nanan Scenic Area is also known as the Lover's Sanctuary. They say that if you go there with someone you like and pray to the goddess, the two of you will stay together forever. The goddess is popular. Firstly, because of the story behind her. And secondly, due to numerous online claims about high success rates for confessions there. The scenery is also beautiful. Flowers bloom year-round in all seasons. It's a great spot not just for confessions, but also for dates. As viewers discussed the scenic area in the chat, Zhang Ling arrived at Nanan Scenic Area in An Province. What appeared in the livestream was a sea of flowers, swaying gently with the breeze. Even though it wasn't a holiday, many people were visiting. Some were admiring the flowers. Some were shooting videos. It was lively. But beneath this beautiful scenery was another hidden space. As soon as Zhang Ling arrived, she sensed its presence. Her gaze swept upward to the spot known as the Goddess Platform. But just as she approached, a rope emerged from the hidden space and wrapped around her ankle, pulling her inside. Once she realized what happened, Zhang Ling found herself tied to a chair. She didn't rush to break free, but decided to observe first. She was suspended in the sky. Looking down, she could see blue waters and islands below. Besides Zhang Ling, there were 5 other couples in the sky. All were tied to chairs back to back. Then a hoarse voice echoed, "Ha ha ha! What a rare guest! Welcome to my domain, Ghost Messenger." The 5 couples tied back to back started begging for mercy. Clearly, they'd been trapped in this ghost realm for some time. With the Ghost Messenger here, everyone should do their best to impress. As the words fell, a figure made of black mist appeared in midair. It had a human shape, but the mist on its body writhed as if alive. It moved toward Zhang Ling. With a wave, one of the 5 couples appeared before her. Come, Ghost Messenger. Let me introduce them." The black figure chuckled with a twisted tone. We're playing True Love, Truth or Dare, now. This game will reveal if couples truly love each other. If it's a truth game, they can't lie, right? Zhang Ling asked. The black figure nodded. Zhang Ling then looked at the figure again. What's your wager? Do you know what love truly is? It could make even Meng Po cry and wait 1,000 years. This ghost realm could supposedly detect love. So it abducted 5 couples into its domain to play this True Love, Truth or Dare game. After testing, the first couple, together for 3 years and almost married, turned out to be a sham. The man only dated her for company secrets. How pitiful. The girl was still dreaming of marriage. What is true love? If no one can lie, then no one can deceive. As he said this, the black figure moved them aside and brought in the second couple. This couple. The girl had wavy long hair and an oval face, even with her eyes covered. The rest of her face was still stunning. The boy was good looking too, but he seemed dull next to the girl. Ghost messenger. This is the second couple. The boy is what humans call a simp. He chased her for 4 years and finally held her hand. But now the girl wants to break up. This simp is too dedicated. He still wants to try harder. Such touching true love. The black figure laughed heartily, the 3 crescent marks on its face curling further as the black figure introduced each couple. Zhang Ling's ghostly energy silently infiltrated the realm. The figure before her was clearly not the domain's true master. But strangely, Zhang Ling couldn't sense the actual master anywhere in the ghost realm. It was as if the entire realm itself is the ghost realm master. A ghost domain's creation usually relies on the ghost's power or ghostly energy. But there's an exception. When one paints themselves as the domain. If the domain exists, they exist. If it's destroyed, they die. As Zhang Ling watched the black shadow introduce each couple, her expression remained neutral. The third couple met online and successfully met offline. The fourth couple were childhood sweethearts, together for 2 years now. But neither couple had any shocking issues. The black shadow looked visibly disappointed. Then it moved on to the 5th couple. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling recalled a question she'd pondered earlier. What exactly is love? It made the former Meng Po wait 1,000 years. And this ghost's game could supposedly test love. Maybe this time, I'll learn why Meng Po was trapped for centuries. As she pondered this, the girl in the 5th couple suddenly begged for mercy. Please, let her go. She has nothing to do with this. She just came out to hang with everyone. I confessed to her unilaterally. She's not involved. We're not even a couple. Before she could finish, the black shadow put a finger to her lips. Shush. I know. She already said it. You're not close. So you've just been crushing on her one-sidedly for 3 years. Feels good to love without return, huh? But that's reality. Sometimes even crueler. Even if you offer your heart to her, she won't care at all. Are you talking about yourself? Zhang Ling suddenly asked. The black shadow froze. Its laughter ceased. The black mist around it flared up violently, nearly losing its human shape. Yes. It's me. I gave her everything. But she still left. Isn't love just ridiculous? Then it looked at Zhang Ling again. If you don't believe me, let's see for ourselves. With a wave of its hand, all the couples appeared on islands below. Now it was time for the dare round. Wounded by love, the ghost devised this challenge. To test what love truly means by playing this dare game. With another wave of its hand, the 5 couples were split between 2 islands. One person from each pair was tied up on the opposite island. A massive boulder hung above each of them. Between the islands was ocean water, about 50 or 60 meters apart. But the sea was swarming with piranhas. Their sharp teeth opened and closed, seemingly hungry for flesh. The black figure said, "Look closely. The one you love is waiting across from you. See that huge boulder above them? Every 10 minutes it lowers a bit. if you rescue them before it falls. Isn't that wonderful? The game starts now. If you want to save them, go ahead. Hearing this, the guy from the online dating couple stepped back. He stared in terror at the piranhas. No, no. You're trying to get us all killed. The shadow chuckled coldly. How do you know without trying? Maybe the sea's totally safe. But the man shook his head. I'm not going. The shadow smiled. You don't have to. No one will blame you. Because this is human nature. In the face of death, love means nothing. Just then, two voices rang out from below. I'll go. Chu Sha stood by the shore, wiping tears from her eyes. Tears still streamed down her face. Even if her love was one-sided. Even if her confession ended in heartbreak. If he hadn't tried so hard to confess to her at the goddess platform. He wouldn't be in this mess now. If he dies, it'll be my fault. Dying because of someone who doesn't love you. How humiliating. So she jumped. With a splash, she dove into the river. Another who jumped in was the so-called simp guy. He said he disliked the term simp. Loving someone means giving wholeheartedly. Even with no result. He wouldn't regret it. Seeing the two dive in, the shadow grinned saint-like. Go on. The creatures in this sea love fresh meat like you. Then he burst into wild laughter. You really thought you could make it across? These piranhas are. Suddenly, his voice cut off. The piranhas all flipped belly up, floating on the surface. They covered the sea like a white blanket. What did you do? The shadow turned in shock. The ghost officer he had tied up was now standing tall. New ropes tried to bind him again but couldn't even get close. Circling helplessly around him, Zhang Ling said calmly. Nothing much. Just took time to tie you up. Your ghost domain is formed from your body. So I had to capture the entire domain. The shadow was stunned. He hesitated, then shrugged. I was careless. You win. Since the entire domain was his body. He had underestimated Zhang Ling, who had hidden his power. So, did you find your answer? Zhang Ling asked him. What answer? The shadow looked puzzled. Through all these games. Did you get the answer you wanted? Hearing the question. The three crescent smiles remained on the shadow's face. Love is bullshit. Zhang Ling paused. So you loved a load of bullshit? And that turned you into a ghost? The shadow fell silent. Zhang Ling continued. Maybe you just never met the right person. Do you know what love is? It's just a fart. This man fell for a fart. And turned from man to ghost for it. But the girl labeled one-sided didn't agree. She said love must be mutual between two people. Everyone meets the wrong person sometimes. But we shouldn't deny ourselves because of that. Even more so, we shouldn't let a failed relationship define our lives. At that, Chu Sha recalled her confession that failed right after being spoken. Tears welled up again. But at least, they might not die now. Hearing Chu Sha's words, the black shadow began to laugh wildly. The three crescents on its face curved deeper. Who is the right person? Who is right for me? Who should I give my heart to? Zhang Ling shook his head. Then pushed the 5 couples off the island. He raised his hand and began reeling in the ghost energy surrounding the domain. The live feed camera shifted along with him, capturing the collapsing ghost realm. A booming noise echoed. The entire domain began to contract inward. Waves surged in the sea. The islands were pressed under, eventually forming a sphere. Zhang Ling fused the sphere into the black shadow's body, then looked toward the now ball-shaped misty figure. Have you heard of the ghost shopkeeper? Zhang Ling asked. He wears a mask and sells ghostly items. I owe my current state to him. He helped me become like this. Tell me everything. Don't skip a detail. You can't find him. He appears anywhere he wants. He helped me form this ghost domain. And collects payment from me regularly. When's he coming next? No idea. I only met him once. Didn't even see his face clearly. Maybe he can just collect payment whenever he's near me. As they talked, the ghost realm kept shrinking. Until only Zhang Ling and the shadow space remained. As the black shadow was compressed, Zhang Ling heard it muttering faintly. If only. If only. It kept repeating those two words. The voice grew softer and softer. Forget it. Let it be. So tired. Seeing this, Zhang Ling stored the ghost domain into his soul pouch. Then he looked toward the livestream camera. Life is short. What will you experience? Love isn't everything. Don't lose yourself because of love. Don't ruin yourself. Now, let's head to our next destination. At that moment, in the infirmary of the southern lakeside scenic area, the girl who'd dated for 3 years and was about to marry slowly opened her eyes. Her first question upon waking was about the guy who came in with her. The nurse looked next door. He's right on the bed next to you. Hearing that, the girl softly said thank you. Then calmly put on her shoes and walked to his bedside. The boy looked up at her. You came. But instead of sweet talk, she greeted him with a wall slam. 5 couples were tied up for a true love game of truth or dare. After a few rounds, the girl who had been dating for 3 years learned that the boy had pursued her for company secrets. So as soon as the game ended, she broke up with him on the spot and slammed him against the wall hard. The boy tried to explain, but the girl told him to save it for the court. With that, she stormed out of the room. As for the online dating couple, though they didn't argue, both looked quite troubled. They just wanted a relationship, not a life or death trial. So neither blamed the other for how they acted in the game. But the memory of their hesitation when it mattered most, even if they stayed together, would change things forever. So they chose a peaceful breakup. No one was at fault. They just met the wrong game at the wrong time. The childhood sweethearts, seeing each other safe, let out a sigh of relief. They grew up together. They knew each other well. They didn't believe in testing love this way. So, hand in hand, they walked away. They went to have hot pot nearby. As for the so-called goddess and simp couple, the girl took the initiative to hold his hand. Even though she had considered breaking up in the game, she still liked him, at least for now. As for the future? Who can say? Your girlfriend's hungry now. Will you take me to eat? Hearing her say that so directly, he got nervous. Okay, let's go. And so they walked off hand in hand, watching all the couples leave one by one. Chu Sha, the one said to be one-sided, felt a little envious. Everyone left in pairs. Why is confessing so hard for me? Chu Sha sighed helplessly. But just then, a voice rang in her ear. Do girls now all ghost people after confessing? Chu Sha turned around and saw the boy she had confessed to. He had somehow appeared in front of her. Chu Sha froze. Didn't you say we weren't close? Wasn't that a rejection? The boy walked up to her. We weren't. But how about we get to know each other now? Sometimes it's girls who charge in for love. This girl dove into a sea of piranhas to save a boy she'd loved for 3 years. And she won his heart. She was so happy she jumped with joy. So this is what it feels like to have your love returned. Thanks, goddess. Thanks, streamer. Thanks, world. Meanwhile, in the office at the scenic area's south shore, the manager let out a long sigh. Just moments ago, she was happy about the traffic boost. But now that she saw what the stream broadcasted, she couldn't laugh anymore. What is the goddess pool? It was built to attract couples. But now it aired a brutal love test game. She could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. Goddess pool turns into breakup pool. I no longer believe in love. Just then, as she panicked, 2 employees walked into the office door. 2 employees walked in at the door. We've already confirmed it. The issue was with our goddess time area. Luckily, no one got hurt. Those young people have all left. This incident actually brought us a lot of traffic to the scenic area. Hearing that, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll report this matter later. You too should write a promotional piece for the scenic area. Take advantage of this opportunity. At night, roadside trees swayed with the evening wind. The moon was almost completely covered by clouds. Only faint light shone on the ground. A bus large enough for 20 to 30 people slowly drove down the wide road. Through the windows, faint silhouettes could be seen. Not far ahead of the bus, a group of figures was walking by the roadside. They were in a hurry. They looked like they were rushing somewhere. With a screeching sound, the bus stopped next to them. That group of people boarded through the front door and found seats to sit down. At that moment, in the last row of the bus, a male student was drooling in his sleep. Upon hearing the door close, he murmured, "That was a good nap." Chen Sen muttered. The ride back to school used to be either too noisy or too cramped. This was the first time he slept so well. Just as he was thinking that, he noticed the lighting seemed off. The lights inside the bus were on, but it was completely dark outside. He had no idea where they were. He suddenly stood up, grabbed his bag, and headed to the back of the bus. Walking, he asked the driver up front, "Sir, where are we now? I'm supposed to get off at Tainan University. Is something wrong with the bus?" Chen Sen held the rail near the door and quickly took out his phone. Damn! Did I miss curfew already? As he fiddled with his phone, his movements slowed. Everyone on the bus was staring at him. At that moment, a low voice came from the driver's seat. "Next stop is Wanhua Station. You haven't reached your stop yet." Chen Sen snapped back to reality. Wanhua Station? I've never heard of that stop. The man thought he was taking a regular bus back to school, but ended up on a ghost route instead. So he took out his phone to call his class advisor for help. But every call failed. He took a closer look and finally realized there was no signal at all on his phone. He started to panic. Is this bus heading into the mountains? Why is there no signal? He couldn't help but look outside. Still pitch black. No buildings or trees, everything shrouded in darkness. Just as Chen Sen was about to look away, a sudden thud came from the roof of the bus. He instinctively looked up, then thought maybe it was just a falling branch. He told himself not to overreact. But the bus was way too quiet inside and out. This time, the sound came from the window. At the same time, on the window behind him, a pale face appeared. Eyes, nose, and mouth were all gaping holes. It stared at him silently. In that instant of recognition, Chen Sen's breath caught. He threw his backpack at it. But at that moment, all the passengers stood up. They stared directly at him and walked toward him step by step. Chen Sen instinctively stepped back. His heart was racing. Maybe the passengers were the scariest part. "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Chen Sen curled up and shouted. But the passengers didn't respond. They all reached their hands toward him, one after another, like layers of cabbage. They wrapped around him. The light grew dimmer. Then came the driver's voice again. Probably some air escaped when the door opened. "Be careful." Chen Sen didn't understand what that meant. He just reflexively backed away. The cabbage around him also moved backward with him. The bus suddenly accelerated. Strange banging noises came from the roof again and again. Dark shadows flitted across the highway. They crawled out from the darkness, chasing after the bus ahead. Some climbed up on all fours like spiders. Others, upon getting close, leapt straight onto the roof. Suddenly, the sluggish bus started accelerating. It sped forward in an S-shaped pattern on the road. Countless monsters were flung off, but quickly gave chase again. Even in front of the bus, figures appeared. Inside, Chen Sen's mind went blank. Wrapped tightly by layers of passengers. He couldn't move at all. And the swaying made him nauseous. At that moment, the bus suddenly swerved and sped up again. Chen Sen couldn't hold it anymore and threw up. The nearest passenger loosened his grip in disgust. The man, on his way back to school at night, was wrapped tightly like a cabbage by passengers. And the bus's swaying made him want to vomit. Suddenly, the bus swerved sharply. Chen Sen couldn't hold back and threw up again. The passengers wrapping him loosened their grip slightly. On their expressionless faces, a faint look of disgust emerged. As the bus kept swaying, Chen Sen felt nauseous again. The monsters around him saw his condition and showed hesitation in their eyes. As Chen Sen's stomach churned again, a strange thought crossed his mind. These passengers could actually show such complex emotions? He had thought their faces were fake. At that moment, Chen Sen threw up again. The passengers around him looked panicked. Someone said, "Use the backpack. Hurry!" Before Chen Sen could react, they covered his head with the backpack. After doing that, the passengers visibly breathed a sigh of relief. In a place Chen Sen couldn't see, the steering wheel was spinning rapidly, but the driver's seat was completely empty. At that moment in the sky, Zhang Ling saw the bus at a glance, and immediately thought of the haunted bus from the mission list. Judging from its behavior now, he couldn't tell whether it was causing trouble, or if something went wrong. But either way, he couldn't let these monsters roam the roads. It would be too dangerous for the living world. So he stretched out his hand. A surge of ghost energy shot forth with a piercing sound. It hit the monsters, turning them into black mist. These were different from the usual underworld ghosts. They seemed to be pure malice and resentment combined. Only evil and the instinct to devour remained. So there was no need to take them to the underworld. With that one strike, a large area of the road was cleared. Those preparing to crawl out from the darkness paused. Sensing the residual ghost energy on the road, they quietly stepped back and withdrew into the shadows. They were generally cowardly. When facing a stronger being, they chose to flee. The bus ahead wasn't affected at all. With no more monsters appearing, the pressure inside the bus eased. It was about to shake off the remaining ones on the roof. But then it suddenly stopped. It wasn't that it chose to stop. It couldn't move. Right in front of it stood Zhang Ling in white robes and a tall hat, walking forward expressionlessly. His presence radiated a terrifying aura. At that moment, the bus spoke. "Ghost officer, sir." Zhang Ling looked inside the bus and calmly said, "Send the human back first." So the bus drove a bit more and came to a stop. A voice came from the driver's seat. "We've arrived." The passengers returned to their seats. Chen Sen groggily pulled the backpack off his head. Everyone on the bus was smiling at him like saints. "We've arrived. You should get off now." The boy had thrown up from motion sickness, and the passengers had covered his head with a backpack. When he opened his eyes again, he found his roommate and the mayor standing before him. So he instinctively asked, "Are you human or ghost?" The mayor of Wuliao punched him hard. Chen Sen immediately sobered up from the pain. "It really is you guys." After some explanation from his roommates, Chen Sen learned the truth. He had mistakenly boarded a haunted bus full of ghosts, and was targeted by evil spirits that preyed on human souls. To hide his presence, the ghosts wrapped him tightly in layers like a cocoon. Bai Wuchang, who came to guide lost souls, saw it, and dispersed the evil ghosts completely. Then he ordered the ghost bus to take Chen Sen back to safety. So when the bus arrived at the school gate, viewers from the livestream messaged his roommates and told them to pick him up. At first, the roommates didn't believe it. But when they arrived at the school gate, they really found someone lying there. And after Chen Sen got off the bus, the vehicle vanished into the night. Inside that bus, the driver looked frightened upon seeing Zhang Ling. He quickly explained he'd been driving the bus for 10 years, and had never harmed anyone. Sometimes he even gave rides to wandering souls or lost humans, and never charged them. As he spoke, he waved his hands, clearly very nervous. As for the ghost passengers, those who had money paid, those who didn't helped out. Just like earlier, helping to hide the human's aura, to avoid detection by evil spirits. Zhang Ling frowned as he glanced at the passengers in the back. He noticed that among the passengers, only one was a normal ghost hitching a ride. The rest were deeply connected to the bus. The most important thing, they seemed unable to leave it. So he asked the driver what was going on. The driver replied with a pained expression, "Sir, we don't know either. We don't even remember our lives before death." Not even our names. Just a vague memory. Of an accident. The whole bus falling into a river. When we regained consciousness, we were on this bus. We couldn't leave it. It's like we're bound to it. Even if we go out, we can't go far. So once we realized we were stuck, we started using the bus to earn some money or food. Just enough to survive. Sometimes we'd even help lost travelers. I drive the bus. The others help hide their presence. We've done this for 10 years. With that, he suddenly dropped to his knees before Zhang Ling. Sir, please let us stay in the human world. And continue driving this bus. We won't hurt anyone. But suddenly, his head throbbed in pain. He collapsed and started convulsing on the floor, muttering non-stop. Drive. Drive now. The destination hasn't been reached. There are still passengers on board. Seeing the driver so obsessed, Zhang Ling extended his hand. Threads of golden ghost energy swirled in his palm. Infused with contract power, he pointed at the driver. This man had been dead for years, yet still drove the ghost bus every night, causing many evil spirit incidents in the mortal world. Bai Wuchang, the ghost officer, found him, and intended to bring him back to the underworld. But the man knelt and begged Zhang Ling to let him stay. It turned out that 10 years ago, he had an accident. The entire bus fell into the river. When he woke, his memories were gone. So to survive, they drove the ghost bus to earn food or money, hoping that one day, passing through a certain place, they'd remember something. Looking at the kneeling driver and passengers, Zhang Ling explained. Driving in the human world requires licenses. And for a ghost bus to drive here, it needs a permit. Without that permit, any ghost officer can take you in. Not just buses. Even ghosts walking around need permits. Upon hearing this, the bus ghosts were devastated. They had no idea how to get such a permit. But they understood Zhang Ling's point. The underworld would never allow a bus full of ghosts to stay here. Even if they hadn't run into this ghost officer tonight, other ghost officers would also take them away. If we can't stay in the living world, is there even a point for us to exist? Is there really no other way? There is. Hearing this, the ghosts kneeling on the ground raised their heads. They saw Zhang Ling in white walking toward them. Then he extended his hand. Golden ghost aura twisted and transformed in his palm. It gradually formed the power of a contract. Become my ghost soldiers. Work for me. I can assign you jobs in the human world. Are you willing? As soon as he finished speaking, the ghosts on the bus immediately bowed down. We are willing. As long as we can stay in the living world, we're willing to do anything. At the moment their voices rang out. The contract energy from Zhang Ling shot toward them. It entered their foreheads and vanished. The next second, their foreheads bore a seal with Zhang Ling's name. After doing this, Zhang Ling withdrew his hand. Then he said, "This will be your pass from now on. Other ghost officers will recognize your identity. If you encounter ghosts attacking you again, reveal the seal on your forehead, and you might scare them off." On the road, after the contract was sealed, Zhang Ling waved his hand and opened a portal to the underworld. The driver and passengers returned to their seats one by one. As the bus started moving again, it followed Zhang Ling into the underworld. For the bus passengers, this was their first time in the underworld. While full of reverence, they were also curious. Meanwhile, underworld spirits started chatting upon seeing the bus. Did you see that? A big bus just came back. Yeah, I saw it. I miss my sports car now. Too bad we can't bring things down here. Otherwise, I'd be drifting all day. I don't care about cars or food. I just want a phone to play games. With a phone in hand, I'd be fine anywhere. Why not produce your own content? Look at Shu Maze, he became a source of food for the soul. He really nourished countless ghosts spiritually. You mean the novelist Shu Maze? I heard an author disappeared. I know about that. I think that author was named Shu A-san. It was just an ordinary ghost bus. But it stirred up the entire ghost market. The ghosts gathered to gossip about all sorts of things. All of this was witnessed by a patrolling ghost officer. He calmly walked toward the group. The ghosts, terrified, broke out in cold sweat. They thought they were in trouble for gossiping. But the ghost officer said, "The underworld has been chaotic lately. Stay safe, all of you." With that, he turned and left. The frightened ghosts quickly nodded. They swore never to gossip again. But just a few steps later, the ghost officer ran into a young woman. She called out to him when she saw him. "Sir, I heard you're investigating missing ghosts. A close friend of mine hasn't been seen for days. Can you help look for them?" The ghost officer quickly took out a notebook to record. "Are you sure they're missing and not just elsewhere?" The woman shook her head. "No way. If they went somewhere else, they would have told me." The ghost officer nodded. "Tell me your friend's name, features, address, and last known movements." The woman wiped her tears. "Her name is Bai He. She has a brown mark near her eye." After noting everything she said, the ghost officer realized too many ghosts had gone missing recently. It was very strange. What puzzled him most was how those ghosts had been taken away. So he told the other ghost officers to increase patrols and try to track the whereabouts of the culprits. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling returned to Point 18 with the ghost bus. To better make use of these ghost helpers, he decided to enhance the bus's defenses. But as he was upgrading the vehicle, the ghost driver's expression turned odd. His gaze was dazed. He looked like he was in both pain and pleasure. He even let out a few groans. Zhang Ling was speechless at the sight. It was also his first time strengthening something like this, so he wasn't very familiar with it. After he withdrew his hand, the ghost driver snapped out of that state. Seeing the strange looks from the passengers, the ghost driver blushed as he recalled his own reaction. He awkwardly scratched his head. "Thank you, officer." Fortunately, Zhang Ling didn't mind. He just told him that another ghost officer would come later to register info. Just cooperate with them. Suddenly, a black cat jumped in through the hearse window. And that cat was none other than Yu Yu, the spirit cat of intern Chi Yao Yao. When Zhang Ling saw Chi Yao Yao, he handed her the task of collecting ghost soldiers' information. After she finished, he asked her to also update Ni Ju about the hearse. Because he believed the driver, after years on the road, must know the route lights well. A perfect match for Ni Ju. But Chi Yao Yao didn't agree, instead apologizing to Zhang Ling. "Captain, I'm sorry. It was you who ran out, I guess." Zhang Ling told her it was fine. "You can relax a bit normally. Just remember to send me a copy of the info after you're done." Upon hearing this, Chi Yao Yao raised her hand and promised to finish the task. After finishing all this, Zhang Ling left. Then a viewer raised a question. "Streamer, isn't there an intern ghost force in the underworld? Why do we still need ghost soldiers?" Zhang Ling saw the question and explained. "All ghost officers belong to the underworld system. But the ghost soldiers are bound by contract to me. They serve under me." Alright. That's it for today's stream. With that, Zhang Ling ended the live stream. But just a few steps after leaving, Ni Ju came looking for him. "Captain, can I decline this arrangement?" He was already a full-fledged ghost officer, Bai Wuchang. Despite his young age, he had reached the peak of ghost descent. But he had a terrible sense of direction. So Zhang Ling assigned him a ghost driver with 10 years of experience as his partner. Ni Ju, however, rejected the arrangement because he was used to working alone. And he knew having ghost soldiers around could be dangerous. Though at the peak of ghost descent himself, he could also command ghost soldiers. But he had considered his poor sense of direction before too. Realizing this, he never sought a guide again. Hearing this, Zhang Ling patted his shoulder. "No need to worry. Your defense and speed are solid. And the driver knows the roads. That should boost your efficiency and performance. Try working together first. If it doesn't work, we'll find another solution." Seeing how thoughtful his captain was, Ni Ju felt too embarrassed to refuse. So Zhang Ling took out a white bead and handed it to Ni Ju. "This is a live ghost aura I got from an evil ghost. It'll react when encountering other live ghost auras. Install it on the hearse. If anything comes up, report it to me immediately. Ni Ju accepted the bead and thanked the captain. Zhang Ling then looked toward the ghost soldiers nearby. Go and get to know them first. Hearing that, Ni Ju walked straight over. After integrating the white bead into the hearse, he greeted the ghost soldiers. Hello? I'm Ni Ju, the one assigned to your team. Just help me navigate during missions. If there's danger, run if you can. Staying behind is just suicide. Can you do that? The ghost soldiers nodded. They understood the idea of running if outmatched. After wandering in the human world for 10 years, they were pros at escaping. After settling Ni Ju's case, Zhang Ling returned to the 18 shops. But soon after, Granny Fu Jia came looking for him. Captain, I'm fully capable of taking on harder tasks. The captain of Team 16 passed part of his power to me. I must put it to use. I believe I can take on more difficult missions like Ni Ju. Hearing that, Zhang Ling looked up at Fu Jia and saw that his strength had reached mid-stage Ghost General. So Zhang Ling granted his request. But Ji Ying can't stay with you anymore. It's too dangerous for him. But Fu Jia insisted he'd protect him well. Seeing that, Zhang Ling said no more. He just let him go about his work. Watching Fu Jia leave, Zhang Ling fell into thought. After what happened with Ni Ju and the hearse, Team 18 will need some restructuring. But it seemed that Fu Jia was quite pleased with Ji Ying, the junior. So for now, let's not separate the two of them. At that moment, in a building in the human world, a girl in her 20s was standing in front of an elevator. While waiting, she was lost in thought. What would be the perfect murder method? She wanted to take the elevator home. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shop with ancient charm. Beside her stood an old man in strange clothing. She looked startled upon seeing him. Did I just travel through time? The old man walked closer and said, Not at all. It's just that fate brought you here, allowing you to see me and my shop. In human terms, you've entered a dimensional space. If you don't believe me, take a look around. Do you see anyone? Only then did the girl notice how unnaturally quiet it was. It was clearly dinner time. Yet it felt like she was the only one in the entire building. That made her quite happy. So what good stuff do you have here? The old man answered. Inspiration. He pulled out a set of modern drawing tools from a bookshelf. Use this to create, and you'll have endless inspiration. The woman didn't quite believe it. She was a horror manga artist, who often delayed updates due to lack of perfect murder ideas. Her days had become dull and muddled. So she asked if there was anything else. But the old man handed her the drawing board and pen. This is all you need. As he finished speaking, her eyes went dull. Her pupils lost focus. That's right. All I need is inspiration. So she hugged the tools and left the shop. The shop behind her returned to being an elevator. Late at night, she sat at her desk, drawing with the new tools. Ideas gushed forth like reincarnated memories. Her eyes widened as she stared at the screen. Her hands never stopped moving. Characters and backgrounds emerged rapidly from her pen. She seemed to have reached her creative peak. Any art master who saw it would want to borrow her hand. Such speed. Such exquisite style. Such bold creativity. Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the pen. It was Shu Asan. It hurts. So painful. She tried hard to open her eyes. She found herself in a dark, damp, and cramped space. It felt like she'd been stuffed into a pickle jar. What happened to me? She tried to recall the last thing before she passed out. She only remembered stepping into a courtyard. And then nothing. Suddenly, a surge of energy entered her body. It felt like soaking in a hot spring. Her whole body relaxed. Even the pain temporarily vanished. She didn't know what it was. But it felt amazing. She began craving more of that power. But soon, she realized something was wrong. The power churned violently inside her. It formed into a berserk force, pounding within her, trying to tear her apart, until another voice appeared within her. It told Shu Asan to stop resisting. Since you're already here, just follow the shopkeeper's plan. He'll make you stronger. Isn't that good? But Shu Asan shouted back, "Shut up. You're hurting people. The underworld won't allow this." That shadowy figure grinned wickedly. So what if I hurt people? What's wrong with ghosts harming humans? If the underworld finds out, just become stronger than them. But just then, Shu Asan was surprised. He could somehow see the outside. He saw, under warm lights, a girl with dark circles under her eyes, drawing something non-stop. Black mist seeped out of the painting, filled with a deadly aura. He wanted to stop her, tell her to stop. But he was powerless. Seeing this, Shu Lu spread his arms, a look of intoxication on his face. Draw. Keep drawing. Make it scarier. More brutal. Seeing this, Shu Asan felt even more terrified. He turned and tried to escape this horrifying place. Shu Lu didn't stop him. Just gave a wicked smile. You can't run. None of us can run. As he spoke, he released a wave of ghostly energy, injecting it into the girl outside. Under that ghostly energy, the girl gradually finished the manga chapter and posted it online. Meanwhile, all the fans following the series received a system notification. Upon opening it, they were shocked to find the latest chapter was scarier than ever. Some even saw ghostly shadows appear behind them while reading. After this strange incident, Tang Tianzi went to find Yi Yushi. Yeji, did you hear about it? But before he could finish, Yi Yushi stuffed a wad of paper into his mouth. Some see ghosts when reading comics. Others see them when telling stories. The conclusion? Something's wrong in the underworld. The Ancestor Forum explains it in detail. No need for you to repeat it. Tang Tianzi spat out the paper. So, are you going to consider it? But Yi Yushi took off his glasses. Tang Tianzi, you'd better not go out lately. A man once heard someone call him Dad in his sleep. Half asleep, he casually responded. Next day, a ghost baby was clinging to him, calling him Dad, non-stop. Yi Yushi's expression stiffened when he saw it. He warned him not to go out for a while. Tang Tianzi was shocked to hear that. What the heck? That's exactly what Zhang Xian said to me. Yi Yushi curiously asked. What did Zhang Xian say? Tang Tianzi replied calmly. He told me to be careful of water. And of all family ties. So I asked him. What kind of water? Tap water or seawater? Boiled or ice water? He rolled his eyes at me and ignored me. Yi Yushi was speechless. After a moment of silence, he changed the subject. Then you'd better listen to Zhang Xian. Don't contact your family. Tang Tianzi was confused. Why not? Yi Yushi said, some are warned of death traps. But yours is a father-son trap. Tang Tianzi didn't get it at all. Instead, he grinned and shared his experiences. I've been haunted so many times. And you helped me every time. That time at the cremation club. And the Shen Jia incident. Also, that visit to the sponsored kid. Got haunted on the way. You dealt with it all. Yeji, why don't you open a paranormal agency? Like in those novels. But Yi Yushi rejected the idea flat out. Which made Tang Tianzi annoyed. I told you so much. And you're not reacting at all. But before he could finish, Yi Yushi covered his mouth with a hand. Tang Tianzi, focus on sending your ghost son peacefully into reincarnation. Tang Tianzi was stunned. Ghost son? Yi Yushi told him. Your ghost son. 2 years old. He's in your arms right now. Hearing that, Tang Tianzi looked down in shock. That thing calling me, Dad, last night, was a ghost? Are ghosts these days really calling anyone, Dad? Meanwhile, on a pedestrian street, a black wallet lay quietly on a red bench. Its zipper was open, revealing a glimpse of red banknotes inside. Next to it, a ghost was staring excitedly. Lately, it's trendy for ghosts to abduct humans. Guess I'll try it today too. Just then, a man walked by. Then stepped back to look at the bench. He glanced around, then quickly picked up the wallet. And put it into his pocket. After that, he briskly walked away. The ghost, seeing the wallet taken, followed after him. But to its surprise, the man walked into a police station. This left the ghost dumbfounded. How could this happen? Who do you think you're looking down on? Why would you take the money to the police station? Without your ghostly aura, how am I supposed to follow you? The ghost broke down on the spot. Just as he wailed and howled. A morning stick landed on his head. What are you screaming for? Disturbing the peace, are you? The ghost turned his head. And met eyes with Ni-ju. He was so frightened he fell to his knees. Spare me, Lord Ni. I won't dare do it again. He started crying pitifully. Didn't get the person. And lost the money too. Ni-ju grabbed him and said, Look closely. Which way is Huakai Road? Point the wrong way and I'll beat you. Bai Wuchang, lost again, asked a ghost for directions. But under the ghost's guidance, they ended up back at the starting point. Ni-ju lost his temper again, slamming a bump onto the ghost's head. The money-throwing ghost shed tears through the pain. But I swear this was the right way. Ni-ju gave him one last chance. The ghost looked around nervously and pointed to the plaza fountain. A friend of mine lives in there. I'll go ask him. Ni-ju nodded, then flew directly above the fountain and dragged the ghost out of it. The caught ghost looked totally confused. What's going on? I was just slacking off, wasn't I? And what's with all the ghost officers? Ni-ju didn't care about all that. He just asked them both. Which way is Huakai Road? Point wrong, and you're both getting it. Turns out Zhang Ling still underestimated how badly Ni-ju gets lost. The money ghost actually knew the way at first. But even he got lost following Ni-ju. As for the ghost soldiers on the spirit car, they too were confused and discussing how to get to Huakai Road. Some said east. Some said west. The ghost driver sighed helplessly. We're with Lord Ni after all. This is the third wrong road we've taken today. Zhang Ling, observing from the shadows, was exasperated. I underestimated Ni-ju. I thought he was just bad with directions. I didn't expect his confusion to be contagious. Suddenly, the ghost driver's eyes lit up. I remember now. It should be east. Then he turned to the two ghost soldiers behind him. I'll go scout ahead. Don't listen to whatever Lord Ni says. Just bring him over directly. Then he drove the spirit car toward Huakai Road. Zhang Ling watched the spirit car depart. Calculating in his mind, he realized these ghost soldiers needed more time to mesh with Ni-ju. But how should he help them? Just then, his ghost realm orb lit up. This was something Zhang Ling got from the goddess couple incident. It can sense the ghost shopkeeper's presence. So he followed the ghost realm orb's signal. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Complex near Huakai Road, after resolving an incident, Hong Ya arrived. She noticed one room in the building seemed to be enveloped by something. So she pulled out her withered mulberry staff and struck the ghost barrier with it. With a crackling sound, the barrier wrapping the room shattered. Waves of underworld aura spilled out. Hong Ya floated in right away. The moment she entered, she took a defensive stance, in case of a sneak attack. But when she saw what was inside, her face changed. At the desk, a girl was drawing rapidly. Thick ghost aura clung to her body, with countless sinister energies emanating from the desk. Hong Ya shouted sternly, "Ghost, stop your wickedness!" Then lunged forward and struck the girl's writing hand with her staff. Shu Asan, enveloped in ghostly aura, exclaimed in surprise, "Ghost officer! You're finally here!" While on duty, Bai Wuchang discovered a room surrounded by intense ghost aura. He took out the Kusong staff and broke the barrier. Inside was a girl, rapidly sketching something. Thick ghost aura clung to her body, with countless sinister energies rising from her desk. Seeing this, Hong Ya shouted, "Evil spirit, stop your rampage!" Inside the brushstroke, Shu Asan's face lit up. It's the ghost officer. Ghost officer. Please take me back. But then, a raging force within him laughed. Shu Lu. Back? You think you can go back? Going back means death. Shu Asan replied furiously. This is all you're doing. Shu Lu replied, I live inside your body. You think the ghost officers will believe you? Besides, the contract with the ghost shopkeeper. It's in your name. I don't get it. Why are you running? The ghost officer's power is so delicious. As these two minds conversed, Hong Ya had already moved the terrified artist to a corner of the room, shielding her with his ghost aura. Only then did he look toward the hovering pressure-controlled pen in the air. His instinct told him that unless this thing was dealt with, he couldn't safely get the human out of here. So he charged forward with a step. But the pen suddenly shifted to the side, accompanied by Shu Lu's arrogant voice. Ghost officer. I'm not your real opponent. Before Hong Ya could react to the words, a gust of wind struck from behind. He quickly raised the Kusong staff to block, and saw a massive figure slowly emerge from the sketchpad on the desk, towering over Hong Ya. Mid-Yubing stage? You'll make a fine meal. Hearing this, Hong Ya's gaze sharpened. He swung the Kusong staff and charged in. White figure versus massive ghost. Ghost aura collided violently, forming a cyclone of ghost energy in the room. Papers flew off desks and shelves. Many items were knocked over. The hovering pressure-controlled pen stayed aloft, calmly observing the battle below. Shu Lu's voice echoed from the pen again. See? I told you. As long as we're stronger than the ghost officers, they can't touch us either. Shu Asan replied with determination. The ghost officer will not lose. Shu Lu chuckled. How about this, then? From the drawing pad on the desk, a small, blue ghostly figure crawled out. A sharp horn protruded from its forehead. Its body was about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Its limbs ended in sharp claws, like a wild beast. As the giant ghost battled Hong Ya, it crawled out unnoticed. It moved swiftly, blinking through the battlefield to the corner. With a claw, it shredded the protective barrier around the girl. Spinning mid-air, it lunged straight for her chest. A loud thud. The blue ghost was sent flying. A Kusong staff pierced its body, nailing it to the wall. At the moment Hong Ya turned and threw the staff, the giant ghost's blade also came crashing down. Slash! His robe was cut from the shoulder down. Blood gushed out, dyeing the blade red. Hong Ya coughed up blood from the impact. The vivid red made the girl sitting stunned in the corner blink. Her pupils began to regain focus. The dignified ghost officer Bai Wuchang was being hunted by evil spirits? Worse yet, he was clearly outmatched, struck heavily by a single blow. If not for the white Wuchang uniform shielding the fatal strike, that blade would have done far worse. And that wasn't the only slash just now. Hong Ya still had blade wounds from the fight with the giant ghost. Now he knew he had lost the chance to fight back. His brain started racing. Was there any way to leave safely, while also keeping this human alive? Just then, Shu Lu's voice came through. That human is going to die anyway. Why don't we just kill him? Saves you the trouble. And I might even spare you. Hearing this, Hong Ya pulled out the withered mulberry staff from the small ghost's body, then assumed a defensive stance and looked at them. Before his story is finished, I won't let you succeed. The giant ghost thought Hong Ya had given in. Then that's easy. Use his life to draw the final ending. It'll be brilliant. Hong Ya responded coldly and firmly. I'm not talking about the story they created. I'm talking about the people themselves. A human life, from start to end, is a story in itself. A wonderful and magnificent story. The story I follow isn't over yet, and I'm not in the habit of letting others finish it for me. Seeing how stubborn he was, the giant ghost lost his patience. He raised his giant blade and charged at Hong Ya. Then die. After you're dead, I'll make him burn his last light. He raised his blade and slashed at Hong Ya. It seemed certain he'd die. But Hong Ya pressed his bloody hand onto the white work notebook. In an instant, the notebook was stained red. A red light flared. With a loud bang, Shu A-san, Shu Lu, and the giant ghost were slammed into the blood-stained white wall. The explosion shook the entire room. Even the ghostly barrier that had resisted all combat was shattered. Red light surged outward from every direction of the room. At the same moment, all members of Squad 18, whether guiding souls or resolving ghost incidents, saw a red light flash from their notebooks. It was a danger signal. A distress signal sent at the brink of death. At that moment, instinctive awareness made Shu Lu issue a call. All ghosts sent out by the horror comic flew back to the Sunshine Complex in unison. This is what makes inspiration different from other ghost energy. Inspiration can allow a human to create endless channels of power. In moments of crisis, the power those ghosts bring back all becomes its own. Meanwhile, the team members who received Hong Ya's distress signal all opened underworld portals and headed to Sunshine Complex where Hong Ya was. Elsewhere in District 18, Zhang Ling remained on one knee, gazing at the Soul Guide notebook glowing red. This notebook wasn't just for recording soul info. It was the only tool linking all team members. Once triggered, it meant a member's life was in danger. A red alert. A distress signal. Even the ghost pinned to the ground by Zhang Ling saw the red glow. That signal means your teammate's in danger. Why aren't you going to save them? Zhang Ling ignored the comment. Because he saw Ni Ju and the others had arrived. Hong Ya was safe for now. So he pressed his morning stick to the ghost shopkeeper's throat. Speak. How many of you ghost shopkeepers are there? What's your purpose? Where are you from? The ghost shopkeeper rasped from his throat. You can't kill us. Even if I die. When the unending one returns, we'll be reborn. This human world and the underworld shall welcome his return. Then he burst out laughing maniacally. Zhang Ling was about to speak, when suddenly the ghost shopkeeper's body on the ground began to swell rapidly. With a loud boom, dense ghostly energy exploded out. The entire space distorted slightly. A deep pit formed on the ground. Even the nearby pavement cracked from the blast. The pavement shattered into powder. As the smoke cleared from the air, Zhang Ling gave chase again. The ghost jade orb at her waist now pointed to a new direction. The ghost energy had shifted. Only then did Zhang Ling realize. Perhaps the shop was the real target all along. Not the ghost shopkeeper or that old man in gray. The young girl had just become an official Wuchang and gone on her first mission, only to run into a ghost wreaking havoc in the human world. To protect humans from harm, she was seriously wounded by the giant ghost's blade. On the verge of death, she pressed her blood-stained hand onto the white notebook. In an instant, the notebook was dyed red. The red light surged outward in all directions from the room. Ni Ju, the closest one, saw it and followed the trail of red light, racing toward Sunshine Complex. Then he pulled out his withered mulberry staff and charged at the giant ghost. Even after their fierce clash, her stance remained firm. It seemed the attack hadn't affected her much. While they fought, Fu Jia and Ji Yi also arrived. Seeing hundreds of summoned ghosts converging from all sides, Fu Jia spoke sternly. Chu Rung. Instantly, the light-colored cane turned black from the top down. A power not belonging to Fu Jia rose from the cane, engulfing the entire staff in black energy. At her command, streams of ghost energy slithered out like tiny snakes. They surged outward from the cane's base, wrapping around their ghost targets and, before the ghosts could react, transformed into a ceiling formation. Execution. Fu Jia commanded decisively. The trapped ghosts began to struggle. Looking closely, you could see their bodies corroding, melting away piece by piece into nothing. Meanwhile, on the 22nd floor, Hong Ya wiped the blood from his mouth. then struck the girl's head with the mulberry staff. She fainted instantly. Without hesitation, Hong Ya picked her up and leapt from the other side of the building, down from the 22nd floor. He landed firmly on the ground. A ghost vehicle screeched to a stop beside him. "Sir Ghost Officer." Hong Ya carried the girl into the ghost car and carefully laid her on the back seat. He instructed the ghost soldiers to take care of her. The passengers all nodded, just as the driver was about to ask where he was headed. Hong Ya had already leapt out through the window of the moving vehicle, leaving behind one sentence. "In terms of offense, the ghost vehicle has no advantage. I still have souls to guide. You leave first." After Hong Ya left, the passengers hid the girl's aura, then stepped on the gas and drove away. Elsewhere, Zhang Ling chased after the fleeing shop in the sky. It was headed straight for the city center. She had to stop it before it got there. Her eyes sharpened. Ghost energy exploded outward from her body in all directions, wrapping the entire surrounding space. As the ghost energy spread, she threw her ghost jade orb into the air, with the shop nearby. The orb instinctively floated toward it. Zhang Ling locked her gaze on that area. After confirming there was no human presence, she hurled the withered mulberry staff. It streaked through the air like a white afterimage. The afterimage split into 3, then 10, shooting toward the ground. With a loud crash, the hidden shop emerged from underground. The staff pierced right through its center, almost splitting it in half. Inside, shelves and goods were scattered everywhere. The impact had thrown everything around. To uncover the culprit behind the chaos between the two realms, Bai Wuchang followed the ghost jade orb to the ghost shopkeeper's store frequently seen in the human world. But to her surprise, the store held no clues. Instead, the scattered live ghost energy awakened once the store was destroyed. Sensing the presence of a ghost officer, the ghost energy started to writhe. They surged toward the shop exit, but quickly realized they couldn't escape. Some invisible barrier blocked them from leaving through the shop's breach. That was because when Zhang Ling destroyed the shop, she noticed heavy ghost energy leaking from the crack. To be safe, she sealed the shop using ghost energy. Zhang Ling stood inside the store, silently observing. Though the ghost shopkeeper was dead, and the shop destroyed, but Zhang Ling didn't feel much recognition. Instead, she felt a sense of impending doom. What's certain is that there's more than one ghost shopkeeper. And what Zhang Ling is worried about now is who the kingless she mentioned refers to. They're disrupting the order between the two realms. Could it really be just to welcome the king's return? Zhang Ling couldn't make sense of it. It looks like she'll need to return to the underworld and consult the king of hell. After storing all the fire ghost's aura into her soul pouch, Zhang Ling looked up toward the direction of the red light. Dark clouds covered the sky. Ghostly aura stung the air. A vortex of ghost energy was faintly forming. Since the first red light, no new one had appeared, which meant the team that went there hadn't called for help. There was no need for others to head over. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Sunshine Complex, the giant ghost battling Niju was badly injured. It was clearly at a disadvantage. Strangely, as the pen behind the ghost lit up, its wounds rapidly started to heal. Niju noticed the oddity on the ghost's body. She was baffled. Then someone reminded her that the power was coming from the pen behind the ghost. Be careful. Upon hearing that, Niju swung her withered mulberry staff at the ghost. The ghost quickly raised its broadsword to block. But unexpectedly, Niju only feinted. Her real target was the pen behind the ghost. Just as the staff was about to strike the pen, a black energy field burst from the pen. It stopped the staff in its tracks. Niju used all her strength to fight the pen's force. The giant ghost came charging with its blade. Niju sidestepped and kicked the ghost hard. With a loud crash, the ghost was slammed into the wall. Niju seized the chance to approach the pen. She smashed her staff against the black aura. This was a magical drawing pen. As long as you possess it, endless power will surge into your body. It could even rapidly heal your wounds. So Niju unleashed all her ghost energy to destroy it. But unexpectedly, just as the staff was about to strike the pen, the black aura once again blocked the blow. As she struck again, the green ghost launched an attack. It was about to reach Niju, but was stopped by two white figures. They were Li Xiao and Chu Wang. After wrapping up their own tasks, they rushed over to help, to see if they could lend a hand, and give Li Xiao some practice too. Seeing that, Niju turned and thanked them. But before she could finish speaking, two more ghosts lunged at her. But they weren't as strong as the giant ghost. Niju casually swung her staff, and the small ghosts dispersed into black mist. She was extremely fast, but each strike could only land on the black aura. She couldn't get closer. Niju didn't stop. Instead, she sped up, striking the black aura again and again, until cracks began to appear on it. But then, many ghosts were drawn into the aura, and the cracks began to heal just like the ghost's wounds. Niju's bloodlust surged. Let's see, who's faster to recover or to strike? She grinned wickedly as she spoke. And no one dared underestimate her now, even if she was a late recruit. Her strength was undeniable. Standing in the middle of battle, her body was cloaked in ghost aura, like a tiger charging down a mountain. She attacked again and again. Inside the pen, Shu Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. At first, he thought he could take down the ghost officers, to show that coward Shu A-san how it's done. But something felt off during the fight. Why is this ghost officer so fierce? Not just brute strength. Every strike from Niju was calculated. He felt like he could die here. And worse, he noticed, the ghost aura around Niju was about to break through. Shu Lu instantly panicked. Fighting is one thing, but this is terrifying. And now you're breaking through right on the battlefield? Isn't that cheating? So after thinking it over, he decided to leave quickly. As long as he could take that injured ghost officer, this mission wouldn't be a total loss. He could sense that person was nearby. At that moment, many ghosts still held back outside surged forward. They recklessly charged in by burning themselves. The previously controlled situation fell into chaos again. That was Shu Lu's plan. As long as chaos broke out, he could use it to escape. The ghosts invading the human world were no match for Bai Wuchang and wanted to flee. So Shu Lu cast a spell to make the small ghosts cause natural-looking disturbances. But unexpectedly, Niju ignored the outside chaos and focused solely on him. That gave Shu Lu a headache. So he decided to create one final chaos and flee in the confusion. But just then, the long-silent Shu A-san suddenly spoke up. Enough. Shu Lu hadn't even reacted when he suddenly lost control of the pen. Sensing Shu A-san's suicidal will, Shu Lu panicked. He begged Shu A-san to calm down. The ghost shopkeeper just wants you to work. He'll let you go later. Didn't you want to write novels? Have you forgotten why you wanted to leave Shumo Studio? We're already in the human world. Take off the talisman. If I can control this pen, I'll definitely get us out. But no matter what he said, Shu A-san didn't waver. Even as his body was racked with tearing pain, his mind had never been more clear. At that moment, Niju raised the withered mulberry staff. All her ghost energy surged into it. She swung down with overwhelming force. Inside the pen, Shu Lu began to struggle violently. Shu A-san, you liar. Didn't you want to write novels? If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Shu A-san snorted coldly. I do want to write novels, but not at the cost of others' lives. I don't want freedom and pain gained that way. Then he looked at the ghost officers and said, Thank you. Thank you for coming. He had once resented being the one to suffer. He had once wondered why the ghost officers hadn't come. He had once raged at Shu Lu's cruelty. But as his life neared its end, he no longer cared. What was the point of fighting? What was the point of rage? What was the point of sadness? All he wanted was something simple. If he couldn't achieve it in this life, Then maybe in the next. If he even had one. Meanwhile, outside. The pen fell straight to the ground. No longer protected by the aura. A crack formed on the pen. It spread rapidly. The ghosts who had responded and stirred chaos paused for a moment, and then turned and fled. The ghost officers guarding them all gave chase. Back in the spirit carriage, the passengers saw a girl slowly open her eyes, and they rejoiced. But then they realized they were ghosts. "Can she see us?" Then the girl calmly asked. "Can I use you as writing material?" Meanwhile, Team 18 members were conducting their final sweep. Through the residential area, through a window, they saw a beautifully decorated children's room. A baby was lying on the fenced-in, soft bed. She looked like a 2-month-old girl. But she could enslave ghosts. Turns out, she wasn't ordinary. She was the reincarnation of Meng Po. Whenever ghosts appeared nearby, she instinctively tried to capture them, then force-feed them Meng Po soup. Just as she slapped her hand on a remnant soul, a pair of hands gently picked her up. It was her father. He had just gotten off work and came to see what his daughter was playing with. When he saw her smiling so happily, so he hugged his daughter and gently rubbed cheeks with her. Just then, a woman's voice came from outside the door. "Did you wash your hands?" "No kisses allowed without washing." Hearing that, Sha Wenj kept teasing his daughter, while replying to his wife, "Of course I washed them. Besides, our baby won't mind kissing me." The woman snorted coldly. "Now that you have a daughter, you've forgotten your wife." Sha Wenj broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly apologized. "Wife, I was wrong. From now on, you'll be my number one in the universe. Our daughter can maybe tie with you at most." Only then did the woman nod in satisfaction and lean into Sha Wenj's arms, gently rubbing faces with her daughter. Meanwhile, the remnant soul in the girl's hand finally saw a chance to escape. The little girl cried out in protest and reached out her tiny hand. "Hey ghost! Don't run. Come drink my Meng Po soup." But then she suddenly realized she was no longer Meng Po. She was now Sha Qingqing in this life. And that remnant soul would be handled by ghost officers. At the door, the escaping remnant soul suddenly felt like it hit something. It shifted to the side and hit something again. It carefully examined the air in front of it, then glanced out the window. The tiny soul was full of confusion. It roamed the room in circles, but couldn't seem to leave. So it floated back to the living room. There, the family of 3 sat happily at the table, with joyful laughter filling the room. Late at night, a shadow suddenly appeared above the ruins of the destroyed shop. Staring at the wreckage, the shadow was speechless. Was this ghost officer a junk collector in life? Nothing useful left at all. Forget it. I'll note it down first. Deal with it later. At the same time in the underworld, Yan Luo sat at her desk, resting her chin in one hand. Her eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, as if having a bad dream. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Her pupils turned pitch black, like bottomless black holes, containing strange, soul-shaking power. Power that could affect the mind. At the store entrance, a ghost who had been waiting spoke up. "Master. 2 captains came by earlier." Yan Luo frowned slightly. What did they want? "They brought 2 documents." The ghost soldier explained, as he entered and handed them over. Yan Luo took the documents and began reading them carefully. But before long, she started complaining. What kind of edgy name is 5 Kings? These idiots couldn't come up with better names? In her heart, there was only one true king. The rest weren't worthy. Seeing the ghost shopkeeper's line, welcoming the return of the king, her mind ran through the possibilities. Was it some sealed ancient ghost? Or a powerful ghost soon to rise? She needed to be careful. After thinking it over, she summoned a ghost child. Call all first-class ghost officers. The ghost child, dressed in red, rushed off immediately after receiving the order. Meanwhile, back in Shop 18. Zhang Ling had returned after dealing with the ghost shopkeeper. He looked at the clue he had obtained from the fire ghost aura. Although it wasn't much, it might point to a place the shopkeeper frequented. So he planned to check it out later. As for everything else, he'd wait for news from Yan Luo. Then he reopened his livestream. Right then, viewers were commenting that a group of monsters was causing trouble up north. Zhang Ling thought for a moment, then said, "There are ghost messengers in the north. And there are ghost messengers in the south too. I'm from the Eastern Division. If we arbitrarily go to other underworld divisions to capture spirits or monsters, it could cause trouble. How about this? I can't go to the north anyway. So let's take this chance to give fans a little bonus." As soon as Zhang Ling said this, those who had been urging the northern team to take care suddenly perked up. To thank the fans for their strong support, White Wuchang distributed mobile red packets in the livestream room. But unexpectedly, he unlocked a hidden system gift box. When he opened it, it turned out to be a colorful pet egg, about the size of a palm. Zhang Ling tried poking it but it didn't move at all, which made him curious. An egg? Am I supposed to hatch it? Or will eating it unlock a new skill? Can pet eggs even be eaten? But as soon as he said that, the pet egg on the table actually moved. As if to say, "Don't eat me." Seeing this, Zhang Ling smiled slightly. "I won't eat you. Just play by yourself for now." The pet egg let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling resumed investigating the ghost shopkeeper's clues. At the same time, inside a certain palace, a figure in ornate robes stood at the shop entrance, looking ahead. He had delicate features and a noble aura. His every movement made people instinctively want to kneel before him. This man was the King Wu, mentioned by the ghost shopkeeper. Behind him stood the northern palace Yama King silently, his gaze full of deep affection. At this moment, the northern Yama King spoke. "King Wu, everything has been arranged." Upon hearing this, King Wu turned around, a faint smile on his lips. "Then let the feast begin." Almost the moment King Wu said this, a similar scene occurred in the Yama palaces of the east, west, and south. A ghost messenger from the northern palace was brought in for questioning for crossing borders. But in the next instant, that ghost messenger exploded without warning. The explosion didn't harm the Yama kings, but it served as a signal. The signal that the feast had begun. At the same time, the seals in various places across the human world were broken. In the mountains, in barren lands, in forests, immense ghostly energy erupted from deep underground. Evil spirits sealed for hundreds or even thousands of years were roaring to return to the human world. They were preparing to wreak havoc today. But before they could reach populated areas, another powerful ghostly force rose up nearby, clashing head-on with the spirits released from the seals. First-class ghost officers. What's going on here? Weren't they released to wreak havoc? Why does this feel off? Looks like their movements were already noticed by the underworld. The evil spirits clicked their tongues. But even so, they didn't plan to surrender. Whether we can break through depends on our own skill. It's not certain who will win or lose. As for the seal, whoever wants it can go deal with it. Saying this, the evil spirits charged toward the ghost officers. The first-class ghost officers also drew their weapons to fight back. Meanwhile, in the eastern Yama palace, the Yama king frowned while looking at the note left behind by the exploding ghost messenger. That lunatic is stirring up trouble again? But then his expression suddenly changed. After those seals were broken, a few more seals were unexpectedly opened. So he summoned Ghost Doll and told him to send word to the western and southern Yama kings that the special seals have been broken. The western Yama king replied, telling Ghost Doll to inform that little girl Yama. "I'll keep my western region in check. She need not worry about it." The southern Yama king was a bit calmer, saying nothing much. But after Ghost Doll left, he summoned Zhang Kui. "Lord Yama, the location of the special seals has also been opened." The tall and robust Zhang Kui stood below. reporting the findings of the investigation. Special seal locations. Those were places that, tens of thousands of years ago, were used to imprison a portion of the hellish monsters. Once evil reaches this level, it's almost impossible to eliminate it completely. But very few people in this world know where the hell monsters are sealed, or how to break those seals. That's also why the faces of the Yama Kings change drastically. If it's the Northern Yama King, then he definitely has the ability. But why would he do it? You must know those hellish ghost seals are still part of the task assigned by that lord. And that madman of the Northern Yama Palace would never betray that lord. As he spoke, the Southern Yama King's expression changed, because he sensed that another seal had also been opened. And this seal was targeted specifically at him. At this moment, Zhang Kui below cupped his hands. Zhang Kui requests permission to go into battle, even though all kinds of situations may arise, and chaos looms over the human realm. His expression remained completely calm. There was even a trace of anticipation. The Southern Yama King stood up and flew out of the hall. Then his voice echoed back. Permission granted for Zhang Kui to go into battle and lead the departments to purge the unsealed areas. In the Northern Yama Palace, Wu Wang was stepping through the air, as if climbing stairs toward the sky. Before him were 4 mirrors formed from condensed ghost aura, displaying what was happening in the East, South, West, and North realms. Do you think they'll like this gift? To give the Yama Kings of the East, South, and West a most unforgettable gift. Wu Wang unlocked the seals of evil spirits across the human realm. And at those seal locations, there were also hell ghosts sealed tens of thousands of years ago. The reason Wu Wang did this was simply to stir up chaos in the human and nether realms. As a prelude to his grand feast, the gift he spoke of was actually meant for those 3 Yama Kings. It was their most unforgettable memory, and the most unacceptable one. Something all Yama Kings had deliberately forgotten. Below, the Northern Yama King looked up, gazing at the ever-changing figure. A trace of delight flashed in his eyes. It seemed that with a bit more time, he could reclaim his former position. Then he would be able to see that figure again. As he spoke, Bei Shui touched the Suona by his side. That Suona looked aged, but had been well maintained. Its edges shimmered with light. As long as I can see him again, I'll do anything. Just then, Wu Wang, walking through the sky, paused. He looked at the mirror of the Southern Palace. And in the mirror, the Southern Yama King slashed down and split mountains and rivers. He also cleaved the giant ghost in front of him. The cut was extremely smooth. Looking closely, one could see that the face of the bisected giant ghost was identical to the Southern Yama King. His greatest enemy was himself. That ghost he chopped down was the evil he had once cut out of himself. Evil born of his yearning for greater power. But now he had long surpassed his former self. He stood at the pinnacle of power. If there's anyone left in the underworld he can't defeat, it would be that lord. The great sword rested quietly in his hand. He didn't look at the ghost on the ground, but turned toward the distant north, as if he could see Wu Wang through the space in the mirror. He raised an eyebrow. The fighting spirit in his body had awakened. Come fight. The next moment, the Southern Yama King's figure vanished from the mirror. Wu Wang in front of the mirror let out a sigh. As expected of the Southern Yama King, one of the 4 corners. He guessed the other was already on his way to the north. But Wu Wang was in no hurry. He simply continued walking up the stairway in the sky. His aura kept climbing. At this moment, in the Eastern Yama Hall, Yan Luo flew into the air with golden light in his eyes. Everyone in the underworld had their spirits linked instantly. Yan Luo's words carried supreme authority, directly transmitted into their minds. All station soul envoys, hear my command. A pursuit order is now issued. Hunt down all riotous ghosts. All classes of envoys proceed to Special Seal Site number 6. Others are to be assigned by their captains. You may support your comrades or strike directly. As his words echoed, Countless soul envoys responded from all directions and immediately sprang into action. When Zhang Ling received the order, he was startled inside. Those sealed locations had really been opened? But at that moment, the system's voice rang out. Livestream compatible location detected. Should the camera be split? It was just an ordinary seal. Yet it shook the entire underworld. For this, Yan Luo issued a kill order to eliminate all the rampaging spirits. When Zhang Ling heard this news, he was shocked too. Those seals had really been undone. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Livestream capable area detected. Split camera feed? To the system. This was a prime opportunity to promote underworld culture on a large scale. So it took the initiative to remind Zhang Ling. And to Zhang Ling, this wasn't a bad thing either. In times like these, he needed more strength. After he silently agreed, his livestream equipment started to split apart, dispersing to various locations. At the same time, the livestream feed also split into several simultaneous streams. In the most ghostly areas, the ghostly aura was almost tangible. Even humans without yin-yang eyes could faintly see the demonic chaos. Some people filming short videos initially found it fascinating, trying to record these strange phenomena. But they quickly realized these things were deadly. A ghost suddenly charged at a human. But before it could reach them, it was smacked away with a club. The attacker was none other than the ghost officer He Wuchang. After receiving the order, they charged straight to District 18, hoping to find a lone Bai Wuchang and team up. As the saying goes, black and white Wuchang working together never get tired. Just as they thought of that, the two He Wuchang saw a white figure in the distance. Their eyes lit up and they rolled up their sleeves to charge forward. Brother Bai Wuchang, don't be afraid. Leave the fighting to us. But before they could finish, whoa! This Bai Wuchang guy is strong. Not a bit weaker than us He Wuchang. 3 ghosts, gone in an instant. Mie Ju also recalled the Yama King's earlier command. You guys came to support, right? Thanks. But go help somewhere else. I've got this. The two He Wuchang turned and headed in another direction. But not far away, they saw an old woman and a young Bai Wuchang surrounded by ghosts. They were delighted. Surely they need help now. Granny, we're coming to you. But before they finished, they saw Fu Jia raise her cane from within the circle. In an instant, all the ghosts were wiped out. After it was done, she asked calmly, "Need help?" The two He Wuchang quickly shook their heads. Just passing by. Just passing by. Fu Jia nodded. If you need help, just let me know. Let's head to the next spot. Got it, got it. Watching Fu Jia and Ji Yi leave, the two He Wuchang entered an existential crisis. Weren't Bai Wuchang supposed to be bad at fighting? Why is each one stronger than the last? The livestream viewers all voiced their opinions on the dramatic scene. All the deity watchers found a place to huddle up in fear. Some even lit incense. Meanwhile, under a tree, a woman in her 20s was frantically typing. Is anyone out there? I'm on Yanglan Road, Jinan District, Hangxi Province. If I die here, can someone pass on a message for me? Whether I get to meet the streamer is in your hands. Just as she sent the message to the livestream, she suddenly heard an emergency brake screech ahead. Get in the car. It's not safe here. Zhou Tangtang looked up and was instantly terrified. Countless eerie faces were pressed against the car window staring at her. It was her first time staying out late at night. She never expected to encounter a ghost attack. So she crouched under a tree, typing out a cry for help. Right after sending it, she heard the brakes screech. Looking up, she broke into a cold sweat. Those ghastly faces were still staring at her from the windows. But upon closer look, the driver seemed familiar. She had seen him somewhere. Suddenly, she remembered. Wasn't that the ghost driver from the healing livestream? And wasn't that the ghostly hearse from the stream? At that thought, she was overjoyed. Seems like my livestream wish really worked. I'm totally buying a lottery ticket next. With that, she swaggered onto the ghost vehicle. grabbed the ghost driver's hand, and began thanking him profusely. This left the driver dumbfounded. Are humans nowadays all this bold? They're not even afraid of ghosts? Just as he was thinking that, Joe Tang Tang's voice suddenly came through. Just focus on driving. You don't have to worry about me. I don't get carsick. The driver stepped on the gas and took off. But moments later, the hearse braked hard and came to a sudden stop. Looking up, they saw a giant ghost blocking the road. The ghost driver immediately reversed the hearse. But it was instantly lifted into the air by the giant ghost. Everyone inside the vehicle was thrown toward the back. Some humans couldn't help but scream. Joe Tang Tang and a guy quickly covered the screamers' mouth and held them down, because both the ghost officers and the streamers team were risking their lives to protect them. How could they add to the trouble at a time like this? Just as the ghost was about to flip the hearse, a black figure kicked its hand away. The suspended hearse swayed and, bang, landed on the ground. Shu Lizzie stood in front of the giant ghost and asked without turning his head. You all okay? When the ghost driver confirmed the hearse was crash-resistant, Shu Lizzie told them to leave the area quickly. It's not safe here. Hearing that, the ghost driver sprang into action. He restarted the hearse in a flash. He wanted to find a safe place before stopping again. The hearse sped through the S-Zone line of District 18. Eventually, it stopped in front of a large courtyard. The driver noticed that ghosts didn't dare approach this place. So he told the humans on board. Once you're off, stay close to the courtyard. Don't wander around until dawn. Joe Tang Tang and the two others, though confused, got off the vehicle obediently. Just then, a righteous-looking man walked out from the courtyard. Joe Tang Tang quickly greeted him. Can we come in to hide? Outside. Before she could finish, the man invited them in. Meanwhile in District 18, the ghost shopkeeper laughed as Zhang Ling approached. You're too late. You're all too late. Laughing, the ghostly aura around him burst into flames. He shot off in another direction like a blazing arrow, fast as light. With a splash, the ghost shopkeeper dove into the sea. As Zhang Ling arrived at the shore, he sensed the sealing aura. Just as he was about to attack with his Kusong staff, something felt off. Looking back, he saw 3 other captains arriving at the shore too. Among them, Jinan King summoned his ghost aura. It grew larger and larger, becoming an enormous bull. It was Zhang Ling's first time seeing Jinan King's ghost aura. He froze briefly, but his hands didn't stop moving. He threw the Kusong staff into the air, and in seconds it turned into a rain of sticks plunging into the sea. Like swords piercing the deep, bubbles gurgled up from the surface. Zhang Ling started hitting evil ghosts with a tiny hammer and fork. A ghost tried to sneak away, but a giant ladle flew over, scooping them up one by one into the bowl. Inside, blue flames danced. Soon, the ghosts became round balls, bouncing like Tanyuan dumplings. Passing by, Zhang Ling peeked into the bowl and asked, Ready to eat? Jinan King grinned and replied, Kei Yiki. Do you like them braised or steamed? Niutu and Mamian gave a strange look when they heard that. Is that edible? What kind of hatred could drive a Yama king to seal his own father for millennia? Just then, after Zhang Ling defeated the sea monsters, a golden figure floated down from the sky. Any evil spirit near the golden light was instantly suppressed and turned into black mist. Seeing this, Jinan King said, That's the judge. Upon hearing that, Zhang Ling looked at the livestream's split-screen view. One frame clearly showed the scene there. A pale-faced judge in red robes standing before a mountain peak. In front of him, countless dark shadows were trapped in golden madness. The moment the judge uttered the word, mad, all evil spirits under the light were squeezed. The golden madness enveloped the mountain. With a final flash on the peak, the seal and all spirits were trapped within it, vanished without a trace. The sealing was also successful. Seeing this, Prince Jinan withdrew his ghostly aura. Then he turned to Zhang Ling. We need to head to the next sealing site. It's been chaotic lately, stay safe. Watching them leave, Zhang Ling withdrew his gaze. Although it was a bit messy at first. Everything is now proceeding in order. He decided to check on District 18. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yan Luo was flying toward a forest ahead. His expression was tense, shadowed with anger. Why would you release that guy? Bei Shui, you madman, just you wait. Just then, a voice came from deep within the forest. You've come. My beloved child. Father hasn't seen you in ages. Come, let me have a good look. Hearing this, Yan Luo halted midair. His gaze turned ice cold. Yeah, I came to see you. And to kill you again. As he spoke, black began to consume his pupils. They turned pitch black like thick ink. Even the strands of hair floating in the wind paused. The next moment, the forest below caught fire. The bluish-purple flames carried a strange beauty. At the same time, a barrier rose around the forest's edge, blocking all outside view, and containing the energy within. After confirming no harm would spill outside, the sound of wailing ghosts echoed. It sounded like a roar of fury, or perhaps a wail of sorrow. Patricide brings divine retribution. Looking at the struggling ghost below, Yan Luo murmured, Father? Would a real father toss his own child into a pill furnace? Besides, your child is already dead. I am Yan Luo, not your child. Divine retribution? Retribution from who? He raised his hand, and golden lights appeared above the barrier encircling the forest. They turned into a host of madmen. No, it can't be. Father loved you most. I was forced, I swear. The emperor demanded it. The people begged. The voice grew more crazed, more frenzied. This was heaven's will. Yan Luo simply watched it all, calm and cold. Those answers once mattered to him. But not anymore. His life was saved by that adult. Just keep living like this. Bei Shui. Now I'm coming to settle this with you. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling was watching the stream, completely absorbed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Zhang Ling. What are you doing? It gave Zhang Ling quite a scare. Crap. I got too caught up watching Lord Yan Luo. And forgot the camera. Just as he thought the camera had been spotted, Shu Lizzie said, Have you been too tired lately? Why not go get some rest? Or was there an invisible ghost in front of you? Were you battling it just now? Zhang Ling was shocked. She couldn't see it? Seems like even the captain didn't notice the streaming device earlier. Nor did Lord Yan Luo. Could this device be visible only to me? Or is it a system setting? Good. Better if they can't see it. Saves me a lot of trouble. So he said to Shu Lizzie. No worries. I just suddenly remembered something. Got a bit distracted. I'll tell you later. Let's handle the ghosts in District 18 first. While the Eastern Domain was in a great battle, the Western and Southern Domains were also carrying out pursuits and sealing operations. But the ghost messengers here were even fiercer. So much so that the ghosts dared not show themselves. Even so, they couldn't escape complete annihilation. In the distance, Zhang Kui stood atop a fallen giant ghost and looked north. He sighed. Let's hope Lord Yan Luo doesn't tear the north apart. At the same time, in the Western Domain, 3 ghost officers rolled out a cannon and aimed it at the distant horde of spirits. With a loud boom, the ground was instantly littered with ghost corpses. Meanwhile, in the sky, 5 Bai Wuchang stood at 5 corners. Each held what looked like a ghost-powered gun. As all 5 fired simultaneously, 5 golden bullets met at the center of the seal, gradually forming a pattern, which quickly covered the exit of the sealing site. One of the Bai Wuchang spoke. Using all 5 sealing guns together can work temporarily. But for a more professional sealing job, we'll need help from the ghost officers of the East Store. All right. Let's move to the next sealing location. At the Northern Domain, the sky was swarming with ghosts. But strangely, no ghost officers in sight. Upon closer look, they were actually making voodoo dolls. But this time, the ghosts were too hesitant. Even after digging out their last tricks, it still wasn't enough. Bei Shui ordered them to confront the ghosts directly. Unexpectedly, the ghost officers burst into tears. Because after studying instruments and voodoo dolls for too long, they developed social anxiety and feared going outside. Just then, a voice thundered through the entire Palace of Kings. Bei Shui, are you trying to drag the entire North to the grave with you? He is Ying Tianzi, the mightiest king of hell. And yet he personally released the ghost he once sealed. Now ghosts run rampant in both realms. When the three Yama kings found out, they rushed to the northern palace to hold Bei Shui accountable. But seeing the noble figure floating above the firmament, they fell silent. My lord, you've returned. The figure that ghost shopkeepers call Wu Wang looked over. It's me. Little Yan Luo. Long time no see. He then turned to the western and southern Yama kings. Long time no see. It's been ages since we all gathered. When he called him, Little Yan Luo, Yan Luo almost burst into tears. It really had been over 10,000 years. Bei Shui then stepped forward and pointed to Wu Wang. This is that great lord's reincarnation. He hadn't shown up all this time. Because he had entered reincarnation. Didn't you all receive gifts from him? Some of the sealing sites even I didn't know. But he remembered everything about us. Isn't that proof enough? Hearing this, the three Yama kings looked toward the heavenly figure. If this really is him, then the broken seals and the ghost shopkeeper, he's responsible. Doesn't that mean he betrayed his original vows? Back then he said he'd entrust us with the underworld. But if this isn't him, who would dare impersonate him like this? Or is it really his reincarnation? Does reincarnation really change a man's nature and values? Maybe it does for others. But would it for him? Would even he change? Yan Luo was momentarily lost in thought. But why? Wu Wang spoke gently. Don't be confused. Yes, I've changed. I've been through many reincarnations. And seen through many things. Now I've returned to bring change to both realms. I summoned you here for this purpose. If you no longer wish to follow me, I won't hold it against you. The moment he finished, Shihei and Yan Luo stepped forward. Even if you are his reincarnation, we can no longer walk the same path. Bei Shui, however, continued smiling serenely. To him, nothing else mattered so long as he followed his lord. At that moment, Nan Ming, who had remained silent, stirred. He drew his great sword from the air. Hey! Have you all really confirmed he's that lord's reincarnation? If you want to prove it, then fight me. Since our last meeting, I haven't had a worthy opponent in ages. Upon hearing this, Bei Shui quickly stood in front of Wu Wang. My lord has just reincarnated. His cultivation is still recovering. Before Bei Shui could finish, Nan Ming had already charged in with his sword. I don't care. We'll fight first, talk later. Defeat me, and I'll acknowledge him. Fail, and he must step down. Bei Shui wanted to say something, but Wu Wang stopped him. It's fine. He calmly raised a hand. And Nan Ming's giant sword halted in midair. Missing his strike, Nan Ming quickly backed off. Not bad. Now I'm going full force. You better brace yourself. With that, his aura surged violently. And the ghost aura on his sword turned deep blue. He released the sword into the air. And it split into dozens of blades. All shot toward Wu Wang at once, while fending off the attacks. Wu Wang was shocked. You're at late Yuhang? I really underestimated the four kings of hell. Nan Ming chuckled. Late Yuhang? Wrong. Guess again? With that, he charged again at full speed. The two figures clashed so fast. They became streaks of light. The other three kings of hell watched, fixated on the flashes. Among them, Nan Ming clearly had the highest realm. Even just following their movements required great effort. Suddenly, a longsword pierced through Wu Wang. He looked deeply unwilling. Nan Ming grinned wickedly. I'm peak Yuhang now. If that guy hadn't disappeared, I would have tried for the Mingwang realm long ago. As he spoke, Wu Wang's form dispersed into ghost mist. Nan Ming smacked his lips and turned to the other three kings. That's not the real lord at all. Yan Luo and He were shocked. What? Bei Shui turned to him. What proof do you have? His aura and memories match perfectly. Nan Ming sheathed his sword and replied calmly. I don't know. A fight reveals all. That guy couldn't even beat me. How could he be the real one? Bei Shui's ghost aura flared with rage. And he stared at Nan Ming, seething. The Lord just returned and is still weak. You had no proof and still struck him down. What gives you the right? Yan Luo and He silently agreed with Bei Shui. Nan Ming looked toward the sky. Was I really wrong? But deep down, he sensed something off about that man. Just then, fireworks bloomed above the northern palace. The four kings of hell looked up. Nostalgia in their eyes. Victory calls for celebration. Doesn't it? Nan Ming remembered. When he once defeated a mighty ghost. That man appeared. Isn't a celebration in order? How about some fireworks? I saw humans do that often. With a snap of his fingers. The sky filled with blooming fireworks. Nan Ming had stared wide-eyed back then. Everything you taught works. How are you so strong? Are you even human? Hearing that, the man didn't get angry, but smiled. I told you, didn't I? I probably don't count as human. As the four of them were lost in memories, a voice suddenly called out. Lords of hell. The evil spirits are increasing. Hearing that, the kings of East, West, and South rose and flew back to their domains. But before leaving, Yan Luo paused before Bei Shui with a complex gaze. Do you still remember why our Lord made you king of the north? Once this is over, we'll settle this properly. Bei Shui silently watched the three kings leave. My lord. Was it really you this time? Will I still get to see you again after this? Meanwhile, in the northern domain, a fluffy, snow-white creature sat on a rock, intently watching the distance. That puppet lord was way too weak. Seems I underestimated Nan Ming. Behind it, a man in white robes had appeared without a sound. The man had the appearance and memories of the Yanwang, but was pierced through by the southern palace Yanwang's sword. The other Yanwangs immediately criticized him for overstepping. Yet they didn't know this man was a fake created by Yanwang's former pet. Simply because the pet missed its master. It created a fake to stir up chaos in both the human and ghost realms to force the master to appear. Because what the master loved most was bringing order to these lands. But in the end, the master never showed up. Instead, a masked mysterious man arrived. He picked up the pet and said, You've hurt so many beings with this commotion. And even made the northern Yanwang take the blame. Be careful or the master will punish you when he returns. But the pet replied, Those lives have just returned to their original states. At worst, the master can pluck a few of my hairs. Besides, let him punish me if he wants. I'm not afraid of him. Then it looked up at the mysterious man and asked, It's been so long. Is the master never coming back? The man looked into the distance and replied, Let's wait a bit longer. Soon. Meanwhile, in the human world, with the four Yanwangs joining the battle, the ghosts causing trouble were swiftly purged. The sky outside began to brighten. Dark clouds dispersed. The glow of sunset still lingered afar. Some lifted the curtains to look outside. Others stepped onto the streets for fresh air. Even kids who disliked studying were forced back to their desks. One child groaned in protest. Mom! We were nearly wiped out. Why are we still doing homework? Meanwhile, in the underworld, the ghost officers returned to their posts. But after this ordeal, many of Squad 18's members had improved greatly. Ni Ju was the most prominent, having advanced to the level of Great Ghost General. Next was Hong Ya, who advanced from mid to peak Yubing stage. Even Li Xiao advanced from Yuhun peak to early Yubing stage. Ni Ju then said, Captain, the Northern Palace reconstruction needs help. They assigned the three of us from Squad 18. Hearing this, Zhang Ling nodded. Go ahead. But make sure to rest. Your bodies haven't fully recovered yet. With permission from Zhang Ling, the three of them left. Zhang Ling also went to check on the other members. Meanwhile, in a villa in the human world, Zhang Xian sat on the floor practicing ghost sensing techniques. Suddenly, he looked up at his ancestor floating mid-air. This event caused such chaos. So many ghosts appeared. Was it all handled by the ghost officers? The ancestor glanced at him. Just say what you really want to ask. Zhang Xian chuckled. Ancestor. I think I'm getting good at ghost sensing. Maybe teach me a few ghost defending techniques? What if I master ghost sensing, but still get harmed by ghosts? Wouldn't all your teaching go to waste? He looked expectantly at the ancestor. But the ancestor's face turned cold. You want to learn how to defend against me? Do you take me for a fool? Everything I've taught you is for practice, you know. Before Zhang Xian could respond, his body had already picked up the coins and started practicing again. He wanted to explain. But the moment he opened his mouth, he started reciting mantras automatically. That's when he realized. There's no relying on this ancestor anymore. He'll have to find Yi Yushi when he gets the chance. Meanwhile in the underworld, after the ghost shopkeeper's ritual, Ji Ying found Zhang Ling to ask him something. No matter how ghost officers patrol, there will always be some ghosts left behind. I've been wondering, why can't we let people defend themselves? If humans had self-defense skills, wouldn't casualties drop during emergencies? Zhang Ling looked at Ji Ying. What you said is certainly feasible. But have you thought about? What if humans used these techniques against the underworld? Or tried to alter life and death? To defy the natural order? You think those old storybooks came from nowhere? I know your intentions are good. But any policy needs to be. We need to fully consider the real circumstances. Looking only at the benefits is not enough. If you have time, you should visit the archive hall. There are records of the underworld's history there. Maybe you'll understand more. Hearing that, Ji Ying bowed respectfully. Thank you, Captain. I'll definitely go take a look. Watching Ji Ying leave, Zhang Ling became thoughtful. Looks like Ji Ying is still too young. He still needs to gain more experience with Fu Jia. As for teaching ghost defense techniques to humans, Lord Yanwang would probably have a more thorough view. After Ji Ying left, Zhang Ling also departed from the 18 shops and headed to the ghost market. Along the way, he opened his livestream. Seeing the bullet comments from viewers, Zhang Ling briefly introduced the topic of today's stream. Today, he's going to reserve a spot for a dinner with friends. Just like in the human world, good seats in underworld restaurants need reservations too. At this moment, a sharp-eyed viewer noticed that today's ghost market seemed livelier than usual. They asked the streamer if the underworld was celebrating a new year. Zhang Ling explained after seeing the message. With ghosts living longer lives, festivals have become less significant to them. However, most ghosts still retain habits from when they were alive. For them, New Year is second only to the Ghost Festival. New Year means reunion. It means bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. As Zhang Ling strolled through the streets with his viewers, suddenly a ghost called out to him. Lord Zhang Wuchang, please wait. Zhang Ling turned toward the voice. It was the head chef of the hotel, Chen Sanwei. For the sake of preserving a century-old legacy, he had returned from the underworld to the human world, just so people could once again taste authentic Chen family soup. And his descendant didn't let him down. After a few days of guidance, things finally went wrong. But due to the recent chaos in the underworld, Chen Sanwei hadn't had time to check on Chen Jiaming's cooking. Today, when he went to observe as usual, he noticed something was very off with Chen Jiaming. At first, everything was normal. But once the dish was plated, it completely changed. That thing, he couldn't even tell what it was. But it definitely wasn't food. Then Chen Jiaming started acting even weirder. When he cooked the second dish, he actually used a ghost as an ingredient. And he had a creepy smile on his face. It looked like he was possessed by something that eats ghosts. The next moment confirmed Chen Sanwei's suspicions. Chen Jiaming actually threw the ghost into a bowl and drank the soup made from it. So Chen Sanwei reported the situation to Zhang Ling. Was I too strict with him? Or was my teaching method wrong? Is this his way of rebelling? Or is it because I taught him as a ghost, and it affected his mental health? With things like this happening, should I stop teaching him? Zhang Ling paused for a moment and asked. You said he steamed a ghost in a large bowl? Chen Sanwei nodded. Yes. But that's not the main point. The main thing is, he kept muttering about how ghosts taste. My lord. Is something wrong with him? If Chen Jiaming's mind breaks because of this, I'll be a disgrace to the Chen family. Not only harming him, but also breaking the legacy of Chen's soup. Zhang Ling thought for a moment after hearing this. Could it be because he was bored? Chen Sanwei froze at that. He hadn't considered that at all. But on second thought, it might be true. Recently, ghost market patrols increased. And he hadn't taught for a while. And before this, Chen Jiaming never showed any odd behavior. It was only during this period, when he didn't check in, that things got weird. The more he thought, the more it made sense. Lord Zhang Wucheng. Have other old masters encountered this before? Zhang Ling nodded. Yes, similar situations have happened. Upon hearing that, Chen Sanwei let out a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Thank you, Lord Wucheng. Next time I visit, I'll give him extra homework. As he watched Chen Sanwei leave, the livestream viewers were all stunned. Why does this conversation sound so familiar? Zhang Ling then went to the restaurant to reserve a table. After taking the viewers for a stroll through the ghost market, he turned off the livestream. Only then did he leave the ghost market. But he didn't go back to 18 Point. Instead, he headed to the Netherworld's cultivation room. Because from the recent ghost shopkeeper incident, he had gained quite a bit. So he wanted to see if he could break through. From early Ghost King stage to mid-stage. Once he entered the ultimate cultivation room, Zhang Ling was ready to use all his points to exchange for yin energy pills. But as he opened the system shop, he suddenly remembered something. He flipped to other pages in the shop. If he remembered correctly, the child from the Shu family would be ending their trial period this year. From then on, they'd be a full ghost officer. He had to prepare a gift for the ceremony. But what should he give? Zhang Ling's first thought was to give something that could save their life. Only if their life was safe. Could they talk about the future? If they lost their life, then nothing else would matter. Zhang Ling quickly scanned the shop page. Suddenly, his gaze paused. He found 2 items. Soul Armor. 2,000 points. Which could store ghost energy to block attacks. Soul Pearl. 3,000 points. Which enhanced soul cohesion when worn. And could reunite scattered souls in life or death moments. Zhang Ling looked at both and decided to buy them. Both items were well suited for the Shu family's child. After buying the gifts, Zhang Ling used the rest of his points for yin energy pills. Then he swallowed them all at once. Soon, Zhang Ling smoothly advanced to the mid-Ghost King stage. Opening his eyes, the first thing he did was look around. The cultivation room was intact. Looks like choosing the ultimate room was a good call. Looking at the time left in the room, Zhang Ling planned to cultivate a bit more. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit his head. Familiar scenes began flashing through his mind. Just like before, Bai Wuchang awakened memories of his past life during the breakthrough. But something was off this time. Because he realized he had become a bird. And in this environment, he felt tiny and helpless. But according to past memories, he had clearly been a human in his previous life. Even Prince Jinan could confirm that. So why was he a bird now? With that question in mind, Zhang Ling continued watching. On the branches, a few birds chirped and hopped around, as if welcoming the arrival of spring. Through the gaps in the leaves, Zhang Ling saw a small wooden house with a yard ahead. The yard was fenced in with wood. Inside, it was divided into two areas. One was a vegetable garden, where many tender green sprouts had grown. The other area was for raising chickens. After dawn, a little girl with a shiny forehead and round cheeks ran out. She held a small basin and walked toward the chicken coop, imitating chicken sounds as she went. She scattered the feed from her little basin. The big chickens flapped their wings and rushed over to eat. The chicks squeezed between the big chickens, struggling to get some food. Seeing the chicks couldn't eat, the little girl frowned. She simply scattered more feed on the other side of the yard. Little flower, little cow, go eat quickly. Apparently, she had named each of the chicks. Watching the memory, Zhang Ling thought to himself. Suddenly, a female bird seeking a mate flew close to him. Zhang Ling flapped his wings and flew away. Then he adjusted his position again, his shiny black eyes looking toward the little wooden house once more. In this warm season, Zhang Ling spent most of his time watching the small yard. After observing for a while, he learned that this was a small village on the border between two countries. The little girl's name was Chu Shi. She lived here with her parents as a family of 3. They survived by farming and hunting. Every 2 to 5 days, they would go to the market, partly to sell their game, and partly to restock daily necessities. Every time they came back from the market, Chu Zai's father would buy her a small snack. As autumn came, the weather gradually turned colder. Food gradually became scarce. So Zhang Ling migrated with the flock to a warmer place. Winter passed and spring came. It had been 2 years. The little girl from before had grown up. As usual, she carried a basin to feed the chickens. But when she looked up, she noticed the swallow's nest under the eaves. She couldn't help but sigh. You've been here so many years. Why haven't you found a mate yet? If Dad hadn't said your nest carries human scent, and other swallows don't want to join you, I would have caught a female swallow for you. Hearing this, Chu Zai's father gently patted her head. Maybe other swallows aren't the issue. Maybe he just doesn't want to live with them. This left the girl puzzled. Why? Her father explained. Maybe it's territorial instinct. Or maybe he just hasn't found someone worthy. Even animals must have their own standards for a partner. When I was young, I saw a pair of swallows. One of them had died, and the other stayed by its side, not even going out to find food, until it starved. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but I dug a hole and buried them together. Now that I think about it, animals probably have standards too, and they're all different. After hearing her father's explanation, the girl looked at the swallow again. If you get to choose freely, what kind of mate would you like? Loyalty? Devotion? Beauty or strength? Every day, the girl would stand in the courtyard with a basin. But not to wait for her beloved. She was trying to figure out why the swallow in her backyard didn't find a mate. After some time observing, she finally realized it was because the swallow was too strong. All the female swallows that came were driven off. Chu Zai's father also looked over. Maybe he's looking for someone even stronger. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Ling tilted his head, then spread his wings and flew out of the courtyard. Humans are such strange creatures. The ghost officer Zhang Ling, watching all this, suddenly felt that this is what the bird version of him was thinking. Spring passed, autumn came. It was now the 3rd spring. The little girl held a long bamboo stick, trying hard to poke the swallow's nest. It turned out other swallows had taken over Zhang Ling's nest. The girl believed that this bad habit of stealing others' work had to stop. But after driving the swallows away, she became worried. Do you think she'll come back this spring? As Chu Shi was about to head inside for New Year's Eve, a bright bird cry suddenly rang out outside. She instinctively turned to look. A large swallow flew over from the distance, with glossy black feathers, and a forked tail like scissors. It was the bird, Zhang Ling. Chu Shi was overjoyed. Mom! She really came back. Do you think she'll find a suitable mate this year? Her mother asked in return. What about you? Do you like anyone yet? What did you think of the matchmaker from the Shu family today? Chu Shi blushed at the question. I'm still young. Her mother said, you're already 12 by traditional age. You'll need to marry by 15. You're not that young anymore. No, I'm not. I'm still a kid. In the blink of an eye, more years passed. More and more suitors came to the Chu household. Even some from neighboring villages. But when a matchmaker came from one of them, she also brought other news. It turned out there were bandits near Chao village. It left everyone in nearby villages anxious. After sending off the matchmaker, Chu Zai's father returned home and saw Chu Shi, that little girl, standing at the door eavesdropping. He felt helpless. You really have no sense of propriety. What kind of girl eavesdrops on matchmaker talks? Chu Shi tugged her father's arm. Yeah. Dad. If you don't tell and I don't tell, no one will know. Then she pointed to Zhang Ling circling above the courtyard and said, Dad. Why does the big swallow greet you every time you come out? It always calls out to you. Hearing that, Chu Zai's father also looked at the swallow. Really? Chu Shi seriously replied. It's true. Every time you go to the backyard lately, it flies out. And today, you came out 3 times. And it flew out 3 times. Hearing that from his daughter, Chu Zai's father was surprised. Really? Chu Shi said, yes. But these past 2 days, I haven't seen the other swallows. Maybe they've flown off to build new nests somewhere. Hearing that, her father was alarmed. What did you say? The other swallows are gone? Chu Shi nodded. I haven't seen them for days. Upon hearing that, he told Chu Shi to stay home and look after her mother, while he would go check the back mountain. So he took his bow, packed up, and left. He didn't return until nightfall. His wife saw him and asked, Where did you go? Did something happen? Chu Zai's father's face turned grim. I went to the village in the back mountain. I found that all the swallows seemed to have migrated. His wife was puzzled. Is that a bad thing? Don't swallows migrate every year? Chu Zai's father sat on the bed, his face serious. But something's off this year. It's too early for them to migrate. There's still half a month left at least. His wife thought for a moment. Could it be because of those bandits? Causing trouble near Chao village? Maybe they scared the birds away. Chu Zai's father thought that made sense. So he told his wife. I'll go ask around again tomorrow. You and Nian Nian stay home these days. Let's get some sleep now. I'm exhausted from all the walking. But that night, Zhang Ling, who was resting in the nest, suddenly awoke. He was a swallow capable of sensing danger. As soon as evil approached within 100 miles, he would urge his host to flee immediately. But the girl didn't know that. She just thought his mate was injured and seeking help. Just as the family of 3 followed the swallow to leave, a thunderous sound of hooves erupted behind them. Chu Zai's father's face changed drastically. He quickly urged his wife and daughter to follow the swallow into the mountains, because the ones coming were the same bandits who had burned and looted Chao village. Seeing this, the 3 of them didn't hesitate. They quickened their pace along the mountain path. But when they turned to look back midway, they saw the entire village lit up in flames. So they didn't dare look back again. They just kept moving. Not until dawn broke did they find a cave to rest in. During that time, Chu Shi curled up in her mother's arms, nearly crying. She had never experienced anything like this before. But her father looked at the swallow beside them. Thank you for saving us. Just then, her mother said, let's eat something. She opened a bundle and handed them 3 flatbreads. Turns out after hearing about the bandits earlier, she had prepared some dry food just in case. And now it came in handy. Chu Shi took the flatbread from her mother's hand. Dad, Mom, where are we going next? Her father put down his bread and replied. Our village is on the border between Zhao and Ling nations. But actually we're closer to Ling. We usually go to the Ling side for help when needed. Last time, the bandit issue was also handled by Ling's authorities. Let's head toward Ling first and see what the situation is. His wife and daughter agreed. Then the three of them set off for Ling after a short rest. After days of long travel, they finally reached Yuzhou, the nearest Ling territory. Just as the family was about to enter the city, the swallow that had always stayed on Chu Zai's head suddenly jumped down, grabbed her sleeve with its beak, then flew onto her shoulder, chirping urgently. This left Chu Shi very confused. She quickly asked the swallow if there was danger in the city. Should they not enter? But Zhang Ling flapped his wings and flew to a nearby tree. At that moment, Chu Shi suddenly felt something strange. As if the swallow was saying goodbye. Looking at the bird resting silently on the branch, Chu Shi suddenly began to panic a little. She raised her arm and waved at the swallow. Aren't you coming with us? I can help you find food from now on. Chu Zai's mother walked over and gently stopped her. Then she waved at Zhang Ling the bird. Go on. It's already delayed its migration for us. It's been protecting us all this time. If it doesn't go now, it'll lose the flock. It might freeze to death. But before her mother finished, Chu Shi urged. Then you should hurry. We'll see you next year. I'll come meet you here and take you to my new home. Even if we move, I know you'll find us again. Right? The swallow, who had been quietly perched there, suddenly let out two chirps and spread its wings, flying off. After escorting Chu Zai's family to Yuzhou, Zhang Ling seemed to have fulfilled his mission. In the 2 years that followed, he lived like any other bird, nesting, mating, raising offspring, until the scene finally faded. Returning to darkness. Back in the training chamber, the ghost officer Zhang Ling thought it was over. As he struggled to get up and leave the chamber, more images suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a snowy winter scene. He was lying in the snow, covered in multiple wounds, his blood already frozen. After experiencing countless hardships, he finally witnessed the swallow's entire life. Just as he was about to leave, more images again flashed in his mind. Again a snowy day, his body lying in the snow, barely alive. At death's door, he heard voices. Miss. There's someone lying ahead. Is he dead? I'll go check. Still breathing. Hearing this, Zhang Ling slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were two young women in blue with red umbrellas. Then came a cold voice from inside a sedan chair. Can he be saved? The woman in blue checked his condition and replied. Only if a divine healer were here. Otherwise he won't survive. Then forget it. After a pause, the cold voice said again. Leave the umbrella for him, so no one accidentally steps on him. The blue-robed woman then placed a red umbrella beside him, sheltering him from some of the snow. Through a gap, Zhang Ling looked. 3 women held umbrellas, lifting the sedan chair, and continued floating forward. A breeze lifted the curtain, revealing the side profile of the young lady. Her features somewhat resembled Chu Zai's, but even more delicate, with a noble air about her. Then he heard her voice, softly murmuring. So this is the Jianghu. Too bitter. Don't come again in your next life. Zhang Ling suddenly opened his eyes wide. Images of the swallow, the Jianghu woman, and the umbrella flashed in his mind. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall what happened after death. That woman in the sedan seemed like Chu Shi reincarnated. If that's true, Zhang Ling escorted her in a past life as a bird. And now she returned the favor in this life. That would be in line with the karmic cycle of the underworld. But what puzzled her was, if the bird and the Jianghu woman were both her reincarnations, then she had already regained memories from 3 lives, regardless of which order these lives came in. Remembering multiple lifetimes violated the rules of the underworld. Could it be that something went wrong with the Mengpo soup? If that's the case, it might affect the entire underworld. She must get to the bottom of this. So after leaving the training chamber, she went to the Bridge of Forgetfulness. On the Bridge of Forgetfulness, the wandering souls were slowly moving in line. Everything felt very quiet. When they reached the cauldron, they instinctively picked up a bowl of Mengpo soup and drank it. At this moment, Mengpo noticed Zhang Ling. She asked, Captain Zhang, do you need something? Zhang Ling was thinking, if she asked outright, without any evidence, it could cause unnecessary misunderstandings or panic. So after hearing Meng Po's question, she looked up and said, "No problem. Just taking a walk. After all, the underworld is vast. It's normal to get lost sometimes." She planned to investigate first before making any decisions. Hearing this, Meng Po paused and looked at Zhang Ling. "You guys aren't too busy lately, are you?" Zhang Ling nodded. "That's true. Since the ghost shopkeeper matter was settled, all the Yan Luo halls are busy rebuilding. So things have quieted down at work. I just leveled up a bit." Hearing this, Meng Po was clearly displeased. She noticed Zhang Ling seemed strange. Clearly here with something to ask. So she said again, "My ghost lips are sealed. You pay, I talk. If you've got something to say, say it. If not, move along." Zhang Ling was embarrassed. "You're not even letting me look around?" Seeing Zhang Ling still dodging the question, Meng Po raised her large mallet to threaten her. "Speak." Faced with this, Zhang Ling hesitated, then said, "I actually wanted to ask, while working as Meng Po, have you ever encountered someone immune to the soup?" White Wuchang had come to the bridge to ask Meng Po why she had recovered memories from 3 lives. But seeing Meng Po, she immediately regretted it. She had no evidence the soup was at fault. Saying it out loud might have caused a major misunderstanding. But unexpectedly, Meng Po raised her hammer and demanded Zhang Ling speak. Helpless, Zhang Ling finally asked, "Have you ever encountered a soul immune to Meng Po soup?" Hearing this, Meng Po put down her hammer and looked at Zhang Ling. 1,000 coins. After Zhang Ling agreed, Meng Po thought for a moment. Does the Lord Yan count? Even though he didn't serve as Meng Po long. Once he came back thirsty and drank 2 big gulps from the soup pot. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and muttered, "It tastes different. Other than Lord Yan, I haven't encountered any souls immune to the soup. But in such a vast world, souls with unique constitutions do exist. Captain Zhang, you might want to ask elsewhere too." Zhang Ling didn't ask further, since it was a possibility. It might relate to her case. She paid Meng Po the 1,000 coins and left. But Meng Po grabbed a soul in the queue. "You cut the line." The soul trembled. "Meng Po, I didn't mean to cut. I was just afraid I'd miss it." Meng Po understood. He was waiting for family to travel together. Just then, a woman's voice called out from behind. "Honey! Is that you, honey?" Upon hearing the voice, the man's appearance suddenly changed. From ragged and dirty to clean and tidy. He even smiled, though his eyes welled with tears. He rushed forward, embraced the woman, and cried tears of joy. Meng Po was speechless. Watching such a scene was more tiring than counseling evil spirits. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling was heading toward shop number 18 after leaving the bridge. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound behind her. She turned around, only to see a colorful, palm-sized egg quietly following her. And when Zhang Ling stopped, the egg turned transparent. It kept muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Zhang Ling was speechless. Why is it following me? Just then, a patrolling ghost guard passed by and saw Zhang Ling standing there. He came forward to greet her. "Captain. Looking for something? Need help?" Zhang Ling glanced up and casually replied, "No, I'm just practicing standing still." Ever heard of red light, green light? Practicing it often improves focus and endurance. The patrolling ghost heard the first half and was about to praise Zhang Ling's childlike heart when. But then he heard the latter part and suddenly understood. No wonder this squad captain was lingering in a place with barely any ghosts around. He was secretly cultivating. As expected, behind every radiant success lies countless sweat and blood. There's no such thing as natural talent. No such thing as endless luck. Only perseverance and hard work prevail. As Zhang Ling was staring at the egg, he suddenly heard the patrolling ghost guard across say, "Don't worry, sir. I won't tell a soul." Please, carry on. Zhang Ling turned to him. Wait, was that ghost guard talking to him? His tone and reaction felt off. Zhang Ling then shifted his gaze back to the egg, only to find it had sneaked away while he wasn't watching. Zhang Ling shouted loudly, "Don't run!" After breaking through his realm, White Wuchang awakened memories from 3 past lives. But ever since recalling the beggar life, he's felt off. So when the system egg came out on its own, his first thought was to boil and eat it. Because something that lively must taste amazing. Just as he reached out to grab it, the egg started turning red from the top down. Zhang Ling was shocked. It could change color? Could it turn blue? As soon as he said that, it turned blue. Then no matter what color he said, the egg would change accordingly. Just as Zhang Ling was about to test another function, mist suddenly rose from the egg. Then came a soft poof. A cloud-like puff floated out from the top. Zhang Ling reached out to touch it. It felt soft and fluffy, but vanished quickly. He stared at the egg. Though it had no attack power, it seemed pretty fun. Suddenly, Zhang Ling had an idea. He picked up the egg. Let's go, back to shop number 18. But the colorful egg was nervous. Back to shop number 18? What is he planning? Will he whip me with a little whip? Thinking that made the egg tremble. But Zhang Ling had no idea what the egg was thinking. Before heading to the shop, he took a detour to the archive hall. It was like a library for the underworld. Since the system gave no instructions for the egg, he figured he'd see if there were any references here. Just then, a familiar voice spoke nearby. Captain, you came to read too? Zhang Ling turned around. It was Ji Ying, stepping out from behind a shelf. He was carrying a stack of books. Zhang Ling asked, Still haven't found the book you want? Ji Ying nodded. There are just too many books here. I've been looking forever and found nothing. Zhang Ling walked over to a shelf and knocked on it. Then told Ji Ying to come over. Say the title of the book you're looking for. Ji Ying was still a bit confused, but obediently walked over. I want something on the history of the underworld. As soon as he said that, a human face appeared on the shelf. Its mouth moved and said, There are many books on underworld history. Which time period are you looking for? Ji Ying was shocked. He'd come here so many times, and only now did he learn this is how you search. He was stunned for a beat and then said, Can I look at all of them? Since he never read much before, he didn't know how to choose. And to avoid looking bad in front of the captain, he had to bluff it. Upon his reply, a group of floating bookshelves began moving toward him. Soon, dozens of bookshelves stopped in front of him. Ji Ying was dumbfounded. How long would it take to read all this? The face on the bookshelf spoke again. They're all here. Take your time. After Ji Ying began reading, the face didn't disappear. It turned to Zhang Ling. Captain Zhang, what would you like to read? Zhang Ling thought for a moment and replied, I recently acquired a pet egg. Got any recommendations? A pet egg, huh? Now that's a good thing. I recommend these books. How to cultivate top-tier ingredients starting from an egg and 100 ways to cook a retail egg. Zhang Ling picked up the books and skimmed through them. Then cleared his throat awkwardly. Do you have anything more on raising and caring? I want to raise a pet. To study 100 ways to cook a pet egg, White Wuchang came to the underworld's archive. But when the face on the bookshelf handed him 2 cookbooks, he hesitated. He figured, he had broken through a realm and regained memories of past lives. And now the system just happened to give him this pet egg. Maybe this was fate aligning for him. It would be a waste to cook the pet egg. He should raise it instead. So he asked the face if there were any books about raising pets. Hearing that, the face returned the 2 cookbooks to the shelf. Then it told Zhang Ling, Raising a pet requires daily companionship. You'd better be ready. After Zhang Ling nodded, it handed him several manuals on nurturing retail eggs. Zhang Ling thanked the face behind the bookshelf and headed for the checkout desk. Because the underworld's archive worked like a human library. You needed to register to borrow books. After registering, Zhang Ling left the building, looking at the large stack of books in his hands. Zhang Ling subconsciously thought of his life as a swallow. Even though that was a past life, it was his only memory of raising offspring. Now it was his turn to raise and hatch an egg. It felt a bit strange. But the thought of cultivating with a pet egg, reading books together, actually made him look forward to it. From now on, we'll take care of each other. And so, several days passed like that. Zhang Lin discovered that this pet egg is a high-level egg with emotions and spiritual energy. But the book didn't mention how to communicate with an unhatched egg. She didn't know what to do either. If she doesn't accompany it, will it die? Will it stink if it dies? While Zhang Lin was deep in thought, the pet egg began to shake from side to side. Then it puffed out a ball of colorful smoke, in the shape of a heart, floating gently toward Zhang Lin. But before it got close, it was scattered by the ghostly aura Zhang Lin accidentally released. This puzzled Zhang Lin. What did it mean? Is it trying to play with me? Trying to get close to me? Or is it telling me that it's emotionally unstable? But spiritual bugs in the underworld having mental issues, is that plumbing related? At that moment, Zhang Lin suddenly recalled a line from a book called Innate Cultivation starting from eggs. It said that negative emotions in high-level eggs might be a protest against the current way of raising. The book also stated that if a high-level egg is nurtured from birth, the resulting spirit beast would be superior to its peers. But it had been free-ranged until now. This egg, however, has ideals. So it's dissatisfied with being free-ranged. With that thought, Zhang Lin decided to raise this pet egg into a kung fu egg. And the most important thing in martial arts is persistence. Zhang Lin decided to start it off with the basic horse stance. With her demonstration, the pet egg earnestly followed her example. After a while, Zhang Lin told the egg, "I have a date with a friend today. You keep practicing. I'll check on you when I'm back." With that, she left room 18 and opened her underworld healing livestream. She said to the viewers, "Today I'll show you the new year in the underworld. Do you know what the new year is like in the underworld? As the year ends, all the ghosts in the underworld get excited and start cleaning and dressing up. The ghost market is brightly decorated and festive. Shops on both sides of the street are open wide. Ghosts walk in groups or carry large bags of New Year goods. When they spot someone they know, they call out from afar." So when Zhang Lin arrived, the market was already bustling. She continued to speak to the viewers. Every new year, shops decorate the ghost market festively. Even ghost messengers in the underworld have year-end parties. But they need an invitation from King Yama to attend. Some ghost messengers lack the rank to enter the hall where the party is held. After the introduction, Zhang Lin turned off the stream, because she was going to meet her friend. When Zhang Lin arrived at the restaurant, she saw from afar Shu Shuzi, his wife Shu Jiao, and their son Shu Guzi. Upon seeing Zhang Lin, Shu Shuzi said, "You're early today." His wife Shu Jiao and son Shu Guzi also greeted Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin didn't say much. She simply led them into the restaurant. Seeing this, Shu Shuzi joked, "This really is the biggest restaurant in the ghost market. You're going all out today." Zhang Lin smiled and replied, "Eating with brother Shu Lizzie isn't a splurge." The group was then led to a private room by a waiter. Then came the ordering phase. Zhang Lin left the task of ordering to Shu Shuzi, while she chatted with them. Naturally, they didn't just talk about Zhang Lin and Shu Shuzi at the table. After mentioning New Year shopping, Shu Jiao said to Zhang Lin, "We've almost finished buying our New Year goods. I'll have Xiao Shuzi bring some over to you in a few days. When would be a good time?" Zhang Lin smiled and said, "Any time is fine. Just have Xiao Shuzi let the ghost at the door know when he arrives." "Oh right. Isn't Xiao Shuzi about to become an official ghost messenger?" Zhang Lin looked at him. "What do you want to do next? Have you decided?" Shu Shuzi scratched his head shyly. I just finished my internship evaluation. They said it'll be finalized after the new year. But I want to try the sealing or logistics team. I'm not sure if I can make it. Even though the logistics team works behind the scenes. There are many roles within it. Repairing buildings and agriculture are good choices. Do you have a preference? Shu Shuzi nodded. I want to join the agriculture team. Seeing plants grow strong really puts my mind at ease. Zhang Lin thought about the characteristics of those two departments. Then considered Xiao Shuzi's personality. Both should be fine for you. It just depends on your final choice. As she spoke, she pulled out a gift bag and pushed it to Shu Shuzi. Here, for you. Congratulations on finishing your internship. You'll soon be a capable ghost messenger. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Shu Shuzi stood up and took it happily. Soon after, there was a knock at the private room door. Dishes were served one by one. There were steamed, boiled, spicy ones, as well as many desserts and drinks. By the time everything was served, the table was completely covered in plates. Seeing this, Shu Shuzi said to Zhang Lin, You said it's your treat, fine. But why order so much? My wife's going to scold me later. Zhang Lin just smiled in response. Alright, I'll order fewer dishes next time. During the meal, Shu Shuzi peeked into the gift bag from Zhang Lin. Then glanced at her, a bit puzzled. After eating their fill, the group prepared to leave. Before they left, Shu Shuzi said to Zhang Lin, Remember to pick up the New Year goods my wife bought for you. Watching Zhang Lin walk off, Shu Shuzi turned to his wife Shu Jiao. Don't you feel Zhang Lin seems different lately? Shu Jiao nodded. She's become a ghost messenger with a human touch. At that moment, Shu Guzi came up and said, Mom, Dad, look at this. He opened the gift bag Zhang Lin gave him. This is the gift Uncle Zhang gave me. Isn't it a bit too valuable? Should I return it to Uncle Zhang later? Shu Shuzi didn't speak. After a while, he patted his son's head. Since your Uncle Zhang gave it to you, just keep it properly. No need to return it. Then Shu Guzi curiously asked, Dad, Uncle Zhang is just a second-class ghost messenger. How does he have such powerful ghost energy? Shu Shuzi paused and replied, Do you trust Uncle Yang's character? Do you think he'd harm you? Shu Guzi shook his head. No. Uncle Zhang would never harm us. Then Shu Shuzi said to his son, As long as we have goals and learn to make plans, it's not that hard to get such ghost energy. Uncle Zhang gave you this energy to encourage you to work hard and strive to become a qualified ghost messenger. Do you understand now? Shu Guzi nodded. I understand, Dad. Shu Jiao then looked at Shu Shuzi and said, Let's find a chance to return the favor. But Shu Shuzi told her, With our relationship, there's no need to be so formal. All right. Then I'll make some home-cooked dishes and snacks for Zhang Ling. Sounds good to me. Meanwhile, Zhang Ling had just returned to room 18 but hadn't even stabilized her footing, when a ghost child came rushing in recklessly. Lady Zhang, this is the New Year's party invitation from King Yama. Please attend on time. Zhang Ling took the invitation and fell into thought. Another year has passed. This year feels similar to last year, yet somehow different. What's it like having a physique that constantly attracts ghosts? This man started attracting weird ghosts after dancing at a grave. Although Yi Yushi later resolved it, some side effects remained. This time, it's the dark circles under his eyes. If he doesn't wash them with water, they'll keep growing. Eventually, they'll start to hurt. According to Yi Yushi, it'll take a few more days for the dark circles to fade. Just as Tang Tianzi finished washing his eyes and put his glasses back on, a mocking voice came from behind. Isn't this the Tang family's number one, Tang Tianzi? Here to just show your face again? How pitiful. But your outfit doesn't match your identity. You look like a useless blind man. The speaker was his cousin, Tang Shu. After he finished speaking, Tang Tianzi finally looked at him with an exaggerated expression. Ah, even someone like you who shines with gold poops? Tang Shu and Tang Tianza never got along. Normally, just 2 sentences like that would be enough to piss off Tang Tianza. But today was a big day for the Tang family. If he messed it up, the old man might cut off his card. That wouldn't be worth it. So Tang Tianza held it in. He looked Tang Shu up and down again. Smells bad. Is that poop from 1982? Tang Shu's face turned pale, then green. Tang Tianza, what are you so smug about? You think tagging along with Yi Yushi will turn things around? People haven't forgotten the stupid stuff you did before. Grandpa already removed you from the air list. No matter how hard you try. Before he could finish, Tang Tianza cut him off. Then why are you so anxious? He took off his sunglasses. Since you're so well informed. Do you know I can summon ghosts? And yet you dare talk to me like that? Of course, I'm not as strong as a ghost officer. I can just summon a few ghosts. See my eyes? Guess what caused this? Tang Shu screamed in fright. Get away from me. Wash your hands next time you come. You stink. And next time you go after someone. Do your homework first. Don't bring trouble to the Tang family. You'll lose your air status too. After saying that, he returned to the sink to rinse his eyes. Because during their conversation, his eyes started itching again. Just then, another voice came from behind. I hear Brother Tang plans to start a business. It must be fate we met. Care to collaborate? The speaker this time was Zhang Xian. Tang Tianza quickly put his sunglasses back on. He'd heard a lot about Zhang Xian lately. And the last time Zhang Xian gave him a reading, it was spot on. Yi Yushi also mentioned that Zhang Xian was likely protected by an ancestor spirit. If he could get someone like that to join, maybe he really could start a firm. So he reached out and shook Zhang Xian's hand. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Tang Tianza. I can summon ghosts. Zhang Xian shook back. Zhang Xian. I read fortunes. Since his ancestor wouldn't teach ghost protection spells, he had to seek out those who knew them. Their handshake happened to be seen by Tang Shu coming out of the bathroom. Still shaken, he was struck again. He knew who Zhang Xian was. That was the fortune master all the big shots were praising. Could it be that Tang Tianza had already moved beyond the family and entered elite circles? Was removing him from the air list part of Grandpa's plan? Am I the real frog in the well? His mind spun wildly with thoughts. After calming down, he left the restroom. No. I'm not. I should be the Tang family heir. I'm 10,000 times better than Tang Tianza. I'll prove it. This was White Wuchang's first time attending the Underworld's annual meeting as a captain. He thought it would just be captains giving yearly work reports, then having a New Year's Eve dinner together. So he arranged his duties and straightened his uniform, then headed to the Yama Hall. But he soon ran into the Oxhead captain from next door. Zhang Ling turned to look. He was wearing a bright blue robe, holding a fluffy white Tibetan mastiff in one arm, and a red fox in the other. An owl with wide eyes perched on his shoulder. He looked incredibly festive. Zhang Ling was stunned. His old captain Jinan King always looked very serious at these events. Why was the Oxhead captain dressed like this? So he asked, Captain Chu, aren't you going to the annual meeting? Why are you dressed like that? The Oxhead captain laughed heartily. So that's why you were looking at me funny. Makes sense now. The Underworld's annual meeting isn't as serious as you think. I can't explain it well. You'll see soon enough. Let's go in together. And so the two entered side by side. On the way, Zhang Ling tested the waters with a question. How is the 3-day annual meeting usually arranged? Captain Chu grinned and replied. There's no real arrangement. It's just Lord Yama treating everyone to food and drinks to celebrate the new year. Zhang Ling paused for a moment. What about the work reports? You just hand them over to the ghost soldiers next to Lord Yama when you arrive. After saying that, the Oxhead captain thought for a bit. Back then, everyone did report one by one. Just the reporting could take 1 or 2 days. That is, until your former captain, Jinan King, submitted a pile of data. He alone reported for an entire day and night. I remember that day clearly. Lord Yama almost packed up and left because of him. For a while after that, other ghost offices' legs turned to jelly at the sight of him. Since then, Lord Yama never made everyone report one by one again. Now we just submit a compiled report. Zhang Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a backstory. Sounds like we owe Jinan King a thank you. He laughed as he said it. Thank him if you want. But don't say it to his face. He's still kind of sensitive about it. While chatting, the two of them arrived at the grand hall beneath Yama's palace. They handed their invitations to the attendants at the entrance and split up. Since their reporting areas weren't the same. After Zhang Ling submitted his report, he looked at the bustling crowd and suddenly had an idea. Since there's no reporting anymore, just eating and drinking, maybe he could open his live stream and do a task. So he tapped open his stream and said, "Hello my dears. Today I'm bringing you a peek at the Underworld's New Year's Eve party." To complete his daily stream task, White Wuchang started his healing in the Underworld stream on the day of the annual gathering. He thought it was New Year's Eve, and everyone would be too busy to watch. But within just 2 minutes, the view count broke 1 million. He was stunned. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Captain Zhang, why are you standing there? Let's go in together." It was another captain inviting Zhang Ling to enter together. Inside the grand hall was another space entirely. It was much larger than it appeared from outside. Big enough to hold tens of thousands of ghosts. Clusters of flames hovered midair or were fixed on pillars. Hundreds of tables formed concentric circles, arranged in tiered steps, each table for one ghost. In the very center was a square platform. Beside the platform was a path leading to the highest seat in the hall. The tables were already filled with exquisite dishes. Many tables already had ghosts seated. Some chatted, some sampled the food. On the live stream, as Zhang Ling entered the hall, he wondered if there was a specific seat arrangement. Jinan King walked over and said, "There are no assigned seats here. Just find a spot and sit. The annual meeting isn't that serious." Zhang Ling looked around, then sat near Jinan King. Since it was his first time at the event, he quietly observed how other ghost officers behaved. He didn't touch the food. Jinan King raised a wine cup toward him. "Happy New Year. This is your first annual meeting as a captain. Let's have a drink." Zhang Ling hurriedly picked up the white jade flask in front of him and poured himself a cup. He clinked glasses with Jinan King. "Cheers." Then they both downed their cups in one go. Instantly, a red flush spread across Zhang Ling's cheeks. He stared straight ahead, feeling like everything around him turned hazy. Viewers in the livestream noticed something was off. Did the host get drunk? He looks so cute. Quick, screenshot this for me. Just after Zhang Ling finished the cup, nearby ghost officers watching burst into laughter. That's the weakest wine, yet it can knock out even ghost kings. Only at the annual meeting can we drink like this. Looks like Captain Zhang drank too fast. First-timers always get caught off guard. New captains have to down at least 3 cups. That was just 1. Keep going. At this point, Zhang Ling was still in a daze and didn't react to the seniors gathering around him. Just as he was about to use his chi to expel the alcohol, Jinan King beside him reminded, "If you use chi now, it'll backfire. Wait a bit longer." Wenyan Zhonglin nodded obediently. Seeing this, the Jinan King pulled out a pill and handed it to Zhonglin. Zhonglin immediately felt much clearer. "Thank you, Captain." Just then, a burly first-class ghost officer in a red robe walked over holding a wine cup. "Captain Zhang, you're the fastest promoted ghost officer in the past 100 years. This second cup is for you." He poured wine for Zhonglin as he spoke. Zhonglin turned to ask the Jinan King how to dodge the drink. But the Jinan King had already slipped away. Just as Zhonglin was at a loss, the first-class ghost officer raised his cup and drank. "I've finished mine. Your turn." Left with no choice, Jonglin downed her drink in one gulp. Right after it went down, she felt like the whole world became surreal. As if floating on clouds, dazed and lightheaded. With a thud, the cup fell on the table and rolled twice. Jonglin collapsed onto the table, completely unconscious. The first-class ghost officer just laughed at the sight. Another one down with one cup. Lame. Time to find the next target. At that moment, shouts of surprise came from the second drinking station. A massive iron hammer appeared out of thin air, smashing the table in front of it to pieces. At the other end of the hammer was Meng Po. Expressionless, she coldly yelled while wielding her hammer. "What are you looking at? Get in line." The squad captain saw things going bad and fled. Drunk Meng Po shouted coldly. "Still trying to run? Today I'll let you taste my big hammer." She raised her hammer expressionlessly and gave chase. In another corner of the hall, Jonglin was sleeping in a daze. Suddenly she felt something move in her sleeve. It was just a cup of ordinary wine. Yet the whole underworld's annual banquet had descended into chaos. Not only was Meng Po chasing ghost officers to make them drink her soup, but a newly promoted captain even confessed his simp behavior on the spot. Yet Jonglin knew nothing of this, because she was fast asleep. In her muddled state, she again felt something move in her sleeve. She reached in and grabbed it. And to her surprise, it was a big white egg. This instantly made her think about eating it. She slammed the colorful egg against the table. But the eggshell remained perfectly intact. Jonglin was astonished. What kind of egg is this? So sturdy? She put the egg back on the table and grabbed a bowl nearby to smash it. The colorful egg dodged with a jump to avoid the falling jade bowl, then looked nervously at its owner. "What's going on? Is my owner trying to eat me again?" Jonglin missed her strike and picked up another bowl to attack the egg. The scene turned chaotic instantly. Just then, Jinan King happened to see the chase between girl and egg. He was about to stop Jonglin, but before he could reach her, a giant hammer flew toward him from the side. He dodged on reflex. With a whoosh, the hammer smashed straight into the floor. The Jinan King turned to see who it was, and saw Meng Po in the distance with a cold smirk. Her eyes locked onto him icily. "Causing trouble on my turf? You've got guts. Ran off earlier, huh? You won't get lucky this time." The Jinan King sensed something was off. Not because of Meng Po's hammer, but because in her left hand, she was still holding a white jade wine jug. And she was still drinking. This wasn't just ordinary wine. It was easy to get drunk, but it also provided massive amounts of yin energy. And this yin energy converted into ghost chi faster than usual. If Meng Po kept drinking like this, how long would this drunken rampage last? As Meng Po lifted the jug and took another gulp, the Jinan King gave up worrying about Jonglin. In a flash, he broke her wine jug. Meng Po was stunned for a second seeing her wine gone. Then she raised her hammer and flipped over a table, shouting loudly, "Where's the troublemaking ghost just now?" The colorful egg wanted to cry. She only came with her owner to join the New Year fun. Why did it turn out like this? Just as she was feeling sad and upset, a furry paw suddenly reached out from under a nearby table and pulled the colorful egg over. The large white Kang Ao crouched down, completely hiding the colorful egg. Zhang Ling's line of sight was just blocked by the flipped table. By the time she chased over, the egg was already gone. She hovered midair, scanning the area. Then she cautiously ordered, "Egg, come out." Hearing this, the colorful egg under the Kang Ao almost darted out by reflex. But thankfully its large body suppressed the movement. "Master, it's not that I don't love you. I just need to stay alive first." She's clearly the strongest ghost officer in the underworld. Yet one fake drink made her go completely crazy. She even forgot she was streaming, and tried to turn her pet egg into a snack. So once the pet egg hid, she tried to order it out with authority. But that only attracted a whip from a drunken Hei Wuchang. She didn't stop despite her unsteady aim, and turned in the air, continuing to chase Zhang Ling, shouting loudly, "Evil ghost! Where are you running?" Zhang Ling was stunned at the words. Evil ghost? Who's an evil ghost? But instinct kicked in, and he dodged. Suddenly, a black and a white figure were chasing each other around the hall. Zhang Ling even threw bowls and plates behind him at times. Sometimes the new Hei Wuchang dodged or shattered them. But other times they hit the senior officers who were just watching the show. Just as the annual banquet fell into utter chaos, a powerful aura suddenly entered the hall. In that instant, the entire hall fell silent. All the drunken brawlers and spectators froze in place. Everyone turned to look in the same direction. At the entrance, Yan Luo, dressed in red, walked in through the air. Behind her were the 4 great judges and several ghost soldiers. Seeing the chaotic banquet scene, Yan Luo said nothing. She simply flew to the highest seat in the hall. The 4 judges behind her also took their seats separately. The ghost soldiers stood behind Yan Luo's seat. Their faces were expressionless. And they didn't move at all. Like emotionless robots. Yan Luo looked over the entire hall and said calmly, "The banquet begins." Upon hearing Yan Luo's words, all the ghost officers obediently returned to their seats. Even the drunk ones were helped back to their spots by seniors. The broken tables somehow had returned to normal. Even the wine jars and setups were restored to how they were at the beginning. Once order returned and everyone was seated again, a ghost baby with 2 hair tufts suddenly flew to the stage. It darted to the center round platform, about 7 to 8 meters wide. A ring of pale ghost flames rose around the platform's edge, lighting up the entire platform. The ghost baby floated above it, scanning the crowd of ghost officers without fear. "Welcome, everyone, to the once-in-a-century underworld annual banquet. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm tonight's host, Ghost Doll number 3. Why number 3 and not number 2, 7, or 8? Because among all my siblings, my strength ranks 3rd. The top 2 already have exclusive bosses. Of course, I have one too. But I can still run side hustles for extra cash. And tonight's extra income depends on all of you." Saying that, a jug and a cup appeared in Ghost Doll's hands, aimed at Yan Luo. "Now I announce. The annual banquet officially begins. The first toast is to our Honorable Yan Luo." All the ghost officers stood up with their cups and toasted Yan Luo. Then they all drank. Zhang Ling did the same, though he spilled the wine all over his chest. After the toast came the introduction of new ghost officers. First to go on stage was Meng Po. She tossed her wine jug aside and flew to the platform amid cheering ghosts. She waved her hand. A large pot appeared on the platform. "It's New Year. As Meng Po, I'll cook a special festive soup." Turns out everyone had been fooled by Meng Po. Despite her gentle looks, she's fierce and temperamental. When no new officers volunteered to perform, she took the initiative to prepare a special festive soup. With a big wave, a 1-meter-long ladle appeared in her hand. She placed it in the pot and began to stir. Upon seeing this ladle and hearing her say, "Cook soup," many ghost officers instinctively looked at Jinan King. Jinan King noticed all the stares, and his face darkened. "So what if I like enlarging bowls to cook soup? Why are you watching me? Everyone has their own little quirks." Just then, Ghost Doll's voice came through. "Lady Meng Po, you grabbed the wrong one." Turns out, while Meng Po was stirring, she realized there was no fire. So she reached out and grabbed the ghost flames that were lighting the hall. This stunned the ghost flames. They were in charge of lighting, not fire starting. They're not in the fire supply business. But when Meng Po saw the ghost flames unmoved, she shouted, "Burn or not? If not, I'll smash you now." As soon as she said that, a whooshing sound was heard. The ghost flames instantly flared up. Blue and white flames mixed together, almost enveloping the entire cauldron. Seeing the soup heat up, Meng Po finally let out a burp of satisfaction. "See? It burns just fine." Ghost Doll was speechless at her words. Ghost flames have spiritual energy and need to cultivate too. You threatened them like that. How could they not burn? But still, forcing a smile, he leaned closer to the pot and asked. Lady Meng Po, what did you add in there? What does the soup taste like? Hearing that, Meng Po turned to Ghost Doll. Just some ordinary ingredients. But when combined, they produce all kinds of amazing effects. It'll be ready soon. Gradually, a strange aroma began wafting from the cauldron. It could almost rival the scent of all the wine in the hall. The smell drew the attention of many captains, who stood up from their seats to take a look. But as they approached and saw Meng Po scoop out a skull with a ladle, they froze. Is this soup still drinkable? Some experienced veterans, upon seeing that, quickly cast defensive shields over their bowls and chopsticks. At that moment, Meng Po smiled. Then slapped the cauldron and shouted. It's done. She scooped a ladleful from the pot, twisted her waist, and sent the ladle swirling through the air. The soup immediately split into small portions, flying toward the ghost officers at their tables. The special New Year's soup is served. The black soup blobs flew in like dumplings. Some ghost officers dodged quickly. Others grabbed nearby bowls to catch them. But there were exceptions, like those veterans with shields. Soon, they realized the soup was corrosive. Meng Po, still standing on the platform with her ladle, slowly called out the 9-grid New Year soup. Everyone, don't be shy. At this moment, in a corner of the hall, a newly promoted captain who had passed out earlier woke up. Seeing the soup jump into his bowl, he thought it was a hangover remedy. So he picked it up and gulped it down. This caught the attention of other ghost officers and even Yan Luo. Yan Luo, seeing the soup consumed, quickly pointed at the officer. He drank it. Ghost soldiers, go! Immediately, 2 ghost soldiers rushed toward the new captain, lifted him by his feet, and hung him upside down to make him vomit. All he drank was a bowl of hangover soup. But Yan Luo still had him forcibly purged. Turns out this was Meng Po's New Year soup. 1 sip, and you're dead. As everyone silently rejoiced at not drinking it, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Caught you red-handed. Zhang Ling had spotted his pet egg in the paws of a white Tibetan mastiff. He threw out a white jade bowl and covered the egg with it. Then he squatted down, picked up the egg, and said excitedly. Seeing this, Ghost Doll seemed to spot a chance and spoke up. Let's now invite Captain Zhang to introduce himself to everyone. Lady Meng Po may now go rest. All the ghost officers breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhang Ling kept walking to his seat, clearly with no intention of stopping. What's the relation between Captain Zhang and Zhang Ling? Right now, he only wanted to study his egg. Ghost Doll panicked, and quickly called out, Captain Zhang. Zhang Wuchang. Lord Zhang Ling. Only when he heard Zhang Ling did he turn around. Are you calling me? Ghost Doll looked at him expectantly. Yes, Lord Zhang. You're the newly appointed captain of this century. Please come and introduce yourself. But before he could finish, Meng Po interrupted. But before she could finish speaking, Meng Po interrupted her. She glared fiercely at the Ghost Doll while holding a large soup ladle. Who's paying my appearance fee? That question left the Ghost Doll and all the ghost messengers in the Grand Hall speechless. You tried to harm us. And now you want us to pay you? What kind of logic is that? Seeing this, Meng Po gave a soft laugh. Then her eyelids drooped, and tears of grievance rolled down from her long lashes. No money? Don't think you can bully me just because I look weak. With that, she swung her giant iron hammer toward the ghost messengers. A judge walked over and handed Meng Po a ghost coin. That was a hard-earned performance. Seeing that even the judge paid up, many ghost messengers quickly followed suit. Money can be earned again. But could they survive Meng Po's hammer? Inside the Great Hall, Zhang Ling, seeing the satisfied Meng Po walking back with the egg, stopped in her tracks. So you can earn money by performing? She immediately turned and headed for the stage. Seeing this, the Ghost Doll quickly greeted her. Welcome, Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang is the newly appointed leader of the 18th White Wuchang team. What are you going to show us? Zhang Ling patted the egg in her arms. It was the ghost doll who reacted first. She looked at Zhang Ling. Captain Zhang. Do you have anything else to show? Like a special skill? Zhang Ling blinked and thought for a moment. I can. I have a really awesome talent. Next up, let's welcome Captain Zhang to showcase her talent. The ghost doll said while flying off the stage. Now only Zhang Ling remained on the stage. A withered mulberry stick appeared in her hand. It split into 3 white sticks in her hand. With the green egg, that made 4 items in total. This was a special annual gathering. Anyone who performed a chaotic act on stage could earn a decent appearance fee. It all started with Meng Po drunkenly acting out. But the drunk Zhang Ling took it seriously. She stood on stage with the pet egg in one hand and the mulberry stick in the other, then threw all 4 items into the air. She caught them with her left hand and quickly passed them to her right, which tossed them back into the air again. Repeatedly, the 4 items formed a spinning circle between her hands and the air. Impressive. Do another one. A captain by the table cheered and threw a plate over. Zhang Ling caught it with ease. Now 5 items were bouncing between her hands. She could not only toss them into a circle, but also cross-toss them and toss them over her head. Then some green fruits and more plates were thrown over. Zhang Ling caught them all. Many ghost messengers had seen juggling acts like this. But seeing Captain Zhang perform, it felt different. You'd never see this normally. Who would have thought? Who would have seen this coming? Some ghost messengers began discussing. What do you think Captain Zhang will do once she realizes she performed a juggling act? I wonder too. Even though we don't have surveillance in the underworld, someone's surely recording this with a memory artifact. Isn't it like that every year? Yeah. But years of experience taught us. Never mess with Meng Po. That's right. 1 hit from her hammer and you're done. Just then, a withered mulberry stick struck a ghost messenger in the face. That ghost messenger fainted on the spot. A red mark instantly appeared on his face. The others all ducked their heads instinctively. But soon they noticed countless dishes flying at them. Meanwhile, the now green rainbow egg was feeling dizzy. Wasn't it just celebrating the new year with its owner? How did things turn out like this? All the dishes, bowls, plates, and chopsticks on the table started shaking and humming. They were about to fly away. Hey, don't run. My wine. Some ghost messengers were a step too slow. All the delicious food and wine flew away. A few captains who were dead drunk were also dragged into the air by the force. They twirled in the air along with the dishes and delicacies. On the stage, Zhang Ling kept tossing with empty hands for a while. She gradually came out of her daze. Her gaze shifted from the sky to her hands. They were completely empty. Where were her props? She clearly remembered holding something just now. Just as Zhang Ling paused, carefully staring at her own hands, the flying dishes and ghost messengers all froze at that moment. A second later, they all dropped straight down. Captain Chu Yang, the oxhead, who was petting his dog, happened to catch one of the Black Wuchang captains. That Black Wuchang even gave him a loving kiss. Angered, Captain Chu immediately threw him away, then hugged his pet dog again. My own baby is still the most lovable. Just then, a dagger was suddenly pressed against Captain Chu's neck. A low warning came from behind. Keep quiet. Don't move. Since he didn't feel any real killing intent, Chu Yang didn't move. He cooperated obediently. What do you want? The shadowy figure behind him seriously said. Let go of my teammate. Chu Yang had no choice but to release the dog from his hands. The shadow was muscular. Wait, that's not it. Forget it. Get out of the way. The mighty oxhead captain was just petting his dog when a dagger suddenly touched his neck. It turned out the drunk Black Wuchang captain was using the chaos to pack up food everywhere. That's how he ended up robbing the oxhead captain. At first, The ox-head captain had no idea what was happening. Feeling no malice from the other, he cooperated and let go of the dog. But as soon as he did, the black Wu-Chang captain grabbed the whole table and ran. The ox-head captain was completely stunned. He crushed his communicator and called for the ghost doll. "Hello? As long as the tip is good, I'm always at your service. How can I assist you?" The ox-head captain pointed behind him. "Turn around and you'll see." The ghost doll turned around, just in time to see the black Wu-Chang captain fleeing with the table. Seeing this, the ox-head captain asked, "Can you catch him?" The ghost doll scratched her head. "I'm not as fast as him." The ox-head captain handed her a ghost coin. "How about now?" The ghost doll grabbed the coin excitedly and said, "Next time something like this happens, just call me anytime. Guaranteed satisfaction." With that, she left. Then she came to Zhang Ling, who had just finished her act. "Captain Zhang, take a break now." Zhang Ling didn't leave right away. Instead, she reached out to the ghost doll. "Shouldn't you settle my appearance fee first?" As soon as she said that, both the ghost doll and the ghost messengers happily eating froze. They nearly doubted their own ears. More money again? Are they all here to rob us tonight? They all pretended not to hear and continued eating and drinking. Some even pretended to sleep. Looking at the hall full of ghost messengers, the ghost doll revealed a sinister smile. Captain Zhang really put effort into her performance. "Everyone, don't forget to pay her appearance fee." She took the lead and handed Zhang Ling a ghost coin. At that moment, the Yan Luo seated at the highest seat yawned and said, "Fine," but secretly mumbled to herself, "Am I treating the captains too poorly? Why does everyone want appearance fees for annual performances?" After Zhang Ling left the stage, the ghost doll looked around the hall and said, "Captain Yang is still being treated, so we'll skip over him for now. Let me see who's still awake." Suddenly, she seemed to notice something. A burst of ghost energy shot out. In an instant, two figures appeared on stage. "Let me introduce everyone. These are the new captains, Yu from the Sealing team and Lu from the Black Wu-Chang team." Just as she finished introducing, Captain Yu sitting at the table asked doubtfully, "Where's the Black Wu-Chang?" The ghost messengers below pointed under the table. Only then did Captain Yu lower his head in confusion. But the moment he did, Captain Lu grabbed the table and bolted, leaving Captain Yu utterly stunned. He quickly reacted and took out some talismans, throwing them toward the Black Wu-Chang captain. As chaos returned to the scene, the ghost doll hurriedly asked him to stop. But the drunken Captain Yu wouldn't listen. She rolled up her sleeves, ready for a brawl with Lu. It happened in a flash. She pounced and straddled Captain Lu. "Got you now, huh? I told you, I never lose. No one I can't seal." Meanwhile, Zhang Ling was carefully wiping her egg. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ears. As the midnight bell rang, the long-awaited New Year arrived. Brilliant fireworks bloomed across the night sky, like beautiful wishes being sent into the heavens. Viewers in the livestream began sending in greetings. "Happy New Year, streamer. Wishing you great luck and prosperity in the new year." Meanwhile, in the mortal world, many were watching the fireworks outside their windows, silently making New Year's wishes. School children wished for low scores this year, misspeaking their wish. Pregnant wives wished for their children to grow up safe and healthy. Elderly people hoped their children would be safe and well. After making their wishes, people began ancestral worship rituals. Because the streamer once said, "If you write names and birth dates in the family register, burned offerings would reach the ancestors." But as time passed, many long-deceased ancestors were forgotten. So people asked the elders who else was in the lineage. An old woman thought for a moment and said, "There was someone named Wang Erden. Other than him, no one. When I die one day, make sure you remember my name too. Otherwise I'll have no money in the underworld." Her grandson quickly pulled her arm. "Grandma, I'll never forget you. Even after you're gone, I'll visit your livestream room." Hearing this, the mother complained, Can we not say ominous things during New Year? Elsewhere, Ghost Officer Ni Ju happened upon a hellhound on vacation. He crouched down and patted the dog. Meeting on New Year must be fate. You didn't prepare a gift. I won't hold it against you. Just lead me the way. And we'll call it even. How about that? Amidst the reluctant howls of the hellhound, Ni Ju picked it up and got to work. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop in the human world, Li Xiao sat chained beneath a tree. Beside him stood a blank tombstone. In front of it bloomed a fresh flower tree. He looked up at the full moon and the faint fireworks in the distance, whispering, "Happy New Year, sister." Meanwhile, in the underworld, Ji Ying was learning how to wrap rice balls with Granny Fu. He picked up a dough ball and handed it to her. "Granny, does this look okay?" Granny Fu's wrinkled face beamed with joy. "Yes, yes. You're learning fast." The two then looked out at the fireworks bursting outside the window. Happy New Year. Meanwhile, the ghost market was bustling. It was lively as ever. Couples strolled hand in hand. Families dined together. And grandparents handed out red envelopes. But in the quieter corner, the ghost residential area seemed less festive. Two ghosts sat side by side on a dilapidated rooftop, hands tucked into their sleeves like old farmers. They gazed at the bustling ghost market and sighed. "I wonder when I'll vanish." The speaker was a ghost in gray linen clothes. He'd been in the underworld for over 200 years. He was the forgotten ancestor from the human world, Wang Erden. Staring at the distant fireworks, he muttered, "It's time we old folks moved on, so we don't annoy our descendants. Look at this. I just arrived this new year. And no one remembers me." But just then, a voice from below came from a ghost officer. "Wang Erden. Someone is burning money for you. Come and collect your money." This made Wang Erden pause. Someone still remembers me? At this moment, inside the grand hall, Yan Luo picked up the cup of wine in front of her, looking at the wine for a long time but not drinking it. Suddenly, a voice came. "Lord Yan Luo, I challenge you." It was Bai Wuchang, drunk and holding a large hammer, walking towards the top. He is the Yan Wang, the ruler of the underworld, above all. But now a ghost officer dares to challenge him. Yan Luo just flickered and appeared beside Bai Wuchang. Then with a spin kick, there was a loud crash. Bai Wuchang didn't even blink. His body was sent flying backward by the tremendous impact. But before he flew too far, a hand appeared in the air and caught him. Looking at Bai Wuchang, who was unconscious, Yan Luo retracted her foot and smiled, looking at the backbone of the underworld. Meanwhile, in the South Hall, they were also holding a year-end party. Compared to the East Hall, it was relatively peaceful. The South Hall's year-end event was more like a martial arts competition. It wasn't so much a time to relax, eat, and drink, as it was a fighting tournament. Whether it was a new captain or seniors, even Yan Wang himself could be challenged. It was a battle throughout. The West Hall was more unique. Not as peaceful as the East Hall, nor as chaotic as the South Hall. Everything was hidden from sight, no obvious bloodshed. Instead, it was a technical competition and a display of wealth. After seeing the other three halls, the North Hall seemed very distinctive. It made one wonder, is this how a year-end event should be? The North Hall's year-end event was purely a performance. A peaceful atmosphere, with singing and dancing, playing instruments and dancing. It was lively and joyful. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day event had ended. The drunken captains of the large team, after drinking a bowl of soup, woke up, and Zhang Ling was among them. He looked around, noticing many figures sitting cross-legged in the hall. This made him quite puzzled. What are they doing? Just then, a voice came. They are refining the residual alcohol in their bodies. This drunkenness is a good cultivation aid. Zhang Ling turned his head. The person speaking was Jinan King. He looked at Zhang Ling. He looked at Zhang Ling. Refining the drunkenness can also quickly recover fragmented memories. Hearing this, Zhang Ling was stunned. Shi Yi? If I can use this opportunity to recall memories from previous lifetimes. Perhaps I can find the reason behind the breakthrough in my cultivation by remembering those long-lost memories. Just as he was thinking this, Jinan King interrupted him. I suggest you not try to remember, for your own good. After thanking Jinan King, Zhang Ling swiftly crossed his legs and began to refine the alcohol leaves inside his body. But as he continued, something felt off. He saw scenes from the year-end party appearing in his mind. When all the alcohol leaves had been refined, Zhang Ling finally opened his eyes. His face and neck hung low, making it hard to read his emotions. Suddenly, he lifted his head. He stared silently at the livestream camera and the comments section. In that instant, when the host looked over, the excitement of the viewers reached a climax. They stared at the screen. But some felt guilty and tried to avoid the host's gaze. Their hearts raced, as if they were repeatedly jumping near the edge of death. The host surely won't. The 3-day Underworld Annual Conference has finally ended. With Prince Jinan's help, General Bai Wuchang recalled an embarrassing moment from the conference. He then stared coldly at the livestream camera and the comment section. This made the viewers extremely nervous, thinking the streamer was going to silence them. Even King Lien started typing an apology. But the general just calmly said, "No need. As long as you're happy." Then he closed the live stream. He turned around and realized Prince Jinan had already left. Other ghost officers were also getting up and leaving. Some, like him, were silently annoyed. The newly promoted squad captain secretly wiped his face, thinking back on scenes from the past 3 days, wishing he could dig a hole and bury his face. New Black Wuchang Captain Lu observed the hall's movement, while quickly pulling food from his storage pouch. I wonder if the king will stop me from attending next year. Meng Po stared at the pile of underworld coins in her hand. How many people did I rob, exactly? Is it still too late to turn myself in? Zhang Ling left the main hall like the others. But as soon as he stepped out, a round egg jumped into his hand. Seeing it, Zhang Ling sighed in relief. Good thing I was still somewhat sober and didn't cook it. He then headed toward the 18th hall with his pet egg. But upon reaching the gate, he stopped. He realized the gate guard line was taken from the entrance of the Shumo residence. Not afraid of them coming for revenge? Zhang Ling muttered. Just then, 2 white Wuchangs with red lanterns walked out of the 18th hall. Seeing Zhang Ling, they quickly greeted him. Captain, you're back. Did you enjoy the annual conference? Not bad, he replied, and quietly used ghost energy to create 2 red envelopes, stuffing them with underworld coins. He handed them to the 2 officers. Thanks for guarding the 18th hall these 2 days. Go home and have a good new year. After thanking him, the 2 officers started hanging red lanterns. At that moment, Zhang Ling realized he was no longer the lonely ghost living in a shabby hut. Inside the 18th hall, he didn't rush to check the gifts he received. Instead, he picked up a pen from the table. Just as he was about to write, the pet egg came over holding a book titled Innate Training from the Egg. It bumped into Zhang Ling. He smiled slightly upon seeing it, and casually picked up the book to read. But as he read, memories from the conference and fragments of his past 3 lives came flooding back. Just then, a system voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a daily task. Promoting underworld culture, plus 500 annual points. Daily task. 2-hour livestream completed, plus 1500 points. Daily task complete. Gained 1000 faith points. Bonus task completion. Reward multiplied. Zhang Ling suddenly had an idea. Maybe I can take this opportunity to experience the human world again. The dignified Ghost King Bai Wuchang just opened a document and unexpectedly blushed in embarrassment. Inside were bizarre photos of him drunk. While reading, Zhang Ling's mind kept replaying scenes of drunkenness and past life memories. So he decided to revisit the human world. With a wave, he opened a passage to the living world and stepped in. Although the healing livestream was closed, many viewers were still chatting inside. One comment in particular caught Zhang Ling's attention. Fan comic of Class Q available on my Weibo. He reached out and tapped on it. The next second, ghost energy flowed from the livestream to the sender's computer, and Zhang Ling followed it. He found a girl sitting by the computer, watching something. Zhang Ling looked at the screen. It was a drawing of Class Q ghost officers. Meng Po tiptoeing to stir soup with a big ladle, and himself drunkenly nodding at the table. Tu Xiaoju was watching, completely absorbed. Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. She quickly wrapped herself in her blanket. But even so, she still felt cold. She didn't think much of it, and switched to another image. Zhang Ling performing acrobatics on stage as part of Class Q. Tu Xiaoju was torn. Should she delete it? The last time she saw the streamer angry, it was terrifying. If she died and became an underworld civil servant, she'd have to see the streamer every day, and end up as an underworld civil servant too, bumping into the streamer all the time down there. She also heard that ghost messengers can know everything a person did while alive. What if the streamer finds out everything she did? That would be really bad. She clutched her head in frustration. Where should I even start deleting? Every picture is a treasure. I can't bear to delete them. Then her gaze silently fell onto the mouse nearby. The mouse started moving on its own. Tu Xiaoju immediately broke out in cold sweat. She hurriedly took out her phone to type a cry for help. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Please come collect my corpse. Then she suddenly thought of a possibility mid-typing. She quickly punched herself in the stomach. Feeling the pain, she realized she wasn't dead. So she boldly made a guess. Did I just encounter a ghost? Can I also ask the streamer for help? Saying that, she began typing in the livestream chat. Streamer, help me. I saw a ghost during New Year's. I'm at. Before she could finish typing, Zhang Ling struck her head with a wisp of ghost energy. Watching Tu Xiaoju fall unconscious, Zhang Ling withdrew his finger. As my fan, you should get some sleep first. Saying that, he used ghost energy to drag her to the bed, then tucked her in. Afterward, Zhang Ling used the mouse to read through her recent messages. Just as he was about to stop, he noticed a categorized folder nearby. Streamer he. As soon as he clicked it open, her face turned bright red. It was White Wuchang's first post-New Year trip to the mortal world to capture a soul. He didn't expect to run into a middle-aged man who died suddenly of illness and got hit by a car. When the man saw Zhang Ling, he told her to stay still. Although confused, Zhang Ling complied. But then the man quickly took off his shoes and raised his right hand to throw one at Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling dodged it with just a slight tilt. Seeing the first throw missed, the man threw the other shoe. But Zhang Ling easily dodged that too. Realizing he couldn't hit her, the man turned and started to run. But to Zhang Ling, his movement looked like it was slowed down 32 times in a drama. In an instant, Zhang Ling grabbed the back of his collar. Grasped by fate's scruff, the man immediately panicked. He dropped to his knees, hugging Zhang Ling's leg. Wait! Please, I'm begging you. Zhang Ling paused. She realized this man had a deep obsession. He was able to produce so much ghost energy in such a short time. If left unchecked, he might become a vengeful spirit. So she asked, "What are you waiting for?" The man sighed in relief seeing she didn't leave. "I want to wait for the police to check the scene. To collect the body or whatever. Once I see the police arrive, I'll go with you. For real. I won't throw shoes at you anymore. I know you're probably broke too." Hearing that last line, Zhang Ling glanced at the guy. She didn't respond. But the man muttered softly. "They said throwing shoes at ghosts would make money. I was doing it to earn more for my wife. But I ran into a poor ghost instead." Zhang Ling heard that, and let out a helpless sigh. "Fine, I'll wait with you." The man's ghostly aura finally calmed down. He kowtowed to Zhang Ling repeatedly. "Thank you so much. Soon, the police and ambulance arrived. They first surveyed the area. Then they loaded the man's body onto a stretcher. After that, they began questioning nearby pedestrians. But the man anxiously hovered next to the police and kept saying, "Officer, please take good care of my body. Inside the lining of my clothes, there's my freshly paid wages. Over 20,000 yuan. That's for my wife. Please make sure she gets it. She's raising a child alone. It's not easy for her." Watching the paramedics take his body away, Zhou Shang knew he didn't have much time left. But what else could he do or say? He didn't know. Zhou Shang looked anxious. His hands fidgeted, not knowing where to place them. Like an ant on a hot pan or a deer that lost its way home. A trace of dark aura began to rise from Zhou Shang. He wasn't in a hurry when he first died. He even thought about throwing a shoe at Wu Chang to get some silver. But when Wu Chang said he was taking him to the underworld, he panicked. It was as if only at that moment he realized he was really leaving this world. He felt like he had so much left unsaid and undone. But nothing came to mind. As Zhang Ling restrained him with iron chains, ready to take him away, he suddenly looked at the live stream where a comment read, "Give us some time. Let us find his family." Zhang Ling agreed. Meanwhile, in a small town, behind a dimly lit building, a few teenagers were passing around a lighter. They had youthful faces and orphan-like hairstyles. As they moved, sparkling earrings could be seen on their ears. One blonde-haired teen said to the red-haired one holding a phone, "Don't tell me you're watching that gloomy underworld live stream again? It's kinda creepy. Why are you always into this stuff?" But mid-sentence, his expression changed. "Holy crap. Isn't that Zhou Weiyi's dad? Do you know what happens when someone dies?" This man died suddenly from illness. At first, he was confused, and even wanted to toss shoes at Wu Chang for some silver. But when White Wu Chang said it was time to go to the underworld, he panicked. It was like that moment made him truly realize he was leaving this world. He felt like he had so much left to do or say, but couldn't think of anything. In just a blink, Zhou Weiyi's dad was engulfed in ghostly energy. To ease his obsession, Zhang Ling asked livestream viewers to help locate his family. With everyone's efforts, they soon found Zhou Shang's wife. Seeing the breathless teens in front of her, the woman asked in confusion, "Boys, what's going on? Did Weiyi get into trouble?" But Hong Chang shook his head. "Auntie Zhou, look at this quickly. Uncle Zhou doesn't have much time left." The woman froze at his words. What nonsense are you saying in broad daylight? But when she saw the phone screen clearly, her voice stopped. Her husband was lying in a pool of blood on screen, with police nearby taking photos and notes. Then Hong Chang's voice came again. "Auntie, is there anything you want to say to him?" At that same moment, whether tourists on the road or shut-ins watching the stream at home, they all copied and sent that line to the stream chat. The whole stream was flooded with it. Zhang Ling read it and said to Zhou Shang, "Your wife said not to worry about them. She'll make you braised pork when she joins you someday." Zhou Shang, who had been anxiously pacing, froze upon hearing that. Then he scratched his face awkwardly. "Oh right. I do have a wife. And a daughter too. That wife of mine. Who's thinking about her cooking? There's plenty of tasty food out here too." Then he remembered something. He turned to the young officer again. "Officer, don't forget to give the money to my wife." At that moment, the officer's earpiece also transmitted a message. "There's money in the lining of the deceased's clothes. Be sure to give it to his wife and child. He's watching from the live stream." Hearing that, the young officer spoke to the air. "All right. I'll fulfill your final wish." Zhou Shang floated in the air, watching the officer leave. Was he talking to me just now? But the next second, Zhou Shang was seized again by the scruff of fate. Time to move on. This time, Zhou Shang didn't resist. He let out a chuckle. "You're a good ghost. A good Wu Chang. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Let me tell you, my wife's braised pork is amazing. Every bite is pure meat. That aroma, man. I could eat 2 full bowls of rice with it. At the same time, elsewhere. After the woman said those words, her grief overwhelmed her. And she fainted on the spot. He is Bai Wuchang, the strongest underworld enforcer. And yet now, a ghost actually dared to throw a shoe at him. Turns out Zhou Shang had heard that throwing shoes at ghosts could make money fall out. So after he died, he selfishly tried to leave more money for his wife. But this idea was rejected by Zhang Ling. Because the money drop rumor was just a prank made up by some other Wuchangs. So he advised the viewers not to throw things next time, or it could cause trouble. With that, he closed the live stream. But just then, a letter flew in through the door, bearing the seal of Yanluo. Zhang Ling opened it, and saw on the paper, the investigation into the ghost shopkeeper case points to the Northern Palace. The king of the Northern Palace shall take primary responsibility. Effective immediately, he will step down and go to the Black Abyss. The Northern Palace he managed will be temporarily overseen by the 4 judges of the North, until a new king of the North emerges. In the meantime, the East, South, and West palaces will each send a team of enforcers to supervise. Zhang Ling was shocked by the news. The king of the North actually stepped down? Maybe the captain knows something. Better ask around. It could help with future work in the underworld. But what puzzled him was, what exactly is the Black Abyss? To that, Prince Jinan only gave a mysterious smile. You don't need to know about the Black Abyss yet. When the time comes, you'll find out. More importantly, I want your opinion. What do you think about the 3 other palaces sending enforcers to the north? Zhang Ling considered it from an enforcer's perspective. Going to the Northern Palace to learn and see how its systems operate. Sounds like a great opportunity. But the more he thought about it, the more it felt off. Wouldn't this mean a gathering of all 4 palace enforcers? Each dispatched team would be the elite of their domain, combined with the North's own elite. 4 systems clashing together. The knowledge and experience gained would far surpass staying in one place. Captain, is there something more behind this? Prince Jinan shook his head. But I heard that long ago. The 4 domains could freely interact. There were no restrictions. And every so often, they would hold a grand festival together, letting enforcers from all regions exchange and learn. Back then, most ghosts in the underworld had 3 days of celebration. All expenses paid by the underworld. Zhang Ling was surprised. How did things change so much since then? Prince Jinan gently rubbed his teacup with his finger and said softly, perhaps something that once connected them was lost. But as the newly appointed squad captain, you'll get busier this year. Let me know early if you need help. If there's nothing else, you can head back now. Meanwhile, in the Black Abyss territory of the underworld, the 4 palace kings had gathered. Among them, Bei Shui wore all white, her long hair loosely tied at the end with a red ribbon. She carried nothing but a suona horn. She stood atop a cliff, so slender she looked like a gust of wind could blow her away. When she saw Nan Ming, Shi He, and Yanluo arrive, Bei Shui turned to face them. The ghost shopkeeper made a terrible mistake. So today I will atone by entering the Black Abyss drunk. I ask you all to supervise. Upon hearing this, Shi He said you really don't have to. There are many ways to make amends. But Bei Shui shook her head. I no longer have the right to remain in that position. Not only did I betray her trust, I also acted without permission in matters concerning the mortal realm she cares for. Just as she finished, Nan Ming stepped forward and asked gravely, have you really made up your mind? Once inside, you might never come out again. No one knows what lies within. Bei Shui, are you truly certain? Faced with the 3 palace kings' questions, Bei Shui nodded seriously. I am sure. Just, if one day she comes back. Before she could finish, Yanluo cut her off. I will. Below lies an endless abyss. I, Bei Shui, am guilty. From today on, I enter the Black Abyss to atone. She spread her arms and fell straight downward. In that instant, 3 immense auras erupted above the abyss. A massive sword appeared before Nan Ming. The sword hummed faintly with vibrating resonance. No return once into the black abyss. I, Nan Ming. A vast, pitch-black starry sky emerged before Yanluo. No return once into the black abyss. I, Yanluo. A round disc appeared in Shi He's hand. 2 yin-yang currents moved slowly across its surface. No return once into the black abyss. After the Underworld's annual meeting, this was Bai Wuchang's first outing. From afar, he saw a row of paper cranes with wings over a meter long flying by. More precisely, it was ghost enforcers dressed in white riding those cranes. And the aura they emitted didn't feel like those from the Eastern Palace. After asking nearby ghosts, he learned that the King of the North had abdicated and gone to the Black Abyss. Those enforcers were there to see her off. Soon, the news shocked the entire underworld. At the ghost market, many were discussing the matter. There was even a storyteller recounting the scene of the paper crane procession at a tea house. Though many ghosts had witnessed it that day, none could describe it as vividly as he did. After finishing the tale of the Northern enforcers' visit to the East, he spoke of the Eastern enforcers who left with them. Just as the ghostly crowd was listening with fascination, the storyteller slammed the table. To know what happens next, tune in next time. The tea house filled with disappointed sighs. As for how he knew so much, it was because he recently appeared in his grandson's dream. His grandson told him everything. Now he was considering whether to appear in his grandson's dream again, to learn more about what's happening in the livestream. But Zhang Ling knew nothing of any of this. He was currently bidding farewell to Shu Shuzi, because Yanluo had arranged for him to study at the Northern Palace. He entrusted the 18th shop to Shu Shuzi. Once everything was settled, Zhang Ling opened his livestream. He told his viewers about his upcoming training at the Northern Palace. So come with me on this journey to the Northern Palace. The moment he said that, the comment section exploded. Everyone congratulated Zhang Ling for finally traveling and learning without spending his own money. Some even invited him to visit their own territories. But right then, the system's voice started ringing in Zhang Ling's ears. He listened carefully. He had triggered 5 new missions in a row. The task of becoming a top-tier enforcer still wasn't completed. And he had thought new missions wouldn't appear until that one was done. Apparently, the system's missions change depending on his choices and environment. They're not fixed. And even though 5 side quests seemed like a lot, the first 3 were all about promoting cultural features of other regions. As for side mission 4, the special tier quest, Zhang Ling hadn't encountered it yet. But he'd heard other enforcers mention it. Supposedly, only top underworld officials had access to it. Normal enforcers didn't even have a way to trigger it. But now he'd have a chance to meet enforcers from the other 3 palaces. Maybe he could get some useful intel. As Zhang Ling pondered how to complete these missions, he arrived at one of the Eastern Palace's gateways. A ghost enforcer was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Zhang Ling arrive, the enforcer asked, "Are you Zhang Ling?" Zhang Ling greeted him politely. "Then I'll be in your care, senior." As he was about to board the ship, the system notified him of a 6th side mission. Stay true to yourself. All current missions must be completed before returning to the East. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeit. Hearing this double alert, Zhang Ling paused. Could it be that something on this trip would challenge his beliefs or sway his heart? Unable to figure it out, he chose not to dwell on it. If the system said so, he'd just wait and see. At that moment, the enforcer ahead shouted, "Set sail." With that command, the ship trembled slightly. A surge of ghostly energy rippled outward from the vessel. Then the enforcer stood at the bow and addressed the team. "Our route will take us first to the Southern Palace, then the Western Palace, and finally the Northern Palace. If we travel through the underworld, we'll likely encounter danger and forbidden zones. So we'll head there directly from the mortal realm. The Southern Palace will send someone to meet us in advance. Any questions?" Right then, one of the enforcers raised a hand. Do you know what the Southern Palace is like, senior? Shu Yuji thought for a moment. Nowadays, there's very little interaction between the four regions. I don't know much myself either. So, you'll have to experience what the Southern Palace is like on your own. Thank you, senior. I won't let this trip go to waste. Just the thought of meeting the legendary undefeated Southern Palace King got him uncontrollably excited. Suddenly, two ghost enforcers looked at each other. They realized each was the one at the annual meeting who bragged about eating poop while doing handstands or performing monkey tricks. They both left in mutual disgust. Suddenly, Zhang Ling caught a whiff of something delicious. He turned his head. He saw several newly promoted captains enjoying hot pot on the ship. Shu Yuji noticed and asked, "Young lady, is there any special way to eat this hot pot?" "Special way? Nope. Mind if I join?" The female captain agreed. "All right, everyone, let's dig in. Don't worry. I brought plenty of ingredients." Zhang Ling also chimed in. "I brought some too. Can we add them in?" And just like that, the originally small hot pot gathering became a full house. Amid laughter and cheer, they soon arrived at the Southern Palace's territory. This was a spirit ship packed with underworld enforcers. Yet on the way to the Southern Palace, it was bumped by a ghost. Sealing Captain Shu Yuji reacted instantly. A golden rope whooshed out of his hand. It pierced through the ship's ghost aura shield and dove into the cloud layer ahead. He yanked hard. The golden rope dragged back a shadow into the ship. With a loud thud, the shadow bound by the rope slammed onto the deck. But once the ghost enforcers saw the figure clearly, they were stunned. It was a muscular ghost in pale robes. But most eye-catching of all were the massive wings on his back. One enforcer couldn't resist touching them. In all his years, it was the first time he'd seen wings like these. They seemed like ghost aura, yet not quite. After sensing the aura, Shu Yuji said to Bai Xing, "Is this ghost a transformed human soul? I don't feel any trace of animals or other species on him." After getting touched a couple more times, the winged ghost let out a strange, indescribable sound. The enforcer was surprised. They're not real bird wings. Yet they react like this? He reached out to touch again. Shu Yuji crouched down beside the ghost. He tapped a certain point on the wings. Suddenly, the white wings shattered like a dream and dissolved into wisps of ghost aura. The ghost froze at the sight of his disappearing wings, then looked at Shu Yuji in terror. "What did you do?" He thought the enforcers didn't know the origin of his wings. That even if caught, he could escape. But now his wings were gone. And panic set in. He cried and scrambled backward on the deck. "What are you going to do to me? Stay away from me. Don't think I'm scared just because there's more of you." But after just 2 steps, Shu Yuji bound him again with his golden rope. Then said to the others, "Looks like he's a ghost from the Southern Palace. Since we're headed there, we might as well return him. His wings must be a result of some cultivation method. One we haven't mastered yet. I only knew how to break it because I'd read about it in the archives. Once we arrive, try to learn how it works." Hearing that they were heading to the Southern Palace, the previously panicked ghost suddenly looked horrified. He began to struggle even more. "No. I won't go back. Let me go. Whatever happened to him there?" He began babbling incoherently. "Please. I owe you everything. Spare me. I won't go back." Shu Yuji took out a talisman and stuck it on the ghost's mouth. In an instant, the ghost fell silent. He could only let out muffled whimpers. Zhang Ling looked at the ghost with wings, whose face was filled with terror. He suddenly grew curious about the Southern Palace. What exactly did they do to this ghost to make him this afraid? Could there be some unspeakable secret in the Southern Palace? Suddenly, a loud voice rang in his ears. "Welcome to the Southern Realm." It was the Eastern Palace's first time visiting the Southern Palace. And along the way, they captured a winged ghost. The ghost became horrified when it heard that they were heading to the South Shop, crying and begging Shu Yuji to spare its life. But at this moment, Two ghost officials flew in from afar. One of the ghost officials had a mature face with stubble on his chin. His clothes were tight and full of strength. The other was slightly younger with long hair. His hair stood up high at the back of his head, and the corners of his eyes slanted upward, giving off a fierce aura. Are you the team from the East Shop? After flying onto the ghost ship, the mature-faced ghost official spoke up. I am the ghost official Meng Shen, sent from the South Shop to receive you. Shu Yuji, standing on the ship, also took out the official documents given by the East Shop. We are assisting in sealing from the South Shop. Here are the documents. Meng Shen took them and looked over them. After confirming their identity, he handed the documents back to Shu Yuji. He then smiled and said, Greetings, friends from the East Shop. I was supposed to come and meet you earlier. But we suddenly received news that a guarded evil ghost had escaped from this area. We just came from there to search. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuji raised an eyebrow. An evil ghost with wings? Is this the one? As soon as he finished speaking, the East Shop ghost officials on the ship all started shouting and pointing to the sides, revealing the winged ghost bound with golden ropes behind them. Meng Shen was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you actually encountered it. Thank you all. Once we arrive at the South Shop, if there's anything, just find me. Shu Yuji waved his hand. No need to thank us. We're all colleagues, just helping out. Meng Shen then instructed his companion, Feng Yi, to take the winged ghost back to lock it up. As it was dragged away, the winged ghost desperately clung to the ship's boards, struggling until the end. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I'd rather be tied here for a lifetime. No matter how miserably it screamed. The ghost official Feng Yi, with no change in expression, continued to fly towards the South Shop. Meng Shen then smiled and explained to the East Shop ghosts. Don't worry, everyone. It escaped from the prison. We're just taking it back to where it belongs. Now, I'll take you back to the South Shop. Thus, a group of ghost officials arrived in the South Shop's territory, looking at the winged ghosts flying in the sky. This left the East Shop ghosts in shock. Could this be the characteristic of the South Shop? At this moment, Meng Shen suddenly said, I heard that your East Shop can open the passage to the underworld anytime, anywhere. Shu Yuji responded that some places cannot be opened. Hearing this, Meng Shen scratched his head. In the South Shop, the underworld passage must be opened at specific locations. When you have time, I'll take you to familiarize yourselves. Okay, then we'll bother you, Lord Meng. Then he looked around and said, Since the four realms of the underworld were restructured, they all developed individually. I didn't expect the changes in the South Shop to be this drastic. Upon hearing this, Meng Shen smiled. The South Shop also has many interesting places. You can all visit when you have the chance. Now let me take you to your accommodation. You can all move freely before tomorrow. However, as he was about to speak further, his pace stopped briefly. The South Shop has a rule. From midnight to 4 a.m. Except for ghost officials on necessary duty. Others with no tasks must stay indoors. Two mischievous young ghosts accidentally destroyed the room meant for entertaining the East Shop ghosts. This caused embarrassment for the South Shop ghost officials. Just as Meng Shen finished speaking, he turned around. He then heard Shu Yuji's confirming voice. Is it from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. every night? Meng Shen nodded. Yes, I hope you don't mind. Even when I'm not working, I must stay indoors. Shu Yuji nodded. Okay, we've noted it. Although he didn't know why. But as he had told Zhang Ling and the others before, guests follow the host. Meng Shen then led the East Shop team into the underworld. Stopping in front of a recently completed building, he smiled and began to introduce it. This is... But before he could finish his sentence, a strong wind suddenly flew from the left. The wind carried a gray figure. It slammed into the housing area like a cannonball. With a loud boom, the house was instantly reduced to rubble. Meng Shen stood in front, awkwardly scratching his head. This was an accident. Completely accidental. He then pointed to the house next door. It's fine, there are more here. But before he could finish, another gust of wind rushed in. It was faster than the previous figure. It crashed into the house, turning it into ruins. Upon seeing this, Meng Shen's veins bulged. This was the budget specially allocated by Lord Zhang Kui for the new house built for the East Shop's ghost officials. Then, awkwardly, he told the East Shop team to wait a moment. He dashed into the dust. Then, he came out holding a small ghost. The two little ghosts, around 5 or 6 years old, looked identical. Even the bumps on their heads, freshly formed, were strikingly similar. On their foreheads, there was a prince-like symbol faintly visible. At this moment, the two little ghosts puffed up their cheeks and pointed at each other angrily. Meng Shu, he attacked me first. Meng Shen took a deep breath and shouted. I don't care who struck first. Do you realize what trouble you've caused? Now, one of you go find Lord Zhang Kui, and the other go tell your dormitory what you've done. As he spoke, Meng Shen's eyes narrowed. Otherwise, I'll pull out all your tiger fur. Now, get moving. Are we going now? The two little ghosts shrank their necks and obediently ran in opposite directions. One of the East Shop's ghost officials said, Kids just love to play. A little lesson here is fine. Let's go. There's nothing to see here in the ruins. Let's go explore elsewhere. Shu Yuji nodded. I also want to see what the South Shop's underworld is like. Meanwhile, in a back hall on Earth, there was a sea of people. They were all viewers who had watched the live stream and wanted to meet the streamer in the South. But things didn't go as planned. Because all the tickets to the southern cities were sold out. The person in charge of the southern region saw an opportunity. He immediately arranged for people to begin publicity and tourism preparations. And arranged for 2 people to create silly content for the live stream. Little did they know about all this. At that moment, he was accompanying Meng Shen to the Underworld Task Center. But here, it was different from the East Shop. In front of the South Shop's Task Center, there were several platforms. These platforms were circular, varying in size. Some had a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Others had a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. Wu Changliu curiously asked, What are they doing? Meng Shen explained. This is a special competition of the South Shop. I didn't expect the underworld would even have buildings. When Zhang Ling and the other ghost officials arrived at the South Shop's task center, they found that the setup here was very different from the East Shop. After Meng Shen's explanation, Zhang Ling finally understood. It turns out that tasks in the South Shop aren't assigned randomly like in the East Shop. They have to be fought for through duels to take on the best tasks. The stronger the task, the more ghost officials fight for it. And the undesirable tasks, which no one wants, will be given to the intern ghost officials to practice. But what Zhang Ling didn't understand was the criteria for judging the quality of a task. Meng Shen didn't say. He just told them to observe when they perform their tasks tomorrow. Zhang Ling agreed. At that moment, the 2 little ghosts who had run away earlier came back. They were looking at Meng Shen with stars in their eyes. Meng Shu. The dormitory manager says it's okay to go. It's already arranged. Meng Shen, hearing this, was instantly delighted. Got it. Once I'm done, I'll come find you 2 and deal with you. He then turned to the East Shop team. Lord Shu. Should we continue exploring, or go to your accommodation first? Let's check out the accommodation first. We can visit other places later. Under Meng Shen's lead, they arrived at a building. But when they saw the building, the viewers in the live stream almost thought the streamer had teleported to the human realm. The building that appeared in front of the camera was enormous. It was at least 30 to 40 stories high. At first glance, it looked like a skyscraper from the human world. But the underworld version of the building was a bit more plain. It lacked decorations and colors. It seemed to be just for housing people to sleep in. This is a specialty of our South Shop. We've adopted the housing model from the human world. Meng Shen proudly introduced. Neighbors on all sides. It's lively. It's really lively. Shu Yuji also nodded in agreement. But inwardly, he started to complain. It's the first time I've seen such a tall building in the underworld. Is it because the South Shop's underworld is not enough? Then, Meng Shen took out a set of keys and handed them out. He said that if they needed anything, they could contact the dormitory with their key cards. As it was almost midnight, Meng Shen didn't stay long. After confirming tomorrow's schedule with Zhang Ling, he left. Zhang Ling's room number was 203. The third room after entering the 22nd floor. He unlocked the door with the key, feeling a bit curious. At the east shop, the doors were unlocked with ghost energy. Once inside, Zhang Ling looked around the room. He found that the entire room was predominantly white. The furniture was simple. There was just a bed, a desk, and a chair. A ball of ghostly white fire floated gently on the ceiling. Everything seemed quite familiar. With 10 minutes left until midnight, Zhang Ling suddenly heard a distant chime. Soon after, many sounds came from outside. Zhang Ling approached the window. He saw figures quickly flying towards the building from all directions. This cat demon had just slept a little longer, and was regarded as an evil ghost by the South Shop's ghost officials, sent down to the 18th layer of hell. It turned out this was a special rule of the South Shop. From midnight to 4 a.m., everyone must stay in their rooms. Otherwise, they will be punished. So when the ghostly bell struck midnight, Zhang Ling vaguely heard many sounds coming from outside. Curious, he went to the window. From a distance, he saw figures quickly flying towards the building from all directions. But these figures didn't use the main door. Instead, they floated into the air and climbed in through the windows. The dormitory manager below saw this and stepped out. She put one hand on her waist and pointed upward. I've said this many times. Don't climb the windows. Why not use the front door? But what about bad kids? Just then, the ghostly fire, which acted as a light signal, suddenly floated next to Zhang Ling. It then spat out a piece of paper. It was clearly the housing rules. Rule number 1. No demolition of the house. Rule number 2. The house is fragile. Do not do anything that would cause the house to be demolished. For example, cultivation. Rule number 3. Please maintain the integrity of the room. Rule number 4. Please refer to the first 3 rules. Otherwise, if you demolish the house here, you will be attacked by the entire building's ghost and cat army, and will owe a huge debt, promptly imprisoned. Friendly reminder. Be cautious with your housing. Items are for life. After seeing this, Zhang Ling stopped thinking about cultivating. He then split his livestream equipment into 2 parts. He sent it out through the window. Though he couldn't go out, the equipment could. Maybe it could help him livestream something to complete the task. The livestream equipment flew out the window. Following the path, Zhang Ling took to the second building. It then arrived at an empty street. A black cat was running frantically. The livestream equipment flew up to it. The cat seemed to have heard something. It turned sharply, but saw nothing. Just then, a voice came from behind. Hi, how are you? The cat's face twisted in horror in that instant. Its survival instincts kicked in, and it sprang in the other direction. But the next second, a large net fell from the sky, trapping the black cat. 2 Bai Wuchang appeared and dragged the cat away. In the silent night, the cat's final struggles could be heard. No. I just accidentally overslept. Please let me go. Even from the nearby second building, Zhang Ling could hear the colorful sound. Seems like they're being strict outside these days. Zhang Ling thought to himself. Just then, his sleeve moved. Zhang Ling then remembered. The colorful egg had been inside for nearly a day. So he took the colorful egg out and said, We're in the southern underworld now. This room is where I'm staying temporarily. Don't go outside on your own. Go play by yourself for a while. He then sat cross-legged to rest. As a mature pet egg, the colorful egg also mimicked Zhang Ling and sat cross-legged. They stayed like that until 4 a.m. When the loud chimes rang again, the entire building of ghosts began to stir. The man was once a special forces soldier. But during a mission, he lost both legs. Since then, His life had been like paused. Stuck at the age of 27. But he had no regrets whatsoever. The only regret he had was that he could no longer carry out missions. He could no longer charge to the front and block the thorns. 5 years passed just like that. Now, he could finally be free. When he saw Bai Wuchang come to collect his soul, he was not anxious. Instead, he calmly asked, "Are you here to take me, Lord Wuchang? Let's fight." This left Zhuang Yao, Zhang Ling, and a few other ghost officers puzzled. "What's going on?" Meng Sheng then looked up at Zhuang Yao. "Didn't you come from a special forces background? Come on, let me see your skills." With that, he directly launched an attack. Although Zhuang Yao didn't understand what was happening, his body instinctively reacted by evading. Years of training had deeply ingrained these reflexes in his bones and soul. It was at that moment that Zhuang Yao suddenly realized that he was in a soul state now. His body could fly in the air directly. The most important thing was that his legs were back. It had been so long since he had felt his legs. Now, he could clearly feel and control his legs to make an evasive flying kick. In the battle with Meng Sheng, Zhuang Yao became more and more enthusiastic. He felt his entire soul beginning to burn. The battle between Meng Sheng and Zhuang Yao finally came to a halt after half an hour. Looking at the out-of-breath Zhuang Yao, Meng Sheng said, "Not bad, you've got some skill." He then turned to look at Zhang Ling and the others. "Captain Zhang, now you know what the standard is for stopping missions in the Southern Hall's task center. In our view, once your abilities reach a certain level, the most primitive combat is actually what can unlock your potential the most. It also helps us understand ourselves. In the Southern Hall, any strong opponent is an opportunity for us to understand ourselves. They are all an opportunity for us to understand ourselves. So the more challenging the task, the more coveted it is. And when the ghost officers compete for missions, isn't it also a way of testing their own strength?" Lu Buwei's fists clenched as he listened. So he asked Meng Sheng about the ghost officers from the Eastern Hall. "Can we introduce the Southern Hall's missions?" Meng Sheng said there was no precedent for this. "But Captain Lu can go take a look first." At this point, Zhang Ling also asked, "Can we even compete for special missions?" Meng Sheng gave him a meaningful look. "But there aren't many special missions available in the task center. Just recently, there was one. But it has already been taken by another ghost officer." Zhang Ling's eyes slightly lit up. "As long as there's one, that's fine." When he was in the Eastern Hall, he had almost no contact with special missions. It seems that the Eastern Hall directly assigns them to the ghost officers. But the Southern Hall's tough task model actually helps him complete the system's tasks. Then, Meng Sheng waved his hand to open the underworld passage and took Zhuang Yao into the underworld. Zhang Ling and Lu Buwei closely followed behind. They sent Zhuang Yao all the way to the Yellow Springs Road. The Special Forces soldier who sacrificed himself for the country arrived in the underworld for the first time. He could have been human again, but he gave up this precious opportunity. Because in his life, he was disabled due to a mission. He had great abilities but no place to use them. He ended his life with regret. Now, as a soul, not only does he have his legs back, but also the battle experience from his previous life. For him now, it's like a rebirth. That's why he gave up the chance to reincarnate. He wanted to resume the mission that was interrupted when he was 27. He wished to continue it in the underworld. Meng Sheng was the first to agree. Because just now, in front of Zhuang Yao, he spoke so much about the operation of the Southern Hall, waiting for this sentence. So he told Zhuang Yao to follow him. The souls nearby noticed them and couldn't help but cast a curious glance. Meng Sheng glanced at them. "If you can fight me for half an hour, you can come too." The souls quickly looked away and ran. Meng Sheng was indifferent. He turned to look at Zhang Ling and the others. "Captain Zhang, you have your team. Now, I need to settle Zhuang Yao. You can explore for a while. I'll find you when I return. This is my token." If you need anything, you can contact me anytime through the token. After Meng Sheng left, He Wuchang and Lu Buwei also said their goodbyes to Zhang Ling. Because he needed to go to the Underworld's task center to see if he could receive a new mission. Zhang Ling stayed here. He wanted to see the differences between the Meng Po of the Eastern Hall and the Southern Hall. When he arrived at the Nehi Bridge, he saw the Meng Po of the Southern Hall from a distance. She was stirring the soup pot with one hand and adding ingredients with the other hand. A few other hands extended from her sides and handed a bowl of soup to each soul in line. It seemed very orderly. At that moment, Zhang Ling heard a voice beside him. Our Meng Po here, as long as you're strong enough, you can take the position. Zhang Ling turned to look. The person speaking was the same Hu Zai who had broken the house earlier. After a brief explanation, Zhang Ling understood. It turned out he had been assigned by Meng Sheng to act as Zhang Ling's guide. Hu Zai told Zhang Ling, the position of Meng Po in the Southern Hall is very competitive. If it weren't for the fact that only women can do it, I think even Meng Shu would want to give it a try. Zhang Ling was very confused upon hearing this. Hu Zai cleared his throat. Our Southern Hall values strength. Meng Po can just stay here, waiting for powerful souls to appear. Then we can have one-on-one competitions. How exciting. But as soon as she finished speaking, a sound from the system rang in Zhang Ling's ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Promoting underworld culture by borrowing shadows of souls. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task. Promoting underworld culture in competition mode. Zhang Ling was stunned upon hearing this, because he had already done the borrowing shadows of souls task when he was in the Eastern Hall. Could it be that due to the cultural differences between the Southern and Eastern halls, the same task can be repeated? If that's the case, doesn't that mean he could also work in the Western and Northern halls in the future? While thinking about this, Hu Zaizi suddenly spoke up. I've always had a question. Are you also a messenger of the underworld? I didn't expect that the Meng Po of the Southern Hall actually has 8 arms. When Bai Wuchang arrived at the Nehi Bridge, he saw the Meng Po of the Southern Hall from a distance, stirring a pot with one hand and adding ingredients with another. There were also several hands reaching out from either side of her waist. One hand holding a bowl of soup was handed out to each soul in line. Everything seemed very organized. This surprised Bai Wuchang greatly. Hu Zaizi, who had followed behind, also asked at this moment. Are you a messenger of the underworld? Bai Wuchang paused when he heard this, just as he was thinking of a reason to cover up. Hu Zaizi continued. It's very common in the Southern Hall. It's said that every once in a while, when the underworld needs belief or when humans are about to forget the underworld, a messenger appears. The one chosen becomes the cultural messenger of the underworld. The ones I know of include Lord Zhang Kui, Lord Xie Baian, and Lord Fan Wujing. But Lord Zhang Kui is always busy, so you probably won't see him. As for Lord Xie, I heard they've gone to the Northern Hall to retire. How did they spread the message? Hu Zaizi said the specific method depends on the development of human society. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuchang realized that he was the selected messenger. At first, he thought the sudden appearance of the system couldn't be removed. He felt that trying it wouldn't hurt. And that's how the Underworld Healing Livestream was born. It seems like everything is arranged by fate. As they crossed a single plank bridge, Bai Wuchang suddenly remembered something and asked Hu Zaizi. Do you know what a special mission is? Hu Zaizi showed a confused expression. A special mission? Only those who have taken it know. Bai Wuchang didn't ask further and switched to another question. Why can't you come out between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m.? Do you know that? That's the training time specifically left for us by Lord Zhang Kui. Hu Zaizi proudly said, crossing his arms. If you want to be strong, you can't just focus on tasks and work. You need time for training. And also to develop new skills. When everyone is training and studying, it creates a good environment for cultivation. Lord Zhang Kui said. In such an atmosphere, everyone becomes stronger, more self-disciplined. As they continued chatting, they unknowingly arrived at the ghost market. The ghost market in the southern hall is quite similar to the eastern halls. But the things sold are a bit different. As soon as Bai Wuchang and Hu Zaizi entered, they heard various shouting sounds. Some active ghosts ran to the street to pull customers, promoting the good things at their stalls. When they passed a stall selling books, the owner picked up a book and started promoting it. Would the Lord like to become stronger? Do you want to be promoted faster than other ghost officers? Want to take the safe shortcut? Come to me, I guarantee satisfaction. Bai Wuchang was immediately interested upon hearing this. What method do you have? The ghost merchant immediately approached Bai Wuchang. Look at this. It's definitely a good item. I guarantee you won't regret learning it. Only 998. How about it? Bai Wuchang looked at the book in his hand and shook his head. Then 700. No less. The merchant's face showed a pained expression as he started to lower the price. Only 700. This final wind wheel is yours. Learning it will guarantee 100% speed increase. Bai Wuchang didn't buy it, but was instead pulled by Hu Zaizi to continue walking into the market. They walked a bit further. They had reached the center of the ghost market. From far away, Bai Wuchang could hear all kinds of voices, making it very noisy. If you had the chance to meet your deceased relatives or friends again, what would you want to say? This man was an atheist, but he accidentally clicked on the underworld healing livestream. He saw a ghost monster's leg being cut off and thrown from the arena. The scene looked a bit terrifying. He thought, this livestream is too violent. Just as he was about to exit, he saw the ghost monster pick up its leg from the ground and just reattached it to the stump. Soon after, it started running around again. Bai Wuchang was a bit confused. This seems pretty magical. As he watched more intently, a voice sounded from behind him. Dad, didn't you say these are all fake and told me not to watch? The teenager who had just entered high school was standing at the door, looking at his father with a playful expression. Peng Bo was startled by this voice. When he turned around and saw it was his son, his face became awkward. He quickly started to explain. I accidentally clicked it. I was just about to exit. Peng Xiaomo rolled his eyes. Forget it. I've been watching you for 10 minutes, and you didn't even notice. Besides, this match is really exciting. Hearing this, Peng Bo's embarrassment grew. You brat. Did you finish your homework? You dare to pick on your old man? Peng Xiaomo wasn't bothered. He took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to his father. Dad, stop messing around. That trick only worked when I was 3. It doesn't work now. As he spoke, he moved forward and stopped his father's shoulder. Dad, let me tell you. This livestream is officially certified by the state media. Peng Bo didn't believe it. But Peng Xiaomo made him look at his phone. After some operations, he saw his father's expression turn serious. Then he started to look shocked. In the end, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Now, it was Peng Xiaomo's turn to be startled. Just as Peng Xiaomo tried various methods to call 120, Peng Bo woke up on his own. When he saw his son still in his room, he frowned. Looks like I'm still not awake. He said, Dad, I'll just close my eyes and lie down again. Peng Xiaomo looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Then he thought of something. He raised his hand and pinched his father's thigh hard. Peng Bo sat up suddenly, groaning in pain. Slapped Peng Xiaomo on the head. You little brat. Are you trying to murder your own dad? Peng Xiaomo shrank his neck. Dad, I just wanted to tell you. This isn't a dream. This livestream isn't a dream either. Calm down first. Hearing this, Peng Bo finally felt a bit better. Then he told his son. If you're really worried about your dad getting into trouble, then watch with me. Peng Xiaomo, hearing this, was naturally willing. He grabbed a stool from the side and sat next to his dad. Afraid his dad might faint again, he told his dad not to look yet. Let me explain it to you, okay? Peng Bo shook his head. I got scared earlier because I saw your Uncle Zhang. If this live stream is real, as you say, can I see your Uncle Zhang again? Can I talk to him? When he left, I didn't even get to see him off one last time. If fate allows, maybe I'll see him. Peng Xiaomo said while handing a tissue to his dad. After his dad calmed down, he started explaining again. Dad, let me tell you. This is the ghost market of the southern Yama's palace. Dad, look. Is that Uncle Zhang? Peng Xiaomo pointed at a figure on the computer screen. By now, Peng Bo was already in tears, staring at the computer screen, unable to look away. Old Zhang, goodbye. Then he pulled out his phone. Looking at the unread messages, he sighed. People always pin their emotions on the next meeting. On those apps that substitute for meeting. But once they're gone, regret is overwhelming. Regretting the meeting you canceled last time. Regretting the words left unsaid. Regretting the conflict that could have been avoided. The ghostly white impermanence came to the ghost market to watch a competition, but was mocked by the arena champion as an easy target. Just earlier, Zhang Ling and Hu Zaizi arrived at the ghost market center. After watching the matches for a while, they were about to leave, when suddenly a voice came from behind. Hey, that ghost officer over there. Leaving already? Zhang Ling didn't realize it was directed at him at first. He kept walking forward, until the surrounding ghosts parted to make way. All eyes fixed on him. Only then did he turn around. A path had opened up before him, leading straight to the red arena in the center. The champion on the stage was tying his hair with both hands, but his lips curled into a provocative smirk as he looked at Zhang Ling. You've been watching for so long. Aren't you going to give it a try? Obviously. He had already noticed Zhang Ling. Hearing this, Hu Zaizi quickly spoke up to remind the champion. Zhou Ji. This is a guest from the East Hall. Zhou Ji, however, remained unfazed. In fact, even more so. His eyes filled with provocation. It's rare for a guest to come. Shouldn't we give it a try? The surrounding onlookers also started teasing. Could it be that this guest is afraid? Seeing this, Hu Zaizi could only look at Zhang Ling. Go ahead, go ahead. Although he was asking, his expression clearly said, fight, fight. Start fighting. Zhang Ling nodded. Then, she lifted her leg and walked toward the competition stage. As she walked onto the stage, Zhou Ji's smile grew even wider. By the way, do you know the rules of the competition stage? Who will explain them to our guest? Zhang Ling casually replied. The competition. As long as you don't die, it's fine. With that, she blinked and instantly appeared on the competition stage. Zhou Ji's pupils constricted, clearly not expecting Zhang Ling to be so fast. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he used his ghost chi to conjure armor and put it on. A ghost chi blade appeared in his hand. Ghost officer, this is your first time here. How about I wait for you to get ready first? As soon as Zhang Ling stood on the competition stage, she felt a force suppressing the power within her. She remembered what Hu Zaizi had said, that the ghost chi on the competition stage would be restricted. She didn't resist. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Zhou Ji swing his ghost chi blade toward her. She just slightly tilted her body and avoided it. But the next second, she heard a faint sound, like something breaking. Immediately, the entire competition stage lit up. A red beam of light rose from the edge of the stage, flashing continuously. Seeing the light rise around the stage, the entire competition center fell silent. Zhang Ling was thinking that this might be something special, when she saw the champion across from her, looking incredulous, ask, What realm are you in? Zhang Ling also noticed the strange expressions of the surrounding ghosts. So she answered, I'm at the 7th level of the Ghost King realm. Is there a problem with that? The champion, Zhou Ji, ran a hand through his hair. Then he smiled and pointed to the sign on the competition stage. Ghost officer. This competition stage is only for those below the Ghost King realm. But inside, he was screaming. I'm the champion. How could I have picked a Ghost King as an opponent? How am I supposed to fight now? Recalling his earlier words and the provocative remarks, Zhou Ji almost wished he could go back and silence his past self from 2 minutes ago. Seeing this, Zhang Ling could only helplessly walk off the stage. But just as she stepped down, she started scolding Hu Zaizi for not mentioning earlier that the Ghost King realm couldn't compete. Hu Zaizi was speechless. Who would have thought that an ordinary ghost officer would be from the Ghost King realm? She was the strongest champion on the stage, but after carefully selecting an opponent, ended up with a Ghost King. Just as Zhang Ling was about to make her move, she was told this competition stage only allowed those below Ghost King level. Reluctantly, Zhang Ling had to leave with Hu Zaizi. But when they reached the entrance of Building 2, they saw another chubby little guy sitting at the door with his chin resting. Hu Zaizi immediately flew over. But just as the two brothers were about to hug, they suddenly started attacking each other. Zhang Ling was stunned by the scene. Looking at the identical twins in front of her, she took out some ghost coins and handed them to them. Tomorrow, I have a mission. If you're free, take me to familiarize myself with the underworld passageways. The two brothers said nothing. They stared at the ghost coins in Zhang Ling's hand, eyes wide open. Are these for us? But before Zhang Ling could respond, the two brothers quickly took the ghost coins from Zhang Ling's hand. Of course, no problem. We'll handle it. Seeing their excited faces, Zhang Ling didn't interrupt. She just told them to meet here after 4 o'clock. After returning to room 203, the colorful egg flew over and started circling around her. Zhang Ling saw this and casually asked, "Did you slack off today?" The colorful egg shook its head vigorously, indicating that it absolutely did not. Then let's go to the human world together tomorrow to do a mission. After saying that, she thought of something. She went to the desk, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and wrote down everything she saw and heard today in a work report. After writing, she put the pen and paper away, then sat cross-legged on the bed. She began recalling the techniques and skills she had witnessed today. But the next second, a bone suddenly popped out from her arm, standing upright at a right angle. Zhang Ling looked at the bone on her arm without any change in expression, then retracted the bone. She thought for a moment and tried again. With a swish, a bone knife popped out from her arm again. This time, Zhang Ling reached out and tried to bend it. She easily broke the tip of the bone knife. It seems the strength isn't enough. So she retracted the bone knife again and kept trying. At this moment, the live broadcast room erupted. They were all shocked by Zhang Ling's sudden change. Seeing this, Zhang Ling explained. Actually, for ghosts, whether it's bones or flesh, it's just a term left over from when we were human. Our bones are just a manifestation of highly concentrated energy in the body. As long as we accumulate enough energy, any damaged part can be restored to its original state. Some ghosts have missing parts on their bodies, either because their energy is insufficient to repair it, or because of some obsession. This obsession could be something left unfinished while they were human, or someone they wanted to be with but couldn't. There are many reasons. Many ghost phenomena are closely related to their human states. So even if it's just to make things easier after death as a ghost, don't harm yourself when you're human. Of course, there are some special cases, like being sacrificed or injured by some special object. Those kinds of injuries have very low recovery ability, or it might take a long time to heal. At this time, in a white room in the human world, several elderly experts, wearing glasses, were watching the live broadcast. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Record all her movements. Why do ghosts have bones? Aren't ghosts just humans who came back? But how does this process happen? Is the structure of a ghost's body the same as a human's? These are all worth researching topics. By the way, that guy from the Yi family is also investigating ghosts. Any new findings? He seems to be working with others to set up a firm recently. And it's still related to ghosts. It's already been reported to the relevant departments. The assistant replied. Who is he working with? An elderly man's expression was strange. They had invited Yi Yu-shi to join them multiple times before. But it always failed. The assistant looked at the debtor in his hands. Tang Tianza from the Tang family. And a member of the Zhang family. Named Zhang Xian. I know Zhang Xian. He's famous in the circle. He can do divination. His abilities have also been verified by the relevant departments. Well then, let's see how that kid does tomorrow. These kids are having so much fun. And they don't even bring us along. Alright. We'll talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow. Let's finish watching today's live broadcast. Exactly. This live broadcast has no replay. If you miss it, you'll be crying later. It was just a late-night hot pot. But it caused a stir in the entire ghost market. Because of this, all the ghost officers who had just gone to sleep popped their heads out, searching for the source of the smell. They swore to drag the one who poisoned the air at night and beat them to death. It was just earlier, when Zhang Ling was about to rest in her bed. A loud collision sound suddenly came from the ceiling. Then a head appeared from above. Before Zhang Ling could react, the ghost jumped down from the ceiling and said, I just thought of something. That could be applied to ghost energy. I couldn't help but try it. But I didn't control it properly and it ended up like this. Seeing this, Zhang Ling put on her hat and asked, Who are you? The ghost paused. Then awkwardly scratched his head. Hello. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is AC. I'm a member of the South Hall Ghost Energy Workshop. I mainly research ghost energy. Zhang Ling also introduced herself. My name is Zhang Ling. I'm a ghost officer from the East Hall here to study in the South Hall. Upon hearing that Zhang Ling was from the East Hall, AC became even more awkward. He quickly explained, Well, actually, the ghosts in the South Hall usually don't do this. My situation is purely an accident. I'll fix this hole for you. Saying that, he started picking up the stones on the floor to repair it. Although there's a hole, fortunately, the surrounding area wasn't affected. So the repair was quick. AC looked at the repaired ceiling. How's that? Will the dormitory manager be fooled? It should be fine. Zhang Ling said uncertainly. AC then took out a piece of paper. How about we patch it with paper too? Zhang Ling agreed. With the two ghosts working together, the ceiling was quickly patched up again. But just after they finished, Zhang Ling's ear heard a knocking sound. Zhang Ling and AC looked towards the wall on the right. They saw a hand coming through the wall. This startled the viewers in the live chat. They thought the streamer was broadcasting a horror movie. Under the terrified gaze of the viewers, a head popped out from the wall where the hole had just been. The head had long hair. The head swiveled from side to side, seemingly looking for something. In the swaying long hair, one could vaguely see a pair of saintly eyes. Eventually, those eyes fixed on Zhang Ling and AC. Do you want hot pot? Zhang Ling was speechless after hearing that. Should she complain about this guy breaking through the wall? Or should she complain about his obsession with hot pot? Intelligence team member Chin Jojo raised her hand and brushed her long hair. I see you guys are having fun here. Let's have hot pot together. It's too lonely to eat alone. Seeing Zhang Ling agree, she crawled back through the hole, holding a big pot that had already been prepared. AC quickly came forward to help. Looking at the two ghosts around the big pot, Zhang Ling thought she'd never been so speechless in her life. These two guys were here just to make holes, weren't they? Then, Chin Jojo took out some ingredients and started boiling the soup. Her eyes, filled with anticipation, moved along with the long flowing hair. But as she boiled the soup, her gaze suddenly landed on the colorful egg, which was hopping around curiously near the three ghost officers. This egg looks delicious. Can it be cooked? Zhang Ling immediately grabbed the colorful egg and held it in her arms. No. This immediately silenced the room. To ease the tension, AC thought of a topic and spoke up. What have you two been doing lately? Chin Jojo replied that she was from the intelligence team. She had been wandering between the human world and the underworld these past few days. Zhang Ling also said that she had been wandering around the South Hall. The competition arena in their ghost market is quite interesting. It can even restrict ghost energy. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. She turned to the two ghosts and asked, "Do you know what a special mission is?" "A special mission?" "Yes. I've been to the South Hall the past 2 days. It's probably similar to the concept of the East Hall." Seeing Chin Jojo about to speak, Zhang Ling stopped her. She snapped her fingers. A ghost energy barrier immediately appeared around the three of them, isolating them from the outside. "All right. Now we can talk. Actually, your level and qualifications aren't low. Even if I don't say it. Soon, the King of Hell will let you all access these kinds of missions. Special missions are related to gods. And then? Then you'll know when you all do it. I can't say more about the other things." Zhang Ling didn't ask any further. She snapped her fingers and released the barrier. But just as it was released, the smell of hot pot wafted through the door cracks and spread throughout the second building. All the monsters who had just gone to bed popped their heads out to see who was poisoning the air at night. But Zhang Ling and the others were completely unaware of this. Bai Wuchang, for the first time, went to the mortal world to guide the souls. But unexpectedly, he encountered human traffickers. At this moment, somewhere on the outskirts of the mortal world, a red van was slowly driving on the cement road. As it passed an intersection, the driver suddenly swerved the steering wheel. The van slowly turned onto a dirt road. The road was covered with half-meter-high wild grass. No one had managed it. And in the woods, there was a tricycle. Beside the tricycle stood a young man in a denim jacket and a woman with a barrel-shaped waist. When the van stopped in the woods, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a beard got out of the driver's seat. He pointed to the back of the van. "The goods you want are all inside." Wenyan stood by the tricycle while the barrel-shaped woman walked to the back of the van to take a look. She checked each one individually. Then she nodded to the young man behind her. "The goods are fine. Let's go quickly. Don't waste time." With that, the two of them got into the van. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette. He hummed a song and slowly walked toward the nearby tricycle. He brushed past Zhang Ling and the others, who were on their way to complete a task in the mortal world. Looking at the abandoned, uninhabited small wooden house in front, Hu Zaizi quickly began explaining. "This is the underworld passage in the south of the Wood Province. The numbered markers you found on the map point to this. There are other underworld passages nearby. We'll look for them later." Zhang Ling nodded. Then Hu Zaizi tossed the map to Zhang Ling. This place used to be where the tomb guarding group lived. But as he spoke, he seemed to have noticed something. He quickly flew to the side. It was a tire track. This left Hu Zaizi confused. This place has been abandoned for a long time. How could there still be human activity? Could it be that a new tomb guarding group has arrived? But at this moment, a sound of wheels grinding on the ground suddenly came from the right side of the small cabin. A van swayed and drove past from behind a tree. In the driver's seat, there was a young man wearing a denim jacket. The back window seemed to be covered by a black curtain to block the sunlight. Suddenly, a small hand lifted the black curtain, revealing a panicked little face. Two little hands were pounding on the window, shouting something. But after only 2 knocks, a big hand covered the mouth and pulled it back. Then, the curtain was pulled down. The noise inside the car lasted for a while, then it went quiet. What happened? The van slowed down. The young man in the driver's seat asked. "It's fine, keep driving." Hu Zaizi looked at the van driving away and patted his head. Humans really love to do reckless things. Suddenly, his eyes moved. Then, he purposely raised his voice and turned to look at Zhang Ling. They should pass by Songhua Road in Mu Province. The underworld passage is nearby. Zhang Ling glanced at him and lightly responded, listening to the calm conversation between Hu Zaizi and Zhang Ling. The viewers in the livestream couldn't remain calm. What the heck? What's in that van? Is it a child? Are there only children inside? Human trafficking? I'm freaking out. I'm getting up from my bed. I'm going to kill those guys. I'm calling in sick today, not going to work. I'm driving to check this out. The police station told them not to make any rash moves. They've already gone. Meanwhile, in the residential area, some viewers put down their breakfast, or turned over to get out of bed, picked up sticks and headed toward the garage. Peng Bo just arrived at the garage and saw a familiar figure. That person lives next door to him, usually wearing a black vest when going out, with muscular arms and green tattoos, looking like a gangster. Peng Bo instinctively dodged to the side. He walked toward his car. Then he noticed that Big Brother was walking toward him. He quickly got into the car, started the engine. He was thinking, once he got there, even using his car to block the road would help. After driving out of the garage, he headed toward the outskirts of the city. But as he drove, Peng Bo suddenly noticed a black motorcycle following him. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Holy crap! Wasn't that the Big Brother? What was he up to? Could it be my kid got on his bad side? All sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, a red light appeared ahead. So Peng Bo slowed down, matching the pace of the motorcycle behind him. He cautiously leaned out and asked, Big Brother, are you heading to Songhua Road? While Bai Wuchang was on a mission in the mortal world, he encountered a group of child traffickers. This scene was coincidentally live-streamed. Viewers in the livestream dropped their work, driving to Songhua Road to intercept them. Among them was the atheist Peng Bo. Looking at the gangster Big Brother always tailing his car, Peng Bo slowed down to match the motorcycle's pace. Then cautiously leaned out and asked, Big Brother, are you heading to Songhua Road? Wen Yan, the gangster Big Brother, turned to look at him. Yeah. What, you too? Hearing this, Peng Bo started to ponder. Could this Big Brother be here for the same reason? Just then, he heard the Big Brother speak again. You're also going to Songhua Road to stop the traffickers, right? Go back. Ordinary people will just cause trouble. Peng Bo pointed at himself. I've trained in some martial arts. I was a soldier when I was young. As Peng Bo was speaking, the Big Brother beside him suddenly raised his hand, pressing the Bluetooth earpiece in his ear, seemingly talking to someone. Yeah. I'm on my way there. After the call, he looked at Peng Bo again. Don't worry. Leave this to me. We won't let you down. Before Peng Bo could react, the Big Brother revved his black motorcycle and sped up. Quickly overtaking Peng Bo, he continued to pass the vehicles ahead. Watching the Big Brother's figure fade into the distance, Peng Bo thought for a moment. Since a big shot is handling the capture, I'll join the other livestream viewers to help these kids find their parents or something. With that, he turned the car around and drove back. At that moment, Zhang Ling and Hu Zezi arrived at an amusement park. Looking at the bustling crowd below, Hu Zezi couldn't help but sigh. This place used to be a wasteland. Who would have thought it'd be so lively now? But Zhang Ling didn't say anything. He just told Hu Zezi to take him to the next place. This time, they appeared in a spacious room. It was filled with people. Above the crowd, a man stood speaking. He was dressed in a black shirt and black dress pants, delivering a passionate speech. Our project is absolutely in line with national policies. It's been approved by all the relevant departments. The money you invest now will multiply tenfold in less than 6 months. If you join now, you'll immediately get 10% of your principal back. It's calculated per person, you know. Seeing the crowd below unmoved, he continued. I used to be like you all. Clocking in and out every day. Constantly getting my pay docked by some idiot boss. Did you see the luxury cars downstairs when you came in? Those are mine. And I've only been doing this for a year. I believe some of you will do even better than me. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people in the crowd immediately raised their hands, excitedly saying, I want to invest. Following the master will make us money. Last time, I made 5,000 from 1,000 in just half a month. What are you all waiting for? With that, those few stepped forward, opening the bags they carried, which were stuffed with stacks of red 100 yuan bills. This made those who were still hesitant start to waver. Viewers watching the live stream began discussing it fervently. What's this about immediate returns? What's this per person calculation? The moment I heard it, something felt off. Isn't this just a pyramid scheme? Holy crap. I got scammed like this back in college. These are usually people you know pulling you in. Don't fall for pie in the sky promises. If you don't understand it, don't get involved. Watching the excited comments in the live stream, Zhang Lin fell silent. So many things happened today. Could they all be coincidences? Lost in thought, she glanced at Hu Zezi, who looked bored beside her. Meeting Zhang Lin's gaze, Hu Zezi raised an eyebrow. What's up? We've seen enough for today. Let's head back. With that, they opened a passage to the underworld and stepped inside. Just as they left, a police car pulled up below the building. Officers quickly stormed into the room where the speech was held, arresting the middle-aged man leading the speech. At the same time on Songhua Road, a man was being beaten by a crowd. This man was the van driver who had been trafficking children. While passing through Songhua Road, he was stopped by a few enthusiastic livestream viewers, who rescued the children inside. At that moment, a group of police officers approached from a distance. Hello. We're the police. We received a report about someone involved in child trafficking here. Who is the suspect? Please come with us. Wen Yan and the others immediately dispersed, revealing the van driver, beaten so badly even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Sorry. We might have gone a bit hard. Looking at the unconscious van driver, the big brother in sunglasses hauled him before the police. He's not dead. This left the police speechless. The officers then handcuffed the man, asking the enthusiastic livestream viewers to help escort the children to the police station. But Zhang Lin was unaware of all this in the human world. At that moment, she was in the underworld, parting ways with Hu Zezi. Watching Zhang Lin's retreating figure, Hu Zezi seemed lost in thought. Oh well. He's at the Ghost King level anyway. Hardly anyone in the underworld can match him. Let him do what he wants. Whatever. After parting with Hu Zezi, Zhang Lin didn't return to dormitory building number 2. Instead, after leaving, she arrived beside a lake. She noticed the aura here was very similar to the forbidden platform, invisibly suppressing the ghostly energy within her. Zhang Lin didn't think much of it. Instead, she drifted toward a nearby swamp. Because just moments ago, while sensing her surroundings, she noticed this area seemed to be enveloped by something. But at that moment, a black shadow swiftly shot out from the swamp, lunging at Zhang Lin from behind like a gust of wind. Sharp teeth, blood-red eyes, leaving 2 afterimages in the air. Seeing this, she quickly used her ghostly energy to entangle the shadow, swiftly wrapping it into a ball, giving it no chance to attack. The thing struggled and thrashed inside, but to no avail. The ghostly energy ball floated in the air, as if confirming the thing inside posed no further threat. The ball was then brought before Zhang Lin. She peeled open a small opening in the ghostly energy ball, revealing the living creature inside. Almost at the same moment, bubbles began rising from the swamp below Zhang Lin. Countless terrifying ghosts gathered around Bai Wuchang, baring their fangs, ready to tear the figure before them apart. But Zhang Lin faced them without a hint of fear. Dozens of ghostly energy strands shot out from her body, like long spears hurled forward, piercing through the rats charging at her. All the rats rushing toward her were killed. The few that narrowly escaped death, seeing their companions fall, turned and fled in panic. This puzzled Zhang Lin. These things were indeed as the mission records described. They would attack underworld agents. But upon sensing the agents' intimidating presence and powerful ghostly energy, they would flee. But why was that? As she was thinking, a rat even larger than the others silently appeared behind her. It reached out a claw to ambush her. Sensing it, Zhang Lin slightly tilted her body to dodge. Then she swiftly grabbed the claw. With a loud bang, the massive rat, without even a chance to squeal, vanished. After dealing with these ghosts, Zhang Lin lingered above the swamp for a while. She noticed the swamp, which had been bubbling earlier, had now calmed down, and the rats that had attacked her seemed to have half disappeared. They were gone, or perhaps too scared to come out. Zhang Lin raised an eyebrow. This space blocked most of her sensory abilities, so she couldn't use ordinary methods to thoroughly inspect the swamp. But blowing up the entire swamp didn't seem like an option either. It would be too destructive. After some thought, Zhang Lin raised her hand. Strands of ghostly energy began seeping into the swamp below. But the next second, the entire swamp seemed to be enveloped and lifted into the air. It slowly rose upward, blocking even the sunlight. Its massive scale was like a sky city rising from the ground. At about 30 meters above the ground, the sky city suddenly stopped. The rats hiding in the swamp, lacking any foothold, began to slide off bit by bit, until they finally fell to the ground. Yet even after falling from 30 meters, they were completely unharmed. They scrambled up and ran. But the moment they moved, Zhang Lin conjured a giant palm with her ghostly energy, grabbing one in a single swoop. With a bang, the fleeing rat exploded. Seeing this, Zhang Lin quickly shielded the camera with her hand. But within the giant palm after the explosion, Zhang Lin found a red flesh ball, still pulsing incessantly. Zhang Lin didn't know what it was, so she stored the flesh ball in her storage bag, planning to study it later. After securing the bag, she turned her attention downward, where the swamp once was. Lifting it into the air had left a massive pit below. It was filled with various things shaken loose from the swamp, including corpses of small rat-like monsters, and even human bones caked in mud. The bones were scattered haphazardly at the pit's bottom. Zhang Lin thought for a moment, then collected the bones as well. She sensed on these bones the same aura as the monsters. She didn't know if the monsters' mutations were due to this area's unique properties, or because of these bones, or if the bones had simply absorbed the monster's aura. Zhang Lin didn't make a fuss. Her mission was to deal with these small monsters that had started attacking underworld agents. Other answers might only be known to the underworld agents of Nanjing. As Zhang Lin raised her hand, preparing to lower the swamp back to its original place, a sharp scream echoed from the other side of the forest. This was a school you could enter but not leave, because the teacher inside was a reincarnated deity in training, who, due to concealing their dire condition, met with an accident on the way to work. After death, the hidden power within their body erupted, forming a unique ghost domain. This ghost domain lacked violent, murderous power, but it could drain human souls, leaving their bodies in the human world, creating the illusion of comas or vegetative states. Upon learning of this, the underworld had tried to sever the connection between these humans and the ghost domain from the outside. But the results were unsatisfactory. So they issued a top-tier mission at the Underworld Task Center, requiring an underworld agent to enter the ghost domain to rescue the trapped humans. And Zhang Lin had taken on this mission. Looking at the empty classroom, Zhang Lin raised her hand, condensing a small ball of ghostly energy at her fingertip. Like a dragonfly skimming water, it touched the white wall ahead. The next second, cracks spread across the white wall like a spiderweb, rapidly sprawling in all directions. With a loud boom, the entire room instantly turned to dust. But in the blink of an eye, it rapidly reformed. An identical room reappeared before her. Seeing this, Zhang Lin raised her hand again. But this time, the moment she lifted her hand, 3 ghostly energy blades, over half a meter long, appeared in the air. They slashed fiercely at the wall in front of her, cutting through it like a knife through tofu, leaving 3 hollow gashes. Through those gashes, she could faintly see a pitch-black void outside. The next second, the wall restored itself again. Looking at the restored wall, Zhang Lin didn't try to act again. She had a hunch that even if she had slipped out just now, the outside wouldn't reveal the ghost domain's true nature. The existence of a ghost domain is essentially a carved-out pocket of space, forming its own small world. Like the ghost domain she once encountered with a female ghost's wedding, which had seasons, houses, fake mountains, and ponds. Some ghosts would create all sorts of fun things in their rooms for games, like that ghost who lured kidnapped couples to play a truth or dare game. But the size and strength of a ghost domain depend on the creator's power. To achieve more, greater strength is needed. For example, the ghost domain before her had already formed its own rules. There are laws in the universe, and once rules form in a ghost domain, they become the laws of that world. Breaking them with brute force alone is extremely difficult. If she had to compare it to something, it's like the difference between a locked and unlocked room at home. The ghost domains Zhang Lin encountered before were ruleless, unlocked domains, allowing her to come and go freely. Now, she needed to find clues to crack the rules of this room. Zhang Lin turned to the lone desk and chair in the center of the room. On the desk, a single exam paper lay quietly. It seemed the rule was to answer the questions. Zhang Lin picked it up and looked. The questions were from a human college entrance exam. This made her frown. As an underworld agent who'd lived in the underworld for centuries, not an academic ghost, was this really appropriate? But since the task center issued this mission without requiring an academic ghost agent, it shouldn't be a big issue. So she sat at the desk, picked up the pen. But the moment she sat down, a clear, pleasant bell rang in the room, like a school bell signaling the start of class. At the same time, a 90-minute countdown appeared in the corner of the blackboard, as if a human exam had officially begun. As Zhang Lin sat and started writing, the livestream camera focused on the exam paper. When viewers saw keywords like college entrance exam math on the paper, they collectively gasped. Holy crap, an exam? Do underworld agents have to take human exams too? In the empty classroom, only Zhang Lin was taking the exam. The countdown on the blackboard ticked on. Zhang Lin first flipped through the paper casually, then began writing. She wrote her name on the left side, then randomly shuffled A, B, C, D, and filled them in the multiple choice brackets without pattern. Then she put down her pen. With 5 minutes left in the exam countdown, a prompt sounded in the room. 5 minutes remain until the exam ends. Please manage your time carefully. As the countdown hit 0, the completed exam paper in front of Zhang Lin floated up and drifted forward, stopping half a meter from the blackboard. Red marks began appearing on the paper, as if a teacher were grading it. Zhang Lin sensed the entire space, confirming she was the only ghost in the room. Moments later, the paper floated back to the desk in front of her. A bright red score appeared at the top of the paper. As expected, she failed the exam. Zhang Lin didn't dwell on the score. Instead, she focused on observing her surroundings. The next moment, the entire room began to blur, rippling with waves. The sound of children reciting echoed around her. Study hard. Improve every day. At the beginning of man, nature is good. Nature is similar. Habits diverge. 9,981. 8,972. 7,963. As if many children were reciting in unison as instructed by a teacher. They chanted loudly. But as Zhang Lin stood to investigate, the scene suddenly shifted. The next second, she appeared in a place filled with yellow earth and reinforced concrete, a construction site. As an underworld agent, Bai Wuchang was forced to take a human college entrance exam. After 90 minutes of serious effort, she achieved an impressive score of 16. Just when Zhang Lin thought it was over, the next second, she found herself on a construction site. Yellow earth beneath her feet. surrounded by reinforced concrete. The air was filled with the roar of machinery and the thud of heavy objects landing. Many workers in yellow safety helmets moved about the unfinished buildings. Some carried steel bars. Others hauled red bricks. Under the scorching sun, sweat dripped heavily from their bodies. Standing among them, Zhang Lin could feel a hint of heat. This made her even more curious about the reincarnated being who created this ghost domain. Just how powerful was this deity before reincarnation? As Zhang Lin surveyed her surroundings, a worker in a yellow safety helmet, pushing a cart of bricks, passed by her. He stopped, turned to Zhang Lin, and asked, "Hey, what's the formula for the surface area of a cylinder?" As soon as he spoke, a large digital timer appeared on his face, counting down rapidly. This left Zhang Lin utterly baffled. What kind of rule was this? Classroom Q&A? When the timer on the worker's face hit 0, his expression turned terrifying. "Why aren't you answering me? Why aren't you studying properly?" She glared fiercely at Zhang Lin, grabbing a brick from the cart and hurling it at her. Seeing this, Zhang Lin sidestepped slightly, and the red brick hit the ground. But another brick quickly appeared in the worker's hand, and she threw it at Zhang Lin again. Zhang Lin clearly felt the worker's brick-throwing speed increasing. At its fastest, her hand moved like it was mechanized, producing a brick every blink of an eye. Almost 1 brick per second. No answer, and the attacks begin. So the 10 seconds were for answering. Zhang Lin effortlessly dodged the bricks thrown by the worker, while analyzing and observing this new space. The last one was about taking an exam. This one's about answering questions. Could this be following a classroom model? Maybe there's a break time too? After analyzing, Zhang Lin casually waved her hand, and the furious worker was sent flying. The grating noise finally stopped when the brick-throwing worker was knocked away and hit the ground. The entire construction site fell silent for a moment. Countless eyes turned to Zhang Lin in unison. Even the person operating the crane above looked down, staring expressionlessly at Zhang Lin on the ground. He maneuvered the crane, moving a concrete slab suspended dozens of meters in the air, directly above Zhang Lin. Then a large digital timer appeared on his face, asking, "What's the formula for the surface area of a cylinder? How do you calculate the volume of a prism?" Just as Zhang Lin was about to act, footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance, followed by loud, clear shouts. "I don't know. Stop asking. What the hell are you asking for? You can ask 100 times, and I still won't know." Zhang Lin turned to look. She saw a teenage boy in a blue jacket, with a palm-sized red Iron Man model on his head, running toward her. Behind the boy came the thunderous sound of countless figures wielding weapons, charging after him. Faintly, she could hear numerous questioning voices. What are the sine and cosine formulas for a triangle? What is the general equation of a circle? Spare the kid. I'm still a minor. The teenage boy didn't look back, rushing past Zhang Lin like the wind. But after just a couple of steps, he suddenly slammed on the brakes and whipped his head toward Zhang Lin. "You're new here, right?" With that, he grabbed Zhang Lin's hand. "Run. Why are you just standing there? Those guys hit hard enough to kill." Zhang Lin glanced at the boy, casually swatting away a few pursuing workers, then followed him. This must be the human the task center mentioned, caught up in this mess. This is a school you can enter but not leave, because the teacher inside is a reincarnated deity in training. He trapped a group of underachieving students inside, randomly quizzing them on various subjects daily. If they can't answer or get it wrong, they face brutal, inhuman beatings. To rescue these students, Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin, boldly entered the school. But she didn't expect that right upon entering. A construction worker conjured by the deity would demand she answer the surface area of a cylinder. Seeing Zhang Lin hesitate, the worker controlled a crane, trying to crush her with a concrete slab. But at that moment, a teenage boy ran over, grabbed Zhang Lin's wrist, and bolted. They ducked into a narrow tin shack, finally catching their breath. After the boy's explanation, Zhang Lin finally understood. This place was like the school outside. Every day, we go through classes, breaks, and the end of school. But the teaching method in this school is a bit strange and terrifying. It's just a little different and a bit scary. Coincidentally, this class is a math class. And neither the boy nor Zhang Ling are good at these kinds of problems. So they just had to survive until the class ends. But suddenly, a loud thudding sound came from outside. Hearing it, the boy quickly crawled up. He looked outside through the gap in the door. He saw a huge leg approaching. It was slowly walking toward the iron house. The boy immediately collapsed to the ground. Then he lay down and started to give up. Zhang Ling, who didn't understand what was happening, was about to speak. But the boy quickly pulled him to his side. Then he told him to close his eyes and lay flat like him. This way, the pain in the body might ease a little. Just as he finished speaking, a huge hand flipped the roof of the iron house, revealing a massive body that looked down at the two of them. It asked them a question about functions. Before the giant worker could finish asking the question, the boy suddenly flipped and jumped up from the ground. He grabbed Zhang Ling and ran in the opposite direction of the giant worker. Zhang Ling was completely confused. "Didn't you want to lie flat?" the boy explained while running. That's a strategy to confuse the enemy. When big questions like this start, they can ask for at least half a minute. After asking, they'll repeat it a bit. Then they'll leave us 2 minutes to think. That should give us time to struggle a bit. Just as he finished speaking, the way ahead was suddenly blocked by several cement slabs. Just as the boy thought he would meet his end here, Zhang Ling took out a withered twig from his storage bag. He used ghost energy to move the cement slabs above the giant worker's head. Then he slammed them down onto the worker. After doing all of this, he picked up the boy and flew to the other side. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ghost domain, a few ghost officers who received orders from the task center arrived one by one. Upon entering the ghost domain, what they saw was also a high school exam paper. "I'm dead. Why do I have to take this exam?" A burly man with messy short hair yawned. He kicked over the only desk and chair set. "When I was alive, I didn't like those books of Confucian classics. Things like the incense room, quiet room. Now that I'm dead, I definitely won't care about it anymore." The man stretched his body. Then he threw a punch at the exam room's floor. The powerful ghost energy surged from his fist. The surrounding space rippled. The entire exam room instantly turned to dust. But before he could smile, the whole room restored to its original state. "Interesting. Let's see which is faster. Your recovery or my punch." The man raised both his hands. He kept punching the ground. The whole room collapsed rapidly, then quickly restored. It almost formed a cycle. The man's punches got faster and heavier. Towards the end, the entire exam room's repair speed couldn't keep up with the collapse speed. The man smiled broadly. At the right moment, he jumped. He flew into the hole that couldn't be repaired. After leaving the exam room, the man found himself in a pitch-black place. He couldn't see or touch anything. It was very quiet. Suddenly, a voice similar to a class bell sounded. Then came the sound of reading. The man suddenly took 2 steps. He felt dizzy. It felt like the world was spinning. He had trouble standing. In his dizziness, faint light appeared around him. A bigger room appeared before his eyes. Around him were blurry figures, with their hair tied in buns, all holding books in their hands. They circled around him, reading aloud while shaking their heads. It sounded like chanting, but it gave the man a headache. "Get away from me!" He swung his fist. The surrounding figures disappeared. The dizziness had disappeared. But the sound of reading aloud and the white room still remained. Moreover, the room was even bigger than the examination room he had encountered when he first entered. The big man looked around. He saw the familiar set of tables and chairs again. On the table, a test paper was quietly placed. Seeing this, The big man picked up the test paper. He immediately cursed. Damn it. In this damn place, even fists don't work. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this damn task. If it's a knowledge-based task, why not let those bookish scholars handle it? Why make it difficult for us guys who rely on fists to make a living? But in the Ghost Realm's exam hall, where there are ghost officers, some are troubled, and some are happy. A ghost officer dressed as a scholar adjusted his wide sleeves. He walked with a dignified pace to the only chair and sat down. Then he picked up the pen. After the bell rang, he began to answer the questions. In the end, he scored an excellent 125 points. As this scholar ghost officer secretly rejoiced, thinking he had a talent for learning, the room began to shake. The next moment, a giant hand formed from ghostly energy reached towards him. It grabbed him directly and threw him out of the ghost realm. This left the scholar ghost officer looking stunned. But just then, a line of text appeared in the ghost realm. Ghost realm entrance exam. Those who are at the passing score will be kicked out. Only students with poor scores will be taught. So he entered the ghost realm again. But this time, the scholar ghost officer didn't answer all the questions. Instead, he chose some questions to answer. At this moment, in the ghost realm, after leaving the giant worker, Zhang Ling and Fu Jia also arrived at the break time. Fu Jia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He let out a sigh of relief. Now he could finally rest for a bit. Break time is our free activity time. No more questioning or exam sessions. Zhang Ling looked at the sky. What does that mean? Because after the break time ended, words appeared in the sky. The word physics was very prominent. Fu Jia also looked at the sky. But he wasn't surprised. That's the class schedule. The next class is physics. The man recited the acceleration formula during the break, and instantly gained superhuman speed. This left Zhang Ling, who was beside him, utterly astonished. But Fu Jia told him, this is the limited transformation of knowledge's power. As long as I recite the corresponding knowledge points, similar effects or abilities can appear. But this power also has its limits. For example, the acceleration formula I just recited. It can only increase speed to a certain point and then stop. Also, this power can only be used during breaks and exams. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chased so badly by those workers. But just then, two figures suddenly appeared ahead. Fu Jia hurriedly ran over. As soon as he reached, he heard the two people ask with concern. Fu Jia, are you okay? Fu Jia scratched the back of his head. I'm fine. By the way, where is Xing Jia? A girl with short hair and a petite figure answered. She went to pick up the other two. She should be back soon. Fu Jia scratched his head and pushed Zhang Ling forward. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Ling, the big shot. If it weren't for him today, I'd be dead by now. He then turned to Zhang Ling and introduced him. Big shot. This is Han Sisi and Qi Yang I told you about. According to Fu Jia, the three of them were the first to appear here and decided to survive. When they first arrived, the three didn't get along. After some time of adjustment, they became friends who could trust and rely on each other. But despite this, their daily survival was still very difficult. Until Sister Xing arrived at this place. When mentioning Sister Xing, Fu Jia and the others' eyes slightly lit up. Besides Sister Xing, they had a total of 6 students. The other 3 just arrived recently. As they were talking, a red figure suddenly appeared in the sky to the right. One hand was holding a student at the waist. In just a moment, they arrived at the place where the group was. Han Sisi and the others stood up and shouted upon seeing her. Sister Xing, you're back. At that moment, Sister Xing also noticed Zhang Ling. And then spoke. How many spots were open for this mission center? 10. But I don't know how many people actually came. Sister Xing nodded without asking further. I was the first one here. Just call me Xingya. Their conversation was brief. And to others, it was quite baffling. After a brief introduction with Zhang Ling, Xing Ya glanced at the characters in the sky. Then her gaze swept across the row of students in front of her. The next class is physics. Do you remember the essential points I asked you to memorize? After receiving their confirmation, Xing Ya went on to check each one. Finally, she instructed Qi Yang, who was good at physics. You must follow Fu Jia closely. Try not to let him be separated alone. As the class bell rang, everyone clasped their hands and looked at Xing Ya. At this moment, Zhang Ling also noticed something was wrong. Are we starting class now? Last class was held at the construction site. Where will it be this time? With a sudden, tearing scream, Fu Jia, who was just stepping on yellow soil. Next moment, he felt himself rapidly falling, until he crashed into something soft and fluffy. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a cloud about 2 meters long. Before he could react, the cloud beneath him suddenly flashed with red light. Then a line of text appeared on it. Fu Jia looked at the lines of text and the image next to it. He quickly crawled to the edge of the cloud and shouted, "Is anyone there? Who else is here?" But no matter how he shouted, only his voice echoed around. With no choice, he had to solve the problem alone. When the countdown timer hit 0, the cloud beneath his feet suddenly became transparent. Then he plummeted straight down from the sky. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Ling, who was standing on the field. Zhang Ling reached out, trying to catch Fu Jia with his device. But he found the device in his body seemed to jam, unable to function smoothly. This puzzled Zhang Ling greatly. Could suppressing the device for mission execution be one of the rules here? But suddenly, a black cloud floated straight toward him. Just as it was about to collide, Zhang Ling accelerated and narrowly dodged the black cloud. But Shu Bai lightly brushed against the black cloud. And the next second, the entire black cloud exploded suddenly. Like a triggered bomb. Zhang Ling glanced at Shu Bai. Then at the black smoke left from the cloud's explosion. Playing this big, huh? If it were those students, they'd probably die on the spot. A struggling student was trapped in a special school for lessons. But the teaching methods here were somewhat terrifying and unconventional. Because during class, they had to answer the teacher's questions. Otherwise, they'd face a baptism of lightning. And this class happened to be physics. Looking at the physics question appearing on the red cloud above, Fu Jia wrote down all the knowledge he knew. But just as he finished, a dangerous exclamation mark covered all the answers he wrote. Then a mass of black clouds came toward him from above. This startled Fu Jia, who turned and ran. But no matter how he ran, the black cloud kept chasing him. When the allotted answering time ended, the cloud beneath Fu Jia's feet began to crack. He quickly jumped to another cloud. But the black cloud soon caught up again. Fu Jia could only kneel and beg for mercy. But the black cloud had no intention of sparing him. It rushed toward him with a charge. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly lifted him up. The rushing black cloud collided with a white cloud, making a loud boom. At that moment, Fu Jia was completely stunned. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing on a soft white cloud again. If he wasn't mistaken, it was probably Boss Zhang who had intervened. Because only a boss could lift him like that. So he shouted, "Boss, are you there? If you're there, just make a sound. Or I'll really panic." But no matter how he shouted, he couldn't hear Zhang Ling's voice. Just then, a voice came from the distance. "Is that Fu Jia?" Hearing it, Fu Jia quickly looked around, finally spotting a head poking out from a cloud. He immediately waved his arms excitedly. "It's me, it's me. I'm here. Wait for me." After Qi Yang shouted from the cloud above, he quickly ducked back. "Come over. How do I get there?" Though Fu Jia didn't know how to proceed, he trusted his buddy and went with it. "Guess I'll wait." Saying that, he sat cross-legged, watching the activity above. Not long after, Qi Yang appeared, riding a glowing green cloud, floating toward him. As he got closer, he shouted, "Fu Jia! First, Read me the question. Fu Jia didn't ask questions. And immediately read the question on the cloud aloud. Just as he finished, he noticed Qi Yang seemed momentarily stunned. Pausing, he said, "It's a multiple-choice question. How about we just pick C?" Qi Yang told him not to rush. "Let me check the diagram first." As the two focused on solving the question, Han Sisi floated over on another cloud. The three of them pondered the physics question together. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two students were also caught in a black cloud's attack. Just as they were about to lose their lives, a white-robed Bai Wuchang holding a folding fan appeared. He grabbed the student, half dead from the black cloud's torment, and placed them in a safe spot. Then, with his fan, he blasted the incoming black cloud away before saying, "Pardon the interruption. You must be the students dragged into this." Not long after Bai Wuchang appeared, a burly man with short, messy hair appeared near Xingya. His limbs were wrapped in white martial arts bandages. With one punch, he sent an approaching black cloud flying. Seeing someone draw the black cloud's attention, Xingya started reciting physics formulas to the student beside her. The burly man's head buzzed after hearing the first formula. Leaving a quick, "I'll find you after class," he bolted. Xingya ignored his departure and continued with the second formula. Meanwhile, among the white clouds, Zhang Ling turned his gaze away from the live broadcast lens. After observing for a while, he had mostly figured out the rules of this class. If you stayed on a white cloud for about a minute, a physics question would appear. Questions included multiple choice, fill in the blank, and long form. If you couldn't answer within the time limit, the white cloud supporting you would dissolve, and a black cloud bomb would come for you. But if you answered correctly, the white cloud would glow green, granting 5 minutes of safety. 380. 009, 46,480 to D009, 48,519. You could also choose the next question to answer. In other words, you could control the white cloud to fly to any cloud you wanted. That's how Qi Yang reached Fu Jia earlier. But after the 5-minute safety period, a new physics question would appear on the cloud. So answering correctly didn't mean you were done for good. What Zhang Ling couldn't figure out was, what exactly did this ghost domain want? Or what was its purpose? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Ling laid out all known information, carefully analyzing how to break the ghost domain. There were two methods. 1. Find and destroy the ghost domain's core. 2. Resolve the ghost domain's obsession, or meet its set conditions. For example, some ghost domain's obsessions involve killing specific people, or creating an amusement park to make everyone play along. They come in all sorts, strange and varied. The key was to find the ghost domain's purpose and break it. It was also one of the tasks for the ghost messengers. While Zhang Ling was contemplating how to solve this ghost domain, a sudden exclamation came from below the cloud. It turned out that none of the three could solve the physics problem. When the answer time ran out, they were forced to fall off the cloud. They were forced to fall off the cloud. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ling quickly waved his hand to move them to another cloud. The three of them, after climbing up from the cloud, didn't appear too frightened. Instead, each of them had a smile on their faces. I told you. If something really happened, Big Brother Zhang definitely wouldn't leave us behind. Zhang Ling, up above, didn't know their thoughts. His gaze was focused on Han Sisi's feet. He noticed that with every step she took, a lotus flower bloomed beneath her feet. These lotus flowers were composed of Mao Zedong's portraits. This instantly reminded Zhang Ling of what Fu Jia had said earlier. When they first met, Fu Jia thought Zhang Ling was trying to become Bai Wuchang based on his attire. At that time, Zhang Ling had some suspicions. Now, seeing the characteristics of these students, Zhang Ling could confirm that this ghost domain would manifest what each person desired most in their hearts. But what was the purpose of the ghost domain doing this? Was it just for class or for answering questions? Xing Ya had also been constantly teaching these students knowledge points. Or was it that he did this not just to handle the class and the test, but also to deal with the ghost domain? But if Xing Ya already knew the method, why couldn't he finish the task? Zhang Ling thought to himself. Just then, the bell rang for the end of the class. Fu Jia and the others, who were struggling to survive on the cloud, let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly, the usually calm Han Sisi grabbed Qi Yang's hand, telling him not to stop, to continue answering the questions. Chinese subtitles by Pei Team Subtitle Group.